Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 3806 to Chapter 3857. Year 19 looked at the people in the tent and said in a low voice, "Everyone, you've all seen it today. It seems like the other party won't come out no matter what. A scolding session has actually turned into a farce. What are your thoughts? Speak." Everyone was silent. They had seen the situation today. To be honest, they didn't have any good ideas right now. However, they also knew that this scolding was useless. They didn't know if it would affect their morale if the other side scolded them. Year 119 looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, let's talk. In any case, we don't have any way to attack the city. Does anyone have any ideas to attack the morale of the city?" Everyone remained silent. It wasn't easy to attack the city's soldiers. Scolding wasn't effective. There weren't many methods that they could use. The most they could do was to train outside the city and let the city's soldiers see how strong they were. This was a common tactic used to attack a city. However, this method wouldn't work on the people inside the city. Stonehammer and the others sat there and didn't say anything. They didn't want to say anything in this meeting. They only brought their ears and not their mouths. They didn't want to say anything. Seeing that no one spoke for a long time, Year 119's face couldn't help but turn ugly. Then he said, "Does everyone have any ideas? Do we just want to see the people in the city being proud?" Still, no one said anything. 19's face turned even darker as a general of a city-state spoke up, "Alliance Master, can we act? In my hometown, everyone loves to watch plays. We can find someone to pretend to be a soldier of Nanhua City-State and play with him. Let's see how he reacts." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. They felt that this method was good. Year 119 nodded and said, "This method is very good. Go back and prepare. We'll try it tomorrow." The general nodded. Year 19 looked at the others and said in a deep voice, "Does anyone have any other ideas?" This time everyone was lively. All kinds of ideas came out one after another. However, most of them weren't very reliable. However, the atmosphere became better. Only Stonehammer and the others remained silent. 19 chatted with everyone for a while and decided on a few plans. Then, he let everyone go back. After Stonehammer and the others returned to their own camp, they went to rest. They had already said what they needed to say, so there was no need to say anything else. The next morning, Stonehammer and the others were still doing what they were doing. They were constantly reinforcing the camp while watching the show. On January 19th, they really did what the general said yesterday. They found a few ugly soldiers and put them on the South Flower City's soldiers' uniforms to play around outside the city, using this as an excuse to humiliate the South Flower City's soldiers. When the people of Nanhua City saw this, they were really angry. However, their reaction was beyond Year 119's expectations. They even invited a band to play on the city walls. It was as if they were playing music for the performance. This time, the performance changed. It didn't have any provocation in it. Instead, it was as if they came here to perform. This time, Year 1 was so angry that he almost went to the battlefield himself. He pointed at the city wall and scolded. But in the end, he held it in and led everyone back to the main camp. Then, there was another meeting to discuss how to attack the enemy's morale. Everyone came up with a bunch of unreliable ideas, but Stonehammer and the others still didn't say anything. When they returned to their own camp, Stonehammer and the others went to his room. Shi looked at Stonehammer and said, "General Shi, if it were you, what would you do to change the current situation?" Stonehammer replied, "Do nothing. Actually, war doesn't have that many tricks, it's nothing more than fighting. In this kind of terrain, you can't use any tricks. Therefore, it's best to do nothing. Actually, the simplest method is often the best method. Look at Year 119, did he make the soldiers train outside the Nanhua Gate? They only want to use tricks to deal with the people on the city walls, but they don't even use the simplest and most common moves. In fact, the simplest moves are the most effective and also the most difficult to break." Shi stared and said, "General Shi, what you mean is that the best way to deal with the situation is to have the soldiers train outside the Nanhua Gate. Isn't this too common?" Stonehammer replied, "The more common it is, the harder it is to break it. This method has been used for many years. Naturally, there's a reason why it's still being used. How can the enemy break this method? Can they play music on the city walls like today? Isn't that just adding to the fun for the army? Shi nodded, then he looked at Stonehammer and said, General Shi, what about us? Are we still going to reinforce the camp every day and do nothing? Stonehammer shook his head and said, No, the camp is almost done, there's no need to reinforce it. Yesterday was the last day to reinforce the camp. Then we started to train outside the camp every day, there's no need to go to the Nanhua gate. In any case, this battle has nothing to do with us, so there's no need for us to join in the fun. However, we can't stop training. Shi nodded, then he said, Alright, then let's prepare. Then the group returned to their tents. On the second day, they continued to fortify their camp. Today was the last day, and they didn't stay idle. They were still thinking of some evil ways to fight with the people of Nanhua City-State. The day passed very peacefully. At night, there was still a meeting. This made Stonehammer and the others a little annoyed. The meeting didn't have any content, it was just to think about how to attack the morale of the Nanhua City-State. Actually, at this point, there was no need to do this. However, Year 19 seemed to have fallen into a vicious cycle. He wanted to use this method to defeat the Nanhua City-State, but he didn't succeed even once. The next day, Stonehammer and the others began to train. They didn't go too far, they just trained outside the camp. The sounds of training and the sounds of killing made the people in the city turn their heads. When Year 19 saw Stonehammer and the others training, the city became silent. He couldn't help but stare. Then he understood that the Nanhua City-State had no way to deal with this. This made Year 19's face turn pale. If this method was thought of by him or one of the city-states that were close to him, then 19 would be very happy. However, this method was thought of by Stonehammer and the others. Moreover, this method was the most common method, but he didn't use it. Now that Stonehammer and the others used it, and the results were very good, how could 19 not be angry? That night, he didn't even have a meeting. The next day, he had the army begin to train outside the Nanhua City-State. This time, the Nanhua City-State had no way to deal with this. But even so, Year 19 wasn't happy at all. At this time, the construction of the siege weapons began. This made Year 19's expression a little better. In the following 10 days, the two sides remained in this state. The Nanhua City-State didn't attack Year 19's army, and Year 19's army also didn't attack. They just continued to train and build the siege weapons. 10 days later, the siege weapons were almost finished. Year 19 finally decided to attack. That night, he gathered all the generals in the tent. Year 19 sat on the general's seat as he looked at the people and said, Everyone should know that the siege weapons are finished. I'm preparing to attack the South Flower Gate tomorrow. Does anyone have any opinions? Year 19 nodded and said, I'm going to attack the South Flower Gate tomorrow. Everyone replied in unison, We're willing to listen to the Alliance Lord's orders. Year 19 nodded with satisfaction and said, Good, tomorrow morning in the camp, prepare food at 4 o'clock. Let the soldiers eat their fill. Then prepare to attack at 6 o'clock. Everyone replied in unison. Year 19 turned his head to look at Stonehammer and the others, then he said, There's no need for the vanguard to train tomorrow. Because the war is about to begin, if you train, it will affect the army. Stonehammer naturally knew that Year 19 was suppressing them. He pretended to be pale and didn't say anything. Then Year 19 began to distribute the troops. Besieging a city was different from ordinary battles. Besieging a city was done in batches. Besieging a city required continuous attacks. Once a batch of people went up and failed to take down the city walls, they would have to retreat. Then, the next batch of people would attack. If they didn't succeed this time, the next batch would be replaced. The purpose of this meeting was to be divided into batches. Who would be the first batch to attack, who would be the second batch to attack, and who would be the third batch to attack? All of these had to be divided properly. Of course, this had nothing to do with Stonehammer and the others. Stonehammer and the others were still the same as before. After attending the meeting, they returned to their own camp. When they arrived at the camp, Stonehammer called Shi and the others into the tent. Then he let out a long breath and said, "It's finally going to open. Now that the front is open, there's nothing for us to do. However, we can't stay idle. Tomorrow, I'll send some people to Mount Zhuhua to see if they can find a way to pass through it. Does anyone have any opinions?" Shi and the others shook their heads. Then Shi said, "Who should we send? I'm afraid ordinary soldiers won't be able to do it." Stonehammer nodded and said, "You don't need to worry about this. I'll send the Sky Dance Realm experts from our army. You don't need to worry about this, just prepare your defenses. I'm worried that the Nanhua city-state will send experts to attack us. This time, the other party might send Sky Dance Realm experts. At that time, the safety of the camp will depend on you. Although several ancestors are present, they can't act at will. Otherwise, the Sacred Institute's River Break Realm ancestors will also act. In that case, the war will completely change and the consequences will be unmanageable. If that happens, then the situation would become very bad." Shi quickly said, "General Shi, let our Sky Dance Realm experts go and scout. You can leave some people to guard the camp." Stonehammer shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't want to use your Sky Dance Realm experts. I'm just afraid that they won't be able to perform reconnaissance. Reconnaissance also requires a lot of knowledge. I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but in terms of reconnaissance, I'm not as good as them. They have received specialized training, so I think it's better to leave it to them." When Shi heard Stonehammer, he nodded and said, "All right, then I'll leave it to General Shi." Stonehammer said, "We'll stay in the camp tomorrow and watch the show. I want to see your 19's offensive capabilities. I want to see how they will take down the Nanhua Gate. Everyone, go back and rest early." The group nodded, then they turned around and left. The next morning, everyone got up early and had their breakfast. Then Stonehammer released the people he sent out to scout. At the same time, the people in the camp also had their breakfast and were preparing to attack the Nanhua Gate. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning when the army left the camp and lined up. This was already considered fast. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The reason why they could line up in such a short time was because they were all elites. If they weren't, they would have to wait until noon to line up. War was never a game, especially in a war like this. Every step must be taken correctly. There was a formation for attack, a formation for defense, a formation for siege, and a formation for retreat. This wasn't something that could be messed up. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers needed a lot of time to line up. From 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock, it took 3 hours to line up. This wasn't an easy thing to do. After the formation was set, the attack officially began. First, the ballistas went forward and began to shoot arrows at the city walls. At the same time, the ballistas on the city walls began to retaliate. The battle between the two sides officially began. Both sides continued to rain arrows on each other. Casualties were inevitable, but this was also normal. However, the defenders of the South Hua Gate were soon suppressed by the defenders of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. After all, the number of defenders of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance was greater than the number of defenders of the South Hua Gate. Therefore, it was natural for them to suppress the defenders. Seeing that the other side's ballistas were suppressed, Year 191 waved his hand and had someone push a trebuchet forward. The distance of the trebuchet was closer than the range of the ballistas. Therefore, after the ballistas were suppressed, the trebuchet could move forward. Otherwise, if the other side suddenly launched a volley of arrows, then the trebuchet would be destroyed. After the trebuchet moved forward, it immediately began to shoot stone balls towards the Nanhua Gate. Some people thought that since the trebuchet was a trebuchet, then it would certainly throw stones. However, this wasn't true. The best stones that the trebuchet could throw were stone balls. This was because stone balls could be thrown the furthest and had the highest accuracy. At the same time, stone balls could also bounce very far. Because of this, stone balls were the best choice. Under the suppression of the trebuchet and ballistas, the city didn't have any chance to fight back. At the same time, the people on the city walls couldn't be seen. Upon seeing this situation, Year 191 immediately waved his hand and had 2,000 infantry rush out. They pushed siege towers and battering rams towards the city walls. While they were moving forward, the ballistas and trebuchet didn't stop. This was the most primitive and simple combination of infantry and cannons. When the soldiers were pushing the siege towers, the catapults stopped shooting. Then the ballistas stopped shooting as well. At this time, the siege towers were already on top of the city wall, and the siege towers were about to reach the city wall. At this time, countless arrows were shot from the city. These arrows were all fired by the ballistas, and they were all fire arrows. The wooden targets of these arrows were the catapults. After the arrows were shot, several of the catapults were destroyed. Then countless enemy troops appeared on top of the city wall. These enemy troops used something that looked like a fork to push down the siege towers. At the same time, countless archers appeared on top of the city wall. These archers were constantly shooting down arrows as well as rolling stones. The soldiers who participated in the siege fell down one by one from the siege towers. Even the siege towers were destroyed. Seeing this, the first group of soldiers immediately retreated. Then the second group rushed forward. They were also pushing the siege towers and siege towers. However, their speed wasn't very fast. At this time, the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance's ballistas began to shoot in order to suppress the enemy's ballistas. The first attack didn't succeed. The people in the city seemed to be very experienced in defending. Although they attacked several times, they didn't succeed. Year 19 wasn't in a hurry. The more anxious you are, the easier it is to make mistakes. And once you make a mistake, you will give the enemy an opportunity. The day's battle ended quickly. The Allied forces launched 5 attacks, but none of them succeeded. In the 5 attacks, they lost nearly 2,000 men, 57 ballistas, 65 catapults, 24 siege towers, 78 scaling ladders, and more than 5,000 arrows and nearly 400 stone shells. This result was also within Year 1's expectations. At night, Year 1 gathered everyone for a meeting. Once everyone was in the command tent, Year 1 looked at everyone and said, "Everyone should have seen the situation of the siege today. What do you think about it?" Year 1 nodded and said, "What do you think about the siege today?" Year 1 nodded. Hearing Year 19's words, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. In their opinion, today's siege was quite normal. Although there wasn't anything too outstanding, they didn't make any mistakes either. What did Year 19 mean by asking this? Could it be that he was dissatisfied with today's siege? Year 19 looked at everyone and said, "Today's siege can only be considered normal. There wasn't anything special about it, the tactics were ordinary, and the troops attacking the city were ordinary. However, there was still an advantage, which was that we could see the situation inside the city. The preparations inside the city were very thorough. They should have some anti-catapults and anti-arrows. Because of this, they didn't lose a lot of people in today's battle. Moreover, the defensive equipment inside the city was very complete. It can be seen that they were very well prepared. Taking the South Hua Gate in a short period of time wouldn't be easy." When everyone heard Year 1, they let out a sigh of relief. So this was what Year 1 wanted to say. This was something that they could accept. After all, this was the main objective of today's siege. It was impossible to take down a city in the first siege. Therefore, the first day of the siege was to see how the city was faring and how the morale of the defenders was. There wasn't much to ask for in other aspects. Year 19 looked at everyone and said, "Tomorrow, we will continue to probe for a day. We can't stop the attack. We must see if the enemy still has any tricks up their sleeves. However, today's attack definitely won't work. Because of this, I'm preparing to strengthen the attack tomorrow. Every attacking echelon will have 5,000 people. If there are casualties and they retreat in less than a day, all 5,000 of them will be punished. We must test the bottom line of the defenders. At the same time, the Skydance Realm experts of the various city-states should be prepared to provide support at any time. This is because the enemy might send Skydance Realm experts to participate in the battle." When everyone heard Year 1's words, they were all stunned. Even if it was an elite troop, losing 1/5 of their troops in one battle was already the limit that this troop could endure. If they continued to lose more troops, then the troop might collapse and scatter. But Year 19's order was that if the 5,000 people retreated after losing less than 1,000, then all 5,000 of them would be punished. This was too strict. Not many armies could do this. At the same time, this order would also increase the casualties of the army. For a moment, the generals in the tent were silent. The entire tent was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Year 19 wasn't a complete idiot. On the contrary, his ability to observe people's expressions was top-notch. Because of this, when he saw the reaction of these people, he knew that they were against it. Year 19 immediately said, "I know that this will increase everyone's losses. However, this is something that can't be helped. If we don't force out all of their cards, then our losses in the future will only be greater." Nobody said anything. When Year 19 looked at the generals, he couldn't help but feel anger rising in his heart. He just realized how difficult it was to be the alliance leader. Just a small loss and these people were already complaining. If they were to encounter an even more difficult battle, then how would these people react? Would they be scared out of their wits? However, 19 didn't dare to get angry at these people. He was very clear on how he became the Alliance Lord. If he were to get angry at these people, then his position as the Alliance Lord wouldn't be stable. These people could push him to the position of the Alliance Lord, but they could also pull him down from his position as the Alliance Lord. Because of this, Year 19 could only suppress his anger. Then he said, "Everyone, if we don't take down Nanhua Gate as soon as possible, then we will fall into a passive position. Do you want to return empty-handed? Not to mention the loss of soldiers and generals, but also the waste of money and food? If you don't want to, then we will attack tomorrow and force the other side to reveal their cards. Only then can we think of a better way to deal with them and eliminate them." Year 19's words had some effect. Aside from Year 19, most of the people present were generals from other city-states. The other city-states' city lords didn't participate in this battle. After all, they were city lords. They weren't like Year 19 who wanted to use this battle to consolidate their position as the alliance leader. Because of this, they naturally didn't appear. It was precisely because these people weren't city lords and were only generals that Year 19's words had some effect. If they couldn't even take down Nanhua Gate, then they would lose a lot of soldiers and generals, as well as a lot of money and food. If they returned to their own city-states, then they would certainly be punished by their city lords. No one wanted to be punished, so they could only attack. As long as they take down Nanhua Gate and destroy Nanhua City, then they would be able to return to their own city-states as the victors. Seeing the expressions on their faces loosen up, Year 19 opened his mouth and said, "Moreover, don't forget that the 1,000 people lost in each attack weren't from one city-state. What is there to worry about?" Hearing Year 19's words, the generals couldn't help but stare. Then they immediately reacted. Right, each attack wasn't from one city-state's army, but from several city-states' armies. This meant that the 1,000 people lost couldn't all be from their city-states, but rather from several city-states. What was there to worry about? At most, they would lose a few hundred people, which was something they could afford to lose. Thinking about this, they no longer objected to Year 19's words. Everyone said in unison, "We are willing to listen to the alliance leader's orders." Year 19 looked at them. Although he was smiling, there was a trace of impatience and hatred in his eyes. He was really unhappy. They had only lost 1,000 men in one attack, and he had to explain for so long before they agreed. It was too hateful, too hateful. After that, Year 19 distributed the tasks of the attacking echelons before letting everyone go back. Stonehammer and the others were the same as before. During the entire meeting, they sat there and didn't say a word. After returning to their own camp, Stonehammer and the others went to the tent. Shi looked at Stonehammer and said, "General Stone, do you think that Year 19's plan is feasible? Is it a plan to attack?" Stonehammer nodded and said, "From the looks of it, this plan is feasible. We have to test the city's trump card sooner or later. However, I feel that Year 19 is a little impatient. He should attack for a few days like today and then suddenly increase the intensity of his attacks. Only then can he test the city's trump card and attack on the second day. At this time, the city's resources are sufficient, the morale of the army is high, and the enemy's stamina hasn't been depleted. Attacking at this time isn't the best choice, but it's also not a bad choice. Forget it, let's not bother about him. Anyway, there's nothing for us to do. Let's listen to what the scouts say. Let's see what's going on." Then Stonehammer called the scouts back and asked them about the results of today's reconnaissance. Unsurprisingly, today's reconnaissance wasn't very fruitful. Mount Zhuhua was very steep, it wouldn't be easy to climb over the mountain. However, Shi didn't care about it. If it was really that easy to find a place to cross the mountain, then Mount Zhuhua wouldn't have become the border. Shi gave the people an order. He had them bring a portable transmission formation and scout the area tomorrow. In the future, they wouldn't need to report back to the camp every day. As long as they send a letter to him at night, they would be fine. After these people left, Stonehammer looked at Shi and the others and said, "Since Year 19 doesn't want us to go out and train, then we won't go out. We'll just stay in the camp and train. Moreover, don't make too much noise. Although we aren't afraid of Year 19, there's no need to clash with him. Everyone should stay low-key for the next few days." The group nodded. They were now following Stonehammer's lead. Moreover, they also discovered that Stonehammer's command wasn't wrong. Naturally, they wouldn't say anything and just listen to Stonehammer. The next morning, Stonehammer woke up early. At this time, there were movements in the camp. The people there had also woken up and were cooking. After eating, today's attack would begin. On the other hand, the situation in Shichui's camp was similar. They also started to eat. After eating, they didn't leave the camp. Instead, they started to train in groups. However, this time, the training was different from the past. This time, they didn't make any big movements. If one didn't look closely, one wouldn't be able to see what the people in the camp were doing. Stonehammer wasn't afraid of Year 19, but he didn't want to offend the people of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. This was because if the other city-states knew that he was drilling in the camp, then they would certainly be very angry. "We are going to go all out, but you guys are still in the mood to slowly drill. This is too hateful." Perhaps all the city-states that saw Stonehammer's training had the same thought. Stonehammer and the others didn't look at the situation of the drill. They couldn't make any big movements during the drill. This was just to keep the soldiers in their best condition. The situation of Year 19 and the others was completely different from Stonehammer's leisurely situation. After Year 19 and the others gathered, they immediately began to attack. This time, their attack method was very similar to yesterday. After suppressing the enemy, they would use the catapults to attack and then the infantry to attack the city. However, when they attacked the city today, the attack was very fierce. This made the people in the city unable to adapt. Several times, the siege army managed to reach the city walls, but in the end, they were all taken down. The city also revealed several defensive weapons that they didn't take out yesterday. At the same time, the city's catapults began to join the battle on a large scale. Judging from the number of arrows that were shot out, the number of catapults in the city wasn't less than the number of catapults that Year 19 and the others had. In other words, they didn't use their full strength yesterday. This should be one of the city's trump cards. Upon seeing this, Year 19 and the others were relieved. Being able to force the other party to use their trump cards was the best. In the future, they would have to guard against the other party's trump cards. Today's attack consisted of 5,000 people per echelon. And each echelon would lose at least 1,000 people before retreating. This made the siege very difficult. The defenders felt a huge pressure. In their view, the other party was attacking without regard for casualties. Naturally, they would use all their means to counterattack. Time passed by little by little. The echelon attack didn't stop, but the effect was getting worse and worse. Just like what Stonehammer said, now wasn't the time to launch such a fierce attack. If they launched such a fierce attack in the next few days, then the effect would certainly be better. At this time, the soldiers in the city were very strong, their supplies were sufficient, and their morale was very high. At this time, launching such a fierce attack wouldn't have a good effect. In the morning, the people in the city weren't able to adapt to the sudden attack. Because of this, they were able to get on the city walls several times. But in the end, they were all beaten down. In the afternoon, the people in the city had already adapted to the attack. The echelons in the back were unable to get on the city walls. The void dance experts that Year 19 prepared weren't used. This was because the city didn't send any void dance experts to participate in the battle. This was because Year 19 didn't have any void dance experts in the city. This was because Year 19 was afraid of the number of ballistas in the enemy's city. If he sent void dance experts to participate, then it would be the same as what happened in the Holy Continent. Before facing the enemy's void dance experts, they would have to go through the ballistas first. This wasn't something that Year 19 wanted to see. Year 19 knew that if they lost a lot of ordinary soldiers, then the city-states wouldn't say anything. But if they lost a lot of void dance experts, then the city-states wouldn't agree. After a day of attack, they still couldn't do anything to Nanhua Gate when the gong sounded to retreat at night. After the army returned to camp, Year 19 immediately beat the drums and summoned all the generals to his tent. After everyone had entered the tent, Year 19 looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Everyone has seen today's attack. Our train of thought was correct. Today's attack has already tested the other side's trump card. Those new siege weapons and those extra ballistas are all things that we need to pay attention to." However, the other side's Sky Dance Realm experts didn't participate in the battle today. This also proves that the city still has some strength left. "Everyone, tell us, what else do you want to add?" Everyone was silent for a moment, then someone said, "What I'm worried about is that the city still has other things that they haven't revealed. Our attack today was very fierce. But in the morning, they were caught off guard. But in the afternoon, they had already adapted to our attacks. They didn't seem to have any problems with our attacks, and they didn't seem to have any problems dealing with it. Because of this, I'm worried." The others nodded as well. They were also very worried. The fighting strength displayed by the city today wasn't weak at all. Those people were already on the walls, but in the end, they were still beaten down. This kind of thing wasn't common in sieges. Year 19 nodded and said, "I'm also worried about this. How about this, we'll attack tomorrow with the same strength. Let's see if the other side has anything else that they haven't revealed." Everyone could only nod in agreement. Since the start of the war, they had already suffered close to 10,000 casualties. Under such circumstances, they still couldn't do anything to Nanhua City. They hadn't even tested out all of the enemy's trump cards, which made them somewhat worried. The next morning, Year 19 and the others started to cook at 4 o'clock. By 6 o'clock, they had already finished their meal and began to arrange their formation. After 9 days, the formation was ready, and a new day of attack began. The routine was still the same. Ballistas, catapults, and finally infantry. But today, the defenders changed their method. They actually threw down more than a dozen huge logs from the city. Moreover, these logs had huge wooden thorns attached to them. These logs took advantage of the mountain's topography and rolled down. The momentum of these logs made the infantry turn around and run. But how could they outrun the logs? The dozens of logs carved a bloody path from the top of the mountain to the bottom. Just these dozens of logs caused thousands of casualties to the Allied army. In the end, if it weren't for a few Sky Dance level experts intervening, the casualties caused by these logs would have been even greater. Upon seeing this situation, Year 19 and the others were dumbfounded. Although these logs were moved to the side by the Sky Dance experts, this was still a huge blow to the morale of the troops. Looking at the logs rolling down the mountain like thunder, this kind of unstoppable momentum made Year 19 and the others feel scared. Not to mention the ordinary soldiers, they were really scared. If they were to attack now, then they wouldn't be able to reach the top of the mountain. Year 19 took a few deep breaths and stabilized his emotions. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Beat the gong, retreat." The sound of the gong could be heard as the army slowly retreated back to the camp. After the army returned to the camp, Year 19 called everyone to the main tent. After everyone sat down in the tent, Year 19 looked at everyone with an ugly expression and said, "Everyone, let's talk. How do we deal with these defensive weapons that appeared in the city today?" Nobody spoke. The impact of these logs was too big. They didn't think that the enemy would use this method to deal with them. Not only were these logs huge, they were also incomparably heavy. Moreover, with the wooden thorns attached to them, they would roll down the mountain. If they were to be crushed by these logs, then they would turn into a pile of meat paste in the blink of an eye. To be honest, the impact of these logs on their morale was immeasurable. If they didn't solve this problem, then they wouldn't be able to win this battle. However, they didn't think that the enemy would use these things to defend the city. Now that the enemy suddenly revealed them, it was impossible for them to think of a solution in a short time. Seeing that no one was speaking, Year 119's expression turned ugly. However, he also knew that he couldn't blame them. It wasn't easy to think of a way to deal with the rolling wood formation in a short period of time. However, this problem had to be solved. If they don't solve it, then how can they deal with the South Flower Gate? If they don't take down the South Flower Gate, then how can they enter the South Flower City-State? If they were blocked here, then Year 19's position as the Alliance Lord would come to an end. The entire tent fell into silence. Everyone was thinking of a solution. Only Stonemer and the others were sitting in the tent with the attitude of watching a play. But since the tent was so quiet, they naturally didn't make any noise. They knew that if they made any noise, then they would attract everyone's attention. Because of this, Stonemer and the others kept their mouths shut and even closed their eyes as if they were asleep. Year 19 kept looking at the people in the tent. Naturally, he also saw the expressions of Stonemer and the others. However, Year 19 didn't provoke them. The reason was very simple: he didn't get along well with them. Moreover, he had suffered a huge loss today. If he were to provoke Stonemer and the others at this time, then what if they say something unpleasant? Then wouldn't Year 19 suffer a loss? Because of this, Year 19 didn't want to provoke Stonemer and the others at this time. If he won today, then he would have ridiculed them. But now that he suffered a loss, he didn't want to look for trouble. However, it wasn't a good idea for the entire tent to remain silent. Just as the meeting was about to be adjourned, a general suddenly said, "Lord Alliance Leader, can we invite the Sky Dance level experts to stand in the first row? As long as they can block those rolling logs, it's fine. We'll handle the rest of the attack." When Year 19 heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he carefully thought about this suggestion and felt that it was a good idea. Letting the Sky Dance level experts stand in the first row to block the Z trees was something that Year 19 and the others could think of. It wasn't a solution, but it wasn't a solution. Who asked the rolling logs to be too savage? Other than the Sky Dance level experts, normal soldiers would have a hard time blocking the impact of the rolling logs. 19 and the other people in the tent were thinking about this idea. They wanted to see if it was reliable or not. But after thinking for a long time, they discovered that this was the only method they could use. There was no other way. Moreover, even if Sky Dance experts wanted to make a move, they would need several people to do it at the same time. 1 or 2 people wouldn't be enough. This kind of weapon that relied on the mountain and the weight of the wood to create an impact was very difficult to deal with. 19 agreed to use this method, but he also knew that his words didn't count. Moreover, if he decided to use this method, then he would have to bear the responsibility if something happened. Because of this, he didn't directly agree to this method. Instead, he turned his head to the others and said, "Does anyone have any opinions?" The tent was silent once again. In fact, it wasn't only 19 who didn't want to take responsibility, the others were the same. 19 looked at them and said, "Does everyone think that this method is feasible? If everyone thinks that this method is feasible, then we can use it. If everyone thinks that it's impossible, then we can propose a feasible method." Nobody spoke. 19's expression turned cold, then he turned his head to General Wu. General Wu was the general of Bullhead City, so 19 wanted him to take the lead. If nobody spoke, then this meeting wouldn't be able to continue. General Wu knew what Year 19 meant, but he didn't care. In fact, Bullhead City-State was just a small city-state. If it weren't for Year 19, then General Wu wouldn't have any right to speak in this meeting. Now that Year 19 asked him to speak, General Wu didn't hesitate as he directly said, "I agree with this proposal. This is the best method we can think of. If we want to deal with the South Hua Gate as soon as possible, then we can only use this method to break the rolling wood formation." Sure enough, as soon as he opened his mouth, the others pretty much understood Year 19's intentions. Therefore, everyone opened their mouths and agreed to this proposal. Year 19 also decided on this matter. Afterwards, Year 19 divided some Sky Dance experts and had them move in front of the formation tomorrow, specifically to break the rolling wood formation. After the meeting was over, Stonehammer and the others returned to their tents. After sitting down, Lu Yuan opened his mouth and said, "General Stone, do you think this method is feasible?" Lu Yuan was the leading general of Deer City, a very low-key person. Shi Chui thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, "It seems to be feasible, but if it were me, I would not use this method." Shi Yi looked at Stonehammer in confusion and said, "Why? Even if we let those Sky Dance level experts participate in the battle, and thus cause the other side to also send Sky Dance level experts to participate in the battle, that's not a big deal. In any case, that day will come sooner or later. What's the big deal if it comes a day earlier or a day later?" Stonehammer shook his head and said, "It's not because of this. I'm just worried that if the other side can think of this method, then they might have a backup plan. If they send Sky Dance experts, then those Sky Dance experts might be in danger." Shi Yi stared blankly for a moment before asking in confusion, "Danger? What danger can Sky Dance experts be in? This kind of rolling wood formation shouldn't be a threat to Sky Dance experts, right?" Stonehammer said, "You are a Sky Dance expert, do you think this kind of rolling wood formation can pose a threat to you? At present, the problem is that you can't fly." Shi Yi thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "If I'm alone and can't fly, then I have no way to block this rolling wood formation. But even if I can't fly, I should have no problem protecting myself. But if there are several people working together, then blocking this rolling wood formation shouldn't be a problem." Shi Yi nodded and said, "Yes, you're right, but there are two problems. First, you and the others can't cooperate so smoothly. If you cooperate well, then there's naturally no problem. If you don't cooperate well enough, then it won't be so easy to block the rolling wood formation. Second, what if the enemy has a backup plan? Not to mention anything else, if they ignite the rolling wood, how will you deal with it?" Hearing Shi Yi say this, Shi Yi and the others' faces couldn't help but change. Shi Yi said in a deep voice, "It shouldn't be, right? I've seen the rolling wood, it seems like it's still wet. How can it be ignited?" But after saying this, Shi Yi didn't regret it. He was also a commander, so he knew that there were many ways to ignite the rolling wood. And after igniting the rolling wood formation, it would be even more difficult to resist in the future. Lu Yuan's face turned ugly as he said, "Is there no way to deal with this kind of rolling wood?" Stonehammer replied, "There must be a way. I can only think of two methods. One is to have Sky Dance experts fly into the sky and wait for the enemy to release the rolling logs. Before they can form an impact, we can use javelins to nail them to the ground. This way, they won't be able to borrow the momentum of the mountain to charge up. The other method is to build some battering carts and form a slope in front of the battering carts. Then we can have ordinary soldiers push the battering carts up the mountain. The number of people pushing the battering carts must be large, and the carts must be sturdy. This way, when the rolling logs come down, they can use the battering carts to block it." When they heard Shi Yi and the others, they stared blankly. Then they thought about it and found that these two methods were really possible. The rolling wood was very powerful, but what if they couldn't get up? What if there were enough people blocking the rolling wood? Then this kind of rolling wood formation wouldn't be difficult to break. The others were also relieved. As long as they could break the rolling wood formation, then it would be fine. Even if 19 didn't use their methods, as long as they knew how to break the rolling wood formation, then they would have some confidence in their hearts. After discussing for a while, they returned to their tents early to rest. The next morning, they woke up early and prepared to see how 19 would break the rolling wood formation. 19 and the others still got up at the same time to eat. Then they got into formation as the army began to move up the mountain. What was different this time was that the Sky Dance experts were standing in front of the formation as they slowly moved forward. Upon seeing this arrangement, Shi Yi and the others couldn't help but nod. They also felt that this arrangement was a bit silly. At this time, rolling wood was released from the mountain. Looking at the rolling wood rushing down, 19 and the others couldn't help but have a burst of chaos. Fortunately, it was quickly suppressed. The Sky Dance realm experts in front had a dignified expression on their faces. While the rolling wood was moving forward, suddenly, from the South China Gate, a row of fire arrows were shot. The target of these fire arrows wasn't the formation, but the rolling wood. Soon, the fire arrows hit the rolling wood and ignited it. The rolling wood immediately started to burn. It was obvious that the rolling wood had been soaked in oil, which was why it could burn so quickly. When the rolling wood started to burn, the complexions of the Sky Dance Realm experts changed. If it was an ordinary rolling wood, then they would be able to block it. But how could they block this rolling wood? The Sky Dance Realm experts didn't think as they directly flew up. But just as those Sky Dance level experts were about to fly up, arrows were suddenly shot out from the city. Those arrows were aimed at those Sky Dance level experts. The Sky Dance experts didn't think that the arrows from the city would be so accurate. They were immediately greeted by the arrows. Several Sky Dance experts were caught off guard and were directly shot down by the arrows. As for the rest, they immediately flew out of the range of the arrows. However, the people below didn't pay attention to the situation of the Sky Dance Realm experts. This was because the formation was now facing the impact of the rolling wood. At this time, the formation was already in chaos. The soldiers in the formation had all scattered and fled. But even so, they were still hit by the rolling wood. The Alliance army was once again defeated. Bang! Year 191 kicked the table in front of him and loudly said, "A trifling rolling wood formation can't be broken. How long has our army stayed here? If this continues, how can we take down Nanhua City? Hateful, too hateful. If I attack Nanhua City, then I'll allow everyone to not seal their weapons." When they heard Year 191, everyone stared. Then their complexion changed. Year 191 allowed everyone to not seal their weapons. This also meant that they were allowed to burn, kill, and loot at will. Moreover, he didn't set a time limit. He said that they wouldn't seal their weapons. For everyone, this was very tempting. For a while, everyone began to think of ways to break the rolling wood formation. A general looked at Year 191 and carefully said, "Alliance Lord, how about we ask the ancestor to make a move?" Immediately, someone objected, "No, absolutely not. A void dance level expert taking action is within our range. If the patriarchs were to take action, then the situation would completely change. When the time comes, it would be a great battle between the patriarchs." Year 191 didn't lose his mind, so he nodded and said, "That's right. We can't let the ancestor make a move. Let's think of another way." Although the ancestor of Mammoth City didn't come this time, if something happened to the other ancestors, then Year 191 wouldn't be able to explain himself. Moreover, the ancestors weren't easy to command, especially Tang Ming and the others. Year 191 was almost certain that he wouldn't be able to command them. Because of this, he didn't want to invite a rebuff. Another general said in a deep voice, "The advantage of the opponent's rolling wood formation lies in their momentum. We can block the rolling wood before their momentum increases. This way, we don't need to be afraid of their rolling wood formation." Hearing this, everyone stared blankly. Shi Yi and the others turned to look at Shi Chui. Shi Chui just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. It was clear that this general had the same idea as Shi Chui. He could be considered a capable person. Year 191's eyes lit up as he said, "Right, right. The strongest point of the rolling wood formation is its impact. As long as we can stop it from reaching us, then we can easily block it. Does anyone have any ideas on how to stop the rolling wood formation from reaching us?" Everyone began to rack their brains, and the general who proposed this idea said, "We can let the ballista try. As long as the other side puts down the rolling wood, we can immediately shoot an arrow in front of the rolling wood. This way, the impact of the rolling wood will be blocked by the ballista's arrow before it can reach the ground. Then the impact of the rolling wood won't be able to reach the ground." Year 191's eyes lit up as they nodded incessantly. Even Shi Chui nodded. He felt that this method was indeed good. Although his method was good, it required a sky dance expert. On the other hand, the other party's method only required the ballistas. However, Shi Chui still felt that it was safer to send a sky dance expert. Although the other party had ballistas that could deal with sky dance experts, one shouldn't forget that the ballistas had a limited range. Sky dance experts could fly higher and then throw their javelins down. Moreover, the higher they fly, the more powerful the javelins would be. Of course, in Stonemar's plan, the javelins they threw out had to be made of pure iron. Wood wouldn't work because the other party would ignite a fire on the rolling wood. The wooden javelin shaft wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of the rolling wood, so it was safer to use iron javelins. For example, the wood used to make the spear shaft must be carefully planted so that there wouldn't be any scabies on the wood. If that was the case, the spear shaft would break easily. When the wood used to make the spear shaft grew, it had to be cut down, dried, and then soaked in oil. After a few times, it would be painted. Only in this way would the spear shaft be durable and very tough. It could be stored for several years without worrying about moths and insects eating it. But Zhao Hai didn't think that the spear shaft would be so big that it wouldn't be damaged. Instead, he thought that the spear shaft would be very durable and tough. It could be stored for several years without worrying about moths and insects. However, the fire resistance of a spear shaft made this way wasn't very good. This was something that couldn't be helped. Spear shafts were made this way. If they were to use iron shafts, then let's not talk about who would be able to use the spear. Just the cost of making the spear shaft wasn't something that an ordinary city-state could bear. In a place without machinery, mining iron was very difficult, and the cost of mining was also very high. Year 19 and the others obviously didn't think of this, they just thought that it was a good idea. Therefore, Year 19 immediately made arrangements. The other side obviously wouldn't release the rolling logs until they saw their army move. Therefore, they would still attack the mountain tomorrow. When the other side released the rolling logs, they would then let the ballistas fire. But now, after the successive failures, the morale of the Allied forces had been greatly affected. If they attacked tomorrow, the soldiers might be defeated as soon as they see the rolling wood. Thinking of this situation, Year 19 couldn't help but have a headache. Zhao Hai was sitting in his room while holding a piece of paper in his hand. On the paper was the situation of the battle in Mount Zhuhua. After seeing the situation, Zhao Hai pondered for a moment. He felt that the holy character wouldn't just passively defend. It was certain that there would be a next move. Moreover, this move was likely to be aimed at the city-states of the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance, not at the Alliance army. Although the Alliance suffered several losses in Mount Zhuhua, they didn't lose too much strength. They still had the advantage of several 100,000 people. This wasn't something that the Sacred Academy could swallow in one bite. So what method would the Sacred Academy use to deal with the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance? Then Zhao Hai picked up the previous information and slowly divided it. Soon, he noticed that 19 had placed provisions in several cities of the Yalong city. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that this might be a good method for the Sacred Academy to deal with 19. However, Zhao Hai didn't intend to remind 19. On the contrary, he told Stonemer about his worries. If the provisions of the alliance were to be burned, then the entire alliance would be in chaos. He needed to prepare in advance. At the same time, Zhao Hai also sent a letter to Tang Ming, telling him to be careful. Everyone knew that Broken River-level ancestors were the foundation of a city-state. And if the Holy Academy wanted to deal with the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance, then the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance's Broken River-level ancestors were also necessary. If the Holy Academy can deal with the Broken River-level ancestors of the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance, then the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance would have no chance of winning. In addition to reminding Tang Ming and the others, Zhao Hai also had his spies in the spiritual weapon realm move. This time, there was only one main purpose, and that was to pay attention to the movements of the Sacred Academy. He wanted to see if the Sacred Academy would send experts to attack the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. One must know that although the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance didn't send a lot of troops, all of them were elites. Because of this, the strength of the city-states would inevitably decline. If the Sacred Academy suddenly attacked the city-states, then the losses of the city-states wouldn't be small. This was especially true for the experts of the city-states. This time, the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance had sent a lot of Void experts and Broken River ancestors to the front lines. If the Sacred Academy suddenly attacked the city-states, then the losses of the city-states would be huge. However, even if Zhao Hai told the city-states, they wouldn't believe him. At this time, the city-states were still thinking about suppressing Zhao Hai, so how could they believe his words? Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't want to tell them that he wasn't a saint. If they offended him, then he would help them. Because of this, Zhao Hai only told the Stone Ox city-state to be more careful. He didn't care about the other city-states. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the front lines. Stonehammer was already capable of handling things alone. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the situation at the front lines. Moreover, Stonehammer was in the rear. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the situation at the front lines. While Zhao Hai was thinking about this, someone suddenly came to report that Sherpadian, Lui Yuan, Ma Yinglong, Tian Guizhuang, and Hu Shenwei had secretly arrived at the Lost Soul City. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. He immediately invited them to the city lord's mansion. Just as Sherpadian and the others came out of the transmission formation and were about to head to the mansion, a person suddenly came forward to greet them. The person cupped his fist and said, "Misters, my lord invites you in." Sherpadian stared, he looked at the person and said, "Who is your lord?" The person smiled faintly and said, "My lord's surname is Zhao. Mister, please come with me." When Sherpadian heard this, he knew that this person was sent by Zhao Hai. He didn't speak any nonsense, he just nodded and followed the person to the side. On the side of the transmission formation, there was an ordinary-looking carriage. Sherpadian and the others directly boarded the carriage. The carriage slowly moved forward. Sitting inside the carriage, Sherpadian couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he turned his head to Hu Shenwei and said, "This city Lord Zhao Hai's control over the Lost Soul City is really good. He actually managed to reach this degree. When we appeared, he already knew about it." Hu Shenwei nodded and said, "No wonder he dared to challenge the Holy Court. With this ability, he does have the qualifications to challenge the Holy Court. However, he's much stronger than 19. Lui Yuan coldly snorted and said, "Don't mention that you're 19, he's just a villain. Compared to City Lord Zhao Hai, whether it's ability or magnanimity, he's nothing." Those fellows must have been blind to actually choose him as the alliance leader. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Tian Guizhuang coldly snorted and said, "It's because of 19 that those guys chose him as the alliance lord. If City Lord Zhao Hai becomes the alliance lord, do you think that City Lord Zhao Hai would be swayed by them? On the battlefield, City Lord Zhao Hai has always been a man of his word. Anyone who dares to oppose him would be punished." Sherpadian looked at the others and said, "All right, let's talk to City Lord Zhao Hai after we meet him. I want to know how big his heart is." The group turned silent. What Sherpadian said was also the reason why they came to the Lost Soul City state. They wanted to see how big Zhao Hai's heart was. The reason why they had this idea was because they were aware of the war in front of them. When they saw Year 19 leading hundreds of thousands of people to Nanhua City, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. At the same time, their opinion of Zhao Hai increased. They were very clear that 19 was able to become the Alliance Lord because Zhao Hai didn't fight for it. If Zhao Hai fought for it, then 19 wouldn't have been able to become the Alliance Lord. However, why didn't Zhao Hai fight for it? They didn't understand it before, but now that 19 was fighting like this, they finally understood. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't fight for it, it was just that he didn't want to fight for it. Or it could be said that he deliberately didn't fight for it. He dug a hole and gave it to 19. Moreover, from the hole that Zhao Hai dug, they saw a lot of different things. In Puha City, when the war started, Zhao Hai annexed more than a dozen cities. Afterward, Puha City was merged with the Lost Soul City State, making the territory of Lost Soul City State bigger. But this time, even though Zhao Hai knew that the alliance might be part of the Sacred Academy, he still didn't stop them from joining the alliance. Moreover, he even dug a hole for 19. The meaning behind this was very unusual. From Zhao Hai's style of doing things, it seems like Zhao Hai's target this time was the Elephant City State. After thinking about this, Sherpadian and the others couldn't help but shudder. If Zhao Hai really wanted to do this, then his goal was very clear. He wouldn't be satisfied with being the alliance leader of the Sacred Academy Alliance. Because of this, they felt that it was necessary to meet with Zhao Hai and see what Zhao Hai had to say. They also wanted to see how big Zhao Hai's heart was. The reason why they wanted to meet with Zhao Hai was because they knew that they weren't a match for Zhao Hai. They also knew that they weren't a match for the Lost Soul City State. Zhao Hai's methods and strength, they knew a bit about Zhao Hai's strength. To be honest, they didn't have the confidence to fight against Zhao Hai. Because of this, they decided to talk to Zhao Hai and see what Zhao Hai had to say. If possible, then they might as well do what Lu Jingyan did. Although Sherpadian and the others weren't particularly smart, they could see that the spiritual weapon realm had once again entered an era of turmoil. But this time, the chaos was different from before. In the past, many forces were fighting each other, causing the entire spiritual weapon realm to be in a mess. In the end, everyone was injured and could only stop and recuperate before preparing to fight again. But this time was different. To put it bluntly, this was a war between the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance and the Sacred Academy. If any side won, they could almost dominate the entire spiritual weapon realm. In this case, the winning side might be able to unify the entire spiritual weapon realm. In this case, it was impossible for their city-states to be the final victor. Therefore, they needed to find a powerhouse to rely on, and Zhao Hai was the person they chose. Although Nian 19 was the leader of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, Sherpadian and the others wouldn't choose Nian 19. First, it was because Nian 19's ability wasn't good enough. Through this war, it could be seen that Nian 19 wasn't a particularly strong person, nor was he a particularly strong person. He couldn't even win a war like this, let alone think about other things. In addition, they now had a grudge with Nian 19. Even if they wanted to rely on him, Nian 19 wouldn't accept them. Even if he accepted them, with Nian 19's character, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't settle accounts with them in the future. Therefore, it was impossible for them to rely on Nian 19. They couldn't rely on Nian 19, and it was also impossible for them to rely on the Sacred Academy. The Sacred Academy was more vengeful than Nian 19. If they relied on the Sacred Academy, they wouldn't be able to escape death. Therefore, they only had one choice, and that was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was capable and had strength. Moreover, he had a good relationship with them. If they relied on Zhao Hai now, then even if Zhao Hai unified the entire spiritual weapon realm in the future, their clans would still be able to enjoy glory and splendor. This was the best choice at the moment. However, they still didn't know how Zhao Hai would react. Therefore, they wanted to see Zhao Hai and see what Zhao Hai would say before making a decision. Moreover, it was impossible for them to not tell their city-state's old ancestor. If their old ancestor objected, then they would have to think of another way. But no matter what, they needed to know Zhao Hai's thoughts in order to make a response. Therefore, they had to see Zhao Hai this time and try to understand Zhao Hai's thoughts before the army returned. The carriage stopped very quickly. When Sherpadian and the others got off the carriage, they were stunned. This was because they discovered that they didn't appear in the city lord's mansion but in a remote inn. At this time, the person who went to pick them up smiled at them and said, "Misters, please follow me. Because of your special status, you can't directly go to the city lord's mansion. Please follow me." Hearing this, Sherpadian and the others felt relieved and directly followed the person into the inn. After going around in circles, Sherpadian and the others finally arrived at the city lord's mansion. Zhao Hai was waiting for them inside. Upon seeing them come in, Zhao Hai immediately cupped his fist and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Recently, there have been some insects in the city. Although they have been controlled by us, we can't be careless with the information that you sent. Because of this, I had to ask you to enter the mansion. I hope you can forgive me." Sherpadian and the others quickly replied, we wouldn't dare. City Lord Zhao is too polite." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Please come with me." Then he made an inviting gesture, and the group followed Zhao into the mansion. Soon, they arrived at a separate courtyard inside the mansion. The courtyard wasn't very big, but it was very clean. Along the way, they didn't meet a single person. When they entered the courtyard, there was a person guarding the courtyard. They knew this person, it was one of Zhao Hai's subordinates, Iron Line. After they sat down in the living room of the courtyard, a woman in a red dress served them tea, and then withdrew. In the entire courtyard, aside from the woman and Zhao Hai, there was no one else to be seen. Sherpadian and the others didn't mind. Under Zhao Hai's persuasion, they took a sip of tea and then placed their teacups down. Sherpadian looked at Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord Zhao, you should have heard about the situation in the front lines, right? What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing to think about. Looking at the current situation, I'm afraid that year 19 isn't too far away from failure. However, it depends on how big the Sacred Academy's heart is. If the Sacred Academy wants our alliance to collapse, then they wouldn't easily let Year 19 go. When the time comes, they wouldn't let the hundreds of thousands of troops go. They wouldn't let the city-states go. Even the ancestors would be in danger. Sherpatian and the others had a gloomy expression. They nodded and didn't say anything. After they took another sip of tea, Hu Shenwei looked at Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord Zhao, our relationship with the Lost Soul City-State has always been good. Therefore, we don't need to beat around the bush. Let me ask you directly, why did you let Year 19 become the alliance leader? If you fought for it, then wouldn't it be difficult for Year 19 to become the alliance leader?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It really wasn't easy. However, the reason why I didn't fight for it was to teach the other city-states a lesson. I want them to know that without this Zhao Hai's command, it would be difficult for them to defeat the Sacred Academy." "Is that all?" Hu Shenwei's eyes flashed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord Zhao doesn't have any other thoughts." Zhao Hai looked at Hu Shenwei, then he looked at the others. The others were also looking at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai suddenly understood that they were here to lay their cards on the table. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of this. He looked at Hu Shenwei and the others and said, "Of course it's not only that. In fact, the reason why I let Year 19 become the alliance leader was to teach the other city-states a lesson. However, that's only the lightest punishment. The other reason is for the sake of the Elephant City and the Lesser Dragon City." Hiss. Although they had already thought of this point, when Zhao Hai said it, Sherpatian and the others couldn't help but sigh. Sherpatian and the others thought that Zhao Hai's target might be the Elephant City. However, they didn't think about the Lesser Dragon City. This was because the Lesser Dragon City was the biggest city-state in the spirit weapon realm. Even if the Lesser Dragon City wasn't as strong as before, no one objected to it. Because of this, no one thought that Zhao Hai would target the Lesser Dragon City. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "Year 191's defeat would cause his prestige to plummet. When the time comes, he would no longer be the alliance leader. I can even find some evidence to prove that he colluded with the Holy Courtyard. When the time comes, I can openly send troops to destroy Elephant City and take it into my Lost Soul City-State. As for Wyvern City, I already have evidence of their collusion with the Holy Courtyard. Moreover, when I deal with the Family Alliance, there would be people who would support me. I believe that dealing with the Family Alliance would be much smoother. As long as we subdue these two city-states, then our Lost Soul City-State would become the #1 city-state in the spirit weapon realm." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What do you think?" Sherpatian and the others were silent. They really didn't know what to say. What Zhao Hai said was something that they had thought of before. Naturally, there were also some that they didn't think of. But regardless of whether they thought of it or not, they had to admit that Zhao Hai's pressure was something that they couldn't catch up to. With just one move, he wanted to obtain 2 city-states in the spirit weapon realm. This kind of ambition, this kind of pressure, they were really lacking. Lu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai, then he took a deep breath and said, "City Lord Zhao only wants to be the city lord of the biggest city-state in the spirit weapon realm?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "City-state? Hee, Zhao Hai, never give up halfway. Since I've already said this much, I'm not afraid to tell everyone that I want to unify the entire spirit weapon realm and restore it to its original state during the Heavenly Sword Empire's era. This is my goal. Being a city lord of a trifling city-state isn't that interesting." Lu Yuan and the others were silent for a moment. They had already guessed this result long ago. Before they came to the Lost Soul City-State, they had already guessed this result. However, they didn't dare to be sure. Now that they heard Zhao Hai say it, they were finally sure of Zhao Hai's ambition. To be honest, when they heard Zhao Hai say this, they were happy and worried at the same time. At the same time, they felt a little bitter in their hearts. They were happy because their previous guess was right. This way, they would have an advantage over others. In the future, even if Zhao Hai wanted to unify the spirit weapon realm, they would have a way to deal with it. On the other hand, they were worried about their city-state's ancestors. They were afraid that their city-state's ancestors wouldn't agree to their plan. If their city-state's ancestors don't agree to their plan and oppose their merger with the Lost Soul City-State, then it would be troublesome. Sooner or later, they would have to face the Lost Soul City-State's army. When that time comes, they would become the enemy of the Lost Soul City-State. Sherpadian let out a long breath, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, City Lord Zhao, I won't waste any more words. Today, we came here because we were waiting for you to say these words. Now that we know your intentions, we also know what to do. We want to be like Puha City and be merged into Lost Soul City. We can hand over our military power, but we hope that we can be like Lu Jinyan and still manage the affairs of our cities. Naturally, this matter hasn't been decided yet, we need to go back and discuss it with our ancestors. But you should know that our ancestors aren't all at home, we need to wait for the army to come back before we can discuss it. But you can rest assured, we won't tell anyone about what you said today. Sherpadian nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, actually, I'm not afraid that you'll spread this news. Now that 19th year has reached this point, even if he wants to withdraw his army, it's already too late. My Lost Soul City is still accumulating strength in order to swallow Elephant City and Wyvern City. The time is almost ripe, so even if you spread this news, it wouldn't be a problem. Naturally, if you want to merge with Lost Soul City, then I can guarantee that you'll receive the same treatment as the Lu family, or even better. As long as your ancestor is present, then you can always control the affairs of your city. Naturally, military power cannot be given to you. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, then I'll give you the same treatment as the Lu clan. Sherpadian and the others nodded. They were people who lived in troubled times, so they were very clear about the rules of survival. If you fail or become someone else's subordinate, then the other party can guarantee your safety, the safety of your family, and the power of your family. This was already very good. If Zhao Hai didn't mention these conditions, then they would be worried instead. As for what Zhao Hai said, as long as their ancestors were here, they can guarantee the control of their city-state's affairs. This clearly told them that if their ancestors were no longer here, then the affairs of their city-state would be taken back. Sherpadian and the others didn't object to this point. In the spirit weapon realm, every once in a while, there would be a city-state city lord's family that would be destroyed because of the death of their ancestors. Here in the Lost Soul City state, it should be the same. A family with an ancestor was bound to prosper. After all, no one would not give face to a river-breaking realm ancestor. But a family without an ancestor would lose some power. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, in the future, the position of City Lord in the Lost Soul City state will be decided through elections. Naturally, a family with an ancestor would have priority in the elections. Everyone will know about this in the future. I can only tell you that the Lost Soul City state won't burn the bridge after crossing the river. Sherpadian and the others nodded. Hu Shenwei looked at Zhao Hai and said, City Lord Zhao, we came here in secret. We can't leave the city-state for too long. We will return first. If we have any news, we will inform you. Then he stood up. Sherpadian and the others also stood up. The group cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and then walked out. Zhao Hai also stood up to send them off. After arriving at the courtyard, Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, everyone, no matter what, we are still allies. If the Sacred Academy attacks us before the army returns, we can still support each other like before. You can rest assured about this. Sherpadian and the others nodded. They understood what Zhao Hai meant. They came here today to have a showdown with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was telling them that no matter what they decide to do in the future, they were still allies. He wasn't angry because of what happened today, and he also wouldn't ignore them. Sherpadian and the others didn't dare to underestimate the weight of Zhao Hai's words. Although Zhao Hai's words sounded a bit big, Sherpadian and the others believed that Zhao Hai's words meant that the Lost Soul City state would support them. The chances of them supporting the Lost Soul City state wasn't big. After all, Zhao Hai was swallowing the Elephant City and the Lesser Dragon City. If he didn't have enough strength, how could he dare to say this? Because of this, Sherpadian and the others believed that if they were in trouble, Zhao Hai would certainly support them. After Sherpadian and the others left, Zhao Hai finally let out a long breath. He looked at Sherpadian and the others and couldn't help but smile. To be honest, he didn't think that things would turn out like this. This was really beyond his expectations. Sherpadian and the others were able to see the situation clearly in such a short time. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. At this time, the city lords of the spirit weapon realm might have seen the situation clearly, but there were also some who didn't. And those who saw the situation clearly would have made some decisions. Those who didn't see the situation clearly would still think that this was just an ordinary war. They simply didn't think that this war would completely change the spirit weapon realm. However, no matter what, Sherpadian and the others coming to him today was definitely a good thing for Zhao Hai. Although Sherpadian and the others said that they would go back and talk to the ancestors, Zhao Hai believed that there was a 70% chance that they would merge with the Lost Soul City state. This was because Sherpadian and the others were still city lords. Although the ancestors had high status, they didn't have much control over the city-state's affairs. Moreover, there was no harm in merging with the Lost Soul City state. However, Zhao Hai didn't take this to heart. If they could merge with the Lost Soul City state, then that would be for the best. Even if they couldn't merge with the Lost Soul City state, he still wouldn't worry about it. The reason why Zhao Hai thought that he was ready to deal with the Elephant City and the Lesser Dragon City wasn't because of the Void experts and the river-breaking experts in the Secret Realm, but because of the success of the offensive formation. Now, this offensive formation could be mass-produced. Moreover, the production speed was very fast. And with this formation, the soldiers' fighting strength would be very formidable. Zhao Hai had already transferred some soldiers to train them in the use of this formation. These soldiers didn't have bone beads on them. Although bone beads were also energy beads, it would be a waste to treat them as ordinary energy beads. One must know that bone beads can increase the density of the human body. In other words, they also have a certain effect on the body, which was very rare. Just like the crystals that Zhao Hai came in contact with before, although they also contained energy, the energy was very pure. You can absorb it, but this energy can only be used to increase your body's energy. It has no benefit to your body at all. But bone beads weren't, they were good things that can strengthen your body. Because of this, Zhao Hai believed that using bone beads as an energy source for the offensive formation was too wasteful. In the end, Zhao Hai thought of a way, and that was to use pills. Every soldier who uses this formation would have pills on them. At the beginning of the battle, they would put the pills in their mouth and let the pills take effect little by little. This way, they would be able to slowly replenish their energy during the battle. This way, they would be able to fight for a long time. After many experiments, the 10,000 soldiers had basically adapted to the offensive formation. In the end, they thought that the offensive formation's name was too common, so they simply called it the lightning formation. This formation wasn't of the lightning attribute, so the energy rays that it emitted were actually just ordinary energy rays. But because the rays were white, these people called it the lightning formation. Although Zhao knew this, he didn't stop them. If they liked to call it that, then so be it. It was precisely because of this lightning formation that Zhao Hai was confident in dealing with the Elephant City and the Lesser Dragon City. Moreover, this was without using the Void experts from the Secret Realm. 2 days after Sherpadian and the others left, Zhao Hai received another piece of good news. Che Xiaoguang and the others had finally become river-breaking experts. This made Zhao Hai very happy. He immediately had Che Xiaoguang and the others return to the Secret Realm to stabilize their realm. At the same time, he also had Wen Hai and the others return to the Lost Soul City. This way, there was no need to worry about the Lost Soul City. After Sherpadian and the others returned to their rooms, they immediately began to make arrangements to merge with the Lost Soul City. Naturally, they wouldn't directly say that they wanted to merge their city-state with the Lost Soul City. This would cause a lot of chaos. However, Sherpadian and the others thought of another way. This was to have the higher-ups of their city-state come in contact with the Lost Soul City as much as possible. They even sent some of their higher-ups to the Lost Soul City to study. The reason why Sherpadian had them go to the Lost Soul City to study wasn't because he wanted them to learn something and then come back and change the situation of their city-state. They were very clear that the situation of the Lost Soul City couldn't be replicated. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's reckless investment, then it wouldn't have been possible for the Lost Soul City to become like this in a short time. Moreover, their city-state didn't have a big financial backer like Zhao Hai. Therefore, it was impossible for them to become like the Lost Soul City in a short time. Sherpadian and the others had the Lost Soul City state come into contact with them because they wanted them to see how good and advanced the Lost Soul City state was. Only in this way would the Lost Soul City state become the #1 city state in the spirit weapon realm. Only then would the Lost Soul City-State join the Lost Soul City-State without much resistance. Zhao Hai welcomed Sherpatian and the others' approach. Because of this, the other city-states that came to study in the Lost Soul City were treated very well. They were given good things to enjoy and understand the Lost Soul City as much as possible. At this time, Year 19 and the others were still confronting the South Flower City-State in Mount Zhuhua. Year 19 and the others had discovered that their morale had been greatly affected. If they immediately attacked, then they might collapse, which would be an even bigger blow to their morale. In order to deal with this situation, Year 19 and the others thought of a way. That was to let the soldiers rest for a few days and have them eat and drink well. At the same time, their daily training would be reduced. After a few days, they would attack the South Flower Gate. After all, they had already thought of a way to deal with the rolling wood formation. Although they didn't know if it would work or not, it didn't matter if it worked or not. Moreover, in order to cooperate with this method, the mattresses would need to be adjusted. They would use these few days to adjust the mattresses and the soldiers before attacking. Stonehammer and the others didn't care about what Year 19 and the others were thinking. They already had a way to deal with the rolling wood formation, but they didn't mention it. Although they were still training every day, they didn't give up on attacking the South Flower City-State. They had been looking for a way to bypass the South Flower Gate. However, Stonehammer's group didn't make much progress. Although they were all Void Masters, Zhu Huashan hadn't been around for a day or two. If it was that easy to find a way to bypass the Southern Flower Gate, then this method would have been discovered long ago instead of waiting until now. However, Stonehammer and the others weren't worried. Moreover, they didn't lack supplies. Therefore, the people in the camp were eating and drinking well every day. They also trained every day. Apart from this, there was nothing else to do. Each and every one of them looked more and more robust. Finally, after 3 days of truce, Year 19 summoned all the generals to the command tent. After everyone sat down, Year 19 looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, we have rested for 3 days. I think we have rested enough. Now that the ballistas have been adjusted, we can start shooting at the path of the rolling logs. Our chance has come. Tomorrow, I will prepare to launch a large-scale attack. Does anyone have any thoughts?" Nobody made a sound, nobody objected to Year 19's words. They had been preparing for the past few days. They were all soldiers, and a soldier's honor and disgrace came from the battlefield. If you win, then you'll be honored. If you lose, then you'll be shamed. But if they lost, then you'll be disgraced. Since they had already lost, then they naturally couldn't swallow this humiliation. Seeing everyone's reaction, he knew that everyone agreed to attack. His spirit couldn't help but shake as he said, "All right, since no one is against it, then it's decided. Tomorrow, we'll attack the South Hua Gate. We'll still have 5,000 people in one echelon. Next, we'll assign the tasks. The first echelon will be in the most danger because they'll be baiting the South Hua Gate to release the rolling logs. Since we don't know if our method will work, our giant elephant city will send 1,000 people to the first echelon. Then, we'll send 4,000 people from the other cities to form a 5,000-person echelon." Today, he assigned 12 echelons. One must know that in the past few days, they were only allowed to attack with 6 to 8 echelons. Even so, by the time the last echelon attacked, it would already be dark. A few days ago, Year 19 only assigned 8 echelons. But today, he assigned 12 echelons, for more than before. This was definitely rare. It was clear that he had made up his mind. Once the rolling wood formation was broken, then their attack would be unprecedentedly fierce. They must take down the South Hua Gate. From Year 19's arrangement, everyone could see his determination to attack. However, no one opposed him. For the others, this was an opportunity. They had long wanted to destroy the South Hua Gate, so naturally, they wouldn't oppose it. After Year 19 finished his arrangements, he told them about the arrows and catapults. Then he had everyone return. After all, the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing. Even if the arrangement was good, it would still be troublesome if something unexpected happened. Therefore, this arrangement could only be roughly arranged. If there were no accidents tomorrow, then they would attack according to this arrangement. If there were any accidents, then they could change it at the last minute. When Stonehammer and the others returned to their camp, Shi and the others didn't look too good. Although they didn't suffer any losses in this battle, to be honest, it didn't feel good to only be a spectator. Shi and the others were soldiers. They wanted to use their swords and sabers to make unparalleled contributions on the battlefield. But now, they could only be spectators, which made them feel uncomfortable. Shi looked at Shi and the others. He knew what Shi and the others were thinking. He wasn't worried that the soldiers would have the same thoughts as Shi and the others. In fact, the soldiers wanted to contribute to the army in the beginning. However, after seeing the people who died in the wooden formation, their thoughts of contributing to the army disappeared. Generals wanted to fight in order to gain merits because they were generals. Except for some special circumstances, generals generally wouldn't be in any danger. Because of this, generals wanted to fight in order to gain merits. To put it bluntly, they wanted to use the lives of ordinary soldiers to pave a path to success for themselves. On the other hand, ordinary soldiers were different. When ordinary soldiers fight, they would have to face their enemies head-on. They would have to use their lives to fight. Even if they win, they would have a meritorious service. But if they lose, they might lose their lives. Because of this, ordinary soldiers didn't have much expectation for battle. Although he knew that Shi and the others only represented a minority, Shi couldn't help but comfort them. This was because these minority decided the fate of the majority. This was an indisputable fact. Shi looked at Shi and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong? Do you want to fight?" Upon hearing Shi and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then Shi sighed and said, "I thought that we would be able to fight a good battle and make some contributions. I didn't expect that we would just be spectators. Although this is very safe, to be honest, watching others fight while we can only watch from the sidelines makes me feel uncomfortable." Shi nodded and said, "I'm not sure if I'll be able to do anything." Shi smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, we'll fight. I can guarantee that you'll get tired of fighting in the future. This situation is only temporary, the bigger battle is still to come." Shi and the others smiled bitterly and said, "I hope so. To be honest, I don't have much hope for this attack. In any case, we don't have anything to do. We just have to watch." Shi said, "You mustn't have such thoughts. My young master told me that on the battlefield, whether you're a vanguard or a logistician, whether you're in the front, feeding the horses and cooking in the back, you're still a part of the battlefield. As long as you're on the battlefield, all of your thoughts must be on the battlefield. You must be prepared to deal with any unexpected situation. If you're distracted on the battlefield, then death will find you in the next moment. Therefore, you mustn't have any thoughts of slacking off, that will only make you die faster. Do you understand?" Shi and the others looked at Shi and couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions turned cold as they immediately said, "Yes, we understand." Flags fluttered in the wind as war drums sounded. Xianxia was sitting on a special carriage, standing in the middle of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. He felt like an emperor commanding his army. Year 19 sat in his big chair with a calm face, but their hearts were not as calm as his face. He liked this feeling. This feeling of being an emperor fascinated him. His one word could decide the life and death of countless people. This feeling made him very obsessed. However, Year 19 was also very clear that all the power he had was given to him by others. If he didn't do well and those people weren't satisfied, then he would lose everything he had. Therefore, Year 19 cherished this opportunity. He hoped that he could sit in this position forever, commanding these people in battle. Because of this, Mount Zhuhua must be breached and Nanhua must be destroyed. Only then would he be able to sit in this position more firmly. No one would be able to shake his position. At this time, the entire army was in formation. Seeing that it was about time, Year 19 immediately took out his sword and loudly said, "Attack." Following his order, a group of 5,000 soldiers lined up in a neat formation and rushed up the mountain. Their speed wasn't very fast, but it wasn't slow either. However, during this process, their formation didn't get messed up, which was very rare. The reason for this was because the first group that Year 19 sent out were all experienced elites. They had all seen blood and climbed out of piles of corpses. Because of this, they dared to charge. Even if they knew that there would be rolling logs on the mountain, they still dared to move forward. The reason why Year 19 made such an arrangement was because he was afraid of the ordinary soldiers. If they rushed up now and the other party released the rolling logs, they might be scared out of their wits. Therefore, the soldiers in the first echelon were all veterans who had been through hundreds of battles. Sure enough, not long after this group of veterans rushed up the mountain, a huge rolling log was suddenly released from the mountain. After this log was released, several torches were immediately thrown down from the mountain. Then the rolling log began to slowly roll down the mountain. At this time, a rain of arrows was suddenly shot from the Alliance's formation. This rain of arrows was aimed at the rolling log. Before long, the rolling log was hit by arrows from all directions. Unexpectedly, the rolling log couldn't move and was stuck in place. Seeing this situation, the Alliance couldn't help but cheer. At this time, rows of arrows were shot from the city. These arrows were aimed at the charging soldiers. However, these soldiers were all veterans, they were very experienced. On the other hand, these charging soldiers were basically sword-shield soldiers. Because of this, when they saw the incoming arrows, these sword-shield soldiers immediately gathered together and formed a huge shield formation. When the arrows hit the shield formation, only a few of them would be able to hit the formation and cause damage to the soldiers inside. Originally, the arrows that were shot from the ballista would cause a lot of damage to the shields. However, these charging soldiers were all dauntless people. The shields in their hands were all thick iron shields. Therefore, the enemy's attack didn't cause a lot of damage to them. Since they didn't have to worry about the rolling log, their charge became a lot faster. However, when they approached the city walls, they couldn't help but slow down. This was because the area was filled with arrows. Moreover, most of these arrows were shot by the Alliance. It can be said that there were gains and losses. At this time, the charging soldiers discovered a problem. They discovered that the rolling log was moving once again. When these soldiers saw this, their expressions couldn't help but change. They quickly discovered the problem. The reason why the rolling log was moving again was because the arrows that were blocking it were almost all burnt. Upon seeing this, the soldiers became anxious. They didn't care about the arrows that were shot at them. They wanted to block the rolling log and prevent it from moving again. If they did, then they would be in a lot of trouble. But at this time, the defenders on the city wall made a new move. A horn sounded from the city wall and a giant log was thrown down from the city wall. This huge log didn't have any thorns on it. When it was thrown down from the city walls, the impact was very strong. It smashed into the rolling log and then went straight up the mountain. The arrows that were blocking it were like straw. They were all broken by the carriage. Fortunately, the charging soldiers were about to reach the roots of the rolling logs. The logs had just been thrown down, so the impact wasn't very strong. The soldiers were all experienced veterans, so when they gave a shout, they didn't care about anything else as they directly charged forward and used their shields to block the impact of the logs. They had a lot of people, so they were able to block the log. At this time, the other soldiers also shouted and rushed down the city walls. When they reached the city walls, they immediately set up ladders. This time, in order to make it easier for them to charge, they didn't use the carriage ladders. Instead, they used the simplest and most common ladders. Because of this, they were able to quickly set up ladders on the city walls. Then they began to climb the ladders to attack the city. At this time, the rolling logs and stones on the city walls began to be thrown down. The siege finally returned to its original state. Even so, 19 was still very excited. He immediately said, "Quick, tell the second echelon to attack and support the first echelon. Quick!" Someone immediately went to pass the order. Then the second echelon shouted and rushed up the mountain. 19 immediately had the sky dance experts rise up and prepare to attack the city. Year 19 had also thought things through. Since the battle had already reached this point, there was no benefit in letting the sky dance level experts remain idle. Rather than using the sky dance level experts as backup, it was better to use the sky dance level experts first to seize the initiative. The people in the city also noticed that 19 had sent sky dance experts. Their arrows immediately shot towards the sky dance experts. At the same time, the sky dance experts in the city also rose up into the air. At this time, the situation on the city walls wasn't very good. Although the second echelon rushed up, because of the burning logs on the city walls, the people attacking the city were greatly restricted. At the same time, the rolling logs that were thrown out of the city were still being blocked by people. This greatly affected the siege. Because of this, although the siege was very lively, no one was able to reach the city walls. Year 1 could only watch from afar. This time, he was truly anxious. He sent out 10,000 people to attack the city. The city walls were only so big. With 10,000 people, it was already a bit crowded. Even if he sent more people up, it wouldn't be enough. Moreover, the Sky Dance Realm experts in the sky were blocked by the arrows and Sky Dance Realm experts in the city. They couldn't be of any use. Therefore, this time, the attack didn't go as smoothly as it seemed. Soon after, the battle on the city walls became more and more intense. More and more people from the Allied army died. Even the Sky Dance level experts in the sky were injured or dead. At this moment, Year 1 and the others had no choice but to prepare for the next wave of attackers to retreat. However, 19 was somewhat reluctant to let them retreat. After so many days, today was the best time to attack. If they gave up, then it would be a pity. But if they didn't give up now, then there was no other way. 19 was in a dilemma. While he was thinking about this, the casualties of the siege army increased. 19 also noticed this situation, so he immediately said, "Quick, first echelon, second echelon retreat. Third echelon, go up and continue the attack." The order was immediately passed down. The first and second echelons finally retreated, and the third echelon rushed forward. This time, the third echelon had brought a complete set of things, including siege towers and ladders. At the same time, the 2 rolling logs below the city walls were also blocked by the siege soldiers. They couldn't roll down anymore, making the siege a lot smoother. When the first and second echelons retreated, they also removed the excessive number of arrows on the ground. When the third echelon attacked, the unlit huge log without wooden thorns was also moved to the side, leaving only the rolling log that was still burning. However, because of the burning wood, many of the third echelon's weapons couldn't get close to the city wall. Naturally, the power of the siege was reduced by a lot, which made people very helpless. On the other hand, the counterattack from the city did not stop because the rolling logs were useless. Their counterattack was still very sharp. This caused the third echelon's attack to return without any results. Soon after, the fourth echelon stepped forward, but it was still useless. Following that, the fifth echelon's attack. Although today's attack seemed very fierce, the pressure that the attack exerted on the Nanhua Gate today was not as great as the previous few days. This battle continued until evening. In the end, when Year 191 saw that there was no way to take the Nanhua Gate, he could only reluctantly retreat. After the army returned to the camp, Year 191 sounded the general's summoning drum once again. All the generals gathered in the tent. After everyone sat down, Year 191 looked at everyone and said, "Our attack today was very good. We finally broke the enemy's rolling logs. However, we still need to guard against them using the rolling logs tomorrow." Everyone should have noticed that the logs were very troublesome when attacking the city. What do you think? Everyone was silent for a moment, then a general opened his mouth and said, "It's not only the rolling logs that are hindering us. Although we used the arrows to block the rolling logs, the arrows also blocked our path. Our large siege weapons couldn't be transported to the city walls. Because of this, although we managed to break the rolling logs still affected us a lot." Everyone nodded. They knew that what he said was right. The rolling logs really affected them a lot. But what should they do? If they didn't use this method, then what method could they use to break the rolling logs? Everyone couldn't think of any good methods. Year 19 was also silent. He could be considered a veteran of the battlefield. Although his commanding ability wasn't good, it wasn't like he didn't know anything about the battlefield. On the contrary, he knew that the general was right. Although the arrows were able to stop the rolling logs, they were also able to stop the enemy's advance. Most importantly, as long as the rolling logs were there, the enemy would have to use this method. This way, it wouldn't be easy for the enemy to capture the South Hua Gate. At this time, a general opened his mouth and said, "Alliance Lord, I have an idea, but I don't know if I should say it." Year 19 looked at him and said, "General Chen, please speak." General Chen nodded, then he said, "My method is actually very simple. Tomorrow, we'll attack as usual. We'll use ballistas and catapults to suppress the attack from the top of the wall. Then we'll charge. However, the people in charge will need to be changed. We'll have some sky dance experts change into ordinary rain soldiers' clothes and charge. This way, the enemy will think that they're ordinary soldiers. When the sky dance experts get close enough to the wall, they can suddenly charge up the wall. At this time, our ballistas and catapults can be stopped. With these sky dance experts on the wall, the enemy won't be able to throw down any logs. Then our army can follow up with an attack. With these sky dance experts on the wall, our army can set up scaling ladders and siege towers, allowing our people to smoothly charge up the wall." Everyone in the tent was stunned for a moment. Then, their eyes lit up. They had to admit that General Chen's suggestion was really good. All was fair in war. If a sky dance expert were to suddenly reach the top of the wall, then it would be very difficult for the enemy to take them down. But once a sky dance expert reaches the top of the wall, then they wouldn't need to worry about the enemy's arrows. Moreover, if the enemy wanted to throw down logs from the top of the wall, then it would be very difficult, almost impossible. At the same time, the following troops could also place their siege weapons on top of the wall, making their attacks much easier. The only problem with this kind of attack was whether or not the sky dance experts would be able to put down their pride. It must be known that sky dance experts had their own dignity. Whether or not they would be able to put down their pride, put on the clothes of ordinary soldiers, and charge forward like ordinary soldiers, was a big problem. However, this wasn't a problem for Year 19. He was now the alliance leader, and it wasn't just him. The people of the various city-states all hoped to win this battle, so they would definitely cooperate. This way, the matter of the sky dance level expert would be resolved. The people in the tent weren't fools. They felt that this plan was very feasible. Therefore, everyone began to discuss it. Even Shi was surprised as he looked at General Chen. At this time, Shichui's voice was heard. "Which city-state is General Chen from? How come I didn't notice him before?" Shi opened his mouth and said, "General Chen is from the Wild Lion tribe. They live in the Wild Lion Prairie. Although they aren't weak, they call themselves tribes and not city-states. Most importantly, the Wild Lion tribe doesn't have a city. They live by water and grass. Any place in the prairie could be their home." Shichui nodded and said, "So that's how it is. His idea is very good. It can be seen that his military talent is very strong. If you face him in the future, you must be careful." Shi nodded and said, "The Wild Lion tribe has another name, they are called the War God tribe. The Wild Lion tribe's people are very strong. Moreover, they often go to war with the city-states around them. They always win more than they lose. In recent years, they have been pressuring the city-states to the point that they can't breathe. Because of this, the Wild Lion tribe is very difficult to deal with. Everyone says that the soldiers of Stone Ox City, Roaring Tiger City, and Blood Knife City are very strong. Actually, the strongest army in the world of spirit weapons has always been the Wild Lion tribe's cavalry." Shichui nodded and said, "It seems like the Wild Lion tribe is very strong. Then why haven't I heard of their name before?" Shi replied, "Because everyone doesn't want to talk about them. The Wild Lion tribe also doesn't have much contact with other city-states. Aside from trading with some city-states, the Wild Lion tribe is very closed. It's even more closed than our Stone Ox City. Because of this, nobody mentioned them anymore." Shichui was puzzled. Then why did they join the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance this time? Shi replied, "Because they have enmity with the Sacred Academy. The Sacred Academy has always wanted to extend their hand to the Wild Lion tribe, but they haven't succeeded. Most importantly, the Wild Lion tribe is the only force that hasn't sent anyone to the Sacred Academy. Because of this, the Sacred Academy has no way to deal with the Wild Lion tribe. However, the method that the Sacred Academy used to deal with the Wild Lion tribe is still possible. However, the Wild Lion tribe isn't one of our city-states. If they are forced into a corner, then they can just come out and snatch. The other city-states wouldn't be able to do anything to them. But what's strange is that the wild lion tribe hasn't expanded for so many years. They have been guarding the wild lion prairie. It's very strange. Shi stared, then he turned to Shi and said, "What a pity, they actually went to support Nian 19. How good would it be if they didn't support Nian 19? Shi knit his brows and said, "I don't think so. The wild lion tribe only respects the strong. No matter how you look at it, Nian 19 isn't a strong person. Therefore, I don't believe that the wild lion tribe would support Nian 19. I think that there's a secret behind this, we should investigate it carefully." Upon hearing Shi couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "So it's like that. Alright, then we'll send people to investigate." While they were talking, Nian 19 had already sat down. He looked at everyone and then coughed twice. After the tent calmed down, Nian 19 opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, do you have any objections to General Chen's proposal?" Everyone was silent for a moment before they said in unison, "We have no objections." This was the first time that everyone agreed to a proposal. It can be seen that this proposal was very popular. Nian 19's face finally showed a smile, then he said, "Alright, since everyone has no objections, then it's decided. Tomorrow, everyone will rest and prepare. The day after tomorrow, we'll launch an attack on the South Hua Gate. We must take the South Hua Gate." Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. After Shi and the others returned to their own tents, Shi called Shi and the others to his tent. After the group sat down, Shi turned to Shi and said, "General Shi, you must investigate General Chen's matter. See what General Chen's intentions are, and what the Wild Lion City's intentions are. Sooner or later, we will fall out with Year 1. If they support Year 1, then they will be a huge threat to us." Shi nodded, then he looked at Shi and said, "Alright." Shi nodded and said, "Alright, leave this matter to me. If South Hua City doesn't have enough strength, then I'm afraid that it wouldn't be able to resist this attack. If Year 19 takes South Hua City, then the following battles would be much easier. After all, South Hua City is a military fortress, so there should be a lot of supplies inside. Moreover, after taking South Hua City, everyone's morale would be boosted. At that time, South Hua City's army would have an advantage in terms of morale. At that time, South Hua City would be easily conquered. This is definitely not good news for us." The others nodded, then Shi looked at Shi and said, "General Shi, then should we find a way to disrupt their plan?" When they heard Shi, the others stared, then they looked at Shi. Shi didn't even think about it before he shook his head and said, "No, we can't do that. Our fight with Nian 19 is an internal matter of the Sacred Academy. Although Nian 19 succeeds, then our previous arrangements would have some problems, but we still have a chance to deal with Nian 19. However, if we use underhanded methods, then it would only benefit the Sacred Academy. We can't do something that would hurt our friends and make our enemies happy. Moreover, if this matter were to be known by the other city-states, then we would be in even more trouble. Even if Nian 19 falls in the future, no one would choose us. Therefore, we can't do that." The others nodded, they actually didn't want to do this. They were soldiers, not politicians. Politicians can do anything to achieve their goals, but soldiers can't. Soldiers have their own methods. Underhanded methods like this weren't something that ordinary soldiers would use. The reason why Shi said this was mainly to test Shi, to see if he would use this method. If Shi used this method, then although Shi and the others wouldn't say anything, they would still be disappointed. They might even be wary of the entire Lost Soul City. There was no other way, they couldn't cooperate with such an unscrupulous and insidious person. They were afraid that the other party would sell them out. They were very satisfied with Shi's answer, so they didn't say anything. However, their impression of Shi had increased a lot. Shi didn't know that Shi and the others were testing him, so he said, "Our main task right now is to understand General Chen's situation. As for the war outside, we need to pay attention to it. But no matter if we win or lose, we don't need to push it. With the strength of our city-states, even if Nian 19 wins, he would still need to think twice before dealing with us. Therefore, we mustn't be impulsive, we just need to do our own things. General Shi, let me tell you a piece of good news. Our people learned about General Chen from the side. When he first joined the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance, he thought that City Lord Zhao Hai was in charge of the alliance. Later on, when 19 became the alliance leader, they were very dissatisfied. This time, they sent the least amount of troops. It's clear that they are dissatisfied with 19. Shi said to Shi Chui. He seemed very excited, because if General Chen was really dissatisfied with Mian 19, then they would be able to win General Chen over. Shi Chui nodded and said, send someone to contact General Chen and see his attitude. But remember, don't let 19 know. Today is a rare day of rest. 19 and the others are also in the camp. The camp should be heavily guarded, so we must be careful. Shi nodded and said, all right, leave it to me. The reason why Shi Chui handed this matter over to Shi was because his target was too big. 19 and the others had always thought that the Stone Ox city-state revolved around the Lost Soul city-state. Because of this, they wanted to deal with the Lost Soul city-state the most. This was because the Lost Soul city-state had only been established for a short time. In their eyes, the Lost Soul city-state was an anomaly. Because of this, every move of the Lost Soul city-state's army was being watched. Although Shi and the others were also being watched, they weren't as bad as the Lost Soul city-state. This day was very peaceful. It was strange to say that the South Hua Gate didn't send anyone to attack. They didn't even send a probing attack. They were in a defensive state and didn't have any intention to attack. In a siege battle, unless the defending forces were too weak, the defending forces would always counterattack once or twice. This was especially true when the other side had dancing void experts. They could easily launch 1 or 2 night raids on the Allied army's camp, throwing the Allied army into chaos. This way, the Allied army wouldn't be able to launch an all-out attack the next day. However, the South Flower Gate's guards weren't like this. Their actions were very strange. They didn't counterattack, not even once. If they didn't have a sky dance expert in their city, then that would be fine. But they clearly had a sky dance expert in their city, yet they didn't counterattack, not even a single night raid. In the era of cold weapons, night raids were a very good means of attack. This was because night raids could sometimes cause the enemy to roar. This was also why many historical books recorded that during night battles, a small number of troops could defeat an enemy army of more than 100,000. In the era of cold weapons, it was impossible for the soldiers to be trained too well. Moreover, because of the backward production, the opportunity for the army to get meat was very little. As a result, the army would be malnourished, and many soldiers would be born with night blindness. In this case, once a night attack happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. The soldiers would panic, they would be afraid, and in the end, there would be chaos. Once chaos broke out, hundreds of thousands of soldiers would scatter overnight. It was precisely because night raids could achieve great results that a lot of generals liked night raids. This was because night raids could bring them great benefits. However, the South Flower Gate didn't launch a night raid, not even once. This made Stonehammer feel very strange. He didn't know why they would do this. 19 might think that the other side was afraid of their military might, so they didn't dare to launch a night raid. However, Stonehammer thought otherwise. This battle could be said to be related to the survival of the Holy Court. The Holy Court had already lost once. If they lost again, then the city-states that followed the Holy Court would lose confidence in them. At that time, the Holy Court wouldn't be far from defeat. Because of this, it was impossible for the Holy Court to give up on the South Flower city-state. They would certainly send reinforcements. In this case, the South Flower Gate was too conservative. Because of this, Stonehammer believed that the Holy Court was brewing a conspiracy. And once this conspiracy was launched, then 19 would be in trouble. It was precisely because of this idea that Stonehammer was very careful with the construction of the camp. He was also very careful with the defense of the camp. He was afraid that he would make a mistake and be caught by the other side. At that time, they would be in trouble. The day passed very quickly. Stonehammer didn't leave the camp until the afternoon. Year 19 gathered the generals once again. Stonehammer and the others all went to the main tent. Year 19 only had a simple discussion about tomorrow's attack. Then, he let everyone disperse. When Stonehammer and the others returned to their own camp, they gathered together. Stonehammer looked at Stoneleaf and said, General Stoneleaf, did you get in touch with General Chen? Stoneleaf shook his head and said, not yet. General Chen's camp is very independent. He doesn't let people get close to it. If we suddenly go there, then we might be discovered. Stonehammer nodded and said, it's good to be careful. We'd rather contact General Chen later than let 19 find out about our movements. Alright, everyone should go and rest early. I don't know what tomorrow's attack will be like. Stoneleaf and the others nodded, then they turned around and left. They were also looking forward to tomorrow's attack. This was because General Chen's plan was very good. If it succeeds, then the South Flower Gate would be in danger. The next morning, after waking up early and having breakfast, Shi Chui and the others went to the platform in front of their camp and looked at the army that was gathering in the distance. When dozens of armies were gathered, the army camp was really boundless. It wasn't until 9 o'clock in the morning that the army finally gathered. Then they moved forward and used the same method as before. After suppressing the ballistas, they began to use the catapults. After discovering that there weren't many people on the walls, they began to use the infantry. Ladders and siege towers were pushed out once again. The army slowly went up the mountain. At this time, there weren't many people on the walls. They were only using the ballistas to counterattack. It didn't take long before the army slowly approached the city walls. At this time, a group of people rushed out from the front of the army. There weren't many of them, only a few hundred of them. However, their speed was very fast. In a blink of an eye, they had already reached the city walls. The tall walls were useless against them. At this time, the people in the city also discovered that something was wrong. They discovered that the people in front of the army were wearing armor, holding shields, and swords. However, they were all skydance experts. The walls simply didn't have any effect on them. At this time, these skydance experts were already on the walls. At this time, the city was in chaos. However, the general's reaction was also very fast. The skydance experts in the city also made their move. They rushed to the walls and met the skydance experts of the alliance. At the same time, the ordinary soldiers in the city also rushed to the walls. At this time, the allied army had also arrived at the city walls. The scaling ladders and siege towers were also placed on top of the city walls. These scaling ladders and siege towers were placed very cleverly, right behind the skydance level experts. The soldiers in the city couldn't approach this position. When two skydance level experts fought, the shockwaves produced would make ordinary soldiers unable to stand firm, let alone approach. After the ladders and siege trucks were stabilized, the allied army immediately attacked the city walls. However, they also encountered the same problem as the defenders in the city. That is, there were two skydance class experts fighting in front of them, so they couldn't rush up the city walls. This was somewhat awkward. According to the original plan, the Alliance Army's skydance experts should have led the skydance experts away from the city. This way, the Alliance Army could smoothly attack. However, the current situation was that although the Alliance Army's skydance experts wanted to lead the skydance experts away from the city, the skydance experts in the city were entangled with the Alliance Army's skydance experts. This made the Alliance Army's skydance experts unable to lead them away. Both sides were in a deadlock. At this time, a strange phenomenon appeared on the walls. The ordinary soldiers of both sides looked at the skydance experts fighting each other. They wanted to go forward, but they couldn't. They wanted to kill, but they couldn't find an opponent. At this time, Year 1 immediately sent skydance experts to support the Alliance Army. At the same time, skydance experts from the city also rushed out to support the Alliance Army. Before long, there were even more skydance experts fighting on the walls. But at this time, there was also good news. The skydance experts of both sides slowly left the walls and directly flew up. It was clear that they wanted to shift the battlefield to the sky. As soon as they left, the ordinary soldiers of both sides finally clashed. However, at this time, it would be difficult for the city's army to attack the Alliance Army from the walls. This was because the Alliance Army's soldiers were already prepared. The ladders and siege towers were already set up. In this case, it would be very difficult to attack the Alliance Army. However, it was clear that the Alliance Army still underestimated the strength of the city. The defenders in the city were all elites. Moreover, they were fighting on their home ground. Because of this, they fought with all their might. Although the Alliance army was on the walls, it wasn't easy for them to gain a foothold on the walls. The eyes of the soldiers on both sides were red. The Alliance army didn't stop attacking while the soldiers on the city walls didn't stop attacking. The two sides used the walls as a boundary as they fought a fierce battle. But at this time, the walls suddenly caught on fire. That's right, the entire wall was on fire. Whether it was the enemy soldiers or the Alliance soldiers, they were instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. The Alliance soldiers screamed as they jumped down from the walls and directly fell to their deaths. The southern Flower City soldiers also screamed as they jumped down from the walls. However, they were jumping towards the city. This sudden change caused Year One and the others to be stunned. After a while, Year One stood up angrily and shouted, "What's going on? What's going on? Why did the walls suddenly catch on fire? Why? Why is this happening?" Nobody could answer his question. This was because nobody knew what happened on the walls. Year One stood on his carriage and kept on cursing. However, he couldn't do anything about it. When the Alliance army saw Year One's appearance, their morale plummeted. With such a leader, it would be strange if their morale was high. After a while, a person beside Year One said, "Alliance Lord, I'm afraid that we won't be able to reach the city walls today. I think we should withdraw our troops." Year One was filled with hatred. He turned his head and saw that the one who spoke was one of his subordinates. Year One looked at him fiercely before he pulled out his sword and directly stabbed the general to death. Year One's actions shocked everyone. They looked at Year One in confusion. Year One looked at the others with bloodshot eyes, causing them to feel a chill down their backs. They even unconsciously put their hands on their weapons because they felt that Year One would pull out his sword and kill them in the next moment. Year One didn't give the order to retreat. However, the soldiers who were attacking the city had no way of attacking. This was because the entire city wall was engulfed in a sea of fire. You couldn't expect the soldiers to jump into the sea of fire. That was too unrealistic. It could be said that until now, the siege had been a complete failure. Year One saw this situation and could only helplessly beat the gong to retreat. However, the moment he beat the gong to retreat, the faces of the Mammoth City's generals turned ugly. If Year One had given the order to attack with all their might, they wouldn't have anything to say. But now, he actually gave the order to retreat. Then what was the meaning of him killing the general who suggested the retreat? Was it just to vent his anger? If he continued to attack, he could still say that he killed someone who dared to talk about retreating. But now that he had retreated, why did he kill him? Just to vent his anger, he killed a general? Was this what a ruler would do? However, these generals were all from Mammoth City. Although they were very dissatisfied with Year One's actions, they didn't say anything. They just silently retreated back to the main camp with the army. But what happened next made the generals even more disappointed. If Year One had given the order to bury the general he killed, then the other generals could only accept it. After all, they were his subordinates. The boss was angry and killed one of his subordinates. Although this wasn't right, the boss still buried the subordinate and treated his family generously. It could only be said that the boss was angry at that time, and everyone would feel better. However, Year One didn't do that. Not only did he not give the order to bury the general, he didn't even care about the corpse. He didn't even ask about it. It was as if he had completely forgotten about the general. His actions really made the generals who followed him bitterly disappointed. These people had been following Year One for a long time. Even if they didn't contribute, they still worked hard. But because Year One was in a bad mood, he casually killed that person. Moreover, he didn't even say anything. His actions made those who followed him feel that following such a boss wasn't a good thing. Maybe one day, they would be killed by their own boss for no reason. At that time, they wouldn't be able to complain even if they died. Year 19 sat on the main seat and looked at the people below. After a while, he said, "Everyone, what do you think about today's attack?" Nobody made a sound. Year 19 looked at General Chen and said, "General Chen, what do you think about today's attack?" When everyone heard Year 19, they couldn't help but stare. It was clear that Year 19 was dissatisfied with General Chen's suggestion yesterday. He believed that today's failure was all because of General Chen. General Chen looked at Year 19 and said, "This general has no opinion." Then he closed his mouth and didn't make a sound. "You." Year 19 looked at General Chen and angrily pointed his finger at him. However, he couldn't say anything. Although the Wild Lion tribe didn't send a lot of troops, they weren't easy to provoke. Year 19's attitude towards General Chen was already very excessive. If he dared to say anything, then General Chen wouldn't give him any face. Year 19 took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked at General Chen and then turned to the crowd. "Everyone, what do you think about today's attack?" Still, nobody made a sound. General Chen's example was there. Although today's attack was proposed by General Chen, Year 19 and the others agreed to it. Now that they failed, Year 19 seemed to be pushing all the blame onto General Chen. How could the others look at Year 19's actions? Even those who wanted to come up with ideas didn't say anything when they saw what happened to General Chen. Year 19 looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, why did the city wall suddenly catch fire?" Nobody made a sound. When Year 19 saw this, he was about to explode from anger. He turned his head to a person sitting on the side of the tent and said, "Mr. Wu, why don't you tell us why the city wall caught fire? Did you notice it when you were in the sky?" Mr. Wu, who was wearing a warrior's uniform, sat there with a tired look on his face. When he heard Nian Ninyu's words, he glanced at Nian Ninyu and said in a deep voice, "Alliance Master, it's actually very simple. The people in the city poured kerosene on the city walls. That's why the city walls caught fire." Hearing this, Nian 19 couldn't help but stare. Then he suddenly realized something and said, "Sprinkled with kerosene, no wonder it caught fire." But that's not right. If they really sprinkled kerosene on the walls, then the walls should be very slippery. How did they walk on the walls? Mr. Wu replied, "The kerosene was poured later, not earlier. When the soldiers were fighting on the wall, they threw a lot of jars from below the wall. Those jars were filled with kerosene. But because everyone was busy fighting, nobody noticed it. Then some torches were thrown onto the wall. Because there was kerosene on the wall was set ablaze." Year 119 asked solemnly, "Then what about their guards? Weren't the defenders burned as well?" Mr. Wu shook his head and said, "No, the armor of the defenders seems to have been specially treated. Aside from some people who were drenched in oil, the others didn't catch fire. Moreover, they jumped down from the wall. However, there was a thick layer of straw below the wall, as well as some large nets. Because of this, even though they jumped onto the wall, they didn't suffer any injuries. Only some of them suffered minor burns, the others didn't suffer any injuries." Bang! Nian Ninyu slapped the table in front of him and smashed it. Then he coldly snorted and said, "Hateful, too hateful. These bastards from Nanhua City actually used this method. Too hateful, too sinister, a group of treacherous villains." The people in the tent looked at the furious Year 19 and couldn't help but feel disappointed. They were really disappointed. Year 19 was a league lord, but after the failure of the siege, he didn't know how to find out the reason for the failure. He just kept on getting angry and pushing the blame to others. Such a league lord was really disappointing. Stonehammer and the others were also looking at Nian Ninyu. They didn't think that Nian Ninyu would be like this. To be honest, they were looking down on Nian Ninyu more and more. Compared to Zhao Hai, the difference between Nian Ninyu and Zhao Hai was too big. Year 19 scolded for a while before calming down. Then he asked people to clean up the broken pieces of the table in front of him. Then a new table was brought in. Then he sat down and said to everyone, "The attack this time has failed. Everyone, tell me, is there any other way?" Nobody made a sound. This time, nobody made a sound. Everyone had seen General Chen's appearance, so how could they come up with any ideas? Wouldn't that be just looking for trouble for themselves? When Nian Ninyu looked at everyone's appearance, he couldn't help but get even angrier. In the end, he asked a few more times, but nobody made a sound. This made Nian Ninyu even angrier. However, he couldn't do anything about these people. In the end, he could only have them return. Stonehammer and the others returned to their own tent. After they sat down, Stonehammer couldn't help but sigh and said, it's a pity that so many brave soldiers met a general like Nian Ninyu. In the end, they died without knowing why. It's really an incompetent general. I don't know if those people are regretting choosing Nian Ninyu as their alliance lord. Shi coldly snorted and said, originally, I didn't think much about it. But after seeing Nian Ninyu's performance today, to be honest, I'm very disappointed. Not only am I disappointed in Nian Ninyu, I'm also disappointed in those city-states. In order to suppress City Lord Zhao Hai, they pushed Nian Ninyu to the position of City Lord. But looking at what Nian Ninyu did, I really don't know what to say. Stonehammer waved his hand and said, alright, let's not talk about this matter anymore. Let's talk about something else. Today, Nian Ninyu actually didn't give face to General Chen. This is something I didn't expect. What do you think? Shi said, it's because General Chen didn't send a lot of troops this time. Nian Ninyu should be dissatisfied with General Chen. No, it should be said that Nian Ninyu is dissatisfied with the Wild Lion tribe. It's no wonder that the Wild Lion tribe sent so few troops this time. Therefore, he used this as an excuse to not give face to General Chen. However, I think that this is an opportunity for us. Lu Yuan nodded and said, right, I also think that this is an opportunity for us. Before, we were worried that we wouldn't have a way to get in touch with General Chen. Now that Nian Ninyu is publicly disrespecting General Chen, with the Wild Lion tribe's character, General Chen wouldn't give face to Nian Ninyu in the future. If we take this opportunity to get in touch with General Chen, then General Chen might turn to us in the future. Shi Chui nodded and said, I think so as well. It seems like we need to get in touch with General Chen. But you saw the situation in the tent today. 19 asked everyone if they had a way to deal with the enemy, but nobody said anything. I think it's because of General Chen's matter. General Chen came up with an idea and 19 agreed. Now that they failed, 19 pushed all the blame onto General Chen. The others were also afraid of following in General Chen's footsteps, so they didn't say anything. But if everyone doesn't say anything, then it would be impossible for 19 to deal with. The Southhua sect. Not only that, the Southhua sect might even counterattack. I'm not worried about him, but I don't want the hundreds of thousands of soldiers to die here. Shi replied, no, I don't think that will happen. Although Year 19 isn't that great, he still has some strategists under him. Those strategists might have noticed this problem and would certainly remind Year 19. Although Year 19 isn't that good in military matters, his ability in politics shouldn't be underestimated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the alliance leader. It's very likely that he would contact those city-states and tell them that he wants to suppress General Chen. That's why he did what he did in exchange for the support of those city-states. Stonehammer stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, that's possible. But I'm afraid that General Chen's days will be even harder. Stonehammer stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, that's possible. Lu Yuan said in a low voice, General Shi, how about this? We'll contact General Chen yesterday. Even if Nian 19 finds out, we'll still contact General Chen. After all, we're not on good terms with Nian 19. If we contact the people he oppresses, no one can say anything. Shi thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, alright, we'll contact General Chen tomorrow. As for Nian Ninyu's reaction, we can't care that much right now. Let's see what General Chen has to say. As for our camp, we must strengthen our defenses. I have a feeling that those fellows in Nanhua Gate are brewing a big conspiracy. Shi nodded and said, right, Nanhua Gate's garrison isn't simple. They've made ample preparations, just like how they lit a fire on the wall today. Who would have thought that someone would use this trick in the previous battles? But they did. It can be seen that the general defending the city is an extraordinary person. Moreover, they've been keeping a low profile these days. How could someone who's so knowledgeable about defending a city not know that a city is bound to be lost? They should be thinking of a counterattack, which would greatly increase the morale of the people in the city. However, he hasn't done so. It's clear that this guy is definitely brewing some big scheme. Perhaps he has already launched it, but we haven't discovered it yet. Shi nodded and said, it's possible, so we need to defend our camp even more. Tomorrow, I'll send a letter to have the sky dance experts outside to come back. We don't need to think about attacking Nanhua City anymore. It's already good enough that we can safely retreat. As for training the troops, I'm afraid that it won't be long before we can train them on how to defend the camp. Shi looked at Shi and said, General Shi, do you think that they'll attack our camp? Is it possible? If they do, then it can only mean that the alliance has been completely defeated. Would Nian Ninyu be defeated that quickly? Shi sighed and said, who knows, we should prepare for the worst. The next morning, Stonemer and the others got up early. They wanted to see how the barracks would react. But contrary to their expectations, there was no reaction from the barracks. 19 didn't give the order to attack, so everything was normal. Moreover, the people in the barracks woke up late, their training was also very ordinary. Seeing this, Stonemer knew that 19 wanted the people in the barracks to rest and restore their strength. Sieging a city was something that consumed a lot of stamina. Even if the soldiers didn't attack, just standing there for a day would consume a lot of stamina. After all, they were all wearing armor. Wearing armor and doing nothing, just standing there for a day was a huge test of stamina. Upon seeing the situation in the camp, Shi immediately had Shi arrange for people to inquire about the situation. Before long, the person came back. Shi and the others called him to the tent, then Shi looked at him and said, what's the situation in the camp? What's General Chen's situation? The person immediately replied, replying to General Stone, the camp has indeed allowed everyone to rest. I heard that the Alliance Lord has called everyone to the camp for a meeting. Moreover, I heard that the Alliance Lord has sent a lot of his subordinates to the various city-states camps. However, I don't know what he said, but it seems like he didn't send anyone to the Wild Lion Tribe's camp. General Chen also didn't leave the camp. Stonehammer nodded, then he waved his hand and had the person withdraw. Then he turned to Shi and the others and said, what do you think? Shi thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, looks like we guessed right yesterday. Year 19 is indeed trying to persuade the other city-states to continue supporting him. This way, General Chen will be isolated. This is a good opportunity. We can immediately send people to contact General Chen. Shi nodded. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard from outside, reporting, General. An envoy from the Wild Lion Tribe has come to see you. When Stonehammer heard the guard, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, all right, quickly invite him in. Then he turned to Shi and the others and said, it seems like General Chen also noticed, so he took the initiative to come. Shi and the others also had smiles on their faces. Shi said, if it's really General Chen, then it's definitely a good thing for us. The others nodded as well. Just as they were talking, a voice came from outside, reporting, General, the Wild Lion Tribe's envoy has arrived. Shi hurriedly said, please. After saying that, he stood up. Although he didn't go out to greet the messenger, it was enough to show how much he valued the messenger. After all, the messenger was just a messenger while he was the commander of the Lost Soul City-State. There was still a huge gap between their statuses. At this time, the curtain of the big tent was lifted and a person walked in from the outside. This person was wearing a full set of iron armor. He was 1.8 meters tall and had a stocky build. He had a black face and a big beard on his face. His whole person looked very bold and powerful. When this person entered the tent, he looked at Shi and the others before cupping his fist and said, Wild Lion City's Deputy General Naya greets General Shi and the other generals. While speaking, he also gave Shi and the others a salute. Shi smiled and said, General Naya doesn't need to be polite. Please take a seat. After saying that, Shi helped Naya up and then invited him to sit down. Shi and the others also sat down. Then a servant came and served tea. After the tea was served, Shi smiled and said, General Naya, please have some tea. Naya didn't act polite, he picked up the teacup and drank the tea in one gulp. Shi and the others also put down their teacups, then they looked at Naya and said, General Naya, why did you come here today? Naya looked at Shi and said, Today, I came to see General Shi on the orders of my general. My general wanted me to ask General Shi if you don't get along with 19. When Shi and the others heard Naya, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that Naya would be so direct. He directly asked them if they didn't get along with 19. This was beyond their expectations. Shichui looked at Naya. Naya also looked at Shichui. Shichui laughed and said, "Good, General Naya is really straightforward. However, I don't think we need to answer this question. It's no secret that we don't get along with 19. It can be said that there's no one in the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance who doesn't know about this." Naya looked at Shichui, then he nodded and said, "I thank General Shi for telling me this. What does General Shi think about what happened in the tent last night?" Shichui looked at Naya and said, "I don't have any opinion. It's just that 19 is trying to shift the blame by deliberately suppressing General Chen. Moreover, he sent people to the other city-states camps to explain. It's clear that he wants the other city-states to support him. Because of this, he had to make it seem like he was suppressing General Chen and not shirking his responsibility. It's nothing more than a small scheme, nothing to be proud of." When Naya heard Shichui, his eyes couldn't help but shine. Then he looked at Shichui and said, "General Shi, you're right. My general wanted me to ask if General Shi is willing to form an alliance with us. What I mean is, are you willing to form an alliance with our Wild Lion City?" Shichui stared, then he became overjoyed and said, "General, are you serious? This is something that we can only wish for. How can we not be willing?" "We're willing, of course we're willing." Naya nodded, then he stood up and cupped his fist towards Shichui and said, "This time, we will be sending 5,000 troops. General Chen's Italy is slow, so I hope that General Shi can give us a place in your camp to settle our troops." Shichui stared, then he looked at Naya and said, "General Chen wants to move to our camp? Because of this, General Chen wants to move here. Moreover, General Chen isn't optimistic about this attack. To put it bluntly, this battle is nothing more than a battle between the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance and the Sacred Academy. The Sacred Academy can't afford to lose, they were defeated by City Lord Zhao Hai. If they lose this time, then nobody would follow them. On the other hand, Year 19 and the others are still treating this battle as an ordinary battle. They only want to defeat South Flower City in order to gain some benefits. Because of this, it's inevitable for them to make some mistakes in their judgment. Moreover, Year 19's commanding ability is really bad. Because of this, General Chen doesn't have much hope for this battle. Instead of staying in the camp and being dragged to death by Year 19, it would be better for General Chen to leave as soon as possible. What does General Shi think about this?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, General Chen is thinking about this battle as well. Because of this, General Chen doesn't have much hope for this battle. Instead of staying in the camp and being dragged to death by Year 19, it would be better for General Chen to leave as soon as possible. What does General Shi think about this?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, General Chen is thinking about this battle. Because of this, General Chen doesn't have much hope for this battle. Instead of staying in the camp and being dragged to death by Year 19, it would be better for General Chen to leave early." Ha ha ha. Shichui looked up to the sky and laughed, "Welcome, of course we welcome you. Ha ha ha. Good, very good. Follow General Chen back and inform General Chen that our camp will always welcome him." When Naya heard Shichui, he couldn't help but nod. Then he cupped his fist towards Shichui and said, "Then I'll go inform the general." Then he cupped his fist towards Shichui and the others before he turned around and left. After Naya left the tent, Shi happily said to Shichui, "General Shi, great. I didn't expect General Chen to move his army to our camp. Ha ha ha, this is a public slap to Year 19's face." Lu Yuan was somewhat worried as he said, "It's good, but isn't this too dangerous? Moreover, if they move to our camp, Year 19 will see us as a thorn in his side. This isn't good for us." Shichui smiled faintly and said, "We're already at odds with Year 1, and he's already seen us as a thorn in his side. There's nothing to say. Even if we do this, what can they do? Let's not bother with them. Someone, come and inform them to clear out an area big enough for 5,000 people to set up camp." Someone immediately responded and turned around to leave. Stonehammer looked at the group and said, 19 doesn't dare to attack General Chen's group. Even if he's angered to death, he still wouldn't dare to attack General Chen's group. However, we need to prepare. What General Chen did today is a slap to 19's face. 19 will certainly retaliate against us. I think he'll make us attack the South Hua Gate. But this time it won't be easy for him to make us attack. I told him before that he didn't want us to attack, but now that he wants us to attack, it won't be that easy. So if 19 really does this, then everyone should directly oppose him. In any case, we won't attack the South Hua Gate. If Year 19 has the ability to take down Nanhua Gate, then that's that. The group nodded, they didn't oppose Shichui's words. In the past few days of fighting, Year 19 had already done his best, but Nanhua Gate still couldn't be taken down. This showed that the Nanhua Gate's defense was really good, it can be said that it was impregnable. Letting them attack Nanhua Gate at this time was simply asking them to smash their heads against a rock. They weren't that stupid. At this time, the scene in the camp was completely different. Naya returned to the Wild Lion tribe's camp and directly told General Chen about Shichui's words. General Chen had already prepared the soldiers in the morning. Even if Shichui didn't agree to move the army to their camp, General Chen would still go out and camp. He absolutely wouldn't stay in the camp. Now that he heard Naya say that Shichui agreed, General Chen was naturally very happy. He immediately gave the order for the army to set out. The commotion here naturally alarmed the people of the other city-states. The people of the other city-states didn't understand what General Chen was trying to do. When Year 19 heard the news, he immediately rushed out of his tent. He didn't even ride a horse as he directly flew towards General Chen's army. Year 19 looked at General Chen with a cold expression and said, "Xianxia, what do you want to do? Do you want to retreat without permission?" Nian 19 didn't even ask a single question. First, he put a big label on General Chen. From this point, one could see that Nian 19 wasn't suitable to be a leader. Naturally, he could also be doing this on purpose. In any case, he had already talked to the other city-states. Naturally, he didn't need to be polite to General Chen. Although he didn't dare to do anything to General Chen, it was still possible for him to detain General Chen here. At that time, he would be able to complain to the Wild Lion tribe. Moreover, no matter how one looked at it, he would be in the right. Xianxia looked at Nian 19 and sneered, "Retreat? When did I say that I want to retreat? Alliance Lord Nian, you need evidence to back up your words." Nian 19 looked at Xianxia, his expression was still cold as he said, "If you're not retreating, then what are you doing? Why are you cleaning up so cleanly? Xianxia, let me tell you, you're currently at the front line of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. If you dare to retreat, then the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance wouldn't let your Wild Lion tribe off. You can't afford to bear this crime." Xianxia looked at Nian 19, then he narrowed his eyes and said, "What does Alliance Lord Nian mean? Are you threatening me?" Seeing Xianxia's appearance, Nian 19 didn't dare to be so unyielding. Although he didn't have any contact with the Wild Lion tribe, he had heard a rumor that the Wild Lion tribe wouldn't accept threats. If you dare to threaten the Wild Lion tribe, then it would be the same as offending the entire tribe. Because of this, Nian 19 opened his mouth and said, "General Chen, I'm not threatening you, I'm just telling you the truth." Xianxia looked at Nian 19 and said, "Alliance Lord Nian, I've already told you that I'm not retreating. Therefore, I don't need you to remind me." Seeing that Xianxia wasn't giving him any face, Nian 19's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, what do you mean by this? You're cleaning up so cleanly. If you're not retreating, then what are you doing?" Xianxia looked at Year 19, then he smiled faintly and said, "We're definitely not retreating. It's just that there are too many people in the camp. Because of this, I want to find a new place to live." Year 19 nodded, then Xianxia looked at Year 19 and smiled faintly. "Move? Where are you going to live?" When Nian 19 saw that Xianxia didn't seem to be joking, he couldn't help but frown and ask. Xianxia looked at Nian 19 and said, "There is no need for Alliance Head Nian to worry about this. We have joined the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance and will listen to Alliance Head Nian's orders. However, Alliance Head Nian, you can only order us to move as one. Attack or retreat, right? Are you going to care where we set up camp? Therefore, Alliance Head Nian, I think you should step aside." Year 19 looked at Xianxia's appearance and couldn't help but gnash his teeth in hatred. However, he couldn't move aside. He was very clear that if he really moved aside, then the entire camp might disperse in a few days. Therefore, he definitely couldn't move aside. Nian 19 looked at Xianxia and said, General Chen, since you're not retreating, there's no need for you to leave the camp. I think it's quite easy for people to stay here. Xianxia looked at Nian 19 and said, Alliance Head Nian, you don't have to persuade me anymore. We have already packed up and left the camp. It's impossible for us to go back. Alliance Head Nian, I'll take my leave. When the general's gathering drum sounds, I'll come and listen to your orders. After speaking, Xianxia waved his hand. The army slowly moved forward, ignoring Nian 19 and directly leaving the camp. Nian 19's expression was ugly as he watched the army leave the camp. Then, he went to the observation deck at the entrance of the camp. He wanted to see where Xianxia and the others had set up camp. After seeing what he saw, Nian 19 was so angry that he almost vomited blood. After Xianxia and the others left the camp, they actually directly entered Stonemar's camp. Stonemar's group was also waiting for him at the entrance. From the looks of it, they had already contacted each other. Then, Xianxia and the others entered Stonemar's camp. After that, half of the entrance of Stonemar's camp went silent. It was as if the 5,000 people were just a drop of water that dissolved into the sea in the blink of an eye. When Nian 19 saw this, he was so angry that he smashed a barrier on the observation deck. Then he returned to his tent with an ashen face. The others also saw this situation. They didn't think that Xianxia wouldn't give Nian 19 any face. This was a blatant slap to Nian 19's face. Everyone knew that Xianxia didn't get along with Stonemar and the others. But this time, Xianxia and the others openly moved from their camp to Stonemar's camp. This clearly showed that Xianxia wasn't giving face to Xianxia. He was telling Xianxia that he wasn't going to follow him anymore. Nian 19 was disgusted with Stonemar's group. From the very beginning, when he wanted to be the Alliance Lord, Stonemar's group had been opposing him. When he wanted to be the Alliance Lord, Stonemar's group made a lot of restrictions. Even if Nian 19 became the Alliance Lord, he wouldn't have too much power. Although Nian 19 had built a camp, anyone with eyes could see that they were just dealing with the situation. Moreover, they even openly threatened Nian 19. To be honest, anyone would feel disgusted when facing such a person. But now, Xianxia directly went to Stonemar's camp. How could Nian 19 not be angry? He was about to die from anger, but he couldn't do anything about it. On Stonemar's side, after welcoming Xianxia's group into the camp, he immediately arranged for Xianxia's group to live in. Actually, everything was already prepared. After Xianxia's group settled in, Stonemar immediately invited Xianxia and Naya to the tent. Inside the tent, a table full of dishes was already prepared. After Stonemar invited Xianxia to sit, he picked up the cup on the table and said, General Chen, please drink this cup. It's a pity that we're in the army, so we can't drink alcohol. I can only use tea as a substitute for wine to toast you. Xianxia smiled and said, General Stonemar is too polite. This time, I came here and caused a lot of trouble for General Stonemar. I hope that General Stonemar doesn't blame me. Xianxia laughed and said, General Chen, what are you talking about? Even if you didn't come, our troubles wouldn't be any less. Since General Chen is here, it means that he thinks highly of us. Come, let's have a drink. Xianxia wasn't polite, the group drank the tea in their cups. Then the group ate and chatted. They talked about the recent war situation, it wasn't anything special. Halfway through the meal, Xianxia turned to Xianxia and said, General Chen, you've arrived at our camp. Moreover, you've sent a message to the general. From now on, we'll be allies. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia nodded and said, General Stonemar, we're allies from now on. We should advance and retreat together. When Stonemar heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He discovered that Xianxia was a smart person. When he said that he wanted to form an alliance with Xianxia immediately said that they would advance and retreat together. It was clear that Xianxia understood what he meant. Stonemar didn't hold back, he said, it's good that General Chen said so. Now that General Chen has joined us, I'm sure that 19 wouldn't let us go. He might even send us out tomorrow. Because of this, we'll have to face 19 head-on. If he sends us out tomorrow, then no matter which city-state he sends out, we'll all oppose it. In short, we must not go out. Xianxia nodded and said, the South Flower Gate isn't easy to deal with. Their defenses are organized. If we attack at this time, then we'll be smashing our heads against a rock. Because of this, we're right to not go out. To be honest, I'm very disappointed with Alliance Lord Nian. He's not good at commanding, he's not good at anything. I wonder how he became the Alliance Lord. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, we don't need to pay attention to him. Let's just do what we need to do. If 19's attack continues at this level, then he wouldn't be able to win. We have several ancestors here, so 19 wouldn't dare do anything to us. However, we still need to be prepared. If 19 fails, then we need to make sure that we'll be fine. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, 19's attack is too strong. Xianxia nodded and said, I understand what you mean. If 19 really fails, then those guys on the other side won't let us off easily. That's why your camp is built so well. Stonemer nodded and said, right, we've been worried about this from the very beginning. Although we're attacking South Flower City, we're actually facing the Holy Courtyard. The Holy Courtyard has already failed in Puha City. If they fail in South Flower City, then the Holy Courtyard would lose the trust of the other cities. At that time, the Holy Courtyard would be finished. Because of this, they absolutely wouldn't give up on South Flower City. Xianxia nodded and said. In Puha City, they were attacking, and they only had a few experts. That way, they wouldn't lose, and the people who supported them wouldn't blame them. But now, they're defending South Flower City. If they lose in this case, then the other cities wouldn't be able to trust them anymore. At that time, the alliance against the Holy Courtyard would be able to sweep across the world while the Holy Courtyard would face the attack of the entire spirit weapon realm. Because of this, it's impossible for them to give up on South Flower City. Stonemer nodded and said, this battle won't be as easy as 19 thinks. The Holy Courtyard can't lose, but can we lose? If we lose, then what would happen to our hundreds of thousands of troops? These troops are the elites of the various city-states. If all of them die here, it will be a great blow to the various city-states. Most importantly, it will be a huge blow to the morale of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. However, looking at the current situation, 19 is bound to be defeated. Stonemer nodded and said, actually, if we attack with all our strength, then it wouldn't be impossible to take down South Flower Gate. But looking at the current situation, even if we do, the other cities wouldn't do anything. And if we do, then it would be very difficult to take down South Flower Gate. Because of this, we need to preserve our strength so that we can fight against the Holy Courtyard in the future. Xianxia nodded and said, the reason why our Wild Lion tribe joined the alliance against the Sacred Academy was because City Lord Xianxia had a great victory in Pujiang City. But who would have thought that after we joined, the alliance leader would become Year 19? Looking at Year 19's current performance, to be honest, I'm very disappointed. Year 19 isn't suitable to be the alliance leader, he was pushed to this position by the other city-states. Because of this, he lacked confidence in front of the other city-states. On the battlefield, if you have too many worries, then you wouldn't be able to defeat the enemy. Year 19 is in this situation, he has too many worries, so even when he attacks, he would hold back a certain amount of strength. How could he capture the Southwa Gate like this? Stonemer smiled faintly and said, forget it, let's not talk about him. 19's performance is just like this, we can't do anything to him. There's no need to worry about him. I think that 19 will beat the drums tonight. At that time, we still have a battle to fight. Let's see, this time, the other cities will also put pressure on us. The group nodded. Then Xianxia looked at Stonemer and said, General Stonemer, if the other cities also put pressure on us, then what should we do? Stonemer smiled faintly and said, what should we do? Let's just ignore them. What can they do? Before 19 became the alliance leader, we already said that if the 5 city lords opposed, then 19's orders would be nullified. If they really want to use force, then we won't be polite. Our city lord said that it's not a big deal. If they really want to use force, then our Lost Soul City wouldn't be afraid of him. At worst, we'll withdraw from the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. What's there to be afraid of? The city lord already said that even if we withdraw from the alliance, with our strength, it wouldn't be impossible for us to defeat the Sacred Academy. When Xianxia heard Stonemer, his eyes couldn't help but light up. They were from the Wild Lion tribe, and the Wild Lion tribe didn't like politicians like Nian 19. What they liked was a domineering leader. If I say one, then it's one, no one would dare to say two. The Wild Lion tribe believed that such a leader was a lion, and under the leadership of a lion, they would also become lions. And people like Nian 19, in their eyes, were like foxes. Although foxes were cunning and smart, they would never be like lions, becoming the king of beasts. Because of this, Xianxia didn't like Nian 19 from the very beginning. But Zhao Hai's words that Stoneham relayed were to his liking. In Xianxia's opinion, such domineering words must have come from a domineering person. And with Zhao Hai's previous achievements, Xianxia immediately determined that Zhao Hai was a qualified leader. He should be the alliance leader. 19 simply didn't deserve to sit in that position. However, Xianxia didn't say anything, he just nodded and said, "All right, with City Lord Zhao's words, I'm relieved. I'm afraid that you wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure and rush up. If you really can't withstand the pressure and rush up, then all of us would be in trouble." The general's summoning drum sounded once again, and the generals of the various city-states all rushed to the central tent. Among these people, a small group of people was the most eye-catching. This small group of people was Stonehammer and the others. Stonehammer's group didn't say a word in the past few days, so no one paid attention to them. But today, Xianxia's actions made them the focus of attention once again. Stonehammer's group didn't pay attention to these people. They were still chatting and laughing as if they didn't pay attention to these people at all. It wasn't until Year 19 entered the tent that they calmed down. Year 19 sat on the main seat and glanced around. His gaze paused on Xianxia's group for a short while. Although it was only for a short while, it was still noticed by a lot of observant people. Then Year 19 looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, let's talk. How can we take the Southern Flower Gate? I can tell you that I won't give up on the Southern Flower Gate. Everyone, let's talk." Nobody spoke, everyone was silent. They had been attacking the Southern Flower Gate for quite some time, so they had a general understanding of the defensive strength of the gate. They knew that the Southern Flower Gate wasn't easy to deal with. Now that Year 19 asked them to speak, how could they speak? Therefore, they could only choose to remain silent. Stonehammer's group also didn't speak. The entire tent was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Seeing the reaction of these people, Year 19's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then he looked at everyone and said, "Since nobody wants to speak, then I'll say a few words. In the past few days, we've used a lot of methods to attack the city, but none of them worked. On the contrary, we were repelled by the Southern Flower Gate. Therefore, we don't need to think too much about it. The Southern Flower Gate isn't a big city, it can only accommodate 100,000 soldiers at most. Our military strength is several times greater than the enemy's, so we don't need to use those methods. Starting tomorrow, we'll attack step by step. We'll attack day and night until we break through the Southern Flower Gate." When everyone heard Year 1's words, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Of course, they knew that this kind of attack might be effective. However, at the same time, their attack would also bring about a large number of casualties. The number of casualties would definitely increase greatly. What should they do? Everyone knew that the soldiers they brought were all elites. If there were a lot of casualties, then regardless of victory or defeat, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves. Because of this, they naturally felt disgusted, but they didn't say anything. Year 19 looked at everyone, his eyes flashing as he said in a deep voice, "For tomorrow's attack, we'll change the situation a bit. Before, when we attacked, we always had several city-states form a single echelon. Because of this, we didn't have good teamwork, so I'm going to change the situation a bit. We'll have several city-states that we're familiar with form a single echelon. Then, today's attack will be carried out by the city-state. Tomorrow, the first echelon of attack will be given to the Lost Soul City-State, Stone Ox City-State, Bloodblade City-State, Deer Cry City-State, Void Howl City-State, Galloping Horse City-State, and Wild Lion Tribe. You will form a small coalition army and attack the South China Gate tomorrow." When the generals heard Year 19, they felt relieved. At the same time, they understood what Year 19 meant when he told them to remain calm in the evening meeting and to support him when necessary. Year 19 wanted to make an example out of Stonehammer and the others. The calmness was clearly in response to Year 19's words. Moreover, if Stonehammer and the others were to oppose him, then they would support Zhao Hai. Shi Chui looked at Yan 19 and said in a deep voice, objection. Stone Leaf also said, oppose. Lu Yuan, Chen Yonghe, and the other generals also objected. Their words were very simple, they only had one word, oppose. Year 19 looked at Stonehammer and the others and said, General Stonehammer, what do you mean by this? Don't forget that we're on the battlefield. Do you want to be afraid of the enemy? Year 19 clearly knew that Stonehammer was the leader of these people. Therefore, he was the first to speak against Stonehammer. Stonehammer looked at Year 19 and said, we're not afraid of the enemy. We're just exercising our authority. When we were choosing the alliance leader, we already said that if the 5 city-states were to oppose, then the alliance leader's order would be nullified. I wonder if alliance leader knows how many city-states we have right now. Can alliance leader Year count? Year 19 looked at Stonehammer and didn't get angry. Instead, he calmly said, of course I know this. But General Stone, don't you think that this is too much? We've been fighting for so many days, but General Stone, you've been watching from the sidelines for so many days. Now that we're asking you to put in some effort, don't you agree? Year 19's words were vicious. He had pushed Stonehammer and the others to the opposite side of the city-states. Over the past few days, all the city-states had suffered losses, but only Stonehammer and the others hadn't. Previously, no one paid attention to Stonehammer and the others, so they naturally didn't think of this matter. But now that they heard Year 19's words, the other city-states suddenly thought of it. That's right, we've suffered so many losses over the past few days, but you haven't suffered any losses at all. How can this be? The people from the other city-states felt that it was unfair. They naturally looked at Stonehammer with hostility. Stonehammer glanced at Year 19. This guy had learned to be smart, but it was useless. Petty cleverness that couldn't be used in public wouldn't be able to do anything. Stonehammer said, oh? Since Alliance Leader Year has said so, then I'd like to ask. What mission did our city-states hold in the beginning? We were vanguards, right? We were clearly the first to arrive at the foot of Mount Zhuhua, but Alliance Leader Year didn't let us attack. He even said that we were tired and asked us to take a good rest. I remember that I said at that time that Alliance Leader Year didn't let us attack. If you want us to attack in the future, then it depends on whether we're willing or not. I told Alliance Leader Year very clearly that we're not willing to attack now, so you can give this mission to someone else. Stonehammer's words were said casually, as if there wasn't a trace of anger. But when he said it, it was so arrogant and infuriating. Year 19 finally couldn't hold back his anger. He looked at Stonehammer with an ashen face and said, General Stone, it's true that you're the vanguard. But along the way, you've been opening roads and building bridges. You've indeed worked very hard, so what's wrong with me letting you rest? Now that all the city-states' armies have suffered losses, everyone needs to rest. You've also rested for so many days. Don't tell me that you're unwilling to attack for a day? Stonehammer nodded and said, Alliance Leader Year is right. We're unwilling. Year 19 almost spat out blood. Stonehammer's words were too arrogant and infuriating. Year 19 took a few deep breaths and suppressed the anger in his chest. Then he turned to the generals of the other city-states and said, Everyone, what do you say? When the other city-states heard Year 19, they understood that it was time to support him. These city-states also knew that Year 19 wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality with Stonehammer and the others. He wanted to use them to put pressure on Stonehammer and the others. However, they didn't oppose it, so they immediately began to clamor. We're fighting with our lives on the line, but you're just watching the show. This is unfair. Fight, fight. What's the use of you if you don't fight? Fight, fight. We've lost so many people, but you're just hiding. This is unfair. Fight, you must fight. Otherwise, you'll be kicked out of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. That's right, that's right. Hurry up and fight. If you don't fight, then get the hell out of the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance. Our Anti-Holy Academy Alliance is going to fight against the Holy Academy. If you don't dare to fight, then what's the point of keeping you? Everyone kept clamoring. Obviously, they were all on Year 19's side. At this time, Year 19's eyes flashed with a trace of pride. He didn't believe that Stonehammer and the others wouldn't surrender in this situation. Would they dare to become enemies with all the other city-states? As long as they surrender, then they would be able to suppress them in the future. Let's see if they still dare to be arrogant. Stonehammer looked at the people from the other city-states, then he turned to Year 19 and said, Alliance Leader Year, is this what you want as well? Do you want to say that if we don't fight, then we'll be kicked out of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance? 19 looked at Xianxia's calm face and felt a little uncertain. However, since things had already reached this point, he couldn't back down. So he said in a deep voice, of course, this isn't my idea. It's everyone's idea. Xianxia looked at Year 19 and said in a deep voice, what do you think? Year 19 looked at Stonehammer for a while before replying, although I'm the alliance leader of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, I was chosen by everyone. Of course, I have to respect everyone's wishes. Good, I've been waiting for you to say this. When Stonehammer heard Year 19, he couldn't help but say, do you really think that we're willing to join the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance? Let me ask everyone, who was the one who proposed the formation of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance? It was our Lost Soul City's City Lord Zhao Hai. It was our Lost Soul City's City Lord who was the first to oppose the Holy Courtyard. This was the reason why the Holy Courtyard Alliance was formed. Let me ask everyone, who was the main force in the Battle of Po City? It was our Lost Soul City. At that time, our Lost Soul City hadn't taken over Pua City. However, we sent 10,000 troops, more than 100 Sky Dance Realm experts. The City Lord himself also came. In addition, there were more than 100 ordinary Sky Dance Realm experts. But what about you? The number of Sky Dance Realm experts from the 30-plus city-states is only around 700. On average, each city-state has 20 people. Ha ha ha, you call this little bit of people reinforcement? You're not embarrassed to say that. That day, my city lord led everyone and defeated the army of Wukong-level experts of the Sacred Academy with great difficulty. He was afraid that the Sacred Academy would use the portable teleportation formation to break into the city-states and attack them. Therefore, he returned to the Lost Soul City-state and painstakingly studied the enchantment formation in order to block the portable teleportation formation of the Sacred Academy. But who would have thought that just when my city lord was worried about the safety of the entire Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, someone suddenly jumped in and claimed the merit of the battle with the Sacred Academy. Moreover, he contacted everywhere and made promises everywhere just to get the position of the Alliance leader. For the sake of the unity of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, my city lord didn't compete with him. He just wanted to limit his power to prevent him from abusing his authority. If he was a good person, our city-states would naturally follow his orders. But is he? Year 19, do you dare to say that you are? At the end of his words, Xianxia's voice was already stern. The tent was silent. Everyone knew who Xianxia was talking about. However, they didn't expect that Xianxia would dare to openly question Year 19. Year 19's face was ashen as he sat there. He also knew that his position as the leader of the alliance was not glorious. However, this kind of thing was something that most people would only know in their hearts. They would not say it out loud. This was a kind of tacit understanding between politicians. However, he did not expect that Stonehammer would actually say it out loud today. How could Year 19 not be angry? Xianxia didn't care so much. He looked at Year 19 and said in a deep voice, Year 19, since you became the alliance leader, you have been unfair in handling things. You have always regarded us city-states as a thorn in your side. You let us be the vanguard, but when it was time to attack, you didn't let us attack. It was nothing more than that you were afraid that we would steal your merit. We didn't fight for it, but what happened later? General Chen raised an opinion. Didn't you agree at that time? Didn't everyone hear it at that time? Everyone heard it and you all agreed. But what happened in the end? After the first attack failed, you actually questioned General Chen face to face? Is this what an alliance leader should do? Then for the previous failures, didn't the people who came up with the idea all deserve to die? Year 19, with your breadth of mind, you still want to be the alliance leader? Do you really think we don't know anything? Today, after General Chen entered our camp, you sent people to contact the people of the other city-states. You just want them to force us to attack. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You don't know what kind of people we are from Lost Soul City-State, and you don't know what kind of person our city lord is. Our city lord can consider the overall situation and not fight with you, but that is under the condition that he is willing to do so. You want to force us? You want to threaten us? That is absolutely impossible. Year 19, let me tell you, my Lost Soul City has never been afraid of being threatened by others. Otherwise, we would not have become enemies with the Sacred Academy. Today, you want to kick us out of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance? Alright, let's scram. My Lost Soul City-State doesn't need to participate in this kind of Anti-Holy Academy Alliance. After saying that, Shi Chui coldly snorted and turned around to leave. Shi Yi and the others also followed Shi Chui out of the tent. In the blink of an eye, they left the tent. Year 19 looked at the backs of Shi Chui and the others as they left. His face was livid. He really didn't think that Shi Chui and the others would dare to leave. It was only after they left that he realized that he really didn't have anything to threaten them with. Wolfgrass was in Shi Chui's camp, so they didn't lack food. Detain Shi Chui and the others? Impossible, he didn't dare to do so. Not to mention the strength of Shi Chui and the others, there were still several river-breaking experts in their camp. At this time, if he dared to detain Shi Chui and the others, those river-breaking experts would certainly kill him. At that time, he would really be finished. Besides this, what else could he use to threaten Shi Chui and the others? Let the people of the other city-states join forces to attack Shi Chui and the others? Not to mention that the people of the other city-states would never do so. Even if they were crazy and really did so, would Shi Chui and the others' camp be for decoration? Would those river-breaking experts be for decoration? Would they be able to kill Shi Chui and the others? Taking a step back, even if they succeeded, the Lost Soul City-State and Zhao Hai were still there. They would have to face Zhao Hai's crazy revenge. Zhao Hai was a character that no city-state would want to offend. He dared to openly declare war against the Sacred Court, so why would he be afraid of a few city-states? It was only now that Year 19 discovered that they really didn't dare to do anything to Shi Chui and the others. Moreover, they also had another big enemy, the South Flower City-State and the Sacred Court. It wasn't that Year 19 didn't know that the Sacred Court was behind the South Flower City-State. However, he had to fight this battle because he had made too many promises to those who supported him as the Alliance Lord. If he didn't agree to this battle, then how could he fulfill those promises? There was simply no way to fulfill those promises. If he couldn't fulfill those promises, then how could his position as the Alliance Lord be stable? Therefore, he had to fight this battle no matter what. He thought that by relying on his army, he would be able to take down the South Flower City-State. However, he didn't expect that they couldn't even take down the South Flower Gate. Moreover, they completely forced Shi Chui and the others to rebel. If he sent troops to deal with Shi Chui and the others at this time, then would the people on the city watch and not do anything? Even if they didn't do anything, when both sides suffered heavy losses, would the people on the city not come out to take advantage of the situation? Only a fool wouldn't come out to take advantage of the situation. At that time, all of them would be unlucky. Therefore, Year 19 didn't dare to touch Shi Chui and the others. Seeing Shi Chui and the others leave, Year 19's mind was spinning thousands of times. At this time, the tent was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone had lost interest in talking. Most of the people present were high-ranking military officers. They weren't politicians, so they didn't do things as shamelessly as ordinary politicians. The reason why these people were targeting Shi Chui and the others was mainly because of the city lord's orders. As for why they were targeting Shi Chui and the others, these high-ranking military officers weren't very clear about it. But now, when they heard that Year 19 had used such a method to obtain the position of alliance leader, and when they saw Stonemer and the others leave in anger, they really didn't know what to say. Many people with a conscience even secretly blushed. When Nian 19 finally reacted, the tent was still strangely quiet. Nian 19 glanced at the people in the tent and realized that many of them had their heads lowered. He didn't know what they were thinking. Nian 19 couldn't help but sigh. He knew that his prestige had once again fallen today. Year 19 smiled bitterly, then he said with a bitter voice, "Let's adjourn. We'll discuss the attack later." After saying that, he stood up, turned around, and left the tent. The others also stood up silently, and left. When Shi and the others returned to their camp, they immediately gathered in the tent. Shi looked at Shi and said, "General Shi, today we completely fell out with Year 19. What should we do next? Do we still want to stay here?" Stonehammer shook his head and said, "Absolutely not. We've already fallen out with Nian 19. With Nian 19's personality, even if he knows he's wrong, he won't admit it. So if we want to join the alliance against the Sacred Academy, I'm afraid we can only wait until Nian 19 steps down. Then there's no point for us to stay here. What I mean is that we should immediately pack up and leave. Let me tell the ancestors that we're leaving and tell them that the Sacred Academy hasn't started their full counterattack yet. Let's say that Nian 19 can still resist for a while. We'll immediately leave and return to our own city-states." Shi looked at Shi and said, "After we return to our own cities, we'll immediately organize the army? Will the Sacred Academy come that quickly?" Shi coldly snorted and said, "Sacred Academy? The Sacred Academy might not come that quickly, but Year 19 needs to be cleaned up. Do you really think that our young master will watch us suffer? If it wasn't for our young master being busy, would Year 19 become the Alliance Lord? Dream on. Now that we've suffered so much, if our young master can rest until Year 19, then I'll immediately find a tree and hang myself. Alright, let's not talk about this, it's boring. Let's go back and pack up. We'll try to leave tomorrow. After we leave the Yalong city, we'll go our separate ways." Xianxia looked at Shi and said, "Why do we have to wait until we leave the Yalong city? Isn't it good to separate now? That way, we can move faster." Stonehammer said in a deep voice, "Absolutely not. If we split up now, we might be in danger. General Chen, you might not know why we weren't optimistic about Nian 19 from the beginning. In fact, from the beginning, we thought that Nian 19 might fail. It's not because of anything else, but because the family alliance of the family city-state might be a spy sent by the Sacred Academy." When Xianxia heard Shi, he couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed as he said, "General Shi, is what you said true? Is the clan alliance really a spy?" Stonehammer nodded and said, "Right, you should have heard about the family alliance. In the beginning, my young master sent people to contact the family alliance, wanting them to join the alliance against the Sacred Academy. However, their attitude was very bad, they simply didn't come in contact with our people. Even if they did, they didn't say a single good word. Later on, our people in the Wyvern City discovered that the family alliance had secretly met with the Sacred Academy. After they met with the people from the Sacred Academy, the family alliance became friendly with the people we sent. But then the people we sent were killed. At this time, the word sacred popped up and admitted that the person was killed. Then the family alliance began to blame the Sacred Academy. But isn't this too much of a coincidence? The person we sent to the Yalong city wasn't just a day or two ago. Why would he be killed at that time? Why would the Sacred Academy admit that they killed him? Why would the Clan Alliance openly blame the Sacred Academy? Then when Year 19 contacted the Clan Alliance immediately agreed to join the alliance. All of this is too much of a coincidence. Xianxia stared, then his complexion changed as he said, "It's indeed too much of a coincidence. No matter how you look at it, it seems like a trap set up by the Sacred Academy to deal with the alliance." Shi nodded, then he said, "So if we separate in the Yalong city, it's hard to guarantee that the Clan Alliance wouldn't make a move against us. Then they would blame Year 19's group. Although we had a falling out with Year 19, no matter what, they are still opposing the Sacred Academy. If this kind of conflict happens, it would only benefit the Sacred Academy. Therefore, we still need to be careful." The Zhe family's patriarch had a happy expression as he sat in the tent. He smiled and said to the other families, "This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Even the heavens are helping us. Who would have thought that 19 would fall out with Stonehammer's group? Ha ha ha. This is a great opportunity." The other clans also nodded with a smile. They had seen what had happened in the central tent with their own eyes. To be honest, they had almost laughed out loud at that time. 19's performance didn't disappoint them. If there was anyone that they were afraid of, then it would be Zhao Hai and the Lost Soul City-State. Not only the family alliance, even the sacred court was afraid of the Lost Soul City-State. This was something that couldn't be helped. The Sacred Academy was more or less aware of the situation of the other city-states. Only the Lost Soul City-State was completely unknown to them. They thought that the Lost Soul City-State was just SOSO, a newly established city-state. However, they didn't expect that the Lost Soul City-State would be so strong. They actually had so many Broken River-level experts, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Moreover, the Sacred Court had sent more than 1 or 2 groups of spies to the Lost Soul City-State. So far, none of them managed to gain a foothold in the Lost Soul City-State. Because of this, they didn't know anything about the Lost Soul City-State. Moreover, 8 of the Broken River-level experts that came with 19 were ancestors of the Lost Soul City-State and its allies. In this case, 19 was able to force the Lost Soul City-State to leave. This was good news for the Xia family. The Xia family's patriarch looked at the patriarch and said, "Now that we're in the Sacred Court's camp, the Sacred Court's patriarch has decided to attack the Lost Soul City-State." The Xia family's patriarch looked at the others and said, "Everyone, I think it's a good time for us to make a move." 19 forced the Lost Soul City-State to leave the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. In my opinion, Stonemer and the others won't stay. They said that they want to leave the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, so naturally, they won't stay here. If they leave, then it's best that they don't stay. They can bring along 100,000 troops with them. This way, 19's troops will be reduced. When the time comes, as long as the Sacred Academy Alliance destroys the provisions in the rear, we will definitely win. The other patriarchs nodded. One of the patriarchs said, "I think that Stonemer and the others will definitely leave. Moreover, Nian 19 won't let them stay." Nian 19 is a person with great ambition but little talent. Today, he forced Lost Soul City to leave, so he definitely won't let them come back. Moreover, Stonemer and the others are very stubborn. If they leave the alliance now, then even if we invite them later, they might not necessarily come back, let alone now. So it's almost certain that they will leave. You see, if we don't inform the Holy Court and have them intercept them on the way, then what if we don't? The Xia family's patriarch shook his head and said, "There's no need. Right now, we should focus on dealing with 19's group. The people sent by the other city-states are all elites. As long as we eliminate them, it would be a big blow to the other city-states. In the future, it would be much easier for the Sacred Court to deal with the other city-states." The other patriarchs nodded. Then one of the patriarchs said, "I think we should inform the Sacred Court as soon as possible. Then we should pay attention to Stonemer's group and see what they do." The Xia family's patriarch nodded and said, "Send people to monitor Stonemer's group, but don't get too close. Also, don't be discovered by them. See if they want to leave. I'll send a message to the Sacred Character." The Sacred Character had a lot of transmission formations. And since the Xia family's patriarch was very important to the Sacred Court, it was impossible for the Sacred Court to not give him a transmission formation. Because of this, the Xia family's patriarch can send a message to the Sacred Court at any time. At this time, inside 19's tent, 19 and his advisors were also sitting. 19's expression was ugly as he looked at the advisors and said, "I didn't think that Stonemer would openly challenge me." Moreover, he directly left the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. "Misters, what should we do now?" The advisors were silent for a moment. Then one of them said, "City Lord, I think this is an opportunity. Now that Stonemer's group has left the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, nobody will oppose us. We can attack the Nanhua Gate without any worries. If we can take the Nanhua Gate, then City Lord's prestige in the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance would be even greater. At that time, nobody will oppose you. We can also change the rule that if 5 city-states oppose the Alliance Lord, then the Alliance Lord's order would be nullified." 19 looked at the advisor, then he sighed and said, "Mister's words are reasonable. But the problem now is that it won't be easy for us to take the Nanhua Gate. Can Mister teach me?" The strategist thought for a moment and then said, "City Lord, let's do it in 2 steps. The first step is to integrate the armies of the various city-states. At the same time, we'll have them train for a period of time so that the soldiers will forget about this matter. Then we'll attack the South Hua Gate. The second step is to send some Void Realm experts and see if they can find a way to pass through Mount Zhuhua. If they can find it, then that would be the best. We can send people through Mount Zhuhua and directly enter the South Hua city-state. The sudden appearance of this army would certainly cause panic in the South Hua city-state. When the time comes, we'll launch an all-out attack here, then the South Hua city-state will naturally be defeated. When he heard the advisor, 19's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he nodded and said, "Right, Mr.'s proposal is really good. Let's do it this way." The other advisor didn't want the other advisors to think too highly of themselves. He looked at 19 and said, "City Lord, I think that there's one more thing we need to do. It's the matter of Stonehammer and the others." 19 looked at the advisor and said, "Mister, please speak." The advisor replied, "City Lord, Stonehammer and the others are no longer part of the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance. So will they leave this place? In my opinion, they will certainly leave. If they leave, then when they return to their own city-states, will they send troops to attack us? If they really want to send troops to attack us, it will be very troublesome for us." 19 stared, then his expression changed. He looked at the advisor and said, "Mister, what do you mean? Don't let Stonehammer and the others leave? I'm afraid we can't do that. Although Stonehammer and the others don't have a lot of people, they are all elites. Most importantly, they have several river-breaking ancestors. If we don't let them leave or try to kill them halfway, then those river-breaking ancestors would certainly make a move. Moreover, Zhao Hai would also receive the news. If Zhao Hai brings people to deal with us, then we would be in even more trouble." The strategist replied, "No, City Lord, I'm not asking you to deal with Stonehammer and the others. I just want you to write a letter to have Stonehammer take Zhao Hai away. Zhao Hai has enmity with the Sacred Academy. Although the Lost Soul City-State has left the Alliance, their enmity with the Sacred Academy cannot be changed. On the other hand, we are currently at war with the Sacred Academy, dealing with the enemies of the Lost Soul City-State. Although both sides have conflicts, we still have a common enemy. City Lord can write a letter to Zhao Hai and explain the situation to him. First, we need to stabilize Zhao Hai so that he won't attack us when we attack the South Flower City-State. At the same time, City Lord can also have Stonehammer and the others leave their camp behind. Although Stonehammer isn't very good, his camp is still very good. Moreover, even if it's separated from our camp, our two camps can still form a triangle, making it impossible for the enemy to attack either camp. If Stonehammer and the others leave their camp behind, then we can send people to garrison it. This way, the South Flower City-State wouldn't dare to attack us. This way, we can gain more time for ourselves." The strategist nodded and said, "Although Stonehammer isn't very good, his camp is still very good." Year 119 nodded. Although he didn't have direct contact with Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai was a person who cared about the big picture. If Zhao Hai wasn't a person who cared about the big picture, then his position as the Alliance Lord wouldn't have gone so smoothly. If Zhao Hai didn't care about the big picture, then he wouldn't have only sent Lu Jinyan and the others to attend the Alliance Lord Conference. Moreover, he wouldn't have only made a few requests to become the Alliance Lord. Therefore, this proposal was very feasible. Isn't Zhao Hai a person who cares about the big picture? Alright, then I'll use this reason to trap you so that you won't be able to ignore the big picture. After I deal with Nanhua City, I'll raise my prestige in the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. At that time, I'll command the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance to attack your Lost Soul City. At that time, I'll see who would dare to go against me." The strategist looked at Year 119 and knew that he was very satisfied with his proposal. He couldn't help but be shaken as he continued, "Moreover, the Alliance Lord's proposal also has an advantage. It's to stabilize the hearts of the people. The sudden departure of Stonehammer and the others has already made the hearts of the people in the Alliance unstable. Although the other city-states also participated in the matter of forcing Stonehammer and the others to leave, they wouldn't think so. In their opinion, this matter was caused by you. If you can stabilize Zhao Hai and make Stonehammer and the others stay in the camp, then the hearts of the people will be stabilized. Then you can train them for a period of time and eliminate the impact of this matter." Year 19's eyes lit up. Today in the big tent, he also noticed that the expressions of the people from the other city-states were a little off. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for him. If it was really like what the strategist said, that he could use this matter to offset it, then it would definitely be a good thing for him. Year 119 nodded and said, "Alright, then immediately send people to monitor Stonemer and the others. See if they do anything. I'll immediately write a letter and have Stonemer send it to Zhao Hai." The strategists nodded and then went to prepare. Year 119 stayed in the tent and wrote a letter. At this time, Stonemer and the others were packing up. They would be leaving tomorrow, so naturally, they had to pack up today. In fact, Stonemer didn't think about tearing down their camp. Although Stonemer and Year 119 didn't get along, he didn't have any enmity with the ordinary soldiers. In this war, Year 119 was doomed to fail. However, their camp was much stronger than Year 119's. Once they leave, Year 119 would certainly send people to guard their camp. As long as Year 119 wasn't an idiot, then he wouldn't tear down the camp. When the time comes, those people would be able to rely on the camp to resist the attack of the Holy Court. This way, more ordinary soldiers would be able to survive. However, while the camp could be left behind, the other things couldn't be left behind. Because of this, Stonemer and the others were packing up and taking everything they could. On the other hand, the ordinary soldiers were very happy. They didn't care about the squabbles between the higher-ups. For them, being able to return home safely was the best. Naturally, Stonemer and the others couldn't hide their packing from the people monitoring them. It didn't take long before everyone in the camp knew that Stonemer and the others were packing up. Upon hearing this news, the reactions of the people in the various city-states were different. However, most of them chose to remain silent. Only the people in the alliance gathered together. The Xia family's patriarch looked at everyone with a happy expression and said, "I just received news that Stonehammer and the others are packing their things. This means that they will definitely leave. Ha ha ha, this is great news for us." The other clans nodded. One of the patriarchs turned to the Xia family's patriarch and said, "Old Xia, did you send the news to the Holy Court? Since Stonemer and the others are leaving, I think the Sacred Institute's counterattack can also begin. As long as we cripple 19th group this time, the Anti-Sacred Institute Alliance will have no chance to go against the Sacred Institute in the future. And with our help, it won't be difficult to eliminate the Anti-Sacred Institute Alliance." The Xia family's patriarch nodded and said, "Because of this, we can't expose ourselves for a while. The longer we stay in the alliance, the greater our contribution. When the time comes, the Holy Court wouldn't dare to look down on us." The others nodded. Then the Xia family's patriarch said, "I will immediately report this news to the Holy Court. They must not touch Stonemer and the others. Otherwise, they might provoke Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai cooperates with the alliance, then it wouldn't be good news for the Holy Court. The best thing we can do right now is to destroy the alliance first. Then we can gather our forces and destroy the Lost Soul City. Only in this way can we deal with Zhao Hai's group." The others nodded. Then the Xia family's patriarch had them return. He was going to send a message to the Holy Court. While he was busy, Year 119 also received news that Stonemer and the others were packing up. Upon hearing this, Year 119 immediately invited his advisors to the tent. After the advisors arrived, Year 119 explained the situation to them. Then he turned to the advisors and said, "It seems like Stonemer and the others will leave. What do you think about our previous plan?" The advisors simultaneously replied, "It's possible. City Lord can rest assured." Year 119 nodded, then he let out a long breath and muttered, "Then we'll see tomorrow." The next day, Xianxia and the others didn't wake up early. They had been packing up the night before, so they couldn't wake up early today. When they woke up in the morning and were eating, they heard someone report that Nian 19 had arrived. Xianxia was stunned, then he immediately invited Shi and the others over. After waiting for them to arrive, Xianxia asked someone to invite Nian 19 into the tent. This time, Nian 19's arrival was very low-key. Other than him, there were only 2 guards by his side. Xianxia didn't give Nian 19 a good look. He looked at Nian 19 and said, "Alliance Lord Nian, may I know the reason for your visit today?" Year 119 looked at Stonemer and said, "Although you have left the Anti-Holy Alliance, you are still not our enemy. Today, I have 2 things to tell you. First, I have a letter that I want you to pass to City Lord Zhao Hai. Second, when you leave, I hope that you can leave this camp behind. We still need to use this camp to fight against the people of Southflower City. Year 119 looked at Stonehammer and said, alright, alright. Shi Chui looked at Nian 19 and nodded, alright, we can leave the camp for you. I can also pass the letter to you. May I know if Alliance Lord Nian has any other instructions? Nian 19 looked at Shi Chui and said, no, I just hope that City Lord Zhao Hai can look at the big picture. Then he took out a letter and handed it to Shi Chui. After Shi Chui received the letter, he turned around and left. In fact, Nian 19 originally wanted to send a subordinate to contact Shi Chui and the others. However, his advisor told him to come personally. This was because if he sent someone, then it would seem like he didn't care enough about this matter. If things went wrong, then it might backfire. It was better for him to come personally. After Nian 19 left, Shi Chui looked at the letter in his hand, then he turned to the others and said, let's go. It seems like this Nian 19 is afraid that our young master will attack him. So he made this move to stabilize us. Hee, this guy is really good at scheming. Shi Yi nodded and said, of course he's afraid. The other city-states are still fine, at least they still have a city lord. But Elephant City is different. He's currently at the front lines. If City Lord Zhao Hai really attacks Elephant City, then Elephant City would be in danger. I think he wants to use the name of righteousness to trap City Lord Zhao Hai. Shi Chui nodded and said, that's what he meant. However, we still have to do this. I'm not helping him, I'm helping other people, especially the ordinary soldiers. In a war, the ones who suffer the most are the ordinary soldiers. And behind the first ordinary soldier is a family. If they die in battle, then their families will be the ones to suffer. If we can reduce their deaths, then we can be considered to have done a great service. Shi Chui nodded and said, that's what he meant. Shi Yi and the others nodded. Then Chen Yonghe looked at Shi Chui and said, then will City Lord Zhao Hai deal with them? Stonehammer shook his head and said, no, at least not before they retreat. Although my young master isn't an upright gentleman, he still wouldn't do such a thing. He might be ruthless towards the city lords and the clans, but he still cares about ordinary people. Stonehammer shook his head and said, yes, at least before they retreat. My young master isn't an upright gentleman, but he still cares about ordinary people. Shi Yi and the others nodded, they didn't say anything. As for whether they believed it or not, it was hard to say. Shi Chui looked at them and said, alright, let's not talk about this anymore. We're almost done packing. Let's set out and leave Yalong City as soon as possible. The group nodded and then went to prepare. At this time, countless pairs of eyes were looking at them from the camp. When these people saw Shi Chui and the others leaving the camp, they couldn't help but have different feelings in their hearts. They didn't know what they were feeling, but in short, they weren't happy. Most of the people who saw Shi Chui and the others leave couldn't help but sigh before they returned to their own camps. After Shi Chui and the others left, Year 19 immediately beat the drums and gathered everyone in the camp. However, everyone's mood was somewhat low today. One by one, they silently went to their own places and sat there without saying a word. Year 19 looked at everyone and said, now that Shi Chui and the others have left, perhaps everyone is worried that their city-states will be attacked. However, I ask everyone not to worry about this. I have already sent a letter to City Lord Zhao Hai. I believe that after City Lord Zhao Hai reads the letter, he wouldn't send troops to the other city-states. To be honest, I'm also very sad about Shi Chui and the others leaving. However, if they want to leave, we can't stop them. Everyone should know about our current situation. If they don't respect our orders, then what can we do? We can only make them leave. When everyone heard Year 19, although they didn't feel relieved, they could only do this. After all, Shi Chui and the others had already left, so they could only listen to Year 19. Year 119 looked at everyone and said, I went to see Stonehammer in the morning and told him to leave the camp. We'll send 100,000 people to the other camp and form a triangle. This way, we won't have to worry about the Southern Splendor Gates people sneak attacking us. 19 was very good at talking. When he went to see Stonehammer in the morning, he saw that Stonehammer quickly agreed to keep the camp. He knew that Stonemer didn't want to tear down the camp at all. However, he said in the tent that Stonemer agreed to keep the camp after he talked to Stonemer. This was clearly misleading everyone. It was as if everyone's credit was due to him. This was the mouth of a politician. The same words, when spoken from their mouths, had a completely different meaning. However, no matter how good Year 19's words sounded, it wasn't important to the people in the tent. Everyone's focus was on the camp left behind by Xianxia. Everyone knew what Xianxia's camp looked like. It was built very well, almost comparable to a small city. If they could enter the camp, then at least their safety would be guaranteed. Because of this, everyone wanted to enter the camp. Year 19 looked at everyone. He knew that he couldn't be biased at this time. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Year 19 looked at everyone and said, I don't have the right to decide who will enter the camp. I've decided that we will draw lots to decide. In order to be fair, Mammoth City will participate in the drawing of lots. Men, bring out the lots. Actually, the drawing of lots was very simple. It was nothing more than some slips of paper. Some of these slips of paper had words written on them while some were blank. The number of slips was the same as the number of slips in the tent. Then everyone was invited to draw lots. Those who drew lots would be able to enter the camp left behind by Xianxia. Those who didn't draw lots would stay in the camp. Xianxia's camp wasn't very big. At most, it could accommodate 130,000 people. But that was already the limit. Year 19's idea was to have 100,000 people in the camp. This was enough. After a few rounds of drawing lots, the people who would go to Stonemer's camp were finally determined. After Year 19 asked someone to destroy the paper, he turned to the crowd and said, those who have drawn lots can pack up and go to the new camp after going back. I won't say much about this. Next, I'll talk about what we're going to do in the future. When everyone heard this, their spirits shook. They still couldn't leave this place. They still wanted to capture Nanhua City. Therefore, they needed to listen to Year 19's plan. First, the enemy's defense was too good. Second, we underestimated the enemy. Third, our cooperation wasn't good enough. Everyone came from different city-states, and each city-state's army has its own uniqueness. We didn't know much about each other before, so there were always problems when it came to cooperation. This is the main reason for our failure. Therefore, I have decided that we will focus on training for the next period of time. Each city-state's army will cooperate with each other, and at the same time, reinforce the camp. Since Nanhua City-State is already prepared, it's impossible for us to take them down in a short period of time, so we have to prepare for a long war. Therefore, the camp must be reinforced, and we can coordinate with the training and reinforcement at the same time. Therefore, we can combine the training and training together. Everyone didn't object. At this time, the ordinary soldiers of the various city-states were already weary of war. If they were to forcefully attack, then these soldiers might rebel. Therefore, resting for a period of time and training was a good choice. Year 19 looked at everyone and said, in addition to the cooperation training, I want to send some Sky Dance Realm experts to carefully search Mount Zhuhua. Let's see if there's a place that can pass through Mount Zhuhua, bypass Nanhua Gate, and directly enter Nanhua City. If we can find it, then that would be for the best. Even if we can't find it, we'll just waste some time. However, Mount Zhuhua is so big that I don't believe that there isn't a place that can bypass Nanhua Gate and directly enter Nanhua City. What do you all think? Everyone nodded, they didn't object to this point. Just like Year 1 said, even if they couldn't find it, they would just be wasting some time. In any case, they would have to train for a while, so they could use this time to find a way to bypass the southern flower gate. This was a good choice. At this time, a general of the city-state opened his mouth and said, Alliance Lord, I think it's best if we send more people out. Moreover, we should move in groups. Otherwise, if Nanhua City's people find out that we have Sky Dance Realm experts, they might attack us. If we lose our Sky Dance Realm experts, then we wouldn't be able to explain it to the city lords. Year 19 nodded and said, that's how it should be, I also have the same idea. The Sky Dance Realm experts that go out must not be left alone. I think we should form groups of 10 people. This way, even if the other party sends people to attack them, They can resist for a period of time while we have a way to support them. Zhao Hai was sitting in his room with a letter in his hand. This letter was written to him by year 19. Zhao Hai placed the letter to the side and smiled faintly. This year 19 is really interesting. He wrote this letter because he knew that I wouldn't attack him. Therefore, he deliberately wrote this letter to show others that he's a person who cares about the big picture. This guy is really good at scheming. In front of Zhao Hai were two people, a man and a woman. The man was Lu Jinyan while the woman was Feng Lihua. When the two heard Zhao Hai, they stared. Then Lu Jinyan turned to Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord, what should we do next? Are we really going to just watch year 19 and the others and not make a move on them?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, we'll just watch them and do nothing. There's no need to care about them. Year 19 is doomed to fail this time. It wouldn't be too late to make a move after they fail." Lu Jinyan said, "Then what about the Lesser Dragon City? Are we going to leave them alone? Year 19's grain is left in the Lesser Dragon City. I think that's the safest course of action." Zhao Hai replied, "We don't need to care about the Lesser Dragon City. I want to see how they will react after year 19's failure. If those fellows from the Alliance aren't satisfied after year 19's failure and still want to stay in the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, then we don't need to be polite with them. After we deal with year 19, it wouldn't be too late to deal with them." Lu Jinyan nodded and didn't say anything else. In fact, he felt that this was a good opportunity. Year 19 was at the front lines. Although the Mammoth City-State had people guarding it, and they had their river-breaking patriarch stay behind, year 19 wasn't there. If they wanted to deal with the Mammoth City-State, then this was definitely a good opportunity. Even if he failed, it wouldn't affect his position in Mammoth City-State. At most, it would affect his position in the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. When that happened, it would be even more difficult for them to deal with Mammoth City-State. Lu Jinyan believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't understand this point, but Zhao Hai still decided to deal with him after he returned. This made Lu Jinyan somewhat puzzled, but he didn't say it out loud. Zhao Hai saw Lu Jinyan's expression and knew what he was thinking. He smiled and said, "Are you thinking that if I don't come back, it will be easier for us to deal with Mammoth City-State? Why should I give up this opportunity?" Lu Jinyan stared, then he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He felt that he had no secrets in front of Zhao Hai. This made Lu Jinyan's heart jump. However, he still calmed down and nodded, "Yes, City Lord. This is a good opportunity. It would be a pity to give it up." Zhao Hai replied, "You're right, this is a good opportunity. But if we deal with year 19 now, then I'm afraid that the army in the front lines of the Alliance would immediately collapse. When the time comes, the army would be finished. Naturally, this isn't the main reason. The main reason is that if we make a move on year 19, then the other city-states would blame us for their failure. In the future, it would be very difficult for us to control those city-states. Besides these two reasons, there's also another reason why I didn't make a move." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right, this is a good opportunity. But if we deal with year 19 now, then I'm afraid that the army in the front lines would collapse." At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he looked at Lu Jinyan and said, "The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Our main enemy right now is the Holy Academy. 19 isn't our main enemy, and although he isn't our friend, he still commands hundreds of thousands of troops in the front lines. Even if he fails, he can still cause casualties to the Holy Academy's army. Unfortunately, this possibility is very low. But even if both sides don't suffer, 19 can still cause casualties to the Holy Academy's army. Because of this, if we deal with 19 now, we would only make him suffer a great defeat while the Holy Academy wouldn't suffer any losses. I don't want to deal with 19 right now, I want to wait for him to come back." Lu Jinyan nodded, then he looked at Lu Jinyan and said, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Our main enemy is the Holy Academy." Lu Jinyan replied, "City Lord, Stonemer and the others have already left the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance. Moreover, they said that we're no longer part of the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance. So, is it appropriate for us to proceed according to our previous plan? When the time comes, even if we deal with year 19, will the other city-states listen to us?" What if they say that we're no longer part of the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance and that we're no longer qualified to gather them? What if they help Year 19 to deal with us? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm not worried about this. If Year 19 fails, then the losses of the other city-states wouldn't be small. The resentment of the other city-states towards Year 19 wouldn't be small. It would be good if they don't settle accounts with Year 19, but if they help Year 19 deal with us, then it would be difficult. This time, when we deal with Year 19, I'm prepared to capture the leader first. As long as we deal with the Nian family, then Elephant City would no longer be in danger. As long as we control Elephant City, then our Lost Soul City would become the largest city-state in the spirit weapon realm, surpassing the Lesser Dragon City. Then when we deal with the Lesser Dragon City, who would dare to say no to us? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm not worried about this. Lu Jinyan didn't say anything. Perhaps in the entire world of spirit weapons, only Zhao Hai had this kind of domineering aura. However, after thinking about it, Lu Jinyan said in a deep voice, but City Lord, in this way, I'm afraid that the number of experts in Han City isn't enough, right? Zhao Hai replied, you don't have to worry about this. In a few days, several river-breaking realm experts will join our enchanting Soul City. At the same time, there will also be a group of Sky Dance realm experts. Coupled with my newly developed defensive formations, I'm sure that we'll win this time. Lu Jinyan replied, what about the Holy Court? Will they just watch us make a move? What if they interfered halfway? Especially when dealing with the Clan Alliance. If they intervene, then we'll be in trouble. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, you don't have to worry. When dealing with the Clan Alliance, we have to be fast. Before they can react, we have to eliminate them. Let's eliminate the main characters of the Clan Alliance first. As for the ordinary troops, there will naturally be people who will help us control them. Lu Jinyan didn't say anything. All the questions he raised were already solved by Zhao Hai. What else could he say? He just needed to do as Zhao Hai instructed. Actually, Lu Jinyan was still somewhat excited. He really hoped that Zhao Hai would succeed. If Zhao Hai succeeds, then the enchanting Soul City would become as big as 2 lesser dragon cities. With such strength, there would be no opponents in the spirit weapon realm. Even if they were to clash with the Holy Court, they wouldn't have to worry about it. Lu Jinyan didn't know that the Stone Ox City and the other city-states were preparing to join the enchanting Soul City. If he knew, then he would be even more excited. This was because if several city-states joined the enchanting Soul City, then it would mean that Zhao Hai would control a small part of the Anti-Holy Court Alliance. In this case, the other city-states wouldn't dare to provoke Zhao Hai. Even the Holy Court wouldn't dare to provoke him. Naturally, even if the Holy Court didn't provoke Zhao Hai, it didn't mean that Zhao Hai wouldn't provoke them. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Jinyan and said, Old Lu, you should return to Puha City and take care of the government affairs there. At the same time, you should prepare all kinds of supplies in order to attack the Elephant City. I think that Stonemir's return is a signal to the Holy Court. This is because not only did Stonemir's group come back, they also brought 8 breaking river experts with them. It would be strange if the Holy Court didn't seize this opportunity. Lu Jinyan nodded and said, yes, City Lord. I understand. I'll take care of it. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, let's see if the Holy Court is greedy or not. If they are, then they might directly attack the Anti-Holy Court Alliance. Maybe they think that we won't make a move this time. However, they are wrong. No matter when, as long as the Holy Court dares to attack, we will make a move. We will make them feel pain and fear. At the same time, we will also gain some time for ourselves. Lu Jinyan looked at Zhao Hai and said, City Lord, do you think that the Holy Court will attack us after defeating Year 1 and the others? Aren't they too greedy? Zhao Hai replied, we can't be sure about that. We just need to be prepared. If they come, then we'll teach them a lesson. If they don't, then we'll just follow our plan. Zhao Hai nodded, all right. Lu Jinyan nodded and didn't speak. He discovered that becoming Zhao Hai's subordinate was a very happy thing. He didn't need to worry about anything. Zhao Hai had already thought of everything. Zhao Hai had already arranged everything. Lu Jinyan only needed to follow Zhao Hai's instructions. Moreover, Lu Jinyan also discovered that although Zhao didn't deal with the daily affairs of the city, he was still aware of all the changes in the city. Whether it was the Lost Mountain or the Pu River district, it was the same. It was as if there was nothing in the city that could be hidden from him. The most important thing was that Lu Jinyan had never seen Zhao take out any information. It was as if he had memorized all of it. This was really amazing. In fact, Lu Jinyan's guess wasn't wrong. Zhao Hai did indeed remember everything that happened in the city, even if it was just a small matter. Not only did he understand the situation of the cities in the Lost Soul Mountains and the Pu River district from Feng Lihua and Lu Jinyan's reports, he also used his own intelligence network to understand the situation in the city. This was especially true for the Pu River district. In the Lost Soul Mountains, the city lords were his slaves. However, Zhao Hai wasn't completely at ease with the Pu River district. Lu Jinyan was also a very smart person. If his ambitions didn't die, then with his prestige in the Pu River district, it was possible that something would happen to him. Because of this, Zhao Hai was especially careful about the Pu River district. Inside the dean's office, the dean and Teacher Wu were sitting inside. The dean was holding a piece of paper in his hand. He was carefully reading it. After reading it, he handed it over to Teacher Wu and said, "Take a look, it's from the Clan Alliance." Teacher Wu wasn't polite, he took the paper and carefully read it. After reading the content, Teacher Wu smiled faintly and said, "Those fellows from the Clan Alliance are really working hard." "What do you think, Dean?" The Dean replied, "Although those fellows are greedy, it's precisely because of their greed that they are more reliable. What they said must be true. I think we can take action now." Teacher Wu nodded and said, "Right, we can take action now. But Dean, do you think we should expose those fellows from the Clan Alliance? If we let them hide in the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, then their contribution would be even greater. I'm afraid that I won't be able to control them in the future." The Dean replied, "There's no need for that. Let them hide in the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. In any case, nobody knows that they're on our side. Once we deal with the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, we can deal with them." Teacher Wu nodded and said, "So the Dean already has a plan." "Alright, then I'll make the arrangements. It's time to launch a large-scale counterattack against the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance." The Dean smiled faintly and said, "Right, this time, we'll have a big victory. First, we'll burn 19's provisions. Then we'll send an elite squad to attack the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. At the same time, we'll send troops to the Nanhua Gate and defeat 19's army in one fell swoop. 19 shouldn't have fallen out with Zhao Hai. Once they do, nobody will be able to stop us when we attack the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance." Teacher Wu replied, "I think we should be careful. Zhao Hai has always been hostile to the Sacred Academy. If we attack the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, they might attack us." The Dean thought for a moment and nodded, "We have to guard against this. Alright, let's make sure that the people who are going out to battle are careful." Teacher Wu nodded. He stood up and left. The Dean looked at his back and murmured, "The heavens are helping my Sacred Academy. Against the alliance of the Sacred Academies, Zhao Hai. Sooner or later, I will destroy all of you." At this time, Stonemer's group had already left the alternative Dragon City State. They directly went to the nearby Ben-Hur City State. Ben-Hur City State wasn't very far from the alternative Dragon City State, there were only two small city-states in between. These two small city-states had very few soldiers, so naturally, they didn't dare to block Stonemer's group, allowing them to pass through smoothly. After arriving at Ben-Hur City State, Stonemer's group immediately took the transmission formation and left. At the same time, the two sides also agreed to attack and defend. If one side was in trouble, the other would come to help. Now, they could only hold on tighter in order to not be bullied. After Stonemer's group returned to Puha City, he immediately went to see Lu Jinyan. After Lu Jinyan invited Stonemer to his study, he looked at Stonemer and smiled, "Old Stonemer, it seems like you didn't suffer any hardships this time. You look the same as when you left." Stonemer smiled and said, "How could I suffer any hardships? I just stayed in my camp every day, it's much safer than here. Ha ha ha, I didn't even fight a single battle before coming back. Aside from the provisions, I didn't lose anything." Oh, right, there were also a few fellows who had diarrhea because of the water and soil. There weren't any injuries. When Lu Jinyan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he looked at Lu Jinyan and said, "But I'm afraid that you'll be busy soon. The city lord wants you to prepare. Once they fail, the Holy Court might take the opportunity to attack. You need to block the Holy Court's attack. After repelling the Holy Court, you can clean up the Elephant City and the alternative Dragon City-state. This is the city lord's plan." Stonehammer smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll arrange it. The young master really won't attack it this time. You also need to prepare the provisions. If a war really breaks out, then the consumption of those things would be huge." Lu Jinyan nodded and said, "All right, I'll arrange it. You don't need to worry, the city lord has already sent me to prepare the provisions." Stonehammer nodded, then he said, "How are the young master's preparations? This time, we'll be fighting against multiple parties. Is the young master ready?" Lu Jinyan smiled and said, "What do you think? The city lord has already prepared. The reason why he hasn't launched the attack yet is because he doesn't want to shoulder the responsibility of the failure of the Holy Court." Stonehammer nodded and said, "All right, I understand. Don't worry, I'll be ready." Then he stood up and cupped his hands towards Lu Jinyan before he turned around and left. Lu Jinyan looked at Stonehammer and smiled faintly. He didn't say anything. At this time, Year 19 was still training his troops in the front lines. Naturally, he was also paying attention to the situation of the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance, especially the situation of Lost Soul City. He heard that Stonehammer and the others had returned to Puha City, but there was no movement from Lost Soul City. Only then did he feel relieved. Every day, Stonehammer was reinforcing the camp and training his troops. In fact, Year 19 wasn't an idiot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the Alliance Lord. This time, Stonehammer's departure reminded Stonehammer of something. Although Stonehammer's departure seemed to be because he was angry with Stonehammer, the main reason for their departure was the attack on the South Hua Gate. If the South Hua Gate was easy to attack, then Stonehammer and the others wouldn't need to exert much effort to take it. Would they still leave then? Naturally, they wouldn't. Instead, they would attack the South Hua Gate and take it. Not only would they be able to slap Stonehammer's face, but they would also be able to gain a lot of merit points. But now, Stonehammer's group would rather have a falling out with Zhao Hai than attack the South Hua Gate. This showed that the South Hua Gate was very difficult to attack. If one wanted to take down the South Hua Gate, the losses would be huge. Because of this, Stonehammer's group would rather have a falling out with Zhao Hai than attack the South Hua Gate. Because of this, Year 19 changed his plan. He didn't want to attack the South Hua Gate immediately. Instead, he wanted to prepare for a long battle. In a long battle, they wouldn't be the only ones attacking. If the other side defended, then the other side would certainly attack them. If they reinforced the camp, then they would be able to block the other side's attack. One has to admit that although Year 19 wasn't a military genius, he was still a qualified politician. It wasn't easy for him to make such a judgment from Stonehammer and the others' reactions. After these days of training, the soldiers on the front lines were doing very well. Their morale had also recovered a lot. This made Year 19 very happy. However, Year 19 didn't attack the South Hua Gate rashly. Instead, he made sky dance experts scout the South Hua Gate several times. However, the results weren't very good. They still couldn't find out how many troops were in the South Hua Gate. This was because the sky dance experts didn't dare get too close to the gate. Regarding this situation, Year 19 was very impatient. However, his patience was much better than before. Because of this, he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he was prepared for a long stalemate. However, while Year 19 was prepared, the other city-states weren't. One must know that they were only an alliance. This time, all the city-states were sending troops and supplies. But the army was staying in the front lines. Every day, they would consume an astronomical amount of grain and provisions. And these provisions would be distributed to the city-states. For the other city-states, this was very difficult to accept. They wanted to make a fortune through this war, they didn't want to waste their provisions. Because of this, the other city-states began to put pressure on Year 19. They wanted him to attack as soon as possible. This made Year 19 in a dilemma. He knew that attacking the South Hua Gate wasn't a certainty. But if he didn't attack, then the other city-states wouldn't let him off. This made Year 19 feel unprecedented pressure. In the end, Year 19 had no choice but to deal with the other city-states. Every day, he would send some troops to test the waters. Because the speed of the attack wasn't fierce, there weren't many casualties. Moreover, Year 19 could use this opportunity to train the other city-states' troops. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, Stonehammer and the others had been away from the front lines for a month. During this time, although the front lines started to fight again, it was just a small skirmish. There weren't any casualties on either side. Both sides had been restraining themselves. On the other hand, the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance was very calm. Nothing happened. However, Year 19 didn't feel good, very bad. The pressure from the other city-states was getting bigger and bigger. They wanted him to attack immediately. However, Year 19 didn't make up his mind to go all out. This was because an all-out attack would cause a lot of casualties. When the time comes, the other city-states wouldn't let him off. At this time, Year 19 wasn't as high-spirited as he was when he became the alliance leader. Every day, he had to deal with the other city-states. While Year 19 was sitting in his tent and worrying about the other city-states, he suddenly heard a commotion in the camp. Year 19 stared, then he immediately went out of the tent. As soon as he went out, he saw that the entire camp was in a mess. Some soldiers were running around while others were shouting in panic. The entire camp was in a mess. Upon seeing this situation, Year 19 couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Although he didn't fight a lot, when he saw this situation, he couldn't help but think of two words: camp explosion. If the entire camp continued to be in chaos, it would be over. Thinking of this, Year 19 immediately shouted, "Quiet, all of you, quiet down. Officers of each camp, come out immediately and gather your troops. Unify the management. If anyone dares to make a ruckus, execute them." Year 19 knew that if this situation didn't calm down quickly, then the camp would be in danger. Following Year 19's words, the officers of the various camps immediately came out. Under the shouts of these officers, the entire camp slowly quieted down. However, at this time, the various city-states generals all gathered in the tent. Year 19 looked at a general of Elephant City and said, "General Qin, what's going on? Why is the camp in chaos?" This General Qin was his subordinate, so Year 19 didn't need to be polite when speaking to him. General Qin looked at Year 19 and smiled bitterly, "City Lord, you should take a look for yourself." Then General Qin pointed towards the back of the camp. Year 19 didn't understand and took a few steps forward. Then he looked towards the back of the camp. Upon seeing this, his expression couldn't help but change. In the distance, there was a red light illuminating the sky. Smoke and dust were billowing, as if there was a fire. At first, Year 19 didn't react. But after a while, he realized that the fire was coming from the cities where they stored their grain. Thinking of this, Year 19's expression couldn't help but change. At this time, the commanders of the other city gangs also arrived at the central tent. Their faces were also ugly. Year 119 looked at them and said, "Let's talk inside the tent." After that, he took the lead and walked into the big tent of the Central Army, and the others quickly followed. However, their faces were extremely ugly, and there was a trace of panic in their eyes. After everyone arrived at the tent and sat down, Year 19 immediately said to the Shi family's patriarch, "Patriarch Shi, is there a fire? Is the place where we stored our grain?" The Shi family's patriarch's face turned ugly as he nodded and said, "Yes, Alliance head. That's where we store our provisions. I'm afraid that something happened there." Hearing the Shi family's patriarch say this, the entire tent became chaotic. Year 19 was also in a panic. However, he was still a city lord, so he immediately calmed down. Then he said, "Quiet down. Immediately send sky dance experts to those cities to investigate the situation and see who did it. Quickly." Someone immediately responded and went to make preparations. Year 119 then looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Now that we are almost certain that the provisions have been burned, there is no point for us to stay here any longer. pass down the order, all camps are to prepare. We will retreat tomorrow. When Year 19's order was passed down, the others immediately responded. Then they all went out of the tent. Year 19 looked at the generals and couldn't help but sigh. Although he wasn't good at fighting, he knew that retreating like this wasn't a good idea. It might give the enemy an opportunity to attack them from behind. When that time comes, their army would be in chaos. But in this case, he had no way to control the army. Moreover, no one would agree to stay behind to block the enemy. This was because everyone wanted to return to their own city-states as soon as possible. Year 19 didn't have any way to command them. Moreover, he wasn't a good person. Therefore, he immediately called General Qin to his side and said, "General Qin, immediately inform the troops to pack up. We need to pack up as soon as possible and leave the camp. We can't fall behind, otherwise, we'll be in danger." When General Qin heard Yan 19's words, he couldn't help but be startled. However, he immediately understood. After all, he was a veteran general of the army. He knew what Yan 19 was planning. He immediately responded and turned around to leave the tent to make arrangements. The army of the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance was quickly packing up their things. However, some sky dance experts had already returned to the main camp from where they had stored their provisions. As soon as they returned, they immediately went to the Year 19's tent. Year 19 called these people into the tent. The one leading them was Mr. Wu. Year 19 looked at Mr. Wu and said, "Mr. Wu, what's the situation?" Mr. Wu's expression was ugly as he replied, "Alliance Lord, it's all over. Our provisions are all gone. They were burned down, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, a lot of people in the cities have died. Even more people have fled. Those cities are now empty." Year 19's expression was ugly as he stood there. After Mr. Wu finished speaking, Year 19 said, "Gather all the sky dance experts and retreat with the army. If the people from Nanhua Gate come out to attack, then you must cooperate with the ground forces to block their attack." Mr. Wu nodded before he turned around and left. Year 19 sighed and muttered, "Even the heavens aren't helping me." At this time, footsteps were suddenly heard from outside. Then a person ran into the tent. Year 19 looked at the person and saw that it was one of his subordinates. Year 19 looked at the person and said, "What's the matter?" The person immediately reported, "Alliance Lord, it's not good. The Nanhua Gate's troops suddenly left the city and are heading towards the camp." Year 19's expression changed as he muttered, "They're sending troops at this time? What do they want to do? Shouldn't they be attacking when we're retreating? Why would they come out at this time?" Since he couldn't understand, Year 19 immediately shouted, "Send an order to all the city lords to the tent. Hurry!" The messenger nodded before he turned around and left. Before long, the generals of the various city-states arrived at the central tent. However, their complexions weren't good. They also received the news that the Southwa Gate's garrison had suddenly come out. It was precisely because of this that their complexions turned ugly. The Southwa Gate sending troops at this time was very disadvantageous for them. Year 19 looked at these people and said, "Everyone, what do you think about the Nanhua Gate suddenly sending troops? Logically speaking, now is not a good time for the Southwa Gate to dispatch troops. We haven't left the camp yet, so we can stay in the camp and defend. They can't do anything to us. Why would they dispatch troops at this time?" The generals frowned. After a while, one of them suddenly said, "Alliance Master, I think this is what the Nanhua Gate wants. They want us to defend our camp, not attack us when we retreat." Hearing this, Nian 19 couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What do you mean by this?" That person said in a deep voice, "Alliance Lord, our provisions have been burned, and we don't have much provisions left in the camp. I'm afraid that the provisions in the camp won't last us 10 days. At this time, if they suddenly come out of the city and attack us, we will defend the city. If they continue to attack, we will have no choice but to defend. But what about 10 days later? If we run out of provisions, then our army will collapse immediately. At that time, when they attack again, I'm afraid our army will be completely wiped out." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the tent changed. Year 19's expression was even uglier. He hurriedly asked, "Then what should we do now?" The general thought for a moment before replying, Alliance Master, since they haven't set up their formation yet, we should gather all the combustible materials in the camp and block the passage to the back. Then when they attack, we'll set these things on fire and use the fire to block their attack. This way, we'll have time to retreat. We can't let them trap us in the camp. Otherwise, we'll be finished. Year 19 nodded, then he said, all right, we'll do as the general says. Everyone has heard it, so let's do it immediately. We don't need to bring any tents. After the soldiers pack up, we'll immediately retreat. Each city-state will send 1,000 people to cover our retreat. Our elephant city will send 2,000 people. They'll be the last to leave. When the enemy attacks, they'll set everything in the camp on fire to cover our retreat. The other generals nodded. They knew that if they didn't agree at this time, then they would be enraged. Moreover, the people who stayed behind this time were also for themselves. Even if they lost 1,000 people, it wouldn't be a big deal. They could still afford to lose them. Therefore, they didn't oppose this decision. Nanhua Gate's army also needed to be reorganized. At this time, the Alliance Army's camp was also preparing. Piles of things were deliberately thrown on the road. The speed at which the army packed things up also increased. Aside from some necessities, most of the things were thrown away. Nanhua Gate's army wasn't small this time, at least 200,000. This was already beyond the capacity of Nanhua Gate. However, it was clear that Nanhua Gate's army wasn't limited to just this. This was because there were more troops in the city. In other words, Nanhua Gate's army was no less than 300,000. After the 200,000 troops were reorganized, they immediately lined up and slowly pressed towards the Alliance Army's camp. At this time, Year 19 also ordered the army to retreat. The soldiers that stayed behind were also prepared. They held torches in their hands, ready to set the camp on fire. The army left through the camp's gate. Just as they were a few li away from the camp, they saw the camp on fire. It was clear that Nanhua Gate's army was already in front of the camp. The people in the camp had no choice but to light the fire. Mammoth City-State's army wasn't at the front of the army, nor was it at the back. Instead, it was in the middle. This position was very safe, and the other city-states wouldn't be able to say anything. But at this time, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Year 19's army looked behind them and saw cavalry charging towards them. This made Year 19 and the others stare. They didn't understand how the enemy managed to rush through the burning camp in such a short time. However, it didn't take them long to figure out the reason. The reason why the enemy was able to rush over so quickly was because of the enemy's experts. The enemy also had sky and river breaking experts. It was clear that these sky and river breaking experts had already made their move. These sky and river breaking experts used their energy to open up a path for the Nanhua Gate's army. This allowed the Nanhua Gate's cavalry to rush through the sea of fire in the shortest time possible and catch up to the Alliance army. Year 19 immediately ordered the army to resist the enemy's attack. However, he didn't expect that his order would be useless at this time. The people of the various city-states had their own thoughts. They were very clear that those who stayed behind to resist the enemy would never be able to return. Because of this, they simply didn't have the heart to resist the enemy. When the enemy rushed over, the army at the back suddenly became chaotic and scattered. The soldiers were running around in all directions. Not to mention resisting, even the formation of the vanguard was messed up. Upon seeing this situation, Year 19's head buzzed. He knew that they were finished. After thinking about this, Year 19 immediately gave an order to General Qin, order the army to advance at full speed. If there's a fork in the road, then leave through it. Don't go back to Yalong City, quickly. When General Qin heard Year 19's words, he immediately responded. Then, he had a few sky dance level experts scout ahead. Needless to say, there really was a fork in the road a few miles ahead of them. General Qin immediately had people lead them to the fork in the road. Naturally, the other city-states were also able to see Year 119's departure. The originally orderly army of several 100,000 was now in complete chaos. The city-states' armies that were in the front immediately sped up. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were throwing away their armor. As for the armies that were in the back, each and every one of them ran forward with all their might. Even if their allies were blocking their path, they wouldn't hesitate to rush forward. In just a short time, the entire alliance lost its order. It was a scene of chaos. At this time, no one dared to resist the South Hua city-state's army. The South Hua city-state's army chased them all the way. In this case, it was impossible for the alliance army to resist them. The South Hua city-state's army chased them all the way for hundreds of miles while the alliance army was left with corpses all the way. In the end, the South Hua city-state's army stopped in front of several cities of the Lesser Dragon City-State. These Lesser Dragon City-States were big cities and had a lot of garrison troops. Since the South Hua city-state's army chased them all the way, it was impossible for them to attack the city. In fact, there were still several small cities along the way. However, these cities were where the alliance army stored their food. At this time, the fires in these cities were still burning. There were no troops in these cities, not even a single person. Whether it was the alliance army or the South Flower City's army, they weren't in the mood to stop there. They directly went around the cities. Although the South Flower City's army had stopped, the alliance army's losses were huge. Of the hundreds of thousands of troops, less than half of them were able to return to their respective city-states. A lot of the troops directly ran away. The ordinary soldiers didn't know where they went. Some of them were killed by the South Flower City's army. Naturally, this was all in the future. At this time, 19 and the others were still running. They didn't dare to stop at all. It wasn't until they reached the several big cities behind the Yalong city that they stopped. 19 immediately used the transmission formation to return to the Elephant City. The other city-states also used the transmission formation to return to their own city-states. At the same time, the situation of the Lesser Dragon City-State wasn't very good. Although the large cities were able to block the Southern Flower City-State's army, the Southern Flower City-State's army was also increasing in number. Moreover, the Southern Flower City-State's army seemed to be ready to attack at any time. This made the Lesser Dragon City-State very nervous. The Lesser Dragon City-State immediately mobilized their army to support the large cities. At the same time, they sent a request for reinforcements to 19. But at this time, 19 couldn't even take care of himself. How could he support the Yalong city? As soon as he returned to Mammoth City, he heard that many cities of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance had been attacked. The attackers were all elite squads of the Sacred Academy. These people clearly used portable teleportation formations. They suddenly appeared in the cities of the various cities and attacked the city lord's residence. If they found a Void Dance Realm expert in the city lord's residence, they would kill him and then set fire to the city's provisions. It can be said that the Sacred Academy's actions were very targeted. The preparation of the various city-states was very inadequate. After the battle with the Sacred Academy, they were very concerned about the defenses of their cities. This was because at that time, Zhao Hai was the leader. Zhao Hai told them to pay attention to the defenses of their cities. Because of this, they placed great importance on the defenses of their cities. But then they elected Year 119 as the alliance leader. Naturally, they didn't believe in Zhao Hai's words. Moreover, they also gathered their army to attack the Southern Flower City. In their opinion, they were in an advantageous position. Because of this, they didn't need to care about the defenses of their cities. Because of this, the quality of the defenses of their cities dropped. But this time, the Sacred Academy's sudden attack caught them off guard. This made them very worried. They didn't think that the Sacred Academy would use Zhao Hai's method to attack them. This time, the Sacred Academy's attack caused them to lose a lot. Some of the city lords of their cities were void dance experts. But this time, the Sacred Academy's attack caused the city-states to suffer heavy losses. The number of void dance experts in their city-states decreased by a lot. Additionally, the provisions of the various city-states were burned, along with the death of a large number of city lords. This created a power vacuum in the various city-states. Without the city lords, there was no one to collect taxes and maintain law and order. For a time, the cities of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance were in chaos. Some people took the opportunity to cause chaos, and the city-states immediately fell into a very dangerous situation. Even a big city-state like Elephant City had some cities that were in chaos, not to mention the smaller city-states. At this time, Year 119 was already under a lot of pressure dealing with these matters, not to mention supporting the Lesser Dragon City. At the same time, the people in the alliance were constantly sending Year 119 requests for help. This made Year 119 even more anxious. The Shi clan's patriarch and the others were doing this on purpose. Of course, they knew the current situation of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. They didn't need to worry about the Sacred Academy attacking them. Because of this, they kept sending out requests for reinforcements. They wanted to make Year 19 even more chaotic, making him unable to calm down and deal with these matters. In the beginning, the Shi clan's patriarch wanted to bring Year 1 to the Sacred Court. After all, the relationship between Mammoth City and the Sacred Court was very good. If they could get Year 1 to join the Sacred Court, then it would be a great contribution to the Shi clan. However, they decided not to do so. After all, Year 19 was the city lord of Elephant City. Although Elephant City wasn't as big as the Lesser Dragon City, it wasn't small either. Year 19 wasn't like them. Although they controlled the Lesser Dragon City, they weren't the city lord of the Lesser Dragon City. In front of Year 19, their status was still lower. Moreover, their clan alliance was also an alliance. Their power was divided among many people. On the other hand, Year 19's power was centralized. In this aspect, Year 19's power was a bit worse than theirs. Most importantly, 19-year-old was the leader of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. Him surrendering to the Sacred Academy had a huge symbolic significance. It would be a huge blow to the alliance. In this case, the Sacred Academy would certainly pay more attention to 19-year-old than them. In other words, their status in the hearts of the people in the Sacred Academy would be lowered. This would greatly affect their interests. In this case, it was impossible for them to get 19-year-old into the Sacred Academy. On the contrary, the Shi family's patriarch hoped that Year 119 would continue to be the alliance leader. This would be more advantageous for them. Year 119 didn't doubt them and had always trusted them. This way, they could use this to get more information. This would make the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance collapse faster. When the time comes, they would receive more attention from the Sacred Academy. This way, they would be able to obtain more benefits. However, the Shi family's patriarch also knew that although Year 119 wasn't good at fighting, he wasn't a fool. If he was given enough time, then he would be able to quell the Sacred Academy's attack as soon as possible. After all, Zhao Hai had already made arrangements. Year 119 didn't need to think too much about it. He just needed to use Zhao Hai's method. It was because of this that the Shi family's patriarch couldn't allow Yen 19 to settle down and deal with this matter. Therefore, they began to send out requests for help to Yen 19, with the goal of causing trouble. Their method was very effective. Year 119 really couldn't settle down to deal with this matter. Just like what the Shi family's patriarch thought, Year 119 trusted them. Now that the Shi family's patriarch was asking for help, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent. However, the problem was that he couldn't help the Shi family's patriarch. This was the most troublesome part. At this time, many cities in Elephant City were under attack. Some cities were even in a state of chaos. In this case, if he couldn't deal with these cities as soon as possible, then it would be very troublesome. One must know that there was no lack of ambitious people in this world. Moreover, Year 19 didn't have the ability to manage the affairs of the other city-states. Those city-states simply wouldn't listen to him. In the past, he was able to become the alliance leader not because of his strength, but because of the benefits he gave to the other city-states. But now, those city-states didn't get any benefits, and they even suffered heavy losses. In this case, those city-states naturally wouldn't trust Year 19. Year 19 wanted to use his status as the alliance leader to command those city-states, but he simply couldn't do it. The entire Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance was in chaos. At this time, the city-state city lords who supported Year 119 couldn't help but secretly ask themselves why the situation turned out like this. In the past, they were led by Zhao Hai and repelled the Sacred Academy's attack. But Zhao Hai's method seemed very ordinary, as if it could be used by anyone. This made them believe that even without Zhao Hai, they could still defeat the Sacred Academy. Because of this, they elected Year 119 as the alliance leader. Because of this, they took the initiative to send troops to attack Nanhua City in order to deal with the Sacred Academy. But in the end, they got this result. How could they accept this? Many city-state city lords were caught off guard by this sudden change. They didn't know how to deal with it. Because of this, the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance became even more chaotic. However, the chaos wasn't over. On the contrary, it became more and more intense. This was because a lot of food in the city-states were burned. This made the ordinary people in the city-states panic. They were afraid that they would run out of food and have nothing to eat. Because of this, the city-states began to scramble for food. The price of food in the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance kept rising. At this time, the price of food was more than 10 times the original price. Since the price of food was too high, the ordinary people naturally couldn't afford it. This caused the various city-states to have food shortages. Because of this, the number of escapees, bandits, and thieves increased. There were even cases of people starving to death in some cities. This was the prelude to the chaos. The city lords of the city-states were in a panic. They immediately wanted to transfer food to quell the disaster. However, something infuriating happened. As soon as they transferred food to quell the disaster, the people of the Sacred Academy would appear and directly destroy the food. This made the city-states very angry. These food were meant for the ordinary people. If they couldn't get these food, they would starve to death. The Sacred Academy's actions were too excessive. This time, in order to deal with them, the Sacred Academy didn't even care about the life and death of the ordinary people. They had completely torn off their hypocritical face. While the people of the city-states didn't know what to do, the Lost Soul City, Stone Ox City, Blood Knife City, Tiger Roar City, Galloping Horse City, Deer Cry City, and Wild Lion City simultaneously declared war against the Sacred Academy. Then these city-states sent out a large number of Sky Dance Realm experts to form several squads. At the same time, Zhao Hai announced to all the city-states in the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance to defend their cities. At the same time, all the transmission formations were opened. If the Sacred Academy attacked, they should immediately inform them. While everyone didn't know what to do, someone suddenly raised his arm and shouted. At this time, everyone seemed to have found a pillar of support. The city lords didn't care about their reputation as they immediately followed Zhao Hai's instructions. They strengthened the defenses of their cities, especially the transmission formations. The defenses of the cities were also raised. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry." In this way, the Sacred Academy squads would find it very difficult to attack these cities. This was because the Sacred Academy squads couldn't have a lot of people. When they attacked the cities of the city-states, they mainly attacked suddenly. Before the enemy could react, they would attack suddenly. If they were to attack a fortified city, they wouldn't be able to do it. Now that the city-states had strengthened their defenses, the Sacred Academy squads couldn't do anything. The cities that were attacked later didn't suffer any losses. The Sacred Academy squads attacked them, but they were all repelled. This made the city lords more confident in Zhao Hai and the others. At this time, the city lords of the city-states were regretting that they were obsessed with making Nian 19 the alliance leader. If they had made Zhao Hai the alliance leader, then they wouldn't have suffered such a big loss. After blocking the attacks of the Sacred Academy squads, Zhao Hai personally led a large number of Sky Dance Realm experts to chase and kill the Sacred Academy squads. This caused the Sacred Academy squads to suffer a lot of losses. The Sacred Academy also sent squads to attack the Lost Soul City and several other city-states. However, they were unsuccessful. Zhao Hai's sudden move was something that the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance and the Sacred Academy didn't expect. Needless to say, Zhao Hai had already left the alliance. They thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't make a move. The Sacred Academy didn't expect Zhao Hai to suddenly make a move. After all, the Sacred Academy had attacked the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance, but they didn't attack Zhao Hai's city-states. It can be said that they deliberately avoided Zhao Hai's city-states because they didn't want to have a conflict with Zhao Hai. But in the end, Zhao Hai still made a move. Of course, Zhao Hai would make a move. Aside from his enmity with the Sacred Academy, if he didn't make a move at this time and let the Sacred Academy deal with the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance, then he would be a fool. The Sacred Academy didn't make a move at this time. It seems like they didn't want to have a conflict with them. But what if the Sacred Academy dealt with the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance? Would the Sacred Academy still tolerate them? At that time, Zhao Hai would still have to fight the Sacred Academy. And at that time, the Sacred Academy would have already controlled half of the spiritual weapon realm. It would be very difficult for Zhao Hai to defeat the Sacred Academy. Because of this, Zhao Hai chose to make a move at this time. He wanted to preserve the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance. First, he wanted to give himself enough prestige. Second, he wanted to deal a blow to the Sacred Academy. Zhao Hai's attack was very fierce. And with the cooperation of the Anti-Holy Academy alliance, the Sacred Academy's attack was slowly dissolved. The people of the Sacred Academy discovered that they could only attack the cities that they had already attacked. This was because these cities didn't have any defenders, nor did they have any officials. They were in a state of anarchy. But what was the use of attacking such cities? They didn't even need to attack them, they could just go and occupy the cities. But why would they want to attack such cities? Zhao Hai's attack was very fierce. And with the cooperation of the Anti-Holy Academy alliance, the Sacred Academy's attack was slowly being resolved. They only knew how to throw in food. They didn't want it. At the same time, the cities that they could attack were now heavily fortified. They simply didn't have a chance. Don't underestimate the ground troops' ballistas. These things weren't a joke. In a real fight, the ballista's attack power was very formidable. It was simply impossible for a Void Dancer team without a ground troop to attack those cities. This time, the Holy Continent's attack slowly stopped. At this moment, everyone in the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance had forgotten about Nian 19 and followed Zhao Hai instead. When Zhao Hai saw that the time was right, he immediately sent a message to the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance. He told them that he wanted to hold another meeting. However, this time, the meeting wouldn't be held in the name of the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance. Almost all the city lords in the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance received Zhao Hai's message. Only one person didn't receive it. Zhao Hai didn't send a message to Nian 19. Year 1 also knew that Zhao Hai didn't send him an invitation. When he heard this, he couldn't help but get angry. Moreover, he decided not to participate in Zhao Hai's conference. After all, he was still the nominal leader of the Anti-Holy Academy alliance. If he didn't receive an invitation, then he would be ridiculed by others. Not only did Nian 19 not want to participate in the meeting held by Zhao Hai, he also wanted to sabotage it. He also sent a message to all the city lords in the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance. On the same day as Zhao Hai's meeting, he also wanted to hold an Anti-Sacred Academy alliance conference. He wanted to see what the city lords would choose. Nian 19's move was truly ruthless. He wanted to go all out against Zhao Hai. At the same time, he wanted to see how many city lords would support him. Time slowly passed and the day of the conference arrived. Zhao Hai still held the conference in Puha City. However, Zhao Hai didn't choose to hold it in Spirit Snake City, he still chose Puha City. The Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance Conference was also held on this day. The location was still Giant Elephant City. Both sides had already shed all pretense of cordiality. It was clear that they were going to fight. The weather was warm and sunny, the days were very good. Lu Jinyan stood in front of Puha City's transmission formation and calmly looked at it. At this time, a white light flashed as a group of people appeared. When Lu Jinyan saw this person, he immediately went forward and cupped his fist as he said, "So it's City Lord Wu. Welcome, welcome." The person who came was a city lord of a medium-sized city in the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. His surname was Wu and his name was Wu Tianyu. When he saw Lu Jinyan, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Lu Jinyan and said, "City Lord Lu, I didn't think that you would personally welcome the guests. Please excuse me." Lu Jinyan smiled and said, "City Lord Wu doesn't need to be so polite. Please go to the City Lord's mansion and rest. If you don't want to stay in the mansion, then I'll arrange another place for you. However, my City Lord has an important matter to attend to today, so the conference can't be held as scheduled. I hope City Lord Wu can forgive me." When City Lord Wu heard Lu Jinyan, he couldn't help but frown. Then he shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. In any case, I can afford to wait for a day. May I know what City Lord Zhao has to do? Can I be of any help? If I can help, then I won't hesitate to ask. Lu Jingyan quickly replied, Thank you, City Lord Wu. Rest assured, City Lord Wu will take care of this matter. Tonight, I'll be holding a banquet in the City Lord's mansion to welcome the City Lords of the ordinary cities. At the same time, I'll be apologizing to everyone. I hope City Lord Wu will do me the honor of attending. Naturally, City Lord Wu had to give face. He smiled and said, All right, that's not a problem. This Wu will certainly be prepared. Although Lu Jingyan wasn't a city lord anymore, he was still a city lord. Therefore, Wu Tianyu still gave him enough respect. Lu Jingyan cupped his fist towards Wu Tianyu and said, Then I'll have to thank City Lord Wu for the honor. City Lord Wu, please go with him. If you have any requests, just tell him. He'll take care of it. Wu Tianyu nodded and then followed the person Lu Jingyan pointed at. Seeing City Lord Wu leave, Lu Jingyan's expression returned to normal. However, there was still a trace of worry in his eyes. Of course, there was also excitement in his eyes. At this time, the ordinary city-states didn't know what Zhao Hai was doing. However, Lu Jingyan knew. In fact, there weren't many people who knew about this matter. Zhao Hai was going to deal with the Elephant City today. Zhao Hai had been planning to deal with the Elephant City for a long time. Now that he had repelled the Sacred Academy's team, his prestige had risen again. He immediately used this opportunity to call for a meeting and called the city lords of the other city-states to come to the ordinary city-states. Those who came to Puha City for a meeting were naturally those who had lost faith in year 19. They were also prepared to follow Zhao Hai in the future. Moreover, not only would they not be able to get any information from the Elephant City, they would also become a variable that would support Zhao Hai. Therefore, Zhao Hai used this opportunity to directly kill his way to the Elephant City and deal with year 19. There weren't many people who knew about this matter. This time, Zhao Hai had also brought out the majority of his strength. In addition to the few river-breaking realm experts that were guarding the secret realm, Zhao Hai now had 11 river-breaking realm experts as well as more than 1,000 sky dance realm experts. Such strength wasn't something that the Elephant City could contend with. Now, Lu Jingyan was worried that Zhao Hai's group wouldn't succeed this time. If Zhao Hai's group succeeded, then they would establish the Lost Soul City as the overlord of the spirit weapon realm. If they failed, then the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance would be divided. Year 19 sat in his study with an ugly expression as he listened to the report of one of his strategists. This strategist was reporting to Year 19 about the various city lords that had come today. The people who had come for this meeting could only be described with one sentence: 2 or 3 kittens. For this conference, 19 sent letters to all the city lords of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. But so far, only a few of them came. Moreover, they were from the city-states close to Mammoth City-State. They had no choice but to come, so how could 19 be happy about this? At this time, an aura came from the sky and directly pressed down on the city lord's mansion. Year 19 felt this aura and his expression changed. Then he immediately rushed out of his room. Just as he rushed out of his room, he heard a voice: Who dares to act wildly in my Elephant City? Upon hearing this voice, Year 19's heart couldn't help but relax. This was because the person who spoke was the ancestor of the Elephant City. With the ancestor here, there was nothing for him to worry about. Ha ha ha, I presume this is the ancestor of the Elephant City? I am Zhao Hai of the Lost Soul City. A deep voice came. When he heard the person's identity, 19's expression couldn't help but change. He didn't think that the person who came would be Zhao Hai. For Zhao Hai to come to Elephant City at this time, it was obvious that he didn't have good intentions. The ancestor's voice came: Zhao Hai, what is the meaning of this? What do you want to do by coming to our Elephant City uninvited? What do I want to do? Ha ha ha, of course, I want to eradicate a tumor like you. Your Elephant City betrayed the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance for your own selfish desires. Today, I'm here to eliminate you all. Zhao Hai calmly said. Nonsense. When did we betray the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance? Zhao Hai, don't make slanderous accusations, the Mammoth City's patriarch said angrily. If you didn't betray the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, then why would you send troops to deal with the Sacred Academy at this time? If you didn't betray the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance, then how would the Sacred Academy know where the army's provisions were stored? This alone is enough to prove that you have betrayed the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance. No need to talk nonsense, take this. With that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. From outside the city, several hundred figures suddenly flew out. These were all unfamiliar faces, but they were all at the Skydance realm. 5 of them directly rushed towards the ancestor of the Elephant City. Year 19 was dumbfounded, but when he saw that Zhao Hai was about to make a move, he suddenly sobered up. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, pay attention. Prepare to meet the enemy." After that, he directly flew up and greeted Zhao Hai. At this time, countless people from the Elephant City also flew up and rushed towards Zhao Hai's group. The two sides quickly clashed. However, what attracted the most attention at the moment wasn't the battle between them, but the battle between the Broken River martialists. Although the patriarch of the Mammoth City-State was facing 5 Broken River martialists alone and was at a disadvantage, he hadn't lost yet. As he fought the Broken River martialists, he cursed them repeatedly. However, the Broken River martialists didn't react in the slightest. They just continued to attack calmly. At first, the river-breaking ancestor from Mammoth City-State felt that the few river-breaking experts he had fought with weren't very familiar with the use of their own power. They were like people who had just entered the river-breaking realm. This made him feel a little relieved, because people who had just entered the river-breaking realm were different from people like him, who had been in the river-breaking realm for a long time. Not only were they lacking in the use of energy, but they were also lacking in the form of energy. When a cultivator entered the Skydance realm from the Skydance realm to the Skydance realm, their energy would undergo a qualitative leap. If the energy within a cultivator's body was in a gaseous state before reaching the Skydance realm, then the energy within a cultivator's body would be in a liquid state after reaching the Skydance realm. This was a fundamental difference. For someone who had just entered the Skydance realm, the energy within their body wouldn't be completely in a liquid state. Half of it would still be in a gaseous state. They would need to cultivate for a period of time before the energy within their body would completely turn into a liquid state. Only then would they be considered a true Skydance realm expert. The Skydance realm ancestor of the Elephant City thought that the Skydance realm experts following Zhao Hai were people who had just entered the Skydance realm. Half of their energy was still in a gaseous state. Such people weren't very frightening, and he believed that he wouldn't have any problems dealing with 5 of them. However, he quickly discovered that he was wrong. The energy within the bodies of the Skydance realm experts had already reached a liquid state. It was just that they weren't very familiar with the use of energy. If the Skydance realm ancestor continued to act like this, then he would be in danger. As soon as he felt this, he immediately shouted, "Old friend, if you don't come out, then I'm done for. Hurry up and come out." Just as the Skydance realm ancestor's voice fell, a powerful aura rose from the Elephant City. Then a voice was heard, "Humph, a bunch of clowns actually dared to behave atrociously in our Elephant City. You're courting death." After he said that, a silhouette soared into the sky. This person was holding a long sword in his hand. This sword was very long, about 1.5 meters long. The body of the sword was blue, it looked very beautiful. After this person appeared, he immediately attacked one of the Broken River experts that came along with Zhao Hai. A blue sword light appeared on his sword. Unexpectedly, this sword light was blue as well. The face of the Breaking River expert who was attacked changed. Then he moved his body and dodged the sword. At the same time, he touched his waist and a soft sword appeared in his hand. Then he pointed the soft sword at the Breaking River expert from Mammoth City. The Skydance realm expert looked at the flexible sword user and sneered, "Only now did you think of using a weapon? Isn't it a bit late? Do you really think that you can stop me with a weapon? I forgot to tell you that my weapon is a magic weapon. Ha ha ha. Have you heard of magic weapons?" When the river-class expert from the Lost Soul City-State heard this, his eyes couldn't help but narrow as he said in a deep voice, "Magic tool? You actually have a magic weapon? Ha ha ha. What? Are you surprised? What's so strange about having a magic weapon? Prepare to die." Then he brandished his long sword and attacked his opponent. However, he didn't notice that his opponent had a look of ridicule in his eyes. That person also brandished his flexible sword and attacked the river grade expert from the giant elephant city. The weapons of both sides collided in the air, but neither side was able to do anything to the other. After exchanging more than 20 moves, the two separated. The patriarch from the giant elephant city looked at the river grade expert from the Lost Soul city and said in shock, "Your weapon is actually fine? How can it be fine?" The river grade expert from the Lost Soul city was named Lu Hong. He looked at the river grade expert from the giant elephant city and smiled faintly. "Is that a magic weapon in your hand? Why doesn't it look like one?" The river grade expert from the giant elephant city looked at Lu Hong and didn't know what to say for a moment. He also started to doubt his own weapon. At this moment, a voice was heard, "Attack with all your might and end this quickly." Following this person's words, a group of people suddenly flew up from outside the giant elephant city. There were a few hundred people in this group, and the auras of the leaders were very powerful. When they saw this, the faces of the people from the giant elephant city turned ashen. When Yan 19 saw this, he couldn't help but shout, "Zhao Hai, you despicable villain! You actually joined forces with other cities to deal with the giant elephant city. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Zhao Hai looked at Yan 19 and smiled coldly. "We'll talk after you become a ghost. Seeing that you still have some backbone, I'll personally send you on your way, 19. After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared in front of Yan 19. Before this, Zhao Hai didn't make a move because there was simply no need for him to do anything. There were too many people who came with him, and those people had already blocked all the experts from the giant elephant city. There was simply no need for Zhao Hai to make a move. However, this time, Zhao Hai still made a move. When Zhao Hai made a move, it meant that the battle was about to end. 11 river grade experts besieged 2 river grade experts. Although the 2 river grade experts from the giant elephant city weren't weak, they still couldn't withstand the number of their opponents. Under the siege of so many people, they could only be killed. There was no need to mention about the other river grade experts from the giant elephant city. Almost all of them were except for a small number of them who saw that the situation wasn't good. As for Nian 19, he was personally killed by Zhao Hai. It must be said that Nian 19's strength wasn't weak, but compared to Zhao Hai, he was still a far cry. In the end, he was killed by Zhao Hai's fist. After destroying the Nian family, Zhao Hai immediately ordered the river grade experts to split up and go to all the cities in the giant elephant city. He announced to the city lords that from today onwards, all the cities in the giant elephant city would be merged into the Lost Soul city. If anyone didn't agree, then don't blame them for being impolite. Such an order made all the city lords in the giant elephant city obedient. Aside from a few loyal members of the Nian family, everyone else surrendered to the Lost Soul city. This also allowed the giant elephant city to be taken over by Zhao Hai in the shortest time possible. After taking over the giant elephant city, Zhao Hai left behind a group of river grade experts and 5 river grade experts to oversee the city. Then he began to transfer people from the Lost Soul city. This time, they were transferred to take over the giant elephant city's army. The giant elephant city's army originally wanted to resist, but those who resisted were all killed by the river grade experts. The remaining people naturally didn't dare to resist and could only obediently accept Zhao Hai's reorganization. The army was taken over in the shortest time possible. Although it couldn't be reorganized immediately, it was basically under Zhao Hai's control. The reorganization could be done slowly, it wasn't something that could be done in a short time. Even if it was just a simple reorganization, it still made Zhao Hai and the others busy until the middle of the night. At this time, the entire giant elephant city was basically under Zhao Hai's control. It didn't have any power to resist. What surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that the city lords of the other city-states who came to participate in the alliance against the Sacred Academy were the first to submit to Zhao Hai. They didn't show any signs of resistance. This time, Zhao Hai was prepared to oversee the giant horn city for a period of time. This was because the situation in the giant elephant city was very complicated. If he wasn't there, then he wouldn't feel at ease. However, he still decided to return to the Puha city tomorrow to have a meeting with the other city lords. Originally, Lu Jinyan and the others suggested to Zhao Hai that they had already occupied the Giant Elephant City and that the location of the meeting would be changed to Giant Elephant City. This was because Giant Elephant City was very imposing, and also because they wanted to show off their strength to the other city-states. However, Zhao Hai didn't agree. He didn't want to have a falling out with the other city-states. If he really allowed the other city-states to come to the Giant Elephant City, then it would be the same as giving them a warning. No matter what, it would leave a grudge in their hearts. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't want to do that. The next morning, Zhao Hai had Stonemer and the others stay in the Giant Elephant City while he used the transmission formation to return to the Puha City. At this time, the other city lords still didn't know what was going on. It wasn't easy for them to obtain information in the Puha City. After Zhao Hai returned to the Puha City, he immediately had Lu Jinyan inform the other city lords that they were going to have a meeting. Lu Jinfeng immediately complied. Then all the city lords were invited to the city lords' mansion's living room. Even the city lords who went to the Giant Elephant City yesterday were present. When everyone arrived at the living room, Zhao Hai also appeared. The city lords immediately stood up and greeted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled and responded to them one by one. After greeting them, Zhao Hai went to the innermost part of the mansion. He didn't sit down, instead, he stood there and looked at the crowd. Then he said, "Everyone, thank you for coming to this meeting." Zhao Hai gives his thanks. These people politely replied. Just as Zhao Hai was about to speak, a voice was suddenly heard from outside, reporting to the city lord, "The patriarchs of the family alliance have arrived." When Zhao Hai heard this, his eyes flashed, then he said, "Invite them in." Then a voice was heard from outside, "Invite the patriarchs of the family alliance." This voice was heard one by one. Before long, the patriarchs of the family alliance were led by the Shi family's patriarch into the mansion's living room. The expressions of the patriarchs were very ugly. However, they still gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly, "Welcome, patriarchs. Please take a seat." The Shi family's patriarch and the others sat down. However, their expressions were still as ugly as before. Naturally, the other city lords also saw the expressions of the Shi family's patriarchs. They thought that the Shi family's patriarchs didn't want to participate in the conference. However, they didn't expect that the Shi family's patriarch was upset because of the destruction of the Nian family. The Shi family's patriarch and the others had just received the news. Yesterday, when Zhao Hai attacked the Elephant City, he used a formation to prevent the news from spreading. It wasn't until today that the formation was removed that the other cities received the news. Naturally, the first to receive the news was the Shi family's patriarch and the others. They had spies in the Elephant City, therefore, they were the first to receive the news. After knowing that the Elephant City was destroyed by Zhao Hai and became the territory of the Lost Soul City, the Shi family's patriarch and the others couldn't help but cough. Zhao Hai's actions were too fast, giving them no chance to react. By the time they received the news, the Elephant City was already gone. Zhao Hai was almost in control of the city. Even if the Shi family's patriarch and the others wanted to rebel against Zhao Hai, it would be impossible. This was because Zhao Hai left 5 river-breaking experts in the city. No one in the city could rebel, they still wanted to live for 2 more years. It was precisely because there was no chance for a comeback that the Zhe family's patriarch's expression turned ugly. This was because they knew that Zhao Hai had swept away their biggest obstacle in the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance. In the future, they wouldn't be able to threaten Zhao Hai in the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance. This was because Zhao Hai's Lost Soul City-State had now surpassed the Lesser Dragon City-State and became the largest city-state in the Spirit Weapon realm. Because of this, the Shi family's patriarch and the others appeared in Puha City. Their main purpose was to mend their relationship with Zhao Hai. This way, Zhao Hai wouldn't target them in a short period of time and would even treat them as his own people. If Zhao Hai could trust them, then they could continue to be spies. Although they knew that they must be on good terms with Zhao Hai, the Shi family's patriarch and the others still had ugly expressions on their faces. Because of this, they sat there with ugly expressions. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and knew what they were thinking. However, Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he stood there and looked at the city lords as he said, "Everyone, thank you for participating in today's conference. Before the conference officially begins, I have news to tell everyone. The Nian family of the Elephant City betrayed the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. Yesterday, they were eliminated by me and my people. From today onwards, the Elephant City will be merged with the Lost Soul City and become the Elephant City of the Lost Soul City. Boom! Zhao Hai's words were like throwing a bomb into the hall. All the city lords were stunned. Then, with an uproar, the entire hall became chaotic. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. At the same time, their mouths were unconsciously shouting. At this time, they didn't know what they were shouting because this news was too shocking. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "Be quiet. If there's anything you want to say, then let's talk slowly." Zhao Hai's voice wasn't loud, but it suppressed everyone's voices. His voice penetrated everyone's minds, making them feel as if someone poured a bucket of cold water over their heads. They immediately calmed down. After the hall quieted down, Zhao Hai looked at the people and said, "Nian 19 is dead, the Nian family has been exterminated by me. The two ancestors of the Nian family are also dead. What's wrong? What else do you want to say?" When the city lords heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They could understand the destruction of the Nian family. Nian 119's death was also within their scope of understanding. However, they didn't think that the Nian family's two ancestors would also die. In fact, they didn't know that the Nian family had two ancestors. They thought that the Nian family only had one ancestor. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Although I said that Nian 19 betrayed the Sacred Academy, I don't have any evidence. I'm not afraid to tell you that I destroyed the Nian clan because Nian 19 was against me. I wanted the Nian clan's territory, so I destroyed him. Now, I want to be the alliance leader of the Sacred Academy Alliance. Does anyone have any objections?" The city lords looked at each other in dismay. To be honest, they thought that Zhao Hai would find a reason to hide his intentions. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai would directly state his intentions. In this case, what else could they say? They didn't support Zhao Hai to be the alliance leader? How could that be possible? Were they tired of living? Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, to be honest, I'm very disappointed with you. When I fought against the sacred courtyard in Puha City, the support that you gave me was very limited. In this case, I still managed to defeat the sacred courtyard. I don't know why you're still dissatisfied with us. Perhaps you might say that only our Lost Soul City-state benefited from the war in Puha City, and the benefits were huge. You might think that I was lying and that Puha City should have surrendered to our Lost Soul City-state a long time ago. I just wanted you to help us in our war against the sacred courtyard. In the end, we got all the benefits while you lost a lot of sky dance experts. I think that there should be a lot of people who think this way, right?" Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I can tell you that you're wrong. When we fought the Sacred Academy, the Puha City still hadn't surrendered to us. I disdain to lie about this matter. You only saw that I died, but you didn't see that it was because of this battle that you had the courage to fight the Sacred Academy. When I asked you to send troops to attack the Sacred Academy with Year 19, did you dare to do so?" When the city lords heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare blankly. Then their complexion couldn't help but become unnatural. Just like what Zhao Hai said, they only had the courage to fight the Sacred Academy after that battle. If it was before, they wouldn't have dared to fight the Sacred Academy. This can be seen from the support they gave to Zhao Hai during the Battle of Puha City. They only sent a few Sky Dance Realm experts, and they didn't send a lot of people. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "After that, everyone became angry with me. So when I said that I wanted to study formations, none of you believed me. Even if you believed me, you didn't think that formations weren't that important. So you joined forces with Year 19, wanting him to become the alliance leader of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. Year 19 also promised you a lot of benefits, right? But did he fulfill it?" Nobody spoke, they didn't know what to say. Although Zhao Hai's words weren't pleasant to hear, they were all facts. They did hate Zhao Hai back then, and they did push Year 19 to the position of alliance leader. What else can they say? All of this was caused by them. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "But haven't you thought about it? The battlefield isn't like other places. The holy courtyard isn't a soft persimmon that anyone can pinch. You have formed an alliance, and the alliance is made up of the elites of the various city-states. But what's the use of that? What's your purpose in fighting the Holy Courtyard? You want to get rich, but how can you do that? Naturally, the less he lost, the better. The more items he could snatch, the better. But was there such a thing in war? I can tell you that you didn't. You didn't have a pure purpose. You underestimated your opponent's determination to fight against you. You thought that the Sacred Institute was easy to deal with. Moreover, this time you were only dealing with a city-state under the Sacred Institute. You thought that the Sacred Institute wouldn't resist too much. Unfortunately, you were wrong. At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he let out a long breath before he continued, "You're wrong, Year 19 is also wrong. Although they formed an alliance, your enemy is Sacred Courtyard, they can't afford to lose. If they lose, then they would be completely defeated. The city-states that support them would lose confidence in them. Therefore, Sacred Courtyard can't afford to lose and would certainly go all out to fight against you. However, you didn't think about this when you went to the battlefield, so when you suffered some losses, you would feel that you've suffered a loss. Because of this, Year 19 didn't dare to offend you too much. He also didn't dare to let you attack regardless of casualties. In the end, the war reached a stalemate. At this time, Year 19 still wanted to scheme. He wanted to have Lost Soul City and the other city-states attack, causing us to suffer heavy losses. This way, we wouldn't be able to threaten his position as the alliance leader. Everyone, what I want to tell you is, what is our current situation? We are in a life-and-death war with the Sacred Academy. If we lose, we will be doomed to eternal damnation. This isn't a business deal, we shouldn't be so calculative about gains and losses. Otherwise, we are destined to fail. At this point, Zhao Hai paused, then he looked at the crowd and said, "If I were the Alliance Lord, then I wouldn't agree to the Alliance Lord's order. When I asked Lu Jinyan to make this request, I wanted to see if you were of one mind. If you weren't selfish, then you wouldn't have agreed to this. This is because in the battlefield, a commander's order must be unconditionally carried out. If you don't do this, then how can you fight a war? If the commander wants you to attack, then why don't you attack? If you don't attack, then do you expect others to attack? This time, I killed Nian 19 in order to obtain the territory of the Mammoth City-State, obtain its population, and obtain its army. That way, our Lost Soul City-State will become the #1 city-state in the spirit weapon world. That way, I can reorganize my army. When the time comes, I will go to war with the Sacred Institution. Even if you don't participate, just the army under my command will be enough for me to have a good fight with the Sacred Institution. That's why I have to deal with Nian 19 and take down the Mammoth City-State." At this point, Zhao Hai finally stopped. He looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, I'm very happy that you're able to attend this meeting today. You're here because you know that you've made a mistake. You chose to believe me. I know that my actions against Elephant City have made you feel uneasy. You must be thinking, what if one day, I suddenly deal with you like I dealt with Elephant City? When I dealt with the Elephant City, I didn't have any evidence. It can even be said that I didn't have any evidence at all. I just wanted to deal with them. If I deal with you in the future, then I'm afraid that you won't be able to stop my attack." Do you think that a lot of people have this idea? When Zhao Hai said this, the city lords couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. They discovered that Zhao Hai was very formidable. He was able to calculate their every move. This person was very strong. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All right, then I'll give everyone a guarantee. I, Zhao Hai, swear to the heavens that if I attack any city in the future without any evidence, then I, Zhao Hai, will die a horrible death and never be able to reincarnate." The people of the spirit weapon world placed great importance on oaths. This was because they believed that there was a pair of eyes watching everything that happened in this world. Every oath that you made in this world would be known to the heavens. If you went against your oath, then you would definitely be punished by the heavens. Because of this, after Zhao Hai made this oath, everyone couldn't help but feel relieved. Even the Zhe family's patriarch was relieved. They thought that Zhao Hai made this oath in order to stabilize everyone. This way, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to easily deal with anyone present. However, they didn't discover that Zhao Hai's oath also had a trap. First, evidence. Zhao Hai said that he would be punished if he didn't have any evidence. Then naturally, he would be able to deal with the other city-states if he had evidence. Second, Zhao Hai said that he would deal with the other city-states. But if the Zhe family's patriarch and the others were to count, then they wouldn't be able to represent the inferior dragon city. It was just that nobody noticed this point. After Zhao Hai made the oath, he looked at everyone and said, naturally, I won't refuse other city-states to voluntarily join our Lost Soul City-State. Just like Puha City-State joined Lost Soul City-State and became Puha City. Lu Jinyan is still the city lord and is still in charge of Puha City. However, he will have to hand over his military power and act according to Lost Soul City-State standards. Because of this, everyone doesn't need to worry. In the future, unless you betray the Sacred Academy Alliance or voluntarily join Lost Soul City-State, I won't move my troops against you. You can rest assured. Everyone felt relieved. As for how many of them were pretending, Zhao Hai didn't know. However, he already did what he needed to do and said what he needed to say. He didn't care if these people believed him or not. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, everyone, I now want to be the alliance leader of the Sacred Academy Alliance. Does anyone have any opinions? Naturally, I'll say the ugly words first. After I become the alliance leader, I won't apply the previous rules to me, especially on the battlefield. If anyone doesn't listen to my orders, then I won't be polite. However, I can guarantee that I will do my best to be fair and just. Nobody had an opinion, nobody dared to have an opinion. Just like what Zhao Hai said, the Lost Soul City had already surpassed the Yalong City and became the largest city in the spirit weapon realm. Zhao Hai was now qualified to speak to anyone. To be honest, seeing Zhao Hai's current appearance, the Zhe clan's patriarch didn't have a good feeling in his heart. They were people from the Yalong City. The Yalong City was originally the largest city in the spirit weapon realm. In the past, the Long clan's patriarch, who was also the city lord of the Yalong City, had the same status as Zhao Hai. Nobody dared to oppose his words. But ever since the Long clan's patriarch was poisoned to death, the sacred word came in, and the clan alliance was established. Although the Yalong City was still the Yalong City, their power and influence was greatly reduced. It was impossible for them to be like Zhao Hai, nobody dared to oppose their words. The Zhe clan's patriarch and the others really hoped that they would be able to reach the same level as Zhao Hai one day. However, they only dared to think about it. They knew that they wouldn't be able to reach the same level as Zhao Hai in their lifetime. Let's not talk about the matter of them joining the Sacred Academy. Even if they really wanted to join the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, it was impossible for them to become the alliance leader. This was because Nian 19 and Zhao Hai were both candidates for the position of alliance leader. But what about them? What status did they have to be the alliance leader? Strictly speaking, they were only patriarchs. The reason why they could sit here and represent the Yalong City was because they were now in control of the city. To be honest, they didn't have the qualifications to represent the Yalong City. They also didn't have the qualifications to sit here. The Zhe clan's patriarch looked at the high-spirited Zhao Hai and couldn't help but have endless hatred in his heart. Everyone knew that the Zhe clan and Zhao Hai had enmity. However, in everyone's opinion, the enmity between the Zhe clan and Zhao Hai wasn't a big deal. After all, this was the spiritual weapon realm, a place filled with wars. Moreover, the Soul Enchantment Mountain was even more chaotic. Zhao Hai didn't only offend the Zhe clan. But now that Zhao Hai had reached his peak, nobody would want to have a conflict with Zhao Hai for the sake of their clan's benefits. However, the Zhe clan's patriarch was stubborn. He wanted to deal with Zhao Hai. He didn't want to see Zhao Hai live well. For this reason, he still wanted to go against Zhao Hai. He didn't care about the clan's benefits anymore. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then said, alright, since everyone doesn't oppose, then I'll be the alliance head today. Everyone should know about the current situation of the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance. Our attack has failed, and our opposition has allowed the other party to enter the Lesser Dragon City. Although we managed to repel their newly sent teams, we can only remain in a defensive state. Now, let's talk about the Lesser Dragon City's situation. After all, the Lesser Dragon City is now the front line. Patriarch Xia, please tell us about the Lesser Dragon City's situation. The Xia family's patriarch nodded and said, alright, Alliance Master, then I'll tell you about the situation of the Lesser Dragon City. This time, we were defeated too quickly, we also lost a lot of provisions. Moreover, the enemy took advantage of the situation to launch a surprise attack. We lost more than a dozen cities, we can only establish a defensive line in Wuyang. However, the enemy is increasing their troops, it seems like they will attack at any time. Therefore, I would like to ask the alliance for more support. The Zhe clan's patriarch spoke in a tearful voice. His acting was very good. It seems like they couldn't hold on any longer. The other city lords couldn't help but feel depressed. They also wanted to support the front line, but they didn't have the ability to do so. But then they remembered that the alliance head was now Zhao Hai. They wanted to see how Zhao Hai would respond. In the past, the Zhe clan's patriarch also asked Nian 19 for help. However, Nian 19 didn't agree. This was because the alliance was being attacked by the Sacred Academy squads. Now that the alliance head was changed to Zhao Hai, they wanted to see how Zhao Hai would respond to the Zhe clan's patriarch's request for help. Zhao Hai looked at the Zhe clan's patriarch and said, "It's not a problem to send reinforcements. However, I believe that the patriarch already knows about the alliance's situation. The Sacred Academy's attack caused our city-states to suffer a lot of losses. Some of our city-states are experiencing food shortages, some of them even starved to death. Therefore, we can send reinforcements to the front line. However, there's one condition, the Yalong city-state needs to provide some food to the other city-states. What do you think?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the eyes of the city lords lit up. Zhao Hai's request was right on point. Because of the previous incident, the various city-states were experiencing food shortages. Some city-states were like Zhao Hai and were experiencing food shortages. If they could get food support at this time, then they would be able to get through this crisis. It can be said that Zhao Hai's proposal received the support of the city lords. Some city lords even thought that it would be good to have Zhao Hai as the alliance leader. Having such a strong alliance leader wasn't a bad thing. However, the Zhe clan's patriarch's expression was ugly. He wanted Zhao Hai to provide reinforcements because he wanted to make things difficult for Zhao Hai. He was very clear about the situation at the front line. If they needed any support, then it was just a formality. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to turn the tables and ask him to provide food. This really hit the Zhe clan's patriarch's weak spot. The reason why the head of Zhe clan thought so was that the burning of the rations in the front line was just a show between him and Saint Academy. How could they bear to burn the rations of hundreds of thousands of soldiers? Therefore, since the army set off for the front line and stored the rations in the city, they had already started to transport the rations out secretly. Many of the rations in the city were not rations at all. They were just rations placed on a shelf with only a small amount of rations on it. Later on, when they felt that the time was right, they burned the provisions. On the surface, it looked like the provisions were all burned. However, in fact, not much of the provisions were burned, all of it was taken away by the sacred court. Because of this, the Zhe clan's patriarch felt guilty about the matter of the provisions. Now that he heard Zhao Hai asking them to provide food, he couldn't help but panic. He was afraid that Zhao Hai was implying something. The Zhe clan's patriarch forced himself to be calm and said, "Alliance Lord must be joking. When the front line was attacked by the sacred court, we lost a lot of provisions. How could our alternative dragon city have provisions?" Zhao Hai replied, "That's not right. The provisions that were lost in the front line were the losses of the other city-states, not just your alternative dragon city. The alternative dragon city has a lot of resources, it's impossible that you don't have provisions. What's the situation now? Our alliance against the sacred court has reached a critical juncture. Naturally, those who have provisions will contribute. Patriarch Xia, I won't make things difficult for you. This time, our Lost Soul City, Stony Ox City, Blood Knife City, Roaring Tiger City, Roaring Deer City, and Galloping Horse City will provide provisions for the other city-states to tide over this crisis." Although the alternative dragon city lost more than a dozen cities, they didn't lose any important cities, only some small ones. Moreover, the alternative dragon city wasn't attacked by the sacred court before, so they didn't lose any provisions. So what's wrong with providing provisions to help the other city-states? The Zhe clan's patriarch turned silent. The other city-states' city lords looked at him with strange expressions. It was clear that their expressions weren't good. The way they looked at the Xianxia's patriarch was also strange. Just as Zhao Hai said, there were some small city-states that couldn't withstand this situation. People were starving to death in their city-states. This was a prelude to chaos. If they don't have enough food, then their city-states would be in danger. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai already said that they would provide provisions. If the alternative dragon city were to provide provisions, then the crisis would be over. But looking at the Xianxia's patriarch's expression, it seems like he wasn't willing. This made the other city-states have a bad impression of the Xianxia's patriarch. The Xianxia's patriarch also noticed these people's expressions. He clenched his teeth and said, "All right, we'll do as the Alliance Lord said. We'll provide provisions. But Alliance Lord, when will the reinforcements arrive? How many people can they send?" Zhao Hai said, "The situation of the city-states isn't very good right now. Therefore, the reinforcements won't be a lot. How about this, our city-states will send 10 troops while 200 void experts will be sent to the front lines. Later on, when the city-states settle down, we'll send a large number of reinforcements to the front lines." What does the Xianxia think? When the Xianxia's patriarch heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod and said, "All right, then it's settled. Many thanks to the Alliance Lord." The Xianxia's patriarch already thought about it. If Zhao Hai and the others really went to the front lines, then they would have the saint-titled people attack. This would increase their losses and slowly bleed Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, since the Xianxia's patriarch agrees, then it's settled. But Patriarch Xia, you should know that the fastest way to send reinforcements is through transmission formations. Therefore, I want to ask you to open the transmission formations of the Yalong city-state so that the army can send reinforcements. You won't disagree with this, right?" Alliance Lord can rest assured, the transmission formations of the Yalong city-state will be opened so that the army can send reinforcements. We'll certainly do this well. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the others before turning his head to the Xia family's patriarch and said, "Let's do it like this. When Patriarch Xia delivers the food, I'll send the army out. At the same time, I'll send people to the various cities to investigate how much food each city needs to survive this crisis. At the same time, I'll ask the cities to cooperate with me in restoring order to the cities that have lost control. Does anyone have any opinions on this?" The Xia family's patriarch nodded. "We're willing to listen to the Alliance Lord's orders." This time, they spoke with sincerity. They really admired Zhao Hai. This was because what Zhao Hai did this time was exactly what they needed. How could they disagree? Seeing that everyone agreed, Zhao Hai stood up and said, "All right, then I'll say the ugly words first. This time, the food that we and the Yalong city provided, you must use it on the victims. If you have any bad intentions, then don't blame me for being impolite. Naturally, the right to dispose of the food will be handed over to you. However, I hope that there will be a detailed account of every transaction of the food. When the time comes, I will form a team with the Yalong city to examine your accounts. If there is anything wrong, then don't blame me for being impolite." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I'll tell you the ugly words first. This time, the food that we brought along with the Yalong city must be used on the victims." When these people heard Zhao Hai, they were surprised. However, they still agreed in the end. They were in urgent need of provisions, so they couldn't care less. Therefore, they all replied, "We'll follow the Alliance Lord's orders." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, since everyone agrees, then that's good. Now, I'll talk about the sacred courtyard. Everyone should know about the sacred courtyard. The reason for the defeat of the sacred courtyard in the 19th year was due to provisions. However, the strength of the sacred courtyard, I think everyone should have seen it. We will definitely have to fight against the sacred courtyard, but how to do so, we still need to think about it. I think that we should first defend our rear, and then think about attacking the sacred courtyard. If we don't defend our rear, then we won't be able to deal with the sacred courtyard peacefully." Everyone shook their heads, they really wanted to know what Zhao Hai was going to do. Zhao Hai looked at the city lords and said, "Like I said before, I'm going to research formations in order to deal with the sacred courtyard's teams. These teams use portable transmission formations, so they can easily enter any city. Because of this, I'm going to research formations so that the sacred courtyard wouldn't be able to attack us. Today, I have good news for everyone. I've finished researching formations and can now use them. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the city lords and said, I'm going to research formations to deal with the sacred courtyard's teams. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they couldn't help but be happy. A city lord immediately looked at Zhao Hai and said, Alliance Lord, are you serious? Has the spirit formation really been developed? Zhao Hai chuckled and said, it's true. Everyone should know that some time ago, when we were fighting against the Holy Courtyard's teams had also attacked our city-states. However, they weren't successful. This was because our city-states were protected by formations, making it impossible for the Holy Courtyard to enter our city-states. If they attacked from outside, then the defenders would be able to block them. Because of this, they simply couldn't do anything to us. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, actually, the Holy Courtyard's teams have also attacked our city-states. At this time, everyone became lively. They didn't think that Zhao Hai had already made formations. Moreover, it was already in use. This really surprised them. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, all right, everyone be quiet. Zhao Hai's words were very effective. The entire hall quieted down. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai, wanting to hear what Zhao Hai had to say. Zhao Hai replied, the formation has already been researched. I've also ordered people to make it. It wouldn't take long before everyone can use the formation. But let's make this clear, formations aren't easy to make. We can only install them in the cities first. Once we're done, we'll install them in the other cities. Does anyone have any objections? Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Zhao Hai nodded. Yes, Alliance Lord. How could anyone have any objections? This was clearly a good thing for all the city-states. Moreover, these formations were given to them by Zhao Hai for free. How could they have any objections? Seeing that everyone agreed, Zhao Hai smiled and said, all right, then I won't say anything else. Let's deal with our own matters first. Then we'll think about how to deal with the Holy Court. I'll be hosting a banquet tonight, I hope that everyone can attend. Zhao Hai smiled and said, all right. Everyone nodded. Only the Shi family's patriarch stood up and said to Zhao Hai, Alliance Lord, the situation is urgent. We can't delay it. We'll return to the Yalong city and make preparations. We'll send the food as soon as possible. I hope that the Alliance Lord can send reinforcements as soon as possible. Zhao Hai looked at the Shi family's patriarch and thought for a moment before he said, all right, we'll do as Patriarch Shi said. Patriarch Shi, do you want to leave now? As long as you're ready and send the food over, I'll immediately send reinforcements. The Shi family's patriarch nodded and said, yes, the situation is urgent. We'll return immediately. In fact, we've been out for a long time, I'm already worried about the situation at the front lines. I hope that the Alliance Lord can forgive us. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, it's all right. You're also thinking about the Alliance. I won't blame you. You can go ahead, I won't see you out. The Shi family's patriarch repeatedly said that he didn't dare. Then he turned around and left the hall. However, the other city-states city lords were dissatisfied with the Shi family's patriarch. Although the Shi family sent the food, the other city-states city lords could see that they were forced by Zhao Hai. Because of this, if it weren't for Zhao Hai, they wouldn't have sent the food. Naturally, nobody would accept their kindness. After the Zhe family's patriarch and the others left, Zhao Hai didn't have the other city lords leave. Instead, he chatted with them in the hall. This made the other city lords unable to understand what Zhao Hai meant. Before long, they saw Lu Jinyan walk in from the outside. He walked to Zhao Hai's side and whispered a few words to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand. Lu Jinyan then turned around and left. When he left, he also waved his hand. Aside from Zhao Hai and the other city lords, there was no one else in the hall. When the city lords saw this, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions couldn't help but change. They felt that Zhao Hai still had something to say, and this matter might be very important to them. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, everyone must be wondering why I asked you to stay, and why I asked you to leave, right? Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The reason why I made everyone stay and sent everyone out is because I have something important to tell everyone. This matter cannot be known by the Shi family's patriarch. Alright, before I talk about this matter, I'd like everyone to meet someone. Mr. Long, please come out." Along with Zhao Hai's voice, a person came in from outside. When everyone heard this surname, they couldn't help but stare. Everyone's attention was focused on this person. The person who came in was a middle-aged man around 30 years old. He looked calm and didn't seem to have anything special about him. However, his surname made everyone feel surprised. The surname Long was very rare in the spirit weapon realm. And the most famous family with the surname Long in the spirit weapon realm should be the City Lord's family of the alternative Dragon City, the Long family. And in this occasion, Zhao Hai wouldn't casually invite someone with the surname Long. Therefore, this person might be someone from the alternative Dragon City's Long family. The person arrived in front of Zhao Hai, then he cupped his fist and said, "Long Yun has seen the Alliance Lord." Zhao Hai waved his hand, then he turned to the crowd and said, "This is Mr. Long Yun, he's from the Long family. You might not know this, but I've been in contact with the Long family for a long time. The Long family has been helping me secretly monitor the Alliance. Today, I asked Mr. Long to tell everyone something. Mr. Long, please confirm your identity first. Then you can tell everyone what you know." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to the crowd and said, "Mr. Long, please confirm your identity first." Long Yun nodded and said, "Yes, Alliance Lord." After saying that, Long Yun's body suddenly emitted bursts of golden light. Then, the golden light surrounded Long Yun. Finally, Long Yun turned into a huge dragon. This huge dragon was golden in color and looked very majestic. It made people want to submit to it at first sight. The city lords present were people who knew their stuff. When they saw the dragon, they immediately said, "Golden Dragon Incarnation." It really is the Long family's Golden Dragon Incarnation. The reason why everyone was surprised was because the Golden Dragon Incarnation technique was very famous. The Long family's ancestors relied on this technique to establish the alternative Dragon City. Because of this, the Golden Dragon Incarnation technique was a secret technique of the Long family. Only the core disciples of the Long family could practice it. After the Golden Dragon Incarnation disappeared, Long Yun was still standing there. Then he cupped his fist and said, "I'm sure everyone knows about the Golden Dragon Incarnation technique. It can't be faked. I think everyone should believe my identity. Right?" Everyone nodded. However, their expressions weren't very good. This wasn't because they had enmity with the alternative Dragon City, but because the Long family was here. Moreover, they were monitoring the family alliance. In other words, the family alliance had a problem. This was what they were worried about. Long Yun looked at the crowd and said, "This matter started after the war with Puha City State. After the war, Alliance Master Zhao Hai sent someone to contact our Long family. He wanted us to join the alliance and form an alliance with everyone. Everyone should know that our Long family is weak, so our patriarch immediately agreed. However, in order to hide the truth, Alliance Master Zhao Hai sent someone to contact the family alliance, hoping that they would join the alliance. This way, our Long family would be in the dark while their family alliance would appear on the surface. This way, the Wyvern City-State would be able to join the alliance." Upon hearing Long Yun, everyone couldn't help but be startled. They didn't think that Zhao Hai had already started to make arrangements at that time. This made them very surprised. Long Yun looked at everyone and said, "Maybe everyone thinks that our Long family is already in such a state. Last year, the Lunar New Year directly moved into our City Lord's mansion and we didn't say anything. So what's the point of joining the Anti-Sacred Courtyard Alliance? I think a lot of people have this idea." When he said this, everyone stared. Then they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Just as Long Yun said, there were a lot of people who had this idea. Long Yun looked at everyone and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you that although our Long family has been very low-key these days, we still have our own strength in the alternative Dragon City. In fact, our Long family has been secretly recovering our strength. At this time, we still have the strength to fight against the family alliance. The reason why we have been holding back is because we don't have the confidence to deal with the family alliance in one fell swoop." Moreover, our Long family still has the Sacred Courtyard Alliance as an enemy. If we go to war with the Family Alliance, the Sacred Courtyard Alliance would intervene and our Long family would lose. Therefore, our Long family didn't make a move. However, our Long family's strength in the alternative Dragon City isn't any worse than the Family Alliance. When everyone heard Long Yun, they couldn't help but shiver. They didn't think that Long Yun was joking. The Long family had been very low-key in the past few years. It was just that they didn't notice it before. Now that they heard Long Yun, they felt that the Long family was abnormal. Long Yun looked at them and said, "I think everyone already knows what happened after that. At that time, we were already monitoring the Family Alliance. The messenger that Alliance Lord Zhao Hai sent to contact the Family Alliance didn't get a single good word from the Family Alliance. Even the Zhao family insulted the messenger. This clearly showed that they didn't want to join the Anti-Sacred Courtyard Alliance. Therefore, our Long family increased our monitoring of the Family Alliance." Everyone nodded. Only now did they know that there was such a thing, which made them even more curious. Long Yun looked at everyone and said, "Later on, things took a turn for the better. Naturally, I'm not talking about inviting the Family Alliance to join the Anti-Sacred Courtyard Alliance. Instead, the Family Alliance secretly met with the people from the Sacred Courtyard. At that time, everyone knew about the situation in the Lesser Dragon City. There were a lot of people in the city who were close to the Sacred Courtyard. The Family Alliance met with the people from the Sacred Courtyard in their homes. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't think that there would be such a thing. This made them feel very surprised. The Family Alliance actually met with people from the Sacred Courtyard Alliance? They didn't know about this matter at all. Long Yun looked at everyone and said, "We don't know what the Family Alliance said when they met with the people from the Sacred Courtyard." However, it didn't take long before the Sacred Courtyard envoy died. The Family Alliance immediately believed that the Sacred Courtyard envoy was the culprit. Then they went to war with the people from the Sacred Courtyard Alliance. But in our opinion, this war was just a joke. The two sides didn't really fight and nobody died. In the end, the families who were close to the Sacred Courtyard withdrew from the Lesser Dragon City. Then they sent people to contact the Family Alliance and the Family Alliance naturally joined the Anti-Sacred Courtyard Alliance. With a buzz, the entire hall became chaotic. Everyone understood what Long Yun meant. After the Family Alliance met with the people from the Sacred Courtyard Alliance, they became close to the Sacred Courtyard envoy. There were only two explanations for this. First, they didn't reach an agreement with the Sacred Courtyard Alliance and wanted to join the Anti-Sacred Courtyard Alliance. Second, they became people from the Sacred Courtyard Alliance and wanted to be spies in the Anti-Sacred Courtyard Alliance. Combined with Long Yun's words, it was clear that the Family Alliance didn't want to join the Anti-Sacred Courtyard Alliance. They might be spies of the Sacred Courtyard. After coming to this conclusion, everyone couldn't sit still. The Family Alliance was a spy of the Sacred Courtyard Alliance. But now, they were fighting the Sacred Courtyard Alliance in the Lesser Dragon City. Wasn't this just courting death? Then the previous failure. We've been monitoring the Clan Alliance for a long time. Later on, Year 19 became the Alliance Lord. However, Year 19 was very close to the Clan Alliance, so we didn't dare to contact him. Therefore, we could only contact Alliance Lord Zhao Hai. Alliance Lord Zhao Hai told us to continue monitoring the Clan Alliance, but not to contact the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. If anything happens to the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, we wouldn't care. Long Yun looked at the reactions of the various city-states and continued, "I think everyone already knows what happened after that. The Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance jointly sent troops. Then you were in a deadlock outside the Nanhua Gate. Year 19 thought that he was smart and left his provisions in the rear cities. He didn't do anything wrong. However, he didn't know that the Clan Alliance had already colluded with the Sacred Academy. Since he left his provisions in the rear cities, the Sacred Academy had already arranged people to transport the provisions out until the provisions were burned. Actually, at that time, the amount of provisions left in the rear cities was already less than 10%. Therefore, the provisions that were burned weren't that much. Upon hearing Long Yun, the various city-states city lords were gnashing their teeth in anger. They finally understood that their previous failure was completely due to someone else's scheme. Hateful, too hateful. Long Yan looked at everyone and said, right now, the Yalong city-state is in a confrontation with the Sacred Institute. In fact, there have only been a few symbolic attacks between the two sides. A real battle has yet to happen. Therefore, the Zhe clan's request for reinforcements is simply a lie. He just wants you to send reinforcements. I think that when the time comes, he'll have the Sacred Institute attack and use this opportunity to consume the troops of the other city-states. After saying this, Long Yan paused for a moment. Then he looked at the various city-states' city lords and said, this is what our Long family knows. Today, I've said everything that needs to be said. After he said that, he cupped his fist towards everyone and then went to the side to find a chair to sit down. However, everyone was still discussing Long Yan's matter. At this moment, someone said, Mr. Long Yan, did you notice that Year 19 had contact with people from the Sacred Institute? When Long Yan heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head and said, no, 19 didn't have much contact with us. When he was in the Lesser Dragon City, he didn't have any contact with the word holy. However, he did have a lot of contact with the Family Alliance. However, they don't seem to be in an alliance. I really don't know what their relationship is. Bang! One of the city lords slammed the table and said, good job, Alliance head, good job. Year 19 deserved to die, regardless of whether or not he colluded with the word saint, he deserved to die. These words received the support of many other city lords. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he waved his hand and said, all right, there's no need to say that. Right now, we should discuss how to deal with the Family Alliance. The reason why I asked the Family Alliance to give us food was because I wanted them to give us food from the Sacred Institute. The Family Alliance has always treated the Lesser Dragon City's things as their own. Therefore, they wouldn't really transfer food from the Lesser Dragon City. They would certainly ask the Sacred Institute for food. And in order for the Family Alliance to gain more benefits, they would certainly give the Family Alliance food so that they can continue to gain our trust. Therefore, we don't need to be polite with them. Everyone nodded. They wanted to laugh, but when they thought about how they were played by the Family Alliance and the word holy, they weren't in the mood to laugh. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, as for the matter of going to the Lesser Dragon City's front lines, what do you think? When the city lords heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then one of the city lords immediately said, of course we won't go. Alliance Lord, if we send troops, then the Family Alliance would certainly send the Sacred Institute to attack us. When that time comes, our losses would certainly be huge. Therefore, I don't think we should send troops. We should delay the Family Alliance first. Everyone nodded. However, Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, I think we should send troops. Not only do we need to send troops, we also need to take over the front line's defense. Moreover, we need to fight the Sacred Institute. The city lords were puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai. They didn't understand what he meant. Zhao Hai looked at the city lords and said, don't you think it's strange? Why do we know that this is a trap? Why do we still want to jump in? Haha, actually, I think that this is an opportunity. Everyone can imagine that if we don't send people to take over the frontline defense, then one day, if we really fall out with the Family Alliance, then the Family Alliance will lead the Sacred Army to attack Yalong City. At that time, what should we do? Would we just watch helplessly as the Lesser Dragon City falls? Even if the Long family is there, we'll only be able to provide support. That's why we have to control the front line's defense. As long as we have that defensive line, we'll be able to block the Saints' attack. Then we'll be able to deal with the Family Alliance. Speaking up to here, Zhao Hai paused for a moment before he continued, the Family Alliance isn't easy to deal with. In the past few years, the Family Alliance has been doing very well in the Lesser Dragon City. Although we have the help of the Long family, it still wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Moreover, we must succeed in one blow, we can't give them a chance to counterattack. Because the Family Alliance has the Sacred Institute as a strong ally, we need to send more people to the front lines. First, we need to take over the front line's defense, and second, we need to send people to the Lesser Dragon City. Then when the time comes, we can attack the Family Alliance in one fell swoop. Everyone, if we send troops to the Lesser Dragon City, then the family alliance would immediately go all out against us. But this time is different. This time, the family alliance invited us, so how can we let go of such a good opportunity? As long as we eradicate the family alliance, then the anti-holy alliance would be as strong as an iron plate. When the time comes, we can have a good fight with the Sacred Institute. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but nod. At this time, they really admired Zhao Hai. Every step that Zhao Hai said had been planned out. They just needed to follow his instructions. Compared to year 19, who didn't have a plan, the difference between them and Zhao Hai was too big. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, this matter is only known to a few people. I hope that you don't tell anyone about this, even your commanders. This is because once this matter is leaked, then we would have to face a double attack from both the Family Alliance and the Holy Court. Do you understand?" Everyone's expression turned cold. They knew that this matter wasn't a trivial matter. If something were to happen, then the consequences would be unimaginable. They didn't want to experience another failure. Therefore, all of them obeyed. Seeing that everyone agreed, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "All right, it's good that everyone agrees. Everyone, go back and prepare. I've already said that we'll provide food to support everyone. This time, you don't need to worry, the food will arrive in 2 days. Everyone, prepare your troops, then you can set out when the time comes." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Everyone nodded. In fact, solving the food problem of their city-state had always been their most important matter. Compared to the battle with the word holy, they were more concerned about this matter. This was because the word holy was still far away. If they don't get enough food, then their city-state would be in chaos. That would be troublesome. Zhao Hai stood up and looked at everyone. Then he laughed and said, "Everyone, now that we've talked about serious matters, let's talk about some happy things. I've already had old Lu prepare some food and wine. Everyone, please give us some face. We won't go back until we're drunk." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. Then they moved to the dining hall. Sure enough, the food and wine were already prepared. Everyone ate and drank freely. It seems like their relationship had improved a lot. Everyone drank until midnight before they dispersed. The next morning, they bid farewell to Zhao Hai and left. This time, they truly acknowledged Zhao Hai as their alliance lord. After the Shi family's patriarch and the others returned to the Yalong city, although they were very angry, they still immediately asked for food from the Holy Court. Just like what Zhao Hai said, the Shi family's patriarch and the others had already regarded the Yalong city as their own property. Now that they were working for the Holy Court, how could they take out their own property to work for the Holy Court? Because of this, when Zhao Hai asked for food, the Shi family's patriarch immediately asked for food from the Holy Court. In the Shi family's patriarch's opinion, most of the alliance's food had already been taken by the Holy Court. Now that they were working for the Holy Court, how could they take out their own property to work for the Holy Court? Because of this, when Zhao Hai asked for food, the Shi family's patriarch immediately asked for food from the Holy Court. In the Shi family's patriarch's opinion, most of the alliance's food had already been taken by the Holy Court. When the Holy Court received the letter from the Shi family's patriarch, they were also very angry. They were now disgusted with the family alliance's greed. However, now that they needed the family alliance, they couldn't just fall out with them. In their opinion, the family alliance had already been exposed to the anti-Holy Court. They had no way to deal with the family alliance. Even if they spread the word that the family alliance was on their side, who would believe them? The anti-Holy Court might think that they were deliberately saying this in order to get rid of the family alliance. This might backfire and push the family alliance to the anti-Holy Court's side. Because of this, they couldn't do this. They could only pinch their noses and directly give the food to the family alliance. Naturally, they didn't lose anything. The grains that they gave to the alliance were all stolen from the alliance. But now, it was equivalent to giving them back to the anti-Holy Academy alliance. They didn't lose anything, but thinking about it made them feel disgusted. They worked hard to steal the grains, but now they have to give it back. This made them feel very aggrieved. On the other hand, the Zhe clan's patriarch and the others didn't think the same. When they saw that the sacred court had sent them food, they felt relieved. At the same time, they knew that their status in the hearts of the sacred court was very high. Knowing this was enough, the grains of the holy court were sent to Elephant City. Recently, Zhao Hai had been working here. Therefore, all of the grains were sent to Elephant City. Originally, after Zhao Hai changed the coordinates of the transmission formation, the people of the Yalong city wouldn't be able to use the formation to go to the other cities of the alliance. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Hai knew that this would arouse the suspicions of the Shi family. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to leave a transmission formation in each city. These transmission formations were specifically used to communicate with the Yalong city. Because of this, the people of the Yalong city-state had never realized that there was anything wrong with the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance. Now that the Shi family had sent all of the grains to Elephant City, they didn't have any good intentions. They wanted to annoy Zhao Hai. With so many grains in Zhao Hai's hands, if there was a shortage, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to explain himself. However, the Shi family's plan was doomed to fail. Zhao Hai had already established a monitoring team composed of several city-states. This monitoring team was responsible for monitoring the grains. Moreover, the grains were purely stored, the people of the Lost Soul City wouldn't come in contact with them. After the Yalong city sent the grains, Zhao Hai's reinforcements also arrived at the front line. This time, the one leading the troops was Stonemer. The number of troops he led was exactly 100,000. These 100,000 people were the 100,000 people that Stonemer led to Mount Zhuhua before. These 100,000 people gathered together and went to the front line. After arriving at the front line, Stonemer and the others immediately took over a city in the front line. At the same time, they also took over the city's grains. Not long after Stonemer and the others took over the city, the people of the Holy Court began to spread out and attack the city. Stonemer and the others also began to fight, causing the war between the two sides to begin. However, Stonemer's group had a strong city to defend. The Sacred Court's attack didn't gain any advantage. Moreover, Stonemer's group was very well defended. It was impossible for the Sacred Court to take down this city in a short time. The people of the Sacred Academy also wanted to send sky dance experts to deal with Stonemer's army. However, they quickly discovered that Stonemer's army also had a lot of sky dance experts. Moreover, these sky dance experts were all soldiers. Their coordination was very good. Dealing with a group of sky dance experts like this was very difficult. Even if you use several times more experts to besiege them, they would still be able to retreat. If you send too few people, then you simply wouldn't be able to deal with these experts. The stalemate between the two sides began. In order to prevent the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance from suspecting the Zhe family, the people of the Sacred Academy even launched a feint attack on the other city-states. Of course, their attacks were all loud as thunder but small as raindrops. They didn't have much destructive power. At this time, what were Zhao Hai's group doing? Zhao Hai's group was cleaning up the internal affairs of the alliance. This didn't mean that there were still people in the alliance who were loyal to the Sacred Court. In fact, the people of the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance had already thought about it. They had already fought with the Sacred Court several times. At this time, it was impossible for them to leave the alliance and join the Sacred Court. The Sacred Court would certainly settle accounts with them in the future. Instead of waiting for death, they might as well go all out against the Sacred Court. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the internal affairs of the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance. What they needed to clean up were the cities that they lost control of. At any time, there was no lack of ambitious people. This was especially true for those who didn't have good foresight. And since these people were ambitious, it was easy for them to make mistakes. Because of the Sacred Court's attack, a lot of cities were in a state of power vacuum. This gave some ambitious people the opportunity to occupy these cities. They wanted to establish themselves as kings or even become the city lord of a small city. Zhao Hai's group wanted to clean up these people. Naturally, these ambitious people weren't Zhao Hai's opponents. When Zhao Hai's army moved, these ambitious people were annihilated. Then, with the arrival of food, prices stabilized, and the arrival of the city's administrators, these cities were restored to peace in a short period of time. This was actually a characteristic of the spirit weapon realm. The spirit weapon realm had been in chaos for many years. Because of this, the spirit of the ordinary people here had become very strong. Even if one day, their city's owner suddenly changed, they wouldn't be surprised. What's more, they were attacked first, and then a guy jumped out and said that he was the owner of the city. Then, the original owner of the city reclaimed the city. Naturally, those people wouldn't feel any disgust towards it. Additionally, the prices of the cities stabilized. Because of this, the problems of the cities were quickly solved. After these problems were solved, Xiaohai and the others could now focus on other things. Although these problems have been solved, it still took time to solve them. It took Xiaohai and the others a full month to stabilize the rear. And during this time, Xiaohai also installed formations in the cities of the various states. After stabilizing the rear, Xiaohai once again summoned the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance in Elephant City. At this time, the situation in Elephant City had already stabilized. Moreover, Xiaohai also shifted the focus of his development to Elephant City. This was because Elephant City's scale was much bigger than the Lost Soul City and the Ordinary City. However, Xiaohai didn't give up on the Lost Soul City and the Punning City. The Lost Soul City had now become Xiaohai's talent base. Because of Xiaohai's previous training, the Lost Soul City now had a lot of management personnel. And with the arrival of these management personnel, Elephant City was able to fall under Xiaohai's control in a short time. At this time, Elephant City's foundation was also revealed. Because the Nian family was destroyed too quickly and too suddenly, they didn't have time to move their things. Therefore, all of the Nian family's assets were left behind. And now, these assets were naturally taken over by Xiaohai. To be honest, the Nian family's wealth was a lot. After receiving the Nian family's wealth, Xiaohai immediately invested all of it into the construction of Elephant City. Before long, Elephant City's medical and pension systems were established. After that, there were schools, an army, and a bank. Although Elephant City wasn't as good as Lost Soul City, it was still quite decent. Xiaohai didn't think that Elephant City would be better than Lost Soul City. Therefore, this time, the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance was held in Elephant City. After all, Elephant City was currently the largest city under Xiaohai's control. It would be a waste not to use it as the capital city. As for those who came to Elephant City to participate in the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance conference, the city lords of the various city-states quickly noticed the changes in Elephant City. They had all been to Elephant City before, so they knew very well what it was like. Last time, for the sake of face, Nian 19 didn't only clean up the streets during the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance conference, he also made everyone change into new clothes and drove away all the beggars. Although this made Elephant City look very prosperous, people with discerning eyes could tell at a glance. Naturally, the city lords of the various city-states could also see what was going on in Megaphone City. However, they didn't say anything. To be honest, Nian 19's act of wanting to save face was normal in their eyes. If the Anti-Sacred Academy conference was held in their city union, they might do the same. But this time, when they came to Elephant City, the situation was completely different. Elephant City looked very different compared to last time. First of all, the changes in the streets. Although the streets were cleaned in the past, because it was done temporarily, there were still a lot of blind spots. But this time, they discovered that there were almost no blind spots. Moreover, there were people cleaning the streets all the time. Most of the people who cleaned the streets were old and weak. Their workload wasn't very big, but the streets were indeed clean. Also, the spirit of the people here had changed. When they came last time, although the people were wearing new clothes, they still gave off a lifeless feeling. Moreover, aside from those who were doing business, the rest of the people seemed to be lethargic. But this time, it was different. The people they saw were in high spirits. Although their clothes weren't new, their spirits were very good. Moreover, there were a lot of places in the city that were under construction. Everywhere gave off a feeling of vitality, as if a sleeping giant had suddenly woken up. This change was very obvious. A lifeless city was completely different from a lively one. This was something that anyone could easily feel. When the city lords saw the changes in Elephant City, they were very surprised. They couldn't understand what kind of magic Xiaohai used to make a city change in such a short time. This was really too miraculous. This time, Zhao Hai also arranged a place for the city lords to rest. Some of these places were inside the city lord's mansion while some were outside. It was up to the city lords to decide. After all of the city lords arrived, Zhao Hai invited them to the city lord's mansion's hall. The place was also arranged like a conference hall. After the city lords arrived, Zhao Hai also arrived at the conference hall. Everyone stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai also returned the salute. Then he sat down and looked at the crowd before he said, "This time, I've called everyone here for two things. First, the matters of the city-states have been dealt with. Next, we need to deal with the lesser dragon city-state. Because of this, the army of each city-state needs to be prepared. As for the provisions, we'll be responsible for them. However, you'll need to prepare your own supplies. How many soldiers do you have? Also, the resources of each city-state will no longer be under a unified management, each city-state will manage their own resources. What do you think?" When everyone heard this, they didn't have any objections. After all, it would be very troublesome if all of the resources were to be managed in a centralized manner. But since the provisions were to be provided by Zhao Hai, then it would be natural for Zhao Hai to manage them. Because of this, everyone didn't have any objections. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "This time, we will dispatch troops, but don't rush to attack the family alliance. After we dispatch troops, I will use the excuse that they have been fighting in the front lines for a long time and have them retreat to the rear to rest. Of course, this includes the 100,000 troops that were sent to support the family alliance. Later on, I will arrange some troops to block the Holy Courtyard's attack, so there won't be a lot of troops. As for the rest of the troops, I will have them rest in the cities of the Yalong city-state. This is also a good excuse for the troops to stay in different cities. This way, we can use the formations of the cities to transport troops to the front lines in a short period of time. After all of this is arranged, we will attack the family alliance. Everyone, remember this, when we attack the family alliance, I will give the troops a target to attack. You don't need to do anything else, as long as you can take down the target, that's all. Naturally, the Long family will cooperate with the entire process. Does anyone have any objections?" Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Yes." Everyone carefully thought about Zhao Hai's words. They understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai's plan was to have the troops of the other city-states take over the defense of the front lines. This way, if the family alliance were to fight, then the Sacred Academy would have to break through the defensive line. However, it was clear that this wasn't an easy matter. Therefore, the Sacred Academy wouldn't be able to help the family alliance. This was tantamount to beating the dogs behind closed doors. Then Zhao Hai arranged the troops of the other city-states to the cities of the Yalong city-state. The reason for this was to make it more convenient to support the front lines. If all the troops were placed in one city, then they would only be able to use one transmission formation, which would be very slow. But if they were placed in different cities, then they would be able to use multiple formations at the same time. Naturally, the speed would be faster. Zhao Hai believed that the people of the Yalong city-state wouldn't object to this. Naturally, this was just an excuse. The purpose was to make it more convenient for Zhao Hai to arrange the troops of the other city-states in the cities of the Yalong city-state. When the time comes to deal with the family alliance, these troops would be able to move in the shortest time possible and attack the family alliance in one fell swoop. This arrangement could be said to be flawless. Naturally, nobody would have any objections. When Zhao Hai saw that nobody had any objections, he nodded and said, "All right, this is the first thing I wanted to talk about. Now that this matter is over, I'll talk about the second thing. This second thing should be an internal matter of the Lost Soul city-state. However, this matter involves a lot of things, so I think it's better to tell everyone about it. The second thing is that from today onwards, the Stone Ox City, Blood Knife City, Roaring Tiger City, Deer City, and Galloping Horse City will officially join the Lost Soul city-state. They will become the Stone Ox City, Blood Knife City, Roaring Tiger City, Deer City, and Galloping Horse City." Boom! Zhao Hai once again threw a bomb into the hall. Oh, why did he say here? It was very simple. This wasn't the first time that Zhao Hai did this. It was just that today was the first time. The other city-states couldn't help but stare blankly at Zhao Hai. They didn't think that there would be 5 city-states joining the bewitching Soul City-State. This really surprised them. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "The Stone Ox City-State joined our city-state voluntarily. After joining our city-state, they will still be in charge of their districts. However, their officials and army will be reorganized. We have already discussed this matter. I just want to tell everyone that from today onwards, they will join our city-state, just like Puha City." Buzz. The entire hall was in chaos. The city lords were all discussing this matter. It was clear that this matter had a huge impact on them. Zhao looked at them and said, "I know that everyone has something to discuss, so let's end the meeting. You can stay in the hall and chat, or you can go outside to chat. If you want to chat in the hall, then I will order everyone not to approach the hall. I will not eavesdrop on your conversation." Zhao nodded and said, "All right." These people stared blankly at Zhao Hai. To be honest, they were now admiring Zhao Hai's bearing. Such a person was truly fascinating. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "All right, Padian, let's go. We'll leave this place to everyone. Also, you don't need to participate in the next Anti-Sacred Academy conference. Let's go." Sure, Padian and the others nodded and followed Zhao Hai outside. At the same time, all the servants in the hall withdrew. Only the city lords were left in the hall. At this time, the city lords didn't know what to do. The entire hall was silent. After some time, a city lord opened his mouth and said, "Does everyone think that the hall is being monitored?" Then everyone looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to say. After some time, another city lord sighed and said, "Rest assured, I don't think so. The Alliance Lord is very magnanimous. 5 city-states joined the Lost Soul City-State. Now that the Lost Soul City-State is unprecedentedly strong, even if we joined forces, we still might not be a match for the Alliance Lord. Is there a need for him to monitor us?" Everyone sighed and didn't speak. After some time, a city lord said, "What does everyone think about this matter? Why did those 5 city-states join the Lost Soul City-State? They all have ancestors overseeing them, and their ancestors even showed up last time. All of them are very healthy. Under such circumstances, why would they give up the power in their hands and join the Lost Soul City-State to become the Alliance Master's subordinates?" Everyone was silent once again. One of the city lords sighed and said, "To be honest, I think it's because of the general trend. Everyone might not believe it, but tell me, since the Heavenly Sword Empire, has there been a person like the Alliance Master? Take a look at the Lost Soul City-State, the Puha City, and the Elephant City. Elephant City has changed so much in just a month. The ordinary city-states have changed even more. These changes happened right under our noses. Don't you have any thoughts about it? Joining the Lost Soul City-State might seem like you've lost all your authority, but at least your family will be preserved. Moreover, although you're no longer a city lord, you're still in control of your city's affairs. Look at Lu Jinyan, why do I feel like he's living a better life compared to when he was a city lord?" Everyone didn't know what to say. They also saw Lu Jinyan's situation with their own eyes. Although Lu Jinfeng wasn't the city lord he used to be, he was still living a good life. He didn't need to worry about the outside world, he just needed to take care of his own matters. Most importantly, his current authority wasn't small. Now that Lu Jinyan appeared in front of them, they didn't dare to underestimate him. This was because Lu Jinyan was from the Lost Soul City. Moreover, he was from a large city. Who would dare to underestimate such a person? Naturally, everyone also saw another point. Zhao Hai wasn't a good person. How did Zhao Hai take down the Elephant City? Didn't he just find an excuse to destroy the Elephant City? Why? It was very simple. Because the Elephant City was in Zhao Hai's way, so it was destroyed. Then in the future, would Zhao Hai destroy them because they were in his way? This was all they could think of. Zhao Hai was magnanimous, but there was a prerequisite to being magnanimous, and that was if you don't block his way. If you do, then he would give you 2 options. 1, you can cooperate with him or submit to him. He would be very polite to such people. He wouldn't do anything to you, he would even give you a lot of benefits. You would lose some things, but at the same time, you would also gain more. Secondly, if you go against him, then you would be his enemy. Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite to his enemies. Whether the enemy was a powerful saint or a powerful elephant city-state, as long as you're his enemy, then he would fight you to the end. But the saddest thing was that you can't win against him. Zhao Hai didn't want to lose to Zhao Hai, but he didn't want to lose to Zhao Hai. But to make the other city lords surrender to Zhao Hai like Sherpadian and the others, would they be able to do it? Obviously, they wouldn't be able to do it right now. This was also the reason why they were worried. It can be said that ever since the fall of the Heavenly Sword Empire, there hasn't been a force as big as the Lost Soul City-State. Although the Lost Soul City-State was very big, the other city-states that joined the Lost Soul City-State still had their original city lords, only their names were changed. This was because even though the Lost Soul City-State was very big, the other city-states that joined the Lost Soul City-State only had their city lords changed. However, one must also note that the city lords of these city-states have already handed over their military power. Without military power, what can they do? Moreover, the Stone Ox City had voluntarily joined the Lost Soul City-State. If Zhao Hai forced them to join, then they would have an opportunity to take advantage of. But if they joined voluntarily, then it would be troublesome. If we can't destroy the Sacred Academy, then it would be too late for us to say anything. While we're destroying the Sacred Academy, let's see what the Alliance Lord will do. If he can go further than that, then we won't be able to catch up to him. Even if we submit to him, it wouldn't be a big deal. Otherwise, we would be defeated by the Sacred Academy. Everyone, I don't want to waste my time, I'm going back. The Alliance Lord smiled bitterly and said, everyone, it's useless to think about this right now. If we can't destroy the Sacred Academy, then it would be too late for us to say anything. But in the process of destroying the Sacred Academy, let's see what the Alliance Lord will do. If he can go further than that, then we won't be able to catch up to him. Even if we submit to him, it wouldn't be a big deal. Otherwise, we would be defeated by the Sacred Academy. Let's go back. Then the city lord cupped his fist and left. When the others heard this, they stared. Then they smiled bitterly as they stood up and walked out of the hall. The group quickly arrived in front of the city lord's mansion. He discovered that there was no one around the hall, not even a servant or a guard. When they arrived in front of the city lord's mansion, they saw a few guards and a servant standing there. When the servant saw them arrive, he immediately cupped his fist and said, "Greetings to the city lords. Our city lord wants me to tell you that tonight, our city lord will be holding a banquet in the city lord's mansion. Everyone must give us face and attend." When the group heard the servant, they nodded. Then they went out of the mansion and returned to their own residences. Today's events were too sudden, they needed to go back and discuss it with their own people. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting in his study room. Sherpadian and the others were sitting in front of him. Besides Sherpadian and the others, Lu Jingyan was also present. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "From today onwards, we will be a family. I can tell you that Lost Soul City will not become an empire in the future. Instead, it will slowly become a federation. Therefore, in the future, your positions might be hereditary. But as long as you do well, you can get the support of the commoners in your area. Then your family will continue to sit in that position. If you don't do well and make the commoners complain, then your family will have no choice but to hand over that position. The position of Lost Soul City's city lord might be decided through elections in the future, instead of being monopolized by me." When the group heard Zhao Hai, they stared. Then they looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would say this. This was too unexpected. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Naturally, what I'm talking about is something in the future. I can't do it now. At the very least, I need to wait until we unify the spiritual weapon realm. It's still too early to talk about this." When the group heard Zhao Hai, they nodded. They thought that Zhao Hai was just talking about it. They didn't know how long it would take for this to happen. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't explain anything to them. In fact, this was the best method that Zhao Hai could think of to unify the spiritual weapon realm. This was because this was the only way to unify the spiritual weapon realm without shedding too much blood. Otherwise, even if Zhao Hai's group defeated the Sacred Court, they would still have to fight with their allies. At that time, a lot of people would die in the spiritual weapon realm. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to use this method. As long as we defeat the Sacred Courtyard, as long as the strength of the lost soul city-state increases, then they would consider what you did today. This way, the spirit weapon realm would be spilled a lot less blood. The spirit weapon realm has been in chaos for too long. It's time to end this chaos. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm releasing this news today to let those people be mentally prepared. As long as we defeat the sacred courtyard, as long as the strength of the lost soul city-state increases, then they would consider what you did today. This way, the spirit weapon realm would have a lot less blood. The group nodded. They didn't say anything, but their hearts were beating faster. They believed that Zhao Hai would do what he said. The spiritual weapon realm would definitely be unified one day. This time, when Zhao Hai held the Anti-Holy Academy conference, the Family Alliance didn't participate. Zhao Hai informed them to participate, but they didn't. They didn't even send a representative. This didn't mean that the Family Alliance found out that there was something wrong with Zhao Hai. They were just angry and didn't want to see Zhao Hai again. During the battle with New Year's First, they managed to get a lot of food. Although these food were given to the Holy Academy, they agreed that they would share it equally with the Holy Academy. In other words, the food that the Family Alliance sent to Zhao Hai for disaster relief didn't all belong to the Holy Academy, half of it belonged to the Family Alliance. Although these things were free, in the end, these things belonged to them. With their greedy nature, they naturally didn't want to take out these food. But now, more than half of these food were taken out and given to the other city-states. How could they not be angry? Because of this, they didn't want to participate in the Anti-Holy Academy conference. It just so happened that the Holy Academy was attacking them. Although the attack was a feint, they could still use this as an excuse to not participate in the conference. They just needed to know what happened during the conference. Zhao Hai didn't hide anything from them and directly told them about the decision made during the conference. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't tell them the truth. What Zhao Hai said was that there were two things that were discussed during the conference. First, they decided to send troops to Yalong City as soon as possible to support the front line. The second was that Stonebull City had joined the Lost Soul City. To be honest, when they heard that Stonebull City had voluntarily joined the Lost Soul City, the Family Alliance were shocked. They didn't think that this would happen. At the same time, they also discovered that they had made a lot of mistakes. If they did what Zhao Hai did, then Yalong City wouldn't be as big as it was now, it would be much bigger. However, it was clear that it was already too late for them to make a move. This made the Family Alliance hate Zhao Hai even more. In their opinion, if they couldn't get something, then it would be best for others to not get it. If they couldn't get it and someone else got it, then they would hate the other party. And now, Zhao Hai was the target of their hatred. But no matter what, Zhao Hai's decision to come to the Lesser Dragon City was a good thing for them. Zhao Hai's arrival in the Lesser Dragon City meant that he was in their territory. This made it easier for them to monitor Zhao Hai's group. Moreover, they can also report Zhao Hai's actions to the Holy Court. As long as the Holy Court defeats Zhao Hai's group, then they would immediately announce that they would join the Holy Court. When that time comes, the Anti-Holy Alliance would suffer another blow. At that time, it wouldn't be too long before the Anti-Holy Alliance was destroyed. Because of this, the Family Alliance didn't suspect anything when they received Zhao Hai's notification that the army would arrive soon. Moreover, the army would be divided into two groups. One group would go to the front line to replace the frontline troops while the other group would rest and reorganize in the rear. Moreover, it wasn't just one city, but several cities. Then the Family Alliance made some preparations. Naturally, they were prepared to receive the army. They were still part of the Anti-Holy Alliance, so they needed to receive the Anti-Holy Alliance's army. 10 days after Zhao Hai held the Anti-Holy Alliance conference, Zhao Hai personally led 300,000 troops into Yalong City. These 300,000 troops were just the vanguard. They would go to the front line and replace the frontline troops. Then another 200,000 troops would arrive. These 200,000 troops would rest and reorganize in the rear. Then when the frontline troops were tired, they would be replaced. Zhao Hai had already prepared himself for a long war with the Holy Court. Regarding Zhao Hai's decision, the Family Alliance didn't oppose it. Their army had been wanting to withdraw for a long time. It wasn't that they were tired, it was just that they needed to replace Zhao Hai's army. Only then would the Holy Court be able to attack freely. Only then would Zhao Hai's army suffer losses. When Zhao Hai arrived, he also went to Yalong City and lived in the city lord's mansion. Zhao Hai wanted the family alliance to believe that he had nothing to do with the Long family. The family alliance didn't think this way. In their opinion, the Long family was just a dead dragon. There was nothing to worry about. They didn't know that Zhao Hai was living in the city lord's mansion. This made it more convenient for Zhao Hai to discuss with the Long family. In the Long family's study room, 3 people were sitting. One was Long Tianlin, the other was the old servant of the Long family, and the last one was Zhao Hai. Long Tianlin was still sizing up Zhao Hai. This was the first time he saw Zhao Hai. In the past, he only heard about Zhao Hai, but this was the first time he saw him. Naturally, he also knew about Zhao Hai's achievements. In a short period of time, Zhao Hai's bewitching city-state had become the biggest city-state in the spirit weapon world. It was even twice as big as the Yalong city-state. This speed of development was really surprising. Naturally, what was even more surprising was that Zhao Hai's development didn't leave behind any hidden dangers. Although there might be some hidden dangers, these hidden dangers weren't very big. Zhao Hai looked at Long Tianlin, then he turned his head to look at the old man. Then he smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect City Lord Long to be so young. To have such endurance and willpower at such an age is really rare. As for old man, you've really worked hard. I, Zhao Hai, admire loyal people the most. Old man's family members are the kind of people I admire the most." The old man smiled faintly and said, "City Lord Zhao is too polite. The young master is really smart." Long Tianlin also looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Compared to you, City Lord Zhao, I'm too far behind. For the bewitching city-state to become the biggest city-state in the spirit weapon world in such a short period of time, I really admire you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. Step by step, you can naturally do it. There's nothing special about it." Long Tianlin smiled and said, "City Lord Zhao is too polite." "Right, City Lord Zhao. I just want to know about the city-states that have joined the bewitching city-state. They are still in control of their own affairs. Aren't you afraid that something will happen in the future? Or have you decided to slowly deal with those city-states in the future?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Why would I want to deal with them? Do you think that by controlling the affairs of those city-states, they will become a threat in the future? If my descendants fail to live up to expectations in the future, then it is very likely that they will revolt. In this way, the spirit weapon world will once again fall into chaos, and my descendants will be in danger, right?" Long Tianlin didn't hide anything, he just nodded and said, "Right, that's what I meant. If I were you, City Lord Zhao Hai, then after unifying the spirit weapon world, I would slowly deal with those families. After dealing with those families, the world would naturally be peaceful. Then how long will the world be peaceful? When the old family is gone, a new family will appear. When the old ambitious family is gone, a new ambitious family will appear. Everyone is ambitious. No matter what time it is, there is no lack of ambitious people in the world, isn't there? That's a matter for the future. As long as we destroy those families and deal a blow to those powerful families, then we can guarantee 1,000 years of peace for our families. What about 1,000 years later? Hee, your method is also a method that ordinary people use. Everyone will do the same. Sometimes, force is the best way to solve problems. But sometimes, solving a problem doesn't necessarily require force. Force isn't the only way to solve a problem. I'd like to hear about it. Furthermore, the generals will not have the authority to directly mobilize the army, while the city lord will not be able to interfere in the military and politics. The judicial system will also be independent. If anyone breaks the law, they will be dealt with by the judicial system. The city lord will not have the authority to deal with them. As for the position of the city lord of lost spirits, I do not intend to let my family monopolize this position. All the city lords of the city districts will have the qualifications to be the city lord, but you will have to decide through an election. And the people who vote will be all the ordinary people in the spirit weapon world. Actually, what Zhao Hai said was still very vague and confusing. But with the current situation in the spirit weapon world, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to truly achieve democracy. Therefore, he could only use such a method to explain. As for whether Long Tianlin and the old man could understand, that would depend on their ability to understand. As expected, the two of them didn't quite understand. Long Tianlin lowered his head and pondered for a while before saying, "Then according to what you said, theoretically, anyone can become the city lord? Is that really possible?" Zhao Hai replied, "Of course not right now. People still don't understand what I'm talking about, but they will slowly come to understand. I believe that once they understand, then we can proceed. At that time, people will find out that you can become a city lord by winning over the common people. If they want you to be a city lord, then you can do so. If they don't want you to be a city lord, then you can't. In other words, you can become a city lord without fighting. Wouldn't that be better?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "That's right." Long Tianlin understood Zhao Hai's intention. Zhao Hai's intention was very clear, he wanted to carry out a reform. He wanted to break the traditions of the spirit weapon realm that had existed for many years. In the spirit weapon realm, there were a lot of city lords' clans that were destroyed by their subordinates. Zhao Hai's reform would make everyone understand that as long as they have the support of ordinary people, they can become a city lord. They don't need to mutiny, they don't need to kill the original city lord's clan. As long as they have the support of ordinary people, they can become a city lord. The replacement of city lords can be carried out without bloodshed. This was something that they didn't think about before. The reason why Long Tianlin mentioned this matter to Zhao Hai was actually to probe him. He wanted to join the Lost Soul City-State, so he wanted to know how Zhao Hai would deal with the city lords who joined the Lost Soul City-State. If Zhao Hai wanted to settle accounts, then Long Tianlin would have no reason to join. After joining the Lost Soul City-State, Long Tianlin could just give up his authority and become a rich man. This way, he could protect his family. But after Long Tianlin talked to Zhao Hai today, Zhao Hai actually gave him such an answer. This answer seemed to be ridiculous. At least, Long Tianlin thought that it was ridiculous. You're a rich man, yet you want to give up your power. Who would believe that? At the very least, Long Tianlin couldn't do it. But after listening to Zhao Hai's words, Long Tianlin felt that Zhao Hai wasn't completely talking nonsense. This made him very surprised. It seems like Zhao Hai had already planned this. If this was the case, then Zhao Hai wasn't talking nonsense. Then this matter would be very interesting. Long Tianlin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord Zhao, I'm really curious. It can be said that you're now fully fledged. If you can defeat the Holy Courtyard and clean up the family alliance, then you can be said to be rich all over the world. In this case, are you really willing to let go of your power?" Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Long Tianlin and smiled faintly. "Power? Is it very important?" Hee. Yes, sometimes power is very convenient. But you can't be entangled by it. What I'm after isn't these things. In my eyes, these things are just tools. Moreover, they're temporary tools. Temporary tools? You're making such a big scene just because of a temporary tool? Long Tianlin looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and looked at the old man. The old man looked at Zhao Hai. He could almost guess why Zhao Hai said this. Moreover, he also knew what Zhao Hai was after. The old man let out a long breath. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So that's how it is. Then you're making a move this time to pursue the great Tao?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, power has nothing to do with the great Tao. At my level, power can become a burden. I'm making a move because I've been pushed to my current position step by step. I don't want to see the chaos in the spiritual weapon realm. Naturally, there's one last point. I need to unify the spiritual weapon realm. I need to unify the spiritual weapon realm. I need to unify it." Zhao Hai's words sounded like he was repeating himself. But in fact, what he wanted to express wasn't the same. He needed to unify the spiritual weapon realm and then have it do something for him. This was what Zhao Hai wanted to express. The old man understood Zhao Hai's meaning. He nodded and said, "This old man understands. Young master, what City Lord Zhao Hai said is true. He definitely won't want the spiritual weapon realm in the future. Therefore, what he said must be true." Long Tianlin wasn't a fool. From the conversation between Zhao Hai and the old man, he understood that Zhao Hai's pursuit was different from theirs. They might be pursuing power or wealth, but Zhao Hai definitely didn't want these. Because of this, Long Tianlin felt relieved. He also believed in Zhao Hai's words. Long Tianlin cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "City Lord Zhao Hai, aside from discussing how to deal with the clan alliance, we also want the Yalong city to join the Lost Soul City. What does City Lord Zhao Hai think about this?" Zhao Hai looked at Long Tianlin, then he smiled faintly and said, "I welcome you to join the Lost Soul City. This is definitely a good thing for us. However, I can only give you the same conditions as the other cities. After all, no matter how big or small a city is, all of them will join the Lost Soul City. I can't be biased." When Long Tianlin heard Zhao Hai, he felt relieved. Then he said, "All right, then we'll follow the city lord's plan. When should we announce this matter?" Zhao Hai replied, "Once we deal with the clan alliance and repel the sacred court, then we can announce it." Long Tianlin nodded and said, "All right, then how should we cooperate with the city lord this time? The clan alliance has been operating in the Yalong city for many years. It can be said that they are deeply rooted. Dealing with them won't be an easy matter." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It won't be difficult to deal with them. As long as they fall, those who follow them won't really take revenge for them. Therefore, we don't need to worry about anything." Long Tianlin nodded. After so many years of war, there weren't any loyal people in the spiritual weapon realm. This was especially true for those clans. Those who have clans would generally prioritize their own clans. It was impossible for them to be completely loyal to anyone. Therefore, it was normal for Zhao Hai to say this. If what Zhao Hai said was true, then the clan alliance wouldn't be a problem. As long as they can deal with the clan alliance in one fell swoop, then the clan alliance would be completely dealt with. Long Tianlin said, "We'll listen to the city lord. Does the city lord have any other orders?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't. You just need to cooperate with me and deal with the clan alliance first. As for the sacred court, I'll deal with it." Long Tianlin nodded and said, "All right, if the city lord has any orders, then just send someone to pass on the message. I have some people in the city lord's mansion who belong to the clan alliance. Although they are well controlled, I'm still worried that the news would leak out." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the sky and said, "I've been out for some time, so I'll be heading back first. It won't take long, so you don't need to worry about anything. I'll be taking my leave." Then Zhao Hai stood up and cupped his fist towards the old man. Then he turned around and walked out. Long Tianlin quickly stood up and accompanied Zhao Hai to the door. After seeing Zhao Hai leave, Long Tianlin returned to the study room. He looked at the old man and said, "Great-grandfather, do you think the city lord is really someone who pursues the great Tao?" The old man nodded and said, "Indeed, from his eyes and the way he speaks, he's a person who wholeheartedly pursues the great Tao. Therefore, there shouldn't be a problem for us to join the Lost City gang." Long Tianlin nodded and said, "That's the only thing we can do. However, City Lord Zhao Hai's bearing is truly admirable. Such a person is truly capable of doing big things. I think that the Holy Court wouldn't be a match for City Lord Zhao Hai. Moreover, if he were to implement the method of electing a city lord, then the other cities would certainly join the Lost Soul City." The old man said, "No, you're wrong. City Lord Zhao Hai will certainly unify the entire spirit weapon realm before establishing a country. Only after that would he hold an election. Moreover, it's impossible to hold an election in a short period of time. This is because ordinary people still don't know what an election is. They also don't understand their own authority. Only when ordinary people reach the level of the Lost Soul City would they slowly understand what an election is and what authority is. At that time, it would be impossible for them to hold an election." Long Tianlin thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "You're right. City Lord Zhao Hai will certainly do a good job. City Lord Zhao Hai's scheming is something that we can't compare to." The old man replied, "Young master, in fact, you have a huge advantage that no one can compare to, and that is your age. You are the youngest among all the city lords. As long as you join the Lost Soul City, then you can keep your current position for a long time. When the time comes, you will have a lot of time to win people's hearts. If you do well, then general, you might even run for the city lord's position. Even if you don't run for the city lord's position, as long as you control the political affairs of the Yalong city, then no one would dare to underestimate your existence. The old man nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai. When Long Tianlin heard the old man, he couldn't help but stare. Then he thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "Great-grandfather, you're right. Time is something that no one can control. This might be my biggest advantage." The old man nodded and said, "Therefore, young master doesn't need to worry. From the current situation of the Lost Soul City, it's only a matter of time before they unify the spirit weapon realm. Moreover, I can see that City Lord Zhao Hai still has some secrets in his heart. We can only know about this later. But no matter what secrets he has, I can see that City Lord Zhao Hai will do everything he can to unify the spirit weapon realm. If we don't know what's good for us, then he will certainly treat us as enemies and eliminate us. Therefore, it's best for us to join the Lost Soul City now." Long Tianlin nodded and said, "Alright, then we'll wholeheartedly help the Zhao Hai city unify the spirit weapon realm. After that, we'll see what City Lord Zhao Hai will do." Just like what great-grandfather said, joining the Lost Soul City is an irresistible trend. It's normal for us to join as well. The old man nodded and said, "City Lord Zhao Hai has already arranged everything. As long as we cooperate, then the clan alliance will certainly be destroyed. Then City Lord Zhao Hai can focus on dealing with the sacred court. I don't think that the word sacred will be able to block City Lord Zhao Hai for a long time. I feel that he still has something up his sleeve." Long Tianlin said, "City Lord Zhao Hai will certainly have something up his sleeve. After so many battles, City Lord Zhao Hai has always won. What's the reason for this? It's because he has unimaginable strength. In the end, you'll find out that you don't have as many cards as he does. This is how war works. If you don't have as many cards as he does, then you'll naturally lose." The old man nodded and said, "Right, City Lord Zhao Hai is indeed unfathomable. Before, when he fought against the sacred court, he used no less than 500 void dance experts. However, these void dance experts weren't selected from other city-states. They were all unfamiliar faces. In other words, these void dance experts were cultivated by the Lost Soul City. This is very surprising. Moreover, from City Lord Zhao Hai's previous actions, it can be seen that he did obtain some inheritance from the Heavenly Sword Empire. Maybe he obtained a method that can allow people to quickly break through the void dance realm, or maybe it's a pill. I remember that during the era of the Heavenly Sword Empire, a lot of people relied on pills to cultivate." Long Tianlin nodded and said, "It's possible. Moreover, the Lost Soul City also has a lot of Broken River Realm experts. It seems like City Lord Zhao Hai has a lot of cards in his hand." The old man nodded, then he sighed and said, "But the Holy Courtyard isn't that easy to deal with. Don't forget, the Holy Courtyard still has a trump card that they haven't revealed yet. Once this trump card is revealed, City Lord Zhao Hai's advantage would immediately disappear. His advantage might even turn into a disadvantage." The old man nodded, then he sighed and said, "But the Holy Courtyard isn't that easy to deal with." Long Tianlin stared, then he immediately understood. He said, "Great-grandfather, are you talking about the secret realm? The secret realm has an inseparable relationship with the sacred court. If the secret realm really intervenes, then I'm afraid it would be troublesome." The old man nodded and said, "This might be the reason why City Lord Zhao Hai wanted to develop the Lost Soul City in such a short time. He needs the city to be strong. If the city is strong, then the other cities in the alliance can only listen to City Lord Zhao Hai. When the time comes, City Lord Zhao Hai will be able to gather all the forces in the alliance and fight against the sacred court. At that time, even if the people from the secret realm come out, they wouldn't be able to do anything to City Lord Zhao Hai." Long Tianlin nodded, then he said, "In any case, we must fully support City Lord Zhao Hai in dealing with the Holy Courtyard. We have a grudge with the Holy Courtyard. If the Holy Courtyard were to take over the world, then our Long family would no longer have a place to stay." Long Tianlin nodded and said, the old man nodded and didn't say anything. In any case, they were now part of the Anti-Sacred Court Alliance. There was no need to think too much about it. They just need to fully support Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai returned to his room, he thought about his meeting with Long Tianlin today. To be honest, he appreciated Long Tianlin very much. Although Long Tianlin was young, his strength wasn't weak. Moreover, he had the demeanor of a general. To be honest, if it wasn't for Zhao Hai's appearance, then Long Tianlin might have made some achievements in the future. Now, Zhao Hai was afraid that Long Tianlin could only be like this. However, Zhao Hai really appreciated Long Tianlin. What Zhao Hai told Long Tianlin before wasn't a lie. He really wanted to turn the spirit weapon realm into a federation. As for how long this federation would last, it was hard to say. This was because Zhao Hai knew that even if it was a true federation, it wouldn't be able to achieve a free society. Any system would have its own shortcomings as well as its own merits. Therefore, when a system reaches its end, it would no longer meet the needs of social development. Because of this, it would be eliminated. Since its existence was reasonable, then wouldn't it be unreasonable if it ceased to exist? Because of this, Zhao Hai just did what he thought he should do. As for what would happen to the spiritual weapon realm after he leaves, it wasn't something he could control. There was no such thing as a fixed system. In this world, there's nothing that can't change. Any system is the same. If a system doesn't change, then it will slowly be eliminated. This is because people need to keep moving forward and develop. As time passes, the things that people need will slowly change. And these changes will slowly affect the system. If the system doesn't change, then it will be abandoned by people. This is the inevitable trend of human development. The Zhe family's patriarch was sitting in his own room. Sitting in front of him were the other patriarchs of the family alliance. They were discussing how to deal with Zhao Hai. This time, Zhao Hai led 300,000 troops to support them. Moreover, as long as they rested in the rear, they would be sent to the front lines. At that time, their troops would be able to withdraw. They needed to think about how to arrange their troops and how to coordinate with the Sacred Courtyard's attack. The Zhe family's patriarch looked at the other patriarchs and said, "Everyone, how should we arrange our troops after withdrawing?" The other patriarchs were also thinking about this issue, and they also had their own ideas. One of the patriarchs said, "This is actually very simple. I think we should let the army rest first. Otherwise, if we send them out now, Zhao Hai would certainly be alerted. Everyone should know that Zhao Hai isn't year 19, he has a grudge against us, so it's impossible for him to not pay attention to our movements. If we make any moves, Zhao Hai might deal with us. Therefore, it's best for us to be honest for a while, withdraw the army to rest and prepare for battle. As long as the time is right, we can dispatch our troops. In any case, the transmission formations of the various city-states in the continent are open, so we can send our troops anywhere. Therefore, I don't think it's the most important thing to arrange for the army to be stationed there. So it's not important that we send our troops there." The other patriarchs nodded. Then one patriarch said, "I also think the same. If we send our troops to a place that's disadvantageous to the other city-states, then I'm afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't let us off." "Right, didn't Zhao Hai want to have his troops rest in some cities? I think we should arrange our troops in those cities so that we can monitor their army. If they really want to launch an attack on Zhao Hai, then our army can attack them in the shortest amount of time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." The Zhe family's patriarch nodded and said, "All right, this is a good idea. I think we can tell Zhao Hai to have the two armies stay in the same city. This would allow them to interact and communicate with each other. This would make it easier for them to cooperate in the future. I think Zhao Hai wouldn't oppose it. This way, if we really want to deal with them in the future, then our troops would be able to attack Zhao Hai's army in the shortest time possible." The others nodded as well. They didn't have any objections, they felt that this was a good idea. Unfortunately, they forgot one thing. If you can attack the enemy in the shortest time possible, then the enemy can also attack you in the shortest time possible. Because of this, it was hard to say who would be the one to deal with who in the end. The Zhe family's patriarch looked at the others and said, "This will be our last battle against Zhao Hai. Even if we can't destroy Zhao Hai this time, we still need to make the Sacred Courtyard's army pay a huge price. As long as we can destroy the Sacred Courtyard's army, then the Sacred Courtyard's army will be in danger. When that time comes, we can attack the Sacred Courtyard's army. I think they will be finished at that time." Everyone nodded. The Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance had lost hundreds of thousands of troops in the previous battle. Some of these troops had fled back to the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance's own city-states, some of them had died on the way, and some of them had become bandits. Regardless, the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance had suffered heavy losses last time. But this time, if they make the Sacred Courtyard's army lose hundreds of thousands of troops, then the Sacred Courtyard's army would be seriously damaged. When the time comes, the Xia family's army would directly attack the Sacred Courtyard's army. They believed that the Sacred Courtyard's army wouldn't be able to stop them. They had an agreement with the Sacred Institute that the territories they conquered would belong to them in the future. The Xia family's patriarch knew that they were useful to the Sacred Institute, so the Sacred Institute wouldn't do anything to them. However, if the Sacred Institute destroyed the Anti-Sacred Institute alliance in the future, then they would be useless. They understood this principle. Therefore, they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to conquer more territories in order to strengthen their strength. In the future, even if the Sacred Institute wanted to deal with them, they wouldn't dare to do so because of their strength. But if they want to gain more territory, then they must first defeat the Sacred Courtyard's army. First, they must defeat Zhao Hai. Only then would they be able to attack the Sacred Courtyard's army. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. After deciding on how to deal with Zhao Hai's army, the patriarchs began to discuss how to receive the reinforcements that would come later. Zhao Hai's army only needed to rest for a short time before they would go to the front lines. However, the 200,000 reinforcements that would come later would have to rest in Yalong City. In order to not arouse Zhao Hai's suspicion, this reception was very important. The Xia family's patriarch was now regretting that they didn't participate in the Sacred Courtyard's conference. This made Zhao Hai lose face. Because of this, after Zhao Hai arrived in Yalong City, he had a lot of opinions about the patriarchs. The Xia family's patriarch knew that this wasn't the time to turn against Zhao Hai. Because of this, the Xia family's patriarch needed to receive the reinforcements properly. This way, they could also mend their relationship with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's army rested in Yalong City for a few days. Then the army directly went to the front lines through the transmission formation. At the same time, all the troops in the front lines withdrew to the rear to rest. Among them, Stonemar's army of 100,000 directly entered Yalong City. The Xia family's patriarch did this deliberately. They wanted to mend their relationship with Zhao Hai so that Zhao Hai wouldn't suspect them. Because of this, they allowed Stonemar's army to enter Yalong City. This was because Stonemar was Zhao Hai's most trusted subordinate. Moreover, this army of 100,000 was made up of Zhao Hai's elites. Placing them in Yalong City was to show that they were valued. This way, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to say anything. Secondly, it would make it easier for them to deal with Stonemar's army. After all, their base was in Yalong City, and they had the most experts in the city. Zhao Hai also arrived at the front lines. The front lines were actually composed of 3 large cities. These 3 cities were distributed in a triangle, 2 in the front and 1 in the back. This time, Zhao Hai's army of 300,000 was made up of 100,000 people in each city. The 200,000 in the front 2 cities were used to fight the enemy, while the 100,000 in the back city were used to support the 2 cities at any time. Naturally, the corresponding defensive strength was also needed. After arriving at the front lines, Zhao Hai went directly to one of the 2 cities in front of him, Fanlong City. Fanlong City was definitely a large city. Not only did the city have a population of several million, it also had a large army. It was precisely because of this army that the Sacred Court's people were unable to advance. After Zhao Hai entered Fanlong City, he immediately arranged the city's defenses. Then he began to secretly pay attention to the changes in the city. When he found out that the Family Alliance was going to send the troops to the cities with reinforcements, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He was worried that the Xia family's patriarch wouldn't do this. If they didn't, then it would be very difficult for them to deal with these fellows. But now that they did this, Zhao Hai felt a lot more relaxed. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai and the others thought, when their army arrived at the front lines, the Sacred Court immediately launched an attack on Zhao Hai's army. Moreover, the attack was very fierce. The Sacred Court seemed to have been preparing for this attack for a long time. Not only did they attack the 2 cities in front of them, they also attacked the city behind them. All three cities were attacked at the same time. However, this situation was also within Zhao Hai's expectations. Moreover, Zhao Hai was very experienced in this kind of war. In fact, his army was equipped with electric formations. However, they didn't take them out. This wasn't the time to use them, they were waiting for a critical moment to use them. The electric formations were very powerful. With these formations, the sacred court wouldn't be able to break through the three cities. However, it was still too early to use them. This was because there would be a fierce battle later on. If Zhao Hai and the others were to deal with the family alliance, then the Holy Court would certainly go all out in order to help the family alliance. At that time, the Holy Court's attack would be at its fiercest. When the time comes, the lightning formation would be able to completely neutralize the Holy Court's attack. At that time, the Holy Court would also suffer heavy losses. On the fifth day after Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the front lines, the 200,000 troops of the Anti-Sacred Court Alliance arrived one after another. At the same time, Zhao Hai directly transferred Stonemer to the front lines and had him lead the army to block the Sacred Court's attack. When Stonemer arrived at Yalong City, he immediately received the generals of the 200,000 troops. The Zhe clan didn't think too much about Zhao Hai's sudden return. Zhao Hai was an alliance lord, so it was normal for him to receive these generals. How could they know that Zhao Hai came back to deal with them? It took several days for the 200,000 troops to completely enter the Yalong City. They stationed themselves in the cities that they had chosen before and began to rest and reorganize. On the surface, it looked very calm, as if nothing had happened. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't make the 200,000 troops move immediately. He let them rest and reorganize in the cities first. At the same time, he had the Long family come in contact with them and introduce them to the situation in the cities. At the same time, the Long family also pointed out the positions of the clan alliance and how to deal with them in the shortest time possible. The entire scouting process lasted for 3 days. These 3 days were enough for the troops to understand the situation in the cities. But during these days, the war in the front lines was still going on. The Sacred Court's attack was somewhat weak. At this time, the Sacred Court's situation was similar to what it was in the past. They were facing a solid defensive line that couldn't be broken for a long time. This had a huge impact on their morale, but they didn't have any good methods to deal with it. On the other hand, Stonemer didn't think about counterattacking. He was very clear about what Zhao Hai was doing. Therefore, he didn't take the risk to counterattack. He didn't even move when the Sacred Court's people exposed an obvious flaw. He was waiting for Zhao Hai to make his move. Zhao Hai was sitting inside the city lord's mansion while Long Tianlin was sitting beside him. Long Tianlin's expression was somewhat excited, his breathing was heavy, his eyes were shining as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "City lord, should we start now?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's start." After he said that, Long Tianlin immediately complied. Then he moved his hand and sent energy into the transmission formations in front of him. This was a task that he asked Zhao Hai to do. These transmission formations were used to transmit orders. Zhao Hai wanted to send the order today to deal with the family alliance. When Long Tianlin heard this news, he immediately asked Zhao Hai for this task. For Long Tianlin, this was an opportunity for revenge. Although he didn't personally take revenge, he was still very happy to be able to give this order. It was like setting off firecrackers. Even if you didn't buy the firecrackers, as long as you set them off, it would still be very exciting. Moreover, what Long Tianlin and the others were doing was much more exciting than setting off firecrackers. After the transmission formation was sent out, Zhao Hai picked up his teacup and took a sip before saying, "All right, don't be anxious. Let's sit here and wait. I believe that it won't take long for the city to become lively. Let's go out and meet the Zhe family's patriarch for the last time." Long Tianlin nodded excitedly. At the same time, his eyes were filled with worship as he looked at Zhao Hai. Today, he had seen Zhao Hai's wisdom. Seeing that Zhao Hai was still in the mood to sit and drink tea, Long Tianlin couldn't help but admire him. This was because he would never be able to do something like this. While Zhao Hai and Long Tianlin were talking, the army had already made their move. Under the leadership of the Long family, the army went straight to their targets. Then the Long family used the name of the city lord to convict these people of treason and exterminate their clans. Although everyone knew that the Lesser Dragon City was controlled by the family alliance, the Long family was still the city lord in name. The sudden appearance of the Long family and a felony of treason was a deterrent to the ordinary soldiers. Moreover, Zhao Hai's plan was very thorough. Therefore, it was impossible for these people to escape. They were directly blocked by the army and their clans were exterminated. And these armies were all part of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. Naturally, the armies of the other city-states wouldn't be polite. Zhao Hai had already told them that they only need to attack the designated targets. They didn't need to worry about anything else. As for the army that the family alliance sent to deal with Zhao Hai, they were surrounded before they could even move. Then the Long family came forward and took over the army. Those who didn't want to hand over the army were directly killed by the experts sent by Zhao Hai. Since the Long family had the city lord's command, the ordinary soldiers naturally didn't have any reaction. They directly put down their weapons and listened to the orders of the Long family. A reign of terror swept through the entire Yalong city. Some of the ordinary clans in the city didn't expect that such a thing would happen at this time. Some of these clans sided with the clan alliance while some were just ordinary clans. Naturally, the clans that sided with the clan alliance didn't need to be dealt with. Depending on how much contact they had with the clan alliance, they were dealt with accordingly. Some clans that didn't have a good relationship with the clan alliance were just locked up in their homes. Some clans that had joined the clan alliance were marginalized. However, some clans that had a deep relationship with the clan alliance were directly exterminated. Zhao Hai had never been a soft-hearted person. He might be soft-hearted towards ordinary people, but he would never be soft-hearted towards his enemies. Killing was the first method that he could think of. While the other cities were making their moves, the Lesser Dragon City also made its move. The army that retreated from the front lines was led by Shi Chui. With the cooperation of the Long family, they directly surrounded the barracks of the Lesser Dragon City. The commander of the Lesser Dragon City's barracks was a member of the Xia family. He was the younger brother of the Xia family. When he heard that their barracks were surrounded, his complexion changed. Then he immediately led his confidants and rushed out of the barracks. They directly flew towards the sky. He felt that something was wrong, he wanted to command the army. But just as he flew up, he heard a deep voice, "Zhirulin, I found out that you have sided with the Holy Court and have betrayed the Lesser Dragon City. You are now guilty of treason, 9 generations of your family will be exterminated." Along with this voice, a group of sky dance experts directly surrounded Zhirulin. They didn't say anything and directly attacked Zhirulin. When Zhirulin saw this, he knew that things wouldn't end well. He immediately let out a long whistle and began to face the enemy. The main purpose of his whistle was to send a message to the Xia family. He wanted to tell the Xia family that he was being attacked. His whistle was very effective. The family alliance immediately knew that something had happened in the city. They immediately flew out of their homes and naturally saw the battle in the barracks. But when they wanted to provide support, they suddenly discovered that they were surrounded. One of the people who surrounded them said, "I found out that the Xia family has colluded with the Holy Family. They are now guilty of treason, 9 generations of their family will be exterminated. This is the order of the city lord, Long Tianlin." The voice of this person was very loud, everyone in the Lesser Dragon City could hear it. After this order was read, several other orders were sent out from the city. These orders were similar to this one, but the Xia family was replaced by several other families. And these families were also the backbone of the family alliance. Now that the order was given, how could the Xia family's patriarch not understand what was going on? He didn't think that Long Tianlin would dare to do this. He also didn't think that Zhao Hai would participate in this matter. Although this order seems to have nothing to do with Zhao Hai, one shouldn't forget that Zhao Hai was in the city. If he didn't know about this matter, then how could the Long family dare to make a move against them? The Xia family's patriarch's eyes were blood red. He roared, "Nonsense, Long Tianlin, Zhao Hai, come out. You're punishing dissidents, you're committing crimes. If you have the guts, then come out. Why don't we have the guts to come out? Did we say something wrong?" Zhao Hai's voice was heard. Along with this voice, Zhao Hai and Long Tianlin's figures slowly appeared. They weren't far from the Xia family's patriarch. When the Zhe family's patriarch saw Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. Zhao Hai, I didn't think that you would be so narrow-minded. You're actually framing us for a personal grudge. Are you trying to deal with us the same way you dealt with Nian 19? Let me tell you, you're dreaming. Everyone's eyes are as clear as snow, they aren't blind. They will find out about what you've done sooner or later. You won't succeed. Zhao Hai looked at the Zhe family's patriarch and suddenly smiled faintly. Patriarch Xia, I really admire you. You're really a good actor, and you're also a good dog. You're still acting at this time. What's even rarer is that you're still sowing discord for the sacred court. To be honest, I really admire you. Haha, do you really think that no one knows about what you've done? Patriarch Xia, aren't you looking down on Long Tianlin too much? Aren't you looking down on the Long family too much? Do you really think that the Long family is so weak that they don't need to go out of the city lord's mansion? Do you really think that we sent someone to contact you the last time and didn't contact the Long family? Patriarch Xia, I think that you're really stupid. If you can let go of your grudge, then your Zhe family might still be able to survive. Unfortunately, you can't let go of your grudge, so you want to cooperate with the sacred court to kill us. It's a pity that you won't have the chance to do so. When the patriarch heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he coldly snorted and said, if you want to condemn someone, you can always accuse them. You said that we colluded with the sacred court, do you have any proof? Zhao Hai looked at the patriarch and smiled faintly. Proof? We have a lot of proof. Are you looking for proof? Come, bring him in. Along with Zhao Hai's command, a person was brought in. Upon seeing this person, the patriarch's expression couldn't help but change. This was because he knew this person. This person was someone from the sacred court, someone who contacted him. The patriarch didn't think that this person would fall into Zhao Hai's hands. Zhao Hai looked at the person and said, speak, tell me everything you know. The person cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, yes, young master. Then he told Zhao Hai about how the patriarch came in contact with the sacred court, how the sacred court requested him to join the alliance, how they joined the alliance, and how they betrayed the alliance. Naturally, this person was now Zhao Hai's person. From the way he addressed Zhao Hai, one could see that he was now Zhao Hai's slave. Naturally, he would say whatever Zhao Hai wanted him to say. The reason why Zhao Hai was able to capture this person was because the Holy Court didn't fully trust the family head. Therefore, they sent this person to monitor the family head. The family head always thought that the person who contacted them was in the Holy Court's domain. He didn't think that the person who contacted them was actually in Yalong City. After the family head reported the situation to this person would then use the transmission formation to send the information back to the Holy Court. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to capture this person easily. After the person finished speaking, the Zhe family's expression changed. He looked at Zhao Hai and laughed. Zhao Hai, don't be complacent. Do you think that killing us would be enough? Let me tell you, I'm afraid that the reinforcements that you left in inferior Dragon City have already been attacked by our army. They will be finished along with us. The Zhe family's expression changed. Zhao Hai looked at Patriarch Xia and sneered, Patriarch Xia, you're really stupid. When did I, Zhao Hai, make such a big mistake? You arranged your army to deal with us. Don't tell me that I didn't arrange my army to deal with you as well? Zhao Hai sneered. I'm afraid that the army has already been taken over by the Long family. Don't forget, the Long family is the city lord of the Lesser Dragon City. Hearing this, the Zhe family's patriarch turned his attention to Long Tianlin. Long Tianlin was wearing a gorgeous warrior's uniform and had a smile on his face. This was completely different from the Long Tianlin that the Zhe family's patriarch remembered. The Long Tianlin was always messing around and didn't care about anything. This was a completely different person. When Long Tianlin saw the Shi clan head looking at him, he smiled faintly and didn't say anything. The Shi clan head looked at Long Tianlin's appearance and was somewhat absent-minded. Zhao Hai looked at the Shi family's patriarch and said, Patriarch Shi, what else do you have to say? We already knew about your collusion with the Holy Court. We just didn't have the opportunity to deal with you. Today will be your last day. Zhao Hai looked at the Shi family's patriarch and said, Patriarch Shi, what else do you have to say? the Shi clan head looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, don't be complacent. You think you've won? Let me tell you, you're dead. There's no benefit in going against the word holy. You'll definitely fail. Zhao Hai looked at the Shi clan head and sneered, so what if it's the Holy Court? Are they stronger than the Heavenly Sword Empire? Even the Heavenly Sword Empire was destroyed. So what if it's the Holy Court? Forget it, don't talk nonsense. Prepare to die. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The surrounding Wu spatial realm experts rushed towards the Shi clan head. The Shi clan head immediately went to meet the enemy. However, Zhao Hai had already arranged everything. How could he allow them to resist? The Shi clan head and the others still had some artifacts in their hands. They wanted to use these artifacts to kill their way out. However, they quickly discovered that the people besieging them were actually using artifacts. This made them startled. At the same time, they also felt a wave of despair. Long Tianlin stood beside Zhao Hai, his blood boiling. Ever since he could remember, he had always dreamed of killing the Zhe family's patriarch with his own hands. But today, he discovered that killing the enemy with his own hands wasn't the best choice. As a leader, he should be like Zhao Hai. As long as he waved his hand, countless people would kill for him. The Shi clan's patriarch and the others were still dead. Zhao Hai didn't let the other members of the great clans off either. They were all killed, even the children weren't spared. Long Tianlin had always been by Zhao Hai's side. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such a cold-blooded side. This really surprised him. Zhao Hai looked at the massacre below and didn't turn his head to look at Long Tianlin. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Do you feel that I'm very cruel? You won't even spare a child?" When Long Tianlin heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he shook his head and said, "No, it's just that I'm not used to it." Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "I'm a person who never shows mercy to my enemies. As long as they are my enemies, I will kill them. This is because no matter what the reason is, if you let your enemies go, then it means that your subordinates will be sacrificed. In order to let my people live better, I will eliminate all of my enemies." Long Tianlin nodded and didn't say anything. He agreed with Zhao Hai's theory. You can't be polite to your enemies. However, when it comes to those who don't have the strength to resist, he couldn't bear to kill them. Zhao Hai said, "Do you think that I'm too cruel to those who don't have the strength to fight back? In fact, I'm afraid of trouble. If you can't eliminate all of your enemies, then they might rise from the ashes. Therefore, I'd rather eliminate all of them at once. Even if others say that I'm cruel, I still have to get rid of them." Long Tianlin didn't speak. He really found that he was far behind Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai said that he was ruthless, he really was ruthless. He didn't even blink as he eliminated all of his enemies. Even if they were just children, even if they didn't have the strength to fight back. Zhao Hai didn't look at Long Tianlin. Instead, he said, "Peace is achieved through war. In order to end the war earlier, you can't think too much. If you want your people to be safe, then you have to protect them. Even if you turn into a demon, as long as I protect my loved ones, then I'll become a demon. If others say that I'm a demon, then it doesn't matter to me. As long as my loved ones live well, then it's fine." Long Tianlin didn't speak, but his eyes lit up. He could understand what Zhao Hai meant. Instead of caring about the opinions of those who have nothing to do with you, it's better to treat the people you care about well. Others can't do anything to you, but if you don't treat the people you care about well, then you'll be a failure. This day was a bloody day for the Lesser Dragon City. On this day, dozens of clans were destroyed. Tens of thousands of people were wiped out. Even the army that participated in this matter also lost tens of thousands of people. In just one day, the entire Lesser Dragon City lost about 100,000 people. Naturally, the effect was also very good. All clans that had a secret relationship with the clan alliance were wiped out. Then the Long family and the Lost Soul City's people took over the army and quickly took control of it. Of course, the aftermath of this matter lasted for a few days. During these few days, the remaining members of the family alliance were wiped out. On the front lines, the Sacred Court also received this news. They began to go all out in their attack. They even planned to send void dance squads to the Lesser Dragon City in order to rescue the clan alliance. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai was already prepared. All of their attacks were repelled. As the turmoil in the Lesser Dragon City slowly calmed down, the Sacred Court's attack also weakened. Originally, the Sacred Court decided to slow down their attack and give the army a proper rest. However, after the clan alliance's matter, they had no choice but to go all out in order to save the clan alliance. At this time, their army was very tired and needed a good rest. Because of this, the Sacred Court's attack also weakened. But even though they didn't want to attack, Zhao Hai didn't want to let them go. After solving the Lesser Dragon City's matter, Zhao Hai immediately commanded his army to go straight to the front lines. The army of 200,000 went straight to the front lines. When the Sacred Court received this news, they didn't continue their attack. Instead, they returned to their camp and put on a defensive posture. It seems like they were going to defend their camp to the death. Zhao Hai was accompanied by Stonehammer as they arrived at the city wall. Looking at the Sacred Court's camp, he smiled faintly and said, "This camp is very good." "Hee, Stonehammer, very good. When the Sacred Court went all out in their attack, you didn't use your lightning formation. Moreover, your losses weren't very big." "Very good, very good." Stonehammer replied, "Young master, you must be joking. The Sacred Academy has been going all out in their attacks, they've already exhausted themselves." Although their attacks were very loud, the soldiers were still tired. Their attacks weren't very effective. We wanted to use their attacks to deal a large amount of damage to them. However, we didn't know that their attacks were always loud and weak. Because of this, we didn't have a good opportunity to use formations. Stonehammer replied, "Yes, young master." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "The lightning formation has a decisive effect. If the enemy knows about it too early, then they might be prepared. If that happens, then it wouldn't have the same effect in the future. This time, you didn't use the lightning formation, which is a good thing. Later on, when we attack the enemy, we can use the lightning formation. This way, we might be able to break through the enemy's defenses in one fell swoop." Stonehammer nodded, then he pointed to the enemy camp and said, "Young master, the Sacred Court has gathered 600,000 troops this time. These 600,000 troops were divided into 3 camps. These 3 camps form a triangle, just like our defensive line. If we attack any one of them, the other 2 can come and support us in the shortest time possible. Because of this, they have been guarding their camps. For us, this is a very troublesome matter." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to the general next to him and said, "General Chen, what do you think?" This General Chen was naturally Xianxia, a member of the Wild Lion tribe, also known as the War God tribe. They were very sensitive to war, this was why Zhao Hai brought him along. Xianxia looked at the Sacred Court's camp, then he frowned and said, "It's not easy to deal with. This time, the army sent by the Sacred Court are all elites. Their camp is very good, there's also a moat outside. It's impossible to make a night attack." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Stonehammer and said, "Did you find out where their provisions are?" Stonehammer replied, "The provisions are in their camp, they're in the rear camp. Moreover, there's an endless supply of provisions coming in. Moreover, their provisions are very well defended. It's almost impossible to attack their provisions." Stonehammer replied with a deep voice. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "We can't do anything about their provisions, but we can do something about their supply lines. Let's go back and discuss this." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, let's go back and discuss this." After he said that, Zhao Hai led the group back to the city lord's mansion. Then in the hall of the mansion, he summoned the commanders of the various city-states. The commanders of the various city-states didn't dare to not give Zhao Hai face. They knew that Zhao Hai and Year 19 were completely different. Year 19 was able to become the Alliance Lord because of the support of the various city-states. Because of this, he was very polite to the people of the various city-states. He didn't dare to force them too much, he didn't even dare to give excessive orders. However, Zhao Hai was different. Zhao Hai relied on his own strength to become the Alliance Lord. Moreover, when Zhao Hai became the Alliance Lord, he said that his orders must be carried out unconditionally. If anyone dares to disobey, then he would certainly use military law. When they came out, the city lords also told them that they must listen to Zhao Hai's orders. Even if it was a death sentence, they must still carry it out. They must not contradict Zhao Hai. The commanders understood why the city lords gave them such orders. It was because the city lords were afraid. They were afraid that Zhao Hai would attack their city-states on the grounds of not carrying out orders. At that time, they wouldn't just lose a few troops, it was very likely that their city-states would be destroyed as well. Because of this, when the commanders heard that Zhao Hai summoned them, they didn't dare to be negligent and immediately went to the city lord's mansion. It must be said that Zhao Hai was different from Year 19. When Year 19 was in command, he always liked to hold meetings. On the other hand, after Zhao Hai arrived at the front lines, this was only his second meeting. The first meeting was when he arrived at the front lines. He told everyone that after a while, they would be under the command of Stone Hammer. Otherwise, they would be punished according to military law. But this was the second meeting. They all wanted to know what Zhao Hai wanted to say. When the commanders arrived at the city lord's mansion, they discovered that Zhao Hai had already arrived. Behind Zhao Hai was a huge map. When everyone saw the map, they understood that it was the current situation at the front lines. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "While I wasn't here, everyone's performance was very good. You withstood the attacks of the sacred court again and again. This gave us time to eradicate the cancerous tumor that is the clan alliance. Now that the rear has been dealt with, we can deal with the sacred court in peace. This is all thanks to everyone. I want to thank everyone for their efforts." Then Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards everyone. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "I'm sure everyone is clear about the current situation. I won't speak any nonsense. I called everyone here today to discuss how to deal with the Holy Academy's army. If you have any ideas, please speak." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm sure everyone is clear about the current situation. So I won't waste any time. I called everyone here today to discuss how to deal with the Holy Academy's army." When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they became silent. They didn't dare to speak carelessly. They didn't understand Zhao Hai's personality very well, but they knew that he was a very strong person. If Zhao Hai was like Year 19, someone who gave him an idea but didn't succeed, then he would blame the person who gave him the idea. Zhao Hai saw that no one was speaking, so he didn't object. Instead, he said, "Since no one is speaking, then I'll speak first. We have 500,000 troops while the enemy has 600,000 troops, which is 100,000 more than us. The enemy is divided into 3 battalions, which is about the same as our 3 cities. Their battalions are also very well built. If we want to capture these battalions, then it won't be as easy as capturing a city. Because of this, we need to start with their provisions. They burned our provisions and made us suffer a great defeat. So this time, we'll burn their provisions and let them have a taste of their own medicine." I know that everyone is thinking that the enemy's provisions have been placed in their camp, and their defenses are very tight. It wouldn't be easy for us to destroy their provisions. However, we don't necessarily have to destroy their provisions. If we can cut off their supply route, then the enemy would be in chaos. Once they're in chaos, then we'll have an opportunity. Zhao Hai stood up and walked to the map behind him. He pointed to the map and said, "Look, this is the enemy's camp. Their supply routes should be these routes. If the enemy wants to transport supplies from the rear, the fastest way would be to use the transmission formations in the cities they occupied. These routes would be their lifeline. If we cut off their lifeline, then we would win." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is the enemy's camp, and their supply routes should be these routes. The fastest way for the enemy to transport supplies from the rear would be to use the transmission formations in the cities they occupied. These routes would be their lifeline. If we cut off their lifeline, then we would win." Everyone didn't speak. They looked at the map behind Zhao Hai and looked at the lines drawn by Zhao Hai. They finally discovered the biggest difference between Zhao Hai and 19. This was that Zhao Hai was a person who understood the military. This can be seen from this point alone. When 19 was commanding the front lines, they didn't see 19 giving commands on the map. However, Zhao Hai wasn't like that. Zhao Hai immediately took out the map and pointed out the enemy's supply route. This skill wasn't something that 19 could compare to. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, if we cut off their provisions, then even if they have a lot of food in their camp, they would still be nervous. It's simply impossible to hide the fact that they have an army of hundreds of thousands. When the time comes, the ordinary soldiers would be nervous. When the soldiers are nervous to a certain degree, chaos would ensue. And once chaos ensues, then they would be finished. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. After speaking up to this point, Zhao Hai paused, then he looked at everyone and said, but now there's a problem. How can we cut off the enemy supply route? Also, we need to confirm if the enemy supply route is the one I mentioned. If it isn't, then what should we do? Everyone nodded. They were also worried about this point. They were afraid that Zhao Hai was just an armchair strategist. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case. Zhao Hai had already made preparations. What they thought of, Zhao Hai also thought of. Zhao Hai said, there are many ways to scout. This time, I'm going to send some void experts to scout and see if the enemy supply route is here. If it's here, then we can save ourselves a lot of trouble. If it's not here, then we can immediately make a new plan. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai's plan was perfect. It can also be said that it was the safest. They didn't have any reason to disagree. If you see someone, immediately hide. I'll give you a magic formation to block your energy fluctuations, making the enemy think that you're just ordinary people. If you don't expose yourselves, absolutely do not expose yourselves. What I want is information. Even if you kill 100 enemies, if you don't bring back the information that I want, then you haven't accomplished anything. Even if you get beaten like a dog, you still haven't been exposed. If you bring back the information that I want, then you've completed your mission. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry, I don't care if you kill 100 enemies, but if you don't bring back the information that I want, then you haven't accomplished anything. Even if you get beaten like a dog, you still haven't been exposed. If you bring back the information that I want, then you've completed your mission. When the people from the city-states heard Zhao Hai, they stared. Then they immediately shivered. They knew that Zhao Hai's words were meant for them to hear. In other words, this time, Zhao Hai would send out the void experts of the various city-states to investigate. He wouldn't just send his own subordinates. Zhao Hai's words were a warning to them. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, in order to cooperate with the investigation, we also need to do some things here, and that is to harass them. However, we can't just harass them. Everyone can see that this is the enemy's camp. They are very tired right now, so if we harass them at night, they won't be able to rest well. This way, they won't be able to attack during the day. Naturally, I know that they are elites, but we won't attack them. As long as we make battle cries, it will be enough to make them suffer. Naturally, they will adjust very quickly, but we can still make them unable to attack easily. When we make battle cries at night, we need to send out troops at the same time. We need to dig trenches here, here, and here. We need to destroy the ground as much as possible. This way, even if the enemy wants to attack us, they would have to move forward carefully. As Zhao Hai spoke, he kept pointing at the map. Looking at the places that Zhao Hai pointed at, the generals understood what Zhao Hai meant. They need to destroy the ground as much as possible. This way, whether the enemy wants to attack or attack, they would have to move forward carefully. Otherwise, they would hurt their feet. If they add trenches, then it would be perfect. As long as the ground is destroyed, the enemy wouldn't be able to move forward smoothly. Moreover, the soldiers were very tired. At that time, the sacred court's attack would be completely stopped. And with such a big movement, it would naturally attract the attention of the sacred court. When the time comes, the scouts would be even safer. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai with a different expression. They weren't fools. On the contrary, the people who came this time were veterans of the army. They had a good understanding of war. When a plan was proposed, they would know whether it was feasible or not. And Zhao Hai's plan seemed to be very feasible. However, this wasn't the end. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, but it's not enough to just talk about it. We still need to make a deduction. Come, bring it in. The people outside immediately responded. Then several soldiers came in with a large table. Everyone looked at the table in confusion. However, they were quickly attracted by the things on the table. On the table was a sand table. Zhao Hai had never seen a sand table in the spirit weapon realm. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. He directly had the sand table made. Moreover, he looked for people from the Yalong city who were familiar with the terrain. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the sand table, he took it out today. After placing the sand table in the middle of the hall, Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Everyone, come here. Let's make a deduction." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they immediately gathered around. They were now very curious about the sand table. When they saw the sand table, they couldn't help but be startled. They didn't think that there would be something like this. The mountain was the mountain, the water was the water. This allowed people to see the surrounding area at a glance. This was definitely a weapon in war. Everyone looked at the sand table, their eyes lit up. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Now, think of yourselves as people from the sacred courtyard. And I'm still a person from the alliance. We'll do the same thing as before. You'll have to find a way to destroy my plan and attack our defensive line. Let's begin." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. They haven't done anything like this before. Now that they heard Zhao Hai, they didn't know what to do. Stonehammer was more experienced. He said, "If I'm a person from the sacred courtyard, then I'll do as the young master said. I'll use the transmission formation to send the food to these cities and then send people to the barracks. However, during the process of sending the food, I'll certainly send experts to protect the supply route. This is because we're very clear about the importance of the supply route. Therefore, even if we determine that these roads are the supply routes, it would be very difficult to destroy them." While speaking, Stonehammer pointed at the sand table. When everyone heard Stonehammer, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that Stonehammer wouldn't give Zhao Hai any face. He gave Zhao Hai such a difficult problem. However, just like what Zhao Hai said, they knew the importance of the supply route. The sacred courtyard also knew about it. How could they not send people to protect the supply route? If they send people to protect the supply route, then can Zhao Hai's plan still be carried out? Everyone's eyes were now focused on Zhao Hai. They wanted to hear how Zhao Hai would respond. Zhao Hai looked at the sand table and said, "This isn't difficult. The other side will send people to protect the supply route, but they can't send too many people. This is because they want to leave most of their experts in their barracks. If they have too few experts in their barracks, then we can send experts to attack their barracks. Therefore, I think that they would at most send some sky dance experts to protect the supply route. This shouldn't be a problem for us. We also can't send an army to attack their supply route. This is because if we mobilize an army, then the enemy would know about it and they would respond. Therefore, we can only send some sky dance experts." Everyone thought about it and nodded. This was indeed the case. At this time, their army was concentrated in the city. If they mobilize an army to attack the supply route of the sacred court, then the people of the sacred court would certainly know about it. At that time, the sacred court would certainly be prepared. Therefore, this matter can only be done by sending elite teams. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Moreover, we can set up coordinates next to these supply routes. We can use portable transmission formations and go there at any time. This is equal to cutting off their supply routes." Everyone frowned. Then one of the officers said, "But Alliance Lord, do we have that many portable transmission formations? Moreover, the sacred court also has portable transmission formations. What if they use them to support us?" Zhao Hai said, "We have portable transmission formations. As for the enemy support? I'm not too worried about that. Don't forget, we still have spirit formation arrays. I can make a batch of small spirit formation arrays for the attacking team to carry with them. That way, we won't have to worry about the enemy using the portable teleportation arrays to reinforce us." Everyone nodded. Then one of the officers said, "But even so, if the enemy retreats, we can't do anything to them. The sacred court is different from us. If the sacred court wants someone to stay behind, nobody would dare to disobey. In this case, I'm afraid our results won't be great." Zhao Hai knit his brows, then he nodded and said, "That's true. Moreover, the enemy must have sky and river breaking experts. With their protection, it would be difficult for us to do anything to the enemy." "Where is this place?" Zhao Hai pointed at a place on the map. The reason why he pointed at this place was because it was very special. There was a water body marked on the map. However, this water body was on a mountain. It seems like the top of the mountain was a body of water. A general from the Wyvern City said, "Alliance Lord, that's the Ascending Dragon Lake. It's on the top of the Ascending Dragon Mountain. It's a large body of water. It's very large and rich in water. Young master, what do you want to do?" When Shichui heard Zhao Hai ask about the Rising Dragon Lake, he immediately understood what Zhao Hai wanted to do. However, he didn't agree with Zhao Hai's decision. Because of this, he asked this question. Zhao Hai looked at the Rising Dragon Lake, then he waved his hand and said, "We can't do that. If we release the power of the Rising Dragon Lake, then we might be able to destroy the Holy Academy's army. But at the same time, this area would also be destroyed. It would take more than 10 years for it to recover. This isn't good, this is our territory. It's not worth it to sacrifice a few people's lives. Let's think of another way." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone understood what he wanted to do. Their expressions couldn't help but change. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would release the Rising Dragon Lake's water. If he really did that, then it would be very frightening. Zhao Hai didn't expect Zhao Hai to release the Rising Dragon Lake's water. At the thought of this, they couldn't help but turn their gazes towards the Rising Dragon Lake. Looking at the location of the Rising Dragon Lake, they seemed to be able to imagine the scene of the flood rushing down from the mountain like a giant dragon. It was simply a scene similar to the end of the world. Zhao Hai looked at the sand table and said, "If we can destroy their retreat path, then their retreat speed would be slowed down. When the time comes, can we chase them from behind?" Everyone looked at the sand table and nodded. If that's the case, then they would be able to chase them for some time. This way, they would be able to kill more enemies. At this time, a voice was heard, "Alliance Lord, I wonder if your subordinates can build a new transmission formation?" Zhao Hai looked at the speaker and saw General Xianxia. General Chen rarely spoke. Now that he spoke, it was certain that he had some suggestions. Therefore, Zhao Hai immediately replied, "Yes." Xianxia nodded, then he continued, "This time, the Sacred Academy's advance was very fast. These small cities have already been occupied by them. But at the same time, they should know that these small cities are too small to be used as a defensive line. Once they fail, they might rest in these small cities for a while before retreating. In the end, they will return to Mount Zhuhua. If the city lord can build a large transmission formation, then we can build several large transmission formations here. Then we can mobilize troops from the various cities and wait for the Sacred Academy's army to retreat. This way, even if they don't die, they would at least lose a layer of skin. Most importantly, when they go back, they will certainly think that their journey is safe. So if we suddenly launch an attack at this time, they certainly wouldn't be able to resist." Xianxia nodded, then he said, "The Sacred Academy's army has advanced very quickly this time. But at the same time, they should also know that these small cities are too small to be used as a defensive line." Zhao Hai looked at the place that Xianxia pointed at. There were two mountains. Between these two mountains was a valley. This valley wasn't a very suitable place for an ambush. This was because the valley was very large and very open. But this was also relatively speaking. Both sides were using hundreds of thousands of troops. With hundreds of thousands of people in this valley, even if it wasn't suitable for an ambush, it would still be suitable for an ambush. If the other side could be eliminated in this valley, then that would be great. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's feasible. However, we can't build the transmission formation on the mountain. These two mountains have dense vegetation, it's very suitable for an ambush. If we want to ambush there, then we can't destroy the vegetation there. I think we can build a transmission formation here and here. Then we can have the soldiers directly enter the mountain to ambush." Everyone looked at the place Zhao Hai pointed at. It was an open space at the foot of the two mountains. It was very suitable for a transmission formation. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone seems to have digressed a bit. I just want you to see if the method I proposed before is effective. I don't want you to follow my plan. Think about it, if you were a person from the Holy Courtyard and found out that your supply route has been robbed, what would you do if you couldn't send your team over? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right, let's go back to the holy courtyard. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but chuckle. Then one of them opened his mouth and said, Alliance Master, I've thought of something. Just like you said, the war between us and the holy courtyard has reached the point of life and death. Then wouldn't the holy courtyard send a breaking river level expert to protect the grain? Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, it's very possible. At this time, although we haven't sent any river breaking experts, this doesn't mean that the enemy wouldn't. If they find out that we are threatening their supply route, then they would certainly send river breaking experts to protect their supplies. But there's nothing to worry about. We can also send river breaking experts to keep watch. If they don't send river breaking experts, then we won't let our river breaking experts make a move. If they dare to send river breaking experts, then we won't be polite. Zhao Hai nodded. Everyone nodded. Then a general opened his mouth and said, Alliance Lord, I think the plan is feasible. We can't think of any flaws. Everyone nodded, they also thought that the plan was feasible. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's expression changed. Then he turned his head towards the rising dragon lake. When everyone saw Zhao Hai's expression, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at the rising dragon lake in confusion. Stonehammer said, Young master, didn't you say that you don't want to use the rising dragon lake? What's wrong? Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, we don't want to use the rising dragon lake. But what about the enemy? We're afraid that if we use the rising dragon lake, it would take more than 10 years for the area to recover. However, the enemy doesn't have this concern. This is because this is our territory. Even if we destroy it, they wouldn't feel any pain. What if they use the rising dragon lake to deal with us? These things are relative. If they really use the rising dragon lake to deal with us, then we'll be in big trouble. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone's expression couldn't help but change. They finally understood why Zhao Hai's expression was so ugly. If the Holy Court really used the rising dragon lake to deal with them, then they would be in big trouble. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he let out a long breath and said, although this situation is unlikely to happen, we still need to guard against it. Alright, we'll send 3 breaking river experts to the rising dragon lake. If the enemy really wants to attack the rising dragon lake, then the 3 breaking river experts would be able to block the enemy and buy time for our reinforcements. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright. Everyone nodded, nobody objected to this. This was because the rising dragon lake was too dangerous. If the enemy really used it, then they would be in big trouble. Zhao Hai nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. Alright, this matter is settled. Everyone can go back. Right, after you return, select some sky dance experts and send them out to scout. Make sure to select some experts. If you can't, then forget about it. After you select some people, have them come to me, I need to give them some instructions. As for the others, go back and prepare yourselves. After we send out our scouts, we will begin to harass the people of the holy courtyard. The group nodded, then cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai before they turned around and left. Xianxia didn't leave. He looked at the people who were leaving and couldn't help but smile. He could easily feel the changes in everyone's temperament. When he was working with Year 19, although it was also these people, at that time, they were filled with distrust and calculative attitude. But now, it was completely different. Xianxia had returned to his original identity as a soldier, and the murderous aura of a soldier once again appeared on their bodies. It was impossible for a soldier to be in a state of disunity. If they weren't in a state of disunity, then they could only be called organized bandits. They might even be worse than bandits. A soldier was a sword, this sword could only be held by one person. If too many people wanted to hold on to this sword, then the sword would no longer be a sword, it would no longer be able to kill people. Zhao Hai was now the one holding the sword, a powerful one at that. A sword also depends on the person holding it. If it was in the hands of a weak person, then the sword would slowly rust in its scabbard. If it was in the hands of a strong person, then the sword would become a lethal weapon. Everyone would be afraid of this weapon. Fortunately, this sword was in the hands of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia who didn't leave, then he smiled and said, "What's wrong?" "General Chen, do you still have something to say? Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, Alliance Lord, my clan's leader wants me to ask you, if our wild lion tribe wants to join the Lost Soul City-State, is that possible? When Zhao Hai heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Xianxia and said, why? I want to know why. Xianxia let out a long breath and said, because our wild lion tribe saw an opportunity to unify the spirit weapon world. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia, and Xianxia calmly looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai suddenly laughed and said, alright, of course you can. I welcome the wild lion tribe to join the Lost Soul City-State. However, I can only give you the same conditions as the other city-states. You can still let your leader have the final say, but the army must be reorganized by the Lost Soul City-State. Xianxia nodded and said, that's not a problem. My clan's leader said that everything will be decided by the Alliance Lord. No matter what conditions the Alliance Lord proposes, we will accept them. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Xianxia and said, oh? That's interesting. Can I know why you're doing this? There should be a reason, right? Xianxia let out a long breath and said, it's very simple, it's the same reason as the Stone Ox City-State. Does the Alliance Lord understand? Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, then this matter is settled. But you have to wait until after the Holy Courtyard has been defeated before announcing this matter. Is that alright? Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright. Xianxia nodded and said, no problem, everything will be done according to the Alliance Lord's instructions. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, then you can go back. Remember to send some void dance experts over as well. Xianxia nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before turning around to leave. Lu Hong was a flying void expert in the Blood Knife City. He had been in contact with Zhao Hai before. When Zhao Hai went to the Blood Knife City, Lu Hong met Zhao Hai. However, he didn't fight alongside Zhao Hai. This was the first time that he fought alongside Zhao Hai. He came to the Yalong City as a reinforcement. When he arrived, he first participated in the mission to deal with the clan alliance. Then he followed the army to the front line. Today, he was sent out for reconnaissance. After thinking about this, Lu Hong couldn't help but look at his clothes. He was currently wearing ordinary clothes made of coarse cloth. They looked very shabby, just like what a peasant would wear. This was the first time that Lu Hong wore such clothes. Although he didn't like it, it was Zhao Hai's request. Therefore, he didn't dare to say anything. Lu Hong looked at the sky. The sky was gloomy, it looked like it was going to rain. Lu Hong couldn't help but frown. Then his figure moved as he ran forward. His speed was very fast. If one looked carefully, they would see that he was flying, not running. Lu Hong had already memorized the route of his trip. He knew that his goal this time was the 5th road. This road was called the Wind and Thunder Road by the people of the Yalong City. However, it wasn't easy for him to reach the Wind and Thunder official road. This was because he had to go around the enemy's camp without being discovered. Because of this, he had to take a long detour. Because of this, it would take him at least 2 days to reach the Wind and Thunder official road. And this was assuming that there weren't any accidents. He had to rely on flying to get there. Lu Hong's speed was very fast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent out as a scout. Lu Hong was very confident in his speed, but he was still very careful. He knew that he could encounter an attack from the sacred court at any time. If he wasn't careful, then he would be discovered by the holy character. At that time, he would be in real danger. Lu Hong's speed was very fast, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape. After flying for the whole morning, Lu Hong found a place to rest in the woods. He took out some dry food and ate it. The dry food he brought with him wasn't military rations, nor was it meat. Instead, it was the flatbread that the farmers brought with them when they went out. This kind of dry food didn't have any taste, so it wasn't very good to eat. But this time, Zhao had them bring only this kind of dry food. He didn't let them bring any other kind of dry food. Zhao was afraid that other people would find out about their identities from the dry food, so he only brought them this kind of dry food. Lu Hong didn't say anything, it wasn't like he couldn't endure this kind of hardship. He casually ate some food and drank some water. After resting for a while, he continued to fly forward. This time, after flying for about an hour, he suddenly heard voices. Lu Hong stared, then his expression changed. He immediately stopped and listened carefully. Sure enough, he heard voices in the woods. The voices were very low, but they were indeed voices. Lu Hong slowly snuck towards the direction of the sound. Soon, a small camp appeared in front of him. This camp was very small. There were only about 100 people in the camp. All of them were soldiers wearing armor. There was only one ballista in the camp. However, there was a very large copper horn on top of the ballista. Upon seeing the bronze horn, Lu Hong's eyes narrowed. He recognized this bronze horn. It's the 1,000-mile horn. According to legend, once the horn is blown, it can be heard for thousands of miles. It was the best thing for warning people. Upon seeing this small camp, Lu Hong immediately understood that this camp must have been set up by the Sacred Academy. They set up this camp in order to keep watch. This small camp wasn't very big, moreover, they didn't cut down the trees. If one was in the sky, then it wouldn't be easy to find this small camp. Because of this place was definitely an observation post. As long as a sky dance expert flies by, if it wasn't someone from the Sacred Academy, then they would immediately send a message to the main camp. The main camp would then know that a sky dance expert had infiltrated their rear. Lu Hong carefully looked at the camp. Before long, he found 2 hidden sentries on 2 tall trees. These 2 sentries were obviously used to observe the sky. Upon seeing this, Lu Hong couldn't help but feel relieved. At the same time, he admired Zhao Hai even more. Zhao Hai had repeatedly warned them that they must move on the ground, they must not fly. Although this would waste some time, it was actually safer. At first, they didn't think much of it. But now, after seeing this observation post, Lu Hong was completely convinced. Lu Hong didn't touch this observation post. Although he was confident that he could kill the other party before they blew the horn, Zhao Hai didn't allow them to do so. This was because this observation post was very likely to contact the Sacred Academy's main camp every once in a while. If he killed these people, then the other side would be very likely to know about it. This would only bring harm to their operation. Lu Hong glanced at the sentry post, then he gave up the sentry post's position and left directly. But this way, he became more careful, and his speed naturally slowed down. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others began to carry out their plan. They were preparing to leave the city tonight and harass the Sacred Academy's main camp. At the same time, they would dig some small pits. In other words, they would destroy the ground. Zhao Hai stood on the city wall and looked at the Holy Academy's camp. Then he smiled faintly and said, "These fellows are really calm. Alright, we don't need to worry. Tonight's harassment will continue, but don't go too far." "Right, what about the wooden planks that I asked you to prepare?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, we're not in a hurry. Tonight's harassment will continue, but don't go too far." Zhao Hai asked the people next to him. These people were the generals of the other city-states. When they heard Zhao Hai, they quickly replied, reporting to the Alliance Lord, "We haven't prepared them yet. The bamboo spears that you told us about aren't ready, but the planks are almost ready." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, take your time. Prepare the things that I told you about." "Right, there are also bags and baskets. Make sure to prepare more of them." The generals nodded. One of them looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Alliance Lord, what are we going to do with these things? What are they used for?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They're very useful. Are we going to dig a pit? And dig a trench? What do you think if we make a trap out of that trench for him?" When the group heard Zhao Hai, they stared for a moment before their eyes lit up. They immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Then one of the generals said, "That should be enough for those fellows from the Holy Academy." "I understand. Alliance Lord, you want to bring all the soil back so that they wouldn't be able to find the trench, right?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the group and said, "That should be enough for those fellows from the Holy Academy." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, that's what I meant." The generals nodded. Their army was very large. If they want to dig a trench, then one night would be enough. As long as the arrangement is good, it wouldn't be a problem for them to make a trap. Zhao Hai said, "Have you prepared the things that I told you?" Those things will be used tonight. The generals nodded. Then one of them said, "It's all ready. Horns, drums, gongs, everything is ready. Moreover, half of the soldiers have already gone to rest. We're preparing for the operation tonight." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the Sacred Institute's camp and said, "The Sacred Institute wants to rest for a few days. How can that be? Why didn't they let us rest when they were attacking us? Today, I want them to understand that war isn't necessarily about killing the enemy. War can be carried out in many ways." Several people looked at Zhao with admiration. They had never thought of such a method before. They just wanted to make noise so that the enemy wouldn't be able to rest. If the enemy didn't dare to rest, then the next day, the enemy wouldn't be able to attack. They were afraid that in a few days, the enemy would collapse. Time passed by little by little. Soon, the sky turned dark. And today was a cloudy day. There were no stars in the sky, nor was there a moon. All the plants around the battlefield had been cleared. Therefore, aside from Zhao Hai City and the Sacred Institute's camp, the rest of the battlefield was pitch black. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. First, he had the soldiers prepare for tonight's operation. Then he had them take the things that they needed. As for the problem of the soldiers' night blindness, Zhao Hai had already solved it. He had prepared some plant leaves that could emit a faint light at night. Because the people of the spirit weapon realm lived in dark places all year round, as long as there was a little bit of light, they would be able to see their surroundings. It can be said that their night blindness was something that didn't exist in other realms. After the sky turned dark, Zhao Hai gave the order to leave the city. This time, he personally led the troops. The group went out of the city's left gate and then went straight to the Sacred Institute's camp. The camp was brightly lit, so they didn't need to worry about going the wrong way. When they were a few li away from the enemy camp, Zhao Hai had everyone stop. Then he waved his hand as battle cries were heard from the army behind him. At the same time, the sound of gongs, drums, and horns could be heard. This sound spread far and wide in the night. When the enemy camp heard this sound, chaos immediately broke out. Zhao Hai and the others could clearly see that the camp was in chaos. Groups of disheveled soldiers ran out of their tents. They didn't have any weapons. After coming out of their tents, they ran around in panic. This made the entire camp even more chaotic. If it weren't for the calm of some officers, the camp would have already exploded. Upon seeing this situation, Zhao Hai immediately waved his hand again. The battle cries immediately disappeared, leaving the camp in silence. From the moment the battle cries appeared until now, the Sacred Institute's camp was also strangely quiet. The soldiers who were running around also stopped. However, they were still looking around anxiously. However, they could only see what was happening in their own camp, they couldn't see anything outside. Although the Sacred Institute's camp was quiet, the soldiers were even more afraid. This was because they didn't know when the enemy in the dark would come out. This made them even more restless. The officers of the Sacred Institute's camp immediately drove the soldiers back to their tents. However, they didn't dare to send people out to check. This was because they were afraid that this was Zhao Hai's trick. If they went out to check and got ambushed by Zhao Hai, then what would they do? Therefore, they didn't send people out to check, they just drove the soldiers back to their tents. Zhao Hai and the others used this time to dig holes in the ground. After the Sacred Institute's camp was completely quiet, Zhao Hai and the others began another round of battle cries. This caused the Sacred Institute's camp to be in chaos. After the Sacred Institute's camp was in chaos, Zhao Hai and the others immediately calmed down. When the Sacred Institute soldiers entered their tents and were about to fall asleep, Zhao Hai and the others began to shout again. After the third round of battle cries, Zhao Hai waved his hand and retreated with the army. He knew that after these 3 rounds of battle cries, the Sacred Institute's army wouldn't be able to rest. Their goal had already been achieved. Sure enough, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the city. However, the Sacred Institute's soldiers didn't dare to fall asleep. Each and every one of them was on tenterhooks until dawn. When they were about to fall asleep, it was also time for them to get up. They listlessly got up and went outside to eat something. After that, they immediately fell asleep. When the Sacred Institute's people saw this situation, they couldn't help but feel hatred in their hearts. However, they also knew that they couldn't let the soldiers attack. The soldiers simply couldn't attack, they couldn't even carry out normal training. Therefore, they ordered the soldiers to rest. But just as they ordered the soldiers to rest, they discovered that Zhao Hai and the others had opened the city gates. Then a group of soldiers came out of the city. When the Sacred Institute's people saw this, they couldn't help but feel hatred. However, they could only wake up the soldiers who were about to fall asleep and make them stay alert. They didn't need to think about going out to meet the enemy, they should be able to defend the camp. However, they discovered that Zhao Hai and the others didn't attack the camp. Instead, they dug small pits on the ground. These pits might not be big, but when they saw the density of the pits, they immediately understood why Zhao Hai did this. With these pits, the speed of the siege would be slowed down by several times. The speed of the soldiers rushing to the city would also be slowed down. And in this period of time, the ballistas in the city would be able to attack them several times. However, the Sacred Institute's people couldn't do anything. With the state of the soldiers in the camp, they simply couldn't go out to attack. They could only watch as Zhao Hai and the others dug pits. This feeling was very unpleasant. Zhao Hai and the others had been tossing and turning outside for a long time before they returned to the city. At this time, the Holy Academy's camp was in a state of depression. Everyone was unhappy, especially the soldiers. They wanted to sleep, but they were woken up by their commander. It would be strange if they were happy. In the afternoon, Zhao Hai and the others finally stopped causing trouble. The soldiers could finally go back to their tents and have a good sleep. They slept all the way until night fell. After eating dinner, the soldiers of the Holy Academy didn't rush to sleep. Instead, they gathered in their tents and waited. They wanted to see if Zhao Hai and the others would come out to cause trouble. However, they were disappointed. They waited until 9 p.m., but Zhao Hai and the others still didn't come out. However, they were still very nervous. This was because today, Zhao Hai and the others didn't have any light on the city walls. That's right, there was no light on the city walls today. In the past, countless torches and braziers would be lit every night in order to prevent people from attacking the city. But today, there was no light on the city walls. There were no lights on the city walls. This made the Holy Academy's camp even more nervous. They didn't know what Zhao Hai and the others wanted to do. Why didn't they light up the lamps at night? Did they want to attack today? In the end, the soldiers couldn't take it anymore and fell asleep. The Holy Academy's camp also calmed down. At this time, countless torches and braziers lit up on the city walls, making it as bright as day. Then suddenly, countless fire arrows were shot into the Holy Academy's camp. These fire arrows were shot from a bed. When these fire arrows entered the Holy Academy's camp, sounds of killing were immediately heard. These fire arrows lit up all the tents in the Holy Academy's camp. The Holy Academy's camp was in chaos. At this time, all the chariots returned to the city. However, Zhao Hai and the others didn't. When the Holy Academy's camp finally extinguished the fire and stabilized the camp, they immediately organized a group of sky dance experts to go out and check the situation. However, these sky dance experts didn't notice anything when they were close to their camp. When they flew forward and got a bit closer to the city, countless arrows were shot from the city. This time, the arrows didn't ignite, so several sky dance experts were injured. They had no choice but to retreat back to their camp. However, not long after they returned to the camp, the sounds of killing were heard from outside. This made the Holy Academy's people almost explode. But this time, they didn't dare to go out of the city. After that, Zhao Hai and the others shouted several more times. In short, the Holy Courtyard's camp didn't get any peace. The next morning, the soldiers were listless. They ate some food and then immediately went to sleep. At this time, Zhao Hai's army went out of the camp. This time, they brought carriages along with them. Moreover, all of them were accompanied by warriors. They were arranged in a neat formation as they headed towards the Sacred Courtyard's camp. When the people of the Sacred Courtyard saw this, they immediately woke up the sleeping soldiers. However, these soldiers couldn't stand the torment of the past 2 days. They wanted to have a good night's sleep. Unfortunately, their superiors didn't allow them to sleep. They were forced to line up one by one, preparing to meet the enemy. However, Zhao Hai and the others didn't attack the Holy Academy's camp. Instead, they practiced outside the camp until the afternoon. Then they returned to the city. The Holy Academy's camp was startled once again. The Holy Academy's people also knew that this wasn't good. If they let Zhao Hai and the others continue like this, then they wouldn't need Zhao Hai to attack them. Because of this, the Holy Academy decided to take the initiative to attack tonight. They would send troops to harass the city. But at night, they were dumbfounded. This was because Zhao Hai and the others were outside the city. When they were still a few miles away from the city, they lit a fire. At the same time, they also lit a sky lantern above the fire. Although they haven't seen this sky lantern before, they still understood what Zhao Hai meant by this. The Holy Academy discovered that it was impossible for them to attack the city at night. They couldn't even harass the city. However, when they saw this situation, they thought that Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't harass them today. They thought that they could have a good night's sleep. Because of this, except for the city guards, everyone else went to rest. However, they didn't expect that after they slept for an hour or so, they would hear a muffled rumbling sound. Those who were experienced could immediately tell that this was the sound of cavalry charging. The reason why the sound was muffled was because the other party had wrapped the hooves of their horses with cloth. The officers in the camp immediately jumped up. Then the sound of the enemy's attack could be heard from time to time. The Holy Academy's camp was in chaos. The officers took out their scabbards and desperately whipped the sleeping soldiers. Then the soldiers ran out of their tents in panic. Under the officers' shouts, they prepared to face the enemy. However, they were quickly disappointed. This was because the sound of the galloping horses disappeared. This made them stare, they didn't know what was going on. After waiting for about an hour, there was still no movement. The people of the holy courtyard knew that they had been tricked by Zhao Hai. They had no choice but to dismiss the group and have the soldiers return to their tents. The soldiers were now complaining, they couldn't help but complain. They had been tossing and turning for several days now, they couldn't even get a good night's sleep. How could they bear this? After the soldiers returned to their tents, many of them didn't even take off their armor before they fell asleep. But just as they fell asleep, the cavalry attack came again. The people of the Holy Academy had no choice but to wake the soldiers up. The soldiers were completely exhausted, they couldn't help but fall asleep while standing. The people of the Holy Academy couldn't just continue like this for a year. In the end, they decided to have half of them sleep while the other half stay on guard. In fact, the people of the Holy Academy wanted to use this method before. However, they didn't dare to. This was because the camp they were staying in wasn't a city. In a city, there were walls protecting it. Even if the enemy attacked, it wouldn't be easy for them to enter the city. However, they were in a military camp. The military camp didn't have walls. Although there were guards outside the camp, the defensive capabilities of the guards were far worse than the city walls. If the enemy were to rush into the camp, then the sleeping soldiers would be nothing more than food for the enemy. They simply wouldn't have any ability to resist. Because of this, although they knew that Zhao Hai was harassing them, the people of the Holy Academy didn't dare to let the soldiers rest. This was because they were afraid that Zhao Hai would suddenly attack them. If that happened, they would be in danger. However, after these days of harassment, the people of the Holy Academy knew that the physical strength of the soldiers had reached its limit. If they didn't let the soldiers rest today, then they wouldn't be able to fight tomorrow. At that time, Zhao Hai wouldn't even need to attack, they would collapse. Because of this, the people of the Holy Academy had no choice but to let half of the soldiers rest. While they were resting, the sound of the cavalry charge was heard once again. However, the Holy Academy didn't take this sound seriously. They thought that Zhao Hai was harassing them again and wouldn't attack at all. The reason why they left half of the soldiers on guard was to scare Zhao Hai. They wanted to let Zhao Hai know that they were on guard. If they were to attack, then they would certainly suffer. However, they were wrong this time. Just after half of the soldiers went to rest for an hour, the Holy Academy's charge began. This time, it was a real charge. A total of 50,000 cavalry rushed into the Holy Academy's camp like the wind. The soldiers of the Holy Academy were already half asleep, so their reactions were much slower. Therefore, they simply couldn't block the charge of Zhao Hai's cavalry. Zhao Hai's cavalry charged into the camp and then set fire to the camp. All the soldiers who were awakened were killed by the cavalry. However, the cavalry didn't stay in the camp for long. After charging through the camp, they immediately left. However, their attack caused half of the Holy Academy's tents to catch fire. More than 20,000 soldiers died, and countless were injured. By the time the other two camps of the Holy Academy arrived to support the camp, Zhao Hai's cavalry had already retreated, leaving behind a messy camp. After this attack, Zhao Hai didn't attack again tonight. However, the people of the Holy Academy had no way to rest. In the end, they had to extinguish the fire, gather the troops, and treat the injured. They were busy until dawn. After dawn, the people of the Holy Academy had no choice but to gather and discuss what to do. In the end, they decided to retreat 30 li. Although this would make it more difficult for them to attack the city, it would also make it more difficult for Zhao Hai and the others to harass them. It can be said that this was the only way. After the decision was made, the three camps of the Holy Academy immediately began to retreat. Upon seeing the three camps of the Holy Academy retreating, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. These past few days had been very hard for the Holy Academy. However, seeing the Holy Academy having no choice but to retreat, Zhao Hai was very happy. These were the generals of the other city-states. They were all standing by Zhao Hai's side as they watched the Holy Academy's army retreat. One of the generals laughed and said, "Good, those fellows from the Holy Academy finally retreated. It's good that they retreated." The other generals also laughed. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. "Everyone, don't be happy too early. The Holy Academy won't retreat too far. They retreated so that we wouldn't be able to harass them. Get ready, we'll go out tonight and set up traps." Everyone's morale was high. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. Their morale couldn't help but be high. They were all generals. What did they like the most? Naturally, it was to be able to defeat the enemy easily. It would be even better if they didn't lose too many people. After Zhao Hai arrived at the front line, it only took him a few days to force the Sacred Academy's army to retreat. On the other hand, the Sacred Academy didn't suffer any losses while the enemy lost tens of thousands of people. If such a result couldn't boost the morale of the army, then the army would have already been finished. Zhao Hai and the others stood on the city wall and watched the Sacred Academy's army retreat. Although they only retreated 30 li, for the people in the city, this was still a big victory. However, the Sacred Academy's retreat was still the right move. After they retreated, Zhao Hai and the others didn't harass them at night. They could finally have a good night's sleep. Zhao Hai and the others also didn't harass them at night. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others left the city early and began to set up traps. The traps they set weren't very far from the city and the Sacred Academy's camp. Because of this, the Sacred Academy's army didn't know that they were setting up traps. They were just digging holes for them, so they didn't care. After being tormented by Zhao Hai for several days, they could finally have a good rest. Because of this, they didn't come out to provoke Zhao Hai. Instead, they wanted to wait until they had a good rest before coming back to deal with Zhao Hai. As for the small holes dug by Zhao Hai and the others, although they were a bit troublesome, they didn't care about it. Zhao Hai and the others set up a lot of traps to make it difficult for the enemy. Then they returned to the city to rest. They also needed to have a good rest because they were waiting for the Sacred Academy's army to attack them. They had been fighting against the Sacred Courtyard for a while now, so they were very familiar with the people of the Sacred Courtyard. They knew that the people of the Sacred Courtyard had suffered a big loss this time. With the temperament of the people of the Sacred Courtyard, it was impossible for them to just let it go. They would definitely retaliate. Now that they were tired from Zhao Hai's harassment tactics, they had no choice but to retreat. Once they recover, they would definitely come back. Actually, it was very simple to deal with Zhao Hai's harassment tactics. Just like what Zhao Hai did, they could make a fire outside the camp or set up a few hidden sentries a few miles away. Then half of the soldiers would rest while the other half would be on guard. In this way, Zhao Hai's harassment tactics would be useless. They might even be ambushed by the enemy. However, the Sacred Academy was unlucky this time. This was the first time that Zhao Hai used this tactic. They didn't understand it, so they couldn't think of a way to break it. Additionally, Zhao Hai took the opportunity to attack, which affected their morale. They had no choice but to retreat. As long as they rested, they would certainly come back for revenge. Zhao Hai was also aware of this, so he made those traps. At the same time, he wanted everyone to take a good rest. As long as they were on guard for a while, they would see if their plan to cut off the supply line would succeed. If it succeeded, then the Sacred Academy's army wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few days. At this time, Lu Hong had already sneaked into the 5th official road. The reason why this road was called the Wind and Thunder Road was because it connected Fenglong City and Thunder Dragon City. And Thunder Dragon City was the city that Zhao Hai was currently in. Lu Hong has been on this road for 2 days now, but he didn't see any carriages passing by. However, Lu Hong believed that the other party would certainly use this road to transport supplies. This was because he saw a lot of traces on this road. These traces were left behind by carriages. From the depth of the traces, one could see that the carriages were loaded with heavy things. Moreover, the carriages were less than 5 days old. It was precisely because of these traces that Lu Hong stayed on the side of the road. He believed that the other party's carriages would definitely pass by here. Hard work pays off. On the 4th day of Lu Hong's ambush on the road, he finally saw an army. This was a convoy composed of several hundred carriages. A total of 5,000 soldiers were guarding the convoy. In addition to these people, Lu Hong also discovered that there were at least 50 Sky Dance Realm experts in the convoy. Such a scale was already very amazing. One must know that they were in the rear, while there were still hundreds of thousands of soldiers in front. In this case, the convoy still had so many guards. This showed how much importance the Sacred Academy attached to the convoy. Lu Hong became excited. He knew that the target he was waiting for had finally appeared. He slowly recorded everything in the convoy and prepared to report it to Zhao Hai. After the convoy passed, Lu Hong was not in a hurry to leave the 5th official road. At this time, he was still here. He wanted to know when the other party would return. If possible, he wanted to stay here for a few more days. He wanted to see how many days the other party would send the food, and whether there would be so many people escorting the food every time. The convoy didn't make Lu Hong wait for too long. The next morning, the convoy appeared on the road. However, the carriages weren't empty. There were also some wounded people on the carriages. These wounded people were seriously injured and couldn't fight. However, the escorts were still the same. Lu Hong recorded all of this down. However, he still didn't leave the road. He was still waiting to see when the convoy would come again. He waited for 9 days before the convoy appeared again. It was still the same carriages and the same number of guards. This made Lu Hong feel relieved. After the convoy passed by, Lu Hong immediately set off to return to the city. At this time, the Sacred Academy's army had rested. They were also preparing to retaliate against Zhao Hai's group. Because of this, the retreating army returned to their previous position and set up camp. Zhao Hai looked at the Sacred Academy's army outside the city and smiled faintly. Then he turned his head and said, "We're back. Haha. Tell the brothers that we've rested enough these past few days. It's time to properly deal with those guys from the Sacred Academy. Right, remember to mark the sentries. Don't make any mistakes." A person beside him immediately complied and went to pass down the order. After the Sacred Academy's army came back, they didn't immediately attack. Instead, they set up camp first. Then they lit a fire outside the camp at night. At the same time, the number of people on patrol increased. However, this time, Zhao Hai didn't send people to harass them. Zhao Hai was very clear that the other party was a veteran general. Harming them once was fine. But if they use it too many times, then they wouldn't be able to do it anymore. Moreover, the Sacred Academy might have already made arrangements. If they send people to harass them, then they might fall into the enemy's ambush. Zhao Hai's guess was right, the Sacred Academy was already prepared. This time, they didn't send ordinary soldiers to ambush them. This was because they couldn't ambush ordinary soldiers. If ordinary soldiers went out to ambush them, then they would certainly be discovered by Zhao Hai. Because of this, the ambushers were all Sky Dance Realm experts. These Sky Dance Realm experts were hiding in the sky. The night sky was very dark, and they were wearing black clothes. Because of this, nobody could see them. However, to their disappointment, Zhao Hai didn't send people to harass them. Moreover, Zhao Hai's arrangement was very good. This made the Sacred Academy unable to give them a taste of their own medicine. They could only sulk. The next day, the Sacred Academy prepared to attack. Their army came out of the camp along with all kinds of siege weapons. Then the army slowly moved forward, slowly advancing towards the city walls. It wasn't that they didn't want to move fast, it was just that they couldn't. Their current speed was slower than a normal person's walking speed. There was no other way, they had to fill up the small holes on the road. When they were about 3 li away from the city, a siege tower that was moving forward suddenly fell down. The siege towers that were pulling the siege towers also fell down. Then the people from the Sacred Academy discovered that there was a trench in front of them. This trench was about 10 meters wide and 3 meters deep. There were also bamboo spears in the trench. Some of the soldiers didn't pay attention and directly fell into the trench. Some of them were directly stabbed to death by the bamboo spears. Some of them didn't die immediately, they just kept wailing in the trench. Upon seeing this, the people from the Sacred Academy couldn't help but get angry. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would make such a trap. This was too hateful. However, the Sacred Academy didn't want to give up this opportunity to attack. They immediately brought some thick planks from the rear and had people build bridges over the trench before continuing their attack. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai's traps weren't limited to just this one. Soon, more and more traps appeared. Each trap caused the Holy Academy's army to delay a lot of time. However, this couldn't be helped. They wanted to fill up the trenches, so it would take a lot of time. When they were 2 li away from the city walls, the ballistas in the city began to attack. Waves of arrows accurately covered the Sacred Academy's army. This caused a lot of casualties to the Sacred Academy's army. At this time, the Sacred Academy still hadn't found all of Zhao Hai's traps. However, their losses were already very big. In this case, the Sacred Academy had no choice but to retreat. They left behind a lot of damaged siege weapons and wooden bridges. However, the wooden bridges and siege weapons weren't kept for too long. When night fell, Zhao Hai had the sky dance experts move out and burn the fallen siege weapons and wooden bridges. This was to prevent the Sacred Academy's night attack. The Sacred Court couldn't do anything about this situation. They could only accept it. If they wanted to attack the next day, they would have to make new siege weapons. Moreover, they would need to reconstruct the wooden planks. Otherwise, their formation wouldn't be able to spread out. Zhao Hai's trenches weren't casually dug. The distance between the trenches was very particular. If you don't build bridges and fill up the trenches, then it would be impossible to spread out. Therefore, the Sacred Academy could only stop and make siege weapons. In the process, they sent troops to fill up the trenches. Lu Hong flew forward cautiously. At the same time, he had to pay attention to a small book in his arms. This small book recorded the situation of the grain carts on the number 5 official road, the number of people transporting grain, the number of guards, and even the time of his ambush. It was clearly recorded. Because of this, Lu Hong was very careful. He knew how important the things he recorded were to Zhao Hai. If these things were obtained by the Sacred Court, then the Sacred Court would be on guard. Not only the 5th road, but all the other roads as well. When the time comes, the situation would become more troublesome. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened along the way. Lu Hong carefully returned to the city. But when he arrived outside, he couldn't help but stare. He discovered that there was a battle going on outside the city. No, it should be said that the people of the Sacred Court were filling the trenches. While they were filling the trenches, they were also being attacked by arrows from the city. The people of the Sacred Court were dying in batches, but the city didn't seem to have any casualties. Upon seeing this, Lu Hong didn't know what to say. This situation seemed to be worse than when they attacked the South Hua Gate. At the very least, they were able to reach the city wall several times. But now, the Sacred Court's army couldn't even reach the city walls, let alone attack them. Although the Sacred Institute's army was also using ballistas to counterattack, it was clear that their ballistas weren't effective against the city. Of course, the Sacred Institute didn't know about this because the city was protected by a formation. Lu Hong had seen Zhao Hai install a barrier formation on the city. It wasn't a very big formation, but after installing it, the formation's might was very strong. First, there was no way to use a transmission formation inside the city. Second, when attacking the city, one would be affected by the formation. Ordinary attacks would be ineffective inside the city. Lu Hong was very clear that although the Sacred Academy was using arrows to attack the city, the situation would be completely different once the arrows entered the city. The arrows would be stuck in a quagmire. In the end, the arrows would be forced to stop, they simply couldn't reach the people inside. Lu Hong wasn't in a hurry to enter the city. Instead, he found a place to hide outside the city. He planned to enter the city at night. Now that the two sides were fighting, he naturally couldn't enter the city directly. From Lu Hong's point of view, today's battle wasn't worth watching. It was nothing more than people from the Sacred Academy filling up the ditches. By the time it got dark, the Sacred Academy had only filled up a few ditches. When the sky turned dark, the army of the Sacred Institute couldn't help but retreat. At this time, Lu Hong immediately flew towards the city. When he reached the range of the arrows, Lu Hong descended from the sky and slowly walked towards the city. While walking towards the city, he made some movements with his hands. These actions were agreed upon between them and Zhao Hai. If they did not do these actions, it would only prove that they were enemies. Only by doing these actions would the people in the underground think that they were on the same side. Lu Hong went all the way to the bottom of the city and then spoke a few words to the soldiers on the city wall. The soldiers then allowed him to enter the city. Of course, he didn't need to open the city gates to enter the city. After entering the city, Lu Hong immediately went to the city lord's mansion. At this time, the army in the city was changing the arms and strings of the ballistas as well as inspecting the equipment. Lu Hong didn't stay outside and directly went to the city lord's mansion. After reporting his name, he went inside and was then called to the command hall. This command hall was where Zhao Hai commanded during the day. It was an important military area. In general, people wouldn't be allowed to enter. Upon entering the command hall, Lu Hong saw some generals discussing matters with Zhao Hai. In front of them was a huge sand table. Lu Hong had seen this sand table before. To be honest, when he saw it, he was very excited. He didn't think that a map could be made like this. At this time, Zhao Hai looked up and looked at Lu Hong. Then he smiled and waved his hand and said, "Lu Hong, you're back. You're the last one to come back. Did you suffer in the past few days? I've already asked someone to prepare bath water, food, and drinks at the back. You can go and rest after you've finished the mission." Lu Hong immediately cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, Alliance Lord." Then he went to the sand table and took out a small book as well as a simple map. Then he handed it over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the map and carefully looked at it. There were some markings on the map, but these markings were all numbers. Then Zhao Hai flipped through the book. Upon seeing the contents, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. There was a lot of information in the book, it almost recorded the entire scouting process. Zhao Hai received the map and the book. Then he smiled at Lu Hong and said, "Good, very good. Out of all the scouts, you wrote the most detailed report. You're very useful in scouting. Go and rest. If we can defeat the Holy Court this time, your contribution won't be small." Lu Hong didn't say anything, he just cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, Alliance Lord." Then he turned around and left. After Lu Hong left, Zhao turned to the others and said, "From the information that Lu Hong brought back, the enemy didn't change all the official roads into grain routes. They only have 3 real grain routes. But we can't take them lightly. If we attack these 3 routes, they might transport grain from other routes. Therefore, we need to cut off all of these routes." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded. Everyone nodded, they understood what Zhao Hai meant. The supply route was very important for the Holy Academy's army. Therefore, the focus of the battle would be on the supply route. Stonehammer looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, if the Holy Court sends an army to protect the supply route, then what should we do? They can send more troops to the supply route at any time, but we can't." Zhao Hai gently knit his brows, Then he said, I had my family make several transmission formations that can transport 100 people. These transmission formations can be assembled at any time. As long as we have a flat land, we can easily assemble them. This time, when we attack the supply route, we can bring these transmission formations along with us. At the same time, we can also transfer the army there. This way, we won't have to be afraid of a frontal assault. Zhao Hai frowned, then he said, that's right. Stonehammer replied, young master, I think we don't need to use the transmission formations. We can use them in the future when we ambush the Sacred Academy's army. We can use the lightning array. As long as we can defeat the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, it wouldn't matter even if we use the lightning array. Isn't that right? When everyone heard Stonehammer, they turned to look at Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai was a very strong person, and such a person gave people a feeling of being headstrong and opinionated. If anyone tried to persuade him, he would be angry with them. Reprimanding them would be a light punishment, and if things went wrong, he would blame them. Although Stonehammer was Zhao Hai's confidant, this kind of person would be easily blamed. This was because other people weren't Zhao Hai's confidants. Therefore, Stonehammer stood up to oppose Zhao Hai's opinion. This was equal to making Zhao Hai lose face in front of others. In this case, Zhao Hai might even blame Stonehammer. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai could only pat his head when he heard Stonehammer. Then he smiled and said, you're right, I almost forgot about the lightning formation. I just wanted to use it during the siege, but I didn't think that it would be the right time to use it. Alright, we'll do as you say. We won't use the transmission formation at this time, we'll use the lightning formation instead. Actually, those transmission formations weren't prepared for this time, they were prepared for ambushes. I just wanted to borrow them, but now it seems like we don't need them. Everyone laughed. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would accept Stonehammer's proposal so easily. This made them very happy. This was because this meant that Zhao Hai was a person who would listen to other people's opinions. For them, this was a good thing. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, alright, then we'll take care of the supply routes. Select 500 people and have them bring their transmission formations. Then we'll cut off their supply routes. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Zhao Hai pointed to the sand table and said, during the day, the holy word filled up the trench. Moreover, they've sent more people to the sky at night. So it's impossible for us to dig up the trench. Therefore, we can only defend the city. Have the people prepare the defensive equipment, we'll need to use them later on. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, I'll be taking care of the city. Everyone nodded. They knew that once the Holy Academy filled up the trenches and started their attack, their good days would come to an end. When the time comes, they would have to fight several hard battles. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, everyone, there's no need to be anxious. We can dig a few more trenches within the range of the ballistas. This way, even if the Holy Academy wants to attack us, they would have to waste a lot of time filling up the trenches. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. Although the Holy Academy had hundreds of thousands of troops, the trenches were only so long. It would be impossible for them to fill up the trenches. Additionally, they would also use ballistas to attack the enemy. Because of this, it wouldn't be easy for the enemy to fill up the trenches. Zhao Hai nodded, alright, let's get ready. Tonight, we'll send 10,000 people to dig a few trenches. We don't want to kill all of the Holy Courtyard's people, we'll just delay them here. Once we cut off their supply line, I'll see what the Holy Courtyard's people do. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, let's get ready. Everyone nodded and smiled. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, but we can't lower our guard. Each of the 3 cities must have a breaking river expert. At the same time, behind us are the city-states. We have portable transmission formations, and so does the Holy Institute. Although their space dance experts can't directly enter the city-states, they can still go outside the city. If the defenses of the city-states aren't good enough, then the Holy Institute might take advantage of the loopholes. That would be troublesome. Everyone's expression turned cold as they nodded. They knew that this situation was very likely to happen. This wasn't the first time the Holy Academy did this. Zhao Hai waved his hand and had the officers leave. After the officers left, Zhao Hai returned to his room. Stonehammer also followed Zhao Hai. After the two sat down, Stonehammer looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, when will the secret realm be launched?" Zhao Hai replied, "There's no need to worry about the secret realm. At this point, the Sacred Academy is still in the offensive phase. Even if we defeat the Sacred Academy, they still wouldn't move against the people inside the secret realm. After all, the situation inside the secret realm is very complicated. There are a lot of people inside the secret realm, all of them are part of the alliance against the Sacred Academy. If the Sacred Academy releases them, they would certainly turn against the Sacred Academy. Because of this, the Sacred Academy wouldn't make a move against those people. I even suspect that the Sacred Academy would never make a move against those people. This is because the Sacred Academy might just send everyone to the secret realm and seal the entrance. Then the people inside the secret realm could only work for them." Stonehammer nodded and said, "That's true. But this way, our actions in the secret realm will be delayed. If the Holy Academy doesn't release those people, then they wouldn't know about the situation outside. If we attack the Holy Academy in the secret realm, then they might help the Holy Academy deal with us." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, 2 days ago, I received news that the Holy Academy has started to build houses in the secret realm. It seems like they're really preparing to move there. At this time, we can't make a move. Otherwise, the Holy Academy would be alerted. Once the Holy Academy is alerted, then our days wouldn't be good. Stonehammer said, "The Holy Academy has been operating in the spirit weapon realm for so many years. Their influence is truly terrifying. Even under our attacks, they can still control half of the spirit weapon realm city-states. From this point, we can see how terrifying the Holy Academy is. Such a force must be eradicated. Otherwise, it would become the biggest obstacle to our unification of the spirit weapon realm." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, I also think the same. The Holy Academy must be eliminated. You should know that as long as we unify the spirit weapon realm, we can establish a connection between the spirit weapon realm and the soul realm. At that time, if we attack the soul realm, the spirit weapon realm would be able to send reinforcements. This is the most ideal situation." Stonehammer nodded, then he said, "I know what young master is thinking. But is this really good for the soul realm? Frankly speaking, the strength of the soul realm is a lot weaker than the spirit weapon realm. If we really let the spirit weapon realm and the soul realm come into contact, wouldn't the spirit weapon realm invade the soul realm in the future?" Zhao Hai said, "Nobody can say for sure. In the future, I'm preparing to move the spirit weapon realm to the secret realm. The environment of the secret realm is clearly better than the spirit weapon realm. Moreover, there are countless powerful beasts in the secret realm. Those beasts have bone pearls. Therefore, I think that the secret realm is more suitable for human habitation than the spirit weapon realm." Stonehammer nodded, then he said, "Then what about the spirit weapon realm? Are we going to give it up? Although the spirit weapon realm can't be compared to the soul realm, it's still a pity to give it up." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "We won't give up. The spirit weapon realm is the best place for training." For the next few days, the battle was in a stalemate. The Sacred Academy wanted to attack the city, but before that, they needed to fill up the trenches outside the city. Before this, they were able to fill up the trenches smoothly. But now that the ballistas were able to threaten Sky Dance Realm experts, filling up the trenches wasn't as smooth. During the day, they would fill up the trenches while Zhao Hai and the others would dig up the trenches at night. Then during the day, they would fill up the trenches while Zhao Hai and the others would dig up the trenches at night. Both sides didn't feel like they were attacking the city, they were just playing a game of digging and filling trenches. The reason for this situation was because the difference in strength between the two sides wasn't big. Moreover, Zhao Hai and the others had ballistas. Don't underestimate ballistas, they can deal with Sky Dance Realm experts. Most importantly, the Sacred Academy's ballistas weren't able to suppress Zhao Hai's ballistas. Although there might be a problem with the quantity of ballistas on both sides, the Sacred Academy still couldn't suppress Zhao Hai's ballistas. The reason why the Sacred Academy's ballistas were able to suppress the enemy's ballistas when they attacked the southern flower gate was because the Sacred Academy's ballistas were able to suppress the enemy's ballistas. Because of this, the Sacred Academy's ballistas were able to push the ballistas forward and attack the city. But now, the Sacred Academy's ballistas weren't able to suppress the ballistas in the city. the ballistas in the city could continue to attack. Because of this, the Sacred Academy's ballistas and siege towers couldn't push up the city walls. Even if they were able to push up the city walls, they would inevitably be burned by the ballistas. Because of this, the Sacred Academy's ballistas couldn't do anything about the siege. Actually, the reason why Zhao Hai and the others' ballistas weren't suppressed by the enemy's ballistas was because of their formation. The formation helped them block the attacks of the enemy's ballistas. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others' ballistas weren't suppressed by the enemy's ballistas. The Sacred Academy didn't know how Zhao Hai and the others managed to suppress their ballistas. They thought that Zhao Hai and the others were relying on human lives to prevent their ballistas from being suppressed. They didn't even think about formations. The Sacred Institute also researched formations. However, their research results weren't very good. At the very least, they haven't managed to research a formation so far. Without formations, they wouldn't be like Zhao Hai and the others. They didn't need to worry about the enemy's attacks. They only needed to attack the enemy. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others weren't at a disadvantage. The Sacred Institute didn't have any good ideas right now. They also sent a small team of sky dance experts to attack several cities. However, they didn't succeed. The appearance of the Kongming lantern reduced the possibility of a night attack to the lowest. Of course, the Kongming lantern wasn't difficult to learn. Now that they had learned how to use it, their camp didn't need to worry about being attacked. However, the problem was that they were now on the offensive side. They couldn't attack at night, they could only attack during the day. But now, they couldn't even deal with the enemy's ballistas. How could they attack? They wanted to ignore the enemy's ballistas and directly attack. At most, they would just sacrifice a few more people. In their minds, as long as they pushed the catapults up, they would definitely be able to suppress the enemy's ballistas. Unfortunately, their thinking was too simple. The first problem was the trenches. The catapults weren't things that could be moved at will. When they were throwing stones, they needed to be fixed. Because of this, they were very heavy. Therefore, it was impossible to use the catapults to attack the city without filling up the trenches. However, the cost of filling up the trenches was too high. The Sacred Academy also tried to fill up the trenches regardless of the casualties. Then they pushed the catapults up and directly attacked the city. However, the result was that not long after the catapults were pushed up, they were ignited by the fire arrows that were shot out from the city. Even siege weapons such as siege trucks and ladders were all ignited. They couldn't be used at all. What was most hateful was that the Holy Academy didn't know what Zhao Hai and the others used to make the rockets. Generally, rockets were made by using a cloth dipped in oil to wrap around the shaft of the arrow and then set the cloth on fire. This way, even after the arrow was shot, the cloth would still be on fire. When the arrow hit something, the cloth would ignite it. This was a common rocket. However, the fire arrows used by Zhao Hai and the others were different. They didn't know what was used in the fire arrows, but when they hit something, they would explode. Then the thing they hit would be surrounded by a sea of fire. Moreover, this fire was very poisonous and wasn't easy to extinguish. If it touched a person's body, it would continue to burn. Even if you rolled on the ground, you wouldn't be able to extinguish the fire. This was too terrifying. Actually, what the Sacred Academy didn't know was that Zhao Hai and the others' arrows were specially made. Ordinary arrows had cloth wrapped around the arrowhead. Only when someone was attacking a city would they have rope attached to the arrowhead. However, Zhao Hai and the others' arrows were different. Their arrowheads were filled with clay beads. These clay beads contained a mixture of glue and oil. These clay beads were also made of rice soup and mud. Because of this, the mud was very sticky. Then a cloth would be wrapped around the arrowhead and then the cloth would be ignited. Once the arrow hit something, the clay beads would immediately explode. The oil inside would splash out and then ignite the cloth. This made the Sacred Academy's fire arrows a headache. Because the oil in these rockets was specially made, once it touched a person's body, it would be like glue. It was very difficult to get rid of it. And with the oil, it wouldn't be easy to extinguish it. Because of this, the Sacred Academy had a headache. However, the cost of making these rockets was also very high. They needed oil, glue, rice, and cloth. All of these things cost a lot of money. The cost of making these rockets was much higher than ordinary rockets. All of these reasons made it difficult for the Sacred Academy's attack to advance. However, the Sacred Academy's people didn't know that Zhao Hai and the others were no longer in the city. The one in charge of the city was Stonemer. Zhao Hai had personally led people to the Sacred Academy's supply route. It took a few days for Zhao Hai to look at several roads. Then he chose the most suitable place to attack. At the same time, he also memorized the coordinates of several roads before returning to the city. At this time, the people in the city were also prepared. There were a total of 500 people. Everyone had a transmission formation and an attack formation. In addition to these, everyone who participated in the attack was also given protective gear. This protective gear was actually a small shield. However, it was very well made. There was only one formation inside. However, this kind of shield had already been eliminated from the secret realm. After everything was prepared, Zhao Hai calculated the time and determined that the day would be the day when the Holy Quartz grain transport convoy would arrive. Only then would he lead the group to the 3 main roads to set up an ambush. After everyone arrived at the ambush location, they camouflaged the area and then waited for the supply convoy to arrive. The ambush location they chose was right in the middle of those cities and the main camp. This way, whether it was the main camp or those cities, it would take a certain amount of time for them to arrive to support the grain transport team. And this period of time was enough for them to do a lot of things. For this operation, Zhao Hai also prepared several special attack formations for everyone. These formations weren't very strong, but their attacks were fire attributed. They can directly release flames. These flames can be used to attack ordinary soldiers as well as to burn the supplies. However, these formations weren't very effective against void dance experts. As long as void dance experts can release their energy, they would be able to break the flames. These formations weren't invented by Zhao Hai, they were invented by the Lost Soul City's formation masters. At this time, they were still in the experimental stage, so they could still improve it. Although it was only in the experimental stage, there was still a lot of room for improvement. However, Zhao Hai was still very happy. This was the Lost Soul City's first formation. Although there were some shortcomings, Zhao Hai still praised them. However, he didn't help them improve the formation because that would only make them lose their creativity. Zhao Hai didn't propose any improvements. Instead, he had them make some experimental products and then directly took them to the battlefield. Zhao Hai was sitting on a tree with his eyes closed, as if he was asleep. The other void dance experts were also sitting around Zhao Hai. However, they were all hidden. At the very least, it would be difficult to find them from the sky. However, these people were now looking at Zhao Hai with worship in their eyes. They already knew that the shields in their hands were made by Zhao Hai. There was a formation inside, which was equivalent to an artifact. An artifact, although it was the simplest artifact, it still made them very surprised. In the past, there were only a few artifacts in the spiritual weapon world. All of the artifacts were in the hands of those with power and influence. Generally, only the ancestors of the city-states would use them. People like them had only heard about artifacts, they had never seen one before, let alone using one. Now, they actually had an artifact in their hands. Although it was a low-level artifact, it still made them very excited. On the battlefield, the Sacred Academy's army found it difficult to advance. Most importantly, their casualties were very small. At this time, the soldiers in the cities were no longer afraid of fighting. They even had some expectations. One must know that these soldiers had seen blood before. They never thought that they would be able to fight like this. This was completely different from the battles they had participated in before. Because of this, the morale of the soldiers in the cities was very high. And all of this was brought about by Zhao Hai. Not to mention, Zhao Hai was now the city lord of the largest city-state in the spiritual weapon world. And this city-state was built by him. From a barren land to becoming the largest city-state in the spiritual weapon world, he only used a few years. Such a person was worthy of their admiration and worship. The shouts of the coachmen, the voices of the soldiers, and the sound of the wind blowing the flags formed a marching map. The Sacred Academy's convoy didn't expect that someone would attack them. In their view, the army in front of them was suppressing the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. How could the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance have the time to care about them? In the beginning, the Skydance experts would fly up from time to look around. But after a while, they no longer had such thoughts. The Skydance experts were all sitting on the carriages. Some of them were even sitting on the carriages, chatting and laughing. Sometimes, they would even get some wine to drink. Xiaohai opened his eyes at this time. He looked at the convoy that was slowly approaching. At the same time, he waved his hand to the others. The others were all ready. They held their small shields in one hand and their electric formations in the other. Their eyes were fixed on the approaching convoy, ready to attack at any time. Xiaohai didn't move. He was observing whether the carriages were loaded with food, people, or other things. The weight of the carriages was different. Anyone with a discerning eye could see what was on the carriages. Xiaohai wanted to see if this was a trap. He quickly determined that this wasn't a trap. The carriages were loaded with food. This was a real convoy. Upon thinking of this, Xiaohai couldn't help but raise his hand. Then he quietly looked at the convoy. Everyone behind Xiaohai knew that when Xiaohai's hand fell, it would be time for them to attack. The convoy was getting closer and closer. One carriage passed by, 2 carriages passed by, 3 carriages passed by. Xiaohai didn't wave his hand. His hand was still raised, attracting everyone's attention. Before long, 1/3 of the convoy had passed by. Xiaohai waved his hand. The people around Xiaohai activated the electric formations in their hands and flew out of the woods. They didn't make a single sound during the entire attack. Even the white light they shot out was silent. The Sacred Academy's convoy didn't even notice that they were being attacked. It wasn't until Xiaohai and the others rushed out of the woods that the convoy realized that they were being attacked. The soldiers immediately shouted. At the same time, they quickly formed a formation and protected the carriages. The Skydance experts of the Sacred Academy also rushed out of the carriages in the shortest time possible. However, there were only 50 of them. When they rushed out, they were immediately entangled by the same number of Skydance experts. The others were doing their own things. The electric formations in their hands turned into machine guns as they shot at the soldiers. The ordinary soldiers had never seen such an attack before. They simply didn't know how to defend themselves. Additionally, the electric formations were very powerful. They simply didn't have any chance to resist. They could only stand there and passively be slaughtered. Before long, the 5,000 soldiers were almost wiped out. Throughout the entire process, none of the soldiers tried to escape. It wasn't because they were elites and weren't afraid of death, but because they didn't have time to react. Some of them didn't even know what was going on before they were killed by the white light emitted by the lightning array. They didn't even have time to react. Since there were people dealing with the soldiers, naturally there would be people who set fire to them. Fire dragons flew out from the formations. All of the carriages that were swept by the fire dragons were immediately set ablaze. Even the corpses of the soldiers beside the carriages were burned. Their armor was even burned out of shape. After the soldiers were slaughtered, Xiaohai and the others turned their attention to the Skydance experts of the Sacred Academy. In fact, of the 50 Skydance experts, only 10 were left. There was no other way, they hadn't seen such an attack formation before. Just think about it, if a person was suddenly shot by a machine gun, what kind of feeling would that be? Other than death, there would be no other way out. Now that Xiaohai and the others were free, everyone began to shoot. It didn't take long before the 50 Skydance experts were completely wiped out. Unexpectedly, no one was able to shoot. When Xiaohai saw this, he immediately said to the people who set fire to the carriages, "Burn the carriages, the people, burn them all. Don't leave anything behind." The few of them nodded. Their eyes lit up as they took the array and set it on fire. They looked like children who had just gotten a new toy. Xiaohai looked at the smoke coming out of the carriages. He knew that at this time, the people in the Sacred Academy's camp and the city behind them would see the smoke. After the people set fire to the carriages, Xiaohai immediately said, "All right, let's withdraw." Then he immediately led everyone into the forest. Then he activated the transmission formation and directly returned to the city. When Zhao Hai and the others returned to the city, they discovered that the other two teams hadn't returned. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He knew that they were a bit fast, so it was normal for the others to be slow. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the other two teams to return. This time, they didn't lose anything when they burned the food. Most importantly, the other two teams did the same as Zhao Hai. They simply cleaned up the scene and then burned it. The reason why they did this was that they didn't want the people of the Saint Academy to know what kind of weapon they were attacked by from their wounds. Before the operation, Zhao Hai gave them an order. If time permits, they must fight on the battlefield. If they can delay the detection of the lightning formation by a few days, it would be good for them. After everyone returned to the city, Zhao Hai had them rest while he went to the city walls. Today, the Holy Court still launched an attack on them. However, it was just like before. Perhaps the Holy Court wanted to waste time with them. Zhao Hai didn't think much about it. However, when Zhao Hai went to the city wall, he heard the sound of drums coming from the Sacred Academy's camp. The Sacred Academy's army retreated like a tide. Then Zhao Hai saw the sky dance experts of the Sacred Academy flying towards the back of the camp. Zhao Hai looked towards the back of the Sacred Academy's camp and saw smoke rising to the sky. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned his head to Stonehammer and said, "Strengthen the defenses tonight. Be careful of the enemy's retaliation." Stonehammer nodded. Then Zhao Hai went down from the city wall and directly returned to the war room. After arriving at the war room, Zhao Hai called the other generals back. Then he told them about the situation of burning the food. When these people heard Zhao Hai say that they burned a lot of the Sacred Academy's provisions, they couldn't help but be happy. Before, when they fought the Sacred Academy, they lost because of the lack of provisions. Now, they can finally get their revenge. Zhao Hai chatted with everyone before having them return. After they left, Zhao Hai returned to his room to rest. Although Zhao Hai didn't need to rest anymore, his daily schedule was still very regular. There was no other way, he could only see Laura and the others when he was resting. He didn't know if it was because of his increase in strength, but Zhao Hai felt that the distance between him and Laura and the others had been shortened. He could now see them clearly. This made Zhao Hai even more excited. Zhao Hai used to think that only by leaving this place would he be able to be together with Laura and the others. But now, it seems that this wasn't the case. Perhaps there was a way for him to reunite with Laura and the others. Zhao Hai already knew that he needed to strengthen his soul force. As long as his soul force gets stronger, then he would naturally be able to leave this place. Moreover, when he goes outside, his strength would also be greatly improved. But in this case, Zhao Hai's strength was getting stronger and stronger. This meant that the gap between Zhao Hai and Laura's strength was getting bigger and bigger. In this case, Zhao Hai didn't know if there would be a day where Laura and the others wouldn't be able to stay with him because of their strength. This wasn't impossible, after all, there was the Heavenly Tao. Up until now, Zhao Hai's understanding of the Heavenly Tao was still too little. Although he knew about some laws, these laws couldn't be used in special situations. Just like this time, Zhao Hai was directly taken to the Soul Realm. Moreover, his memories had been sealed for more than 10 years. Even if he recovers his memories, his soul wouldn't be able to return to his body. This was the Heavenly Tao, and Zhao Hai couldn't go against it. Zhao Hai had always thought that his space wouldn't be affected by the Heavenly Tao. But now, it seems that he was wrong. His space was also affected by the Heavenly Tao. At the very least, he couldn't control his space right now, nor could he return to his own space. The space's matter reminded Zhao Hai of something. When he ascended before, he would place Laura and the others inside the space. After ascending to the immortal realm, he would have them practice more advanced cultivation methods or upgrade the space. This way, Laura and the others would be able to catch up to the immortal realm's cultivation speed, perhaps even faster. But this time, Zhao Hai felt a sense of crisis. He was afraid that one day, if Laura and the others weren't strong enough, then the Heavenly Tao wouldn't allow them to ascend with him. When that time comes, it would be troublesome. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to bring Laura and the others to the Soul Realm. He believed that once Laura and the others leave the Soul Realm, their soul force would become very formidable. This would be very beneficial to their cultivation. Zhao Hai didn't expect that Laura and the others wouldn't be able to ascend with him. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to see Laura and the others for a longer period of time than before. At the same time, he could only see Laura and the others when they were asleep. Because of this, Zhao Hai had more time to rest every day. The others found it strange why Zhao Hai would rest for so long. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to explain anything to them. In any case, he didn't need to explain anything. In any case, he had already arranged everything that he needed to do. Once he was done, he could go and see Laura and the others. At worst, if something happened, they could just call him. After all, he was asleep, not dead. Tang Zhong looked at the convoy in front of him that could no longer be saved. His face was so gloomy that it almost dripped water. He was really angry, very angry. He didn't expect that his convoy would be attacked. Moreover, the attack was so thorough that no one could escape. The most important thing was that the other party was very clear about their transportation route. They acted almost at the same time and succeeded at the same time. Right now, Tang Zhong still didn't know how many Sky Dance Realm experts they had lost, but thinking about it, the losses shouldn't be too little. Otherwise, there would definitely be people heading to the barracks, and he would also be able to meet them. However, along the way, he didn't meet a single Sky Dance Realm expert. From this point, it can be seen that their losses this time were very big. 3 supply teams, 15,000 ordinary soldiers, and 150 Void Dance level experts. This was a huge loss. This time, when they went to attack the Yalong city-state, they didn't lose so many Void Dance level experts. But now, they lost so many in one go. How could his face look good? Around Tang Zhong stood some Sky Dance experts. Their numbers exceeded 300. Nobody made a sound, but their faces were gloomy as they looked at the burning convoy. At this time, a person came to Tang Zhong's side and said, "General, I've asked around. Nobody went back. I'm afraid that the whole army was wiped out." Tang Zhong's eyes narrowed. He let out a long breath and said in a deep voice, 150 people, 150 Sky Dance Realm experts. That's 150 pigs. How could they be killed in such a short period of time? Did the other party dispatch more than 1,000 people? How is this possible? No one spoke, everyone felt that this matter was very unexpected. They didn't understand how 150 Sky Dance experts were eliminated in such a short time. Although these 150 people were separated, and each team only had 50 people, it was still 50 people. How could 50 Sky Dance experts be eliminated so easily? How was it that the enemy could so easily wipe out 50 Sky Dance level experts? Tang Zhong looked at the convoy. He knew that with their current numbers, they simply wouldn't be able to put out the fire. Moreover, the soldiers of the soldiers were all thrown into the fire. It was unknown if any of them managed to escape. However, after looking at the number of soldiers that were burned to death, Tang Zhong didn't have much hope. Tang Zhong turned his head to the others and said, "Let's return to the barracks. I'll contact the rear barracks first." Then he turned around and flew towards the barracks. Before long, Tang Zhong returned to the barracks. Although the barracks looked very quiet, Tang Zhong could feel that there was a trace of uneasiness in the barracks. Tang Zhong immediately gathered the generals of the various cities in the barracks. After these people arrived at the barracks, they all cupped their fists and said, "We've seen the general." Tang Zhong nodded and waved his hand. It wasn't wrong for these people to call Tang Zhong general. This was because Tang Zhong was appointed by the Sacred Academy as the general of the Bandit Extermination Army. He was in charge of the 3 armies to eliminate the Sacred Academy alliance. It must be said that Tang Zhong's strength was quite high. He was the same as the Dean of the Sacred Academy, a member of the Tang family. Moreover, he was one of the more talented disciples of the Tang family. However, after he entered the secret realm, although his strength increased, he still wasn't able to become a breaking river expert. On the contrary, he went to the front lines of the secret realm and fought against the beasts. At that time, his talent in commanding was revealed. In the secret realm, he could be considered as a number 1 person. However, at that time, nobody knew his real name. He had to use a fake name to go there. Later on, after he left the secret realm, he went to several city-states that had a good relationship with the Sacred Academy to train his commanding ability. It can be said that he was the best commander of the Sacred Academy in the entire Sacred Academy. When Year 19 attacked the South Flower City-State, Tang Zhong was the one guarding the South Gate. Tang Zhong was very good at defending the city, blocking Year 19's army. No matter what Year 19 did, he couldn't break through the South Flower Gate. In the end, Year 19's army returned in defeat. After that, he commanded the defeated army of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance to attack the Yalong city. He commanded the army to confront the army of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance here. It could be said that his commanding ability was remarkable. After everyone sat down, Tang Zhong opened his mouth and said, "Everyone knows that our supply team was attacked. Moreover, it can be said that they were completely wiped out. At the very least, we haven't found a single survivor. Everyone, what do you think about this matter?" Tang Zhong looked at everyone and said, all right. Everyone lowered their heads and thought about this matter. They were now admiring Tang Zhong. After all, Tang Zhong was still able to defeat the Sacred Academy Alliance's army of several 100,000. This was how his prestige was established. Although the attack didn't go smoothly, it didn't affect Tang Zhong's reputation. Their military strength was about the same as the enemy's, and they were also fighting in the enemy's territory. Therefore, it was normal for the attack to not go well. Everyone knew that if the attacking side didn't have enough military strength, then it would be very difficult to defeat the enemy, unless the enemy's army was too weak. Obviously, the Sacred Academy Alliance's army wasn't weak. Moreover, they had sufficient military strength. Moreover, they didn't have any traitors this time. Therefore, it was normal for the attack to not go well. After some time, a general opened his mouth and said, "General, I think we shouldn't hide this matter. This is because the people in the camp already know that our supply convoy was attacked. We can't hide it even if we want to. Additionally, we only send food every few days. Now that we haven't sent any food, the soldiers will surely know. Instead of hiding it and making the soldiers uneasy, it's better to tell them that our supply convoy was attacked. In any case, we have enough food in the camp. As long as we have the rear send a batch of food as soon as possible, then we won't have to worry about morale." Tang Zhong nodded, then he said, "All right, I didn't want to hide this matter. I can't hide it even if I wanted to. It's best to just say it. Do you have any other opinions?" Another general said, "General, I think we should think of a way to solve the problem of the supply line. Ensuring the safety of the supply line is the most important thing." This time, the enemy succeeded, and they also tasted the sweetness. I think that the enemy wouldn't give up. They will certainly move again. Therefore, how to ensure the safety of the supply line has become a problem. Tang Zhong nodded and said, "Activate the reserve supply line and transport a batch of food to the camp as soon as possible. This will stabilize the morale of the army. At the same time, we will change from offense to defense, increasing the safety of the supply line." Does anyone have any other opinions? Everyone shook their heads. This was the best solution they could think of. Tang Zhong nodded and said, "All right, if no one has any objections, then let's do it this way. From today onwards, don't attack the city. Defend the army with all your strength. Also, take out 60,000 soldiers to investigate the supply camps along the 3 supply routes. See if there are any suspicious places along the way, see if we can find any clues. Also, take out 600 sky dance experts to coordinate with them." Everyone stood up and cupped their fists towards Tang Zhong, then turned around and left. After everyone left, Tang Zhong took out a portable transmission formation and wrote a letter to Wei Feng. Then he used the transmission formation to send the letter. After sending the letter, Tang Zhong wrote another letter to Wei Feng. Then he adjusted the coordinates of the transmission formation before sending the letter out. After sending the 2 letters, Tang Zhong let out a long breath. He was really tired. Although Year 19's attack looked aggressive, Tang Zhong wasn't too worried at that time. This was because the Zhe family was present in Year 19's formation. Tang Zhong was able to understand Year 19's every move. He also knew what method Year 19 would use to attack. Because of this, Tang Zhong wasn't worried at all. However, he didn't expect that not long after Year 19's retreat, Year 19 would be eliminated by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also became the new leader of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. Tang Zhong originally wanted to pressure Zhao Hai through the family alliance and make Zhao Hai come to the front lines as soon as possible. He wanted to use this opportunity to destroy the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance in one fell swoop. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would come to the front lines. But he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would destroy the family alliance as soon as he arrived. This made Tang Zhong lose his eyes and ears. He didn't know about Zhao Hai's plan. This made Tang Zhong somewhat worried. However, he was still confident in his own ability. He believed that he could defeat Zhao Hai. However, after fighting with Zhao Hai, Tang Zhong discovered how terrifying Zhao Hai was. Zhao Hai was really terrifying. He only used the tactic of harassing the enemy and forced them to retreat 30 li to recuperate. When they returned to the front lines, they found that Zhao Hai had already prepared a countermeasure. The use of the trenches gave Tang Zhong a headache. And now, Zhao Hai was attacking the supply line. To be honest, Tang Zhong had a bad feeling about this. Although Tang Zhong hadn't met Zhao Hai, he was no stranger to Zhao Hai. It can be said that Zhao Hai was responsible for the Sacred Academy's current situation. Countless people in the Sacred Academy wanted to kill Zhao Hai, but they didn't succeed. In the past, they wanted to use the Family Alliance to destroy the Sacred Academy Alliance. However, Zhao Hai directly destroyed the Family Alliance. This caught them off guard. Tang Zhong didn't know what to do in the face of such an enemy. This was the first time that Tang Zhong felt powerless. Zhao Hai's moves were actually very simple. It can be said that he only had a few moves to defend the city. However, these moves made people feel helpless. Zhao Hai didn't even know where to start. Zhao Hai's moves were actually very simple. Ever since Tang Zhong had established the supply route, he had considered the possibility of their supply route being attacked. Therefore, he had assigned 5,000 soldiers to protect each supply route, as well as 50 Sky Dance Realm experts. But even so, their supply routes were still attacked, and even completely wiped out. This was something that Tang Zhong really couldn't handle. What made Zhao so scary was not how many conspiracies he had, but that even if you knew what he was going to do, you couldn't stop him. Even if you thought about what he might do, you were prepared to deal with it, but in the end, you still couldn't stop him. This was what gave him the biggest headache. After sitting in the tent for a while, Tang Zhong let out a long breath and muttered, "I hope that this arrangement will make him retreat. Otherwise, the army will be in danger." Tang Zhong was very clear that if they couldn't transport any food to the camp, then it would have a huge impact on the camp's morale. If 2 of their supply teams were attacked, then they wouldn't be able to stay here any longer. Retreating would be the only option left for Wei Yi. The next day, Zhao Hai woke up early. He went to the city wall and looked at the movements of the Holy Academy's camp. The people of the Holy Academy had also woken up. However, they didn't go out to attack the city. Instead, they were training outside the camp. Their training distance was very close to the camp's entrance. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that the other party wouldn't attack anymore. They were planning to defend the camp to the death. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "They know that this isn't the time to attack. Therefore, they decided to retreat." Hee, interesting. Then he went down the city wall and returned to the city lord's mansion. Then he summoned the generals of the various city-states to discuss their next move. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "Yesterday's attack on the Holy Court's supply convoy seems to have had some effect. They didn't attack the city today. Everyone should be prepared. If we succeed 2 more times, then the other party might retreat. We need to prepare for the next attack." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Don't be happy too early. If we let the other party transport the supplies to the camp, then it wouldn't be easy for us to defeat them. Everyone should go back. Don't provoke them for the next few days. They are just guarding the camp, they haven't retreated yet. If they attack at this time, then it would be very troublesome for us." "Right, all the Sky Dance experts should gather here, we still need to attack the other party's supply line." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and had them withdraw. After everyone left the hall, Zhao Hai went to the study behind the hall and called Stonemer, Xianxia, and the others to the room. After the group sat down, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "The next period of time will be the key to our victory. I want to use all of my energy to deal with the other party's supply line. You should defend the city well. At the same time, pay attention to the provisions in the rear. Although our provisions have been distributed among the various city-states, we still need to be careful. Don't let the other party attack us. Also, pay attention to the fish that escaped the net from the family alliance. Don't let them take advantage of this opportunity to destroy us." The others nodded, then Zhao Hai continued, "As long as we persist until the other party retreats, then we will win. Stonehammer, you should also contact the family. If the family's transmission formation is ready, then have them send it over. I believe that it wouldn't take long before we can use it." Stonehammer nodded, then Zhao Hai said, "All right." Lu Hong carefully moved forward. This time, he was sent out by Zhao Hai to scout. Last time, his scouting was the best, and his reconnaissance was also the most detailed. Therefore, this time, Zhao Hai sent him out to scout. Lu Hong was very happy. Zhao Hai never starved. This time, Lu Hong brought a lot of good things with him. First was a small shield that looked very shabby. But don't underestimate this small shield. This small shield was an artifact. It can have a very good defensive effect. Most importantly, this small shield was a portable transmission formation. When necessary, it can be used to teleport away. In addition to these two functions, it also had a very special function, which was to hide the energy fluctuations on his body. At the same time, it can also create an illusion so that others can't see him. Next was a dagger. This dagger looked very black and unremarkable. However, this dagger was also an artifact. It also had several uses. First, it can emit a strong warning light. This light was very strong. Even during the day, it can be seen from far away. Second, it can attack like an electric formation. Third, it can be used to ignite a flame formation. Fourth, it can release energy, forming an energy blade on the outside of the dagger. This was the best way to attack the enemy. In addition to these functions, the dagger and shield can also self-destruct. Moreover, the explosion was very powerful. This ability can only be used as a last resort. If he was seriously injured by the enemy and had no way to escape, then he must self-destruct these two weapons. He can't let the enemy get their hands on them. Lu Hong didn't think that he would be able to obtain two artifacts. Moreover, these two artifacts were very useful. He also knew why Zhao Hai made these artifacts like this. If someone were to discover these two artifacts, they would only think that he was a refugee. These artifacts were picked up from the battlefield for self-defense. Moreover, Zhao Hai also said that these two artifacts would be given to him. Even if the war was over, he wouldn't take them back. This made Lu Hong very happy. Lu Hong carefully flew close to the ground. At the same time, he kept looking around. He was now in the woods, rushing towards the third road. The third road was previously determined to not be a supply route. However, this time, Zhao Hai sent him here to scout. This was because Zhao Hai believed that the enemy would be transporting supplies to the camp through this road. If the enemy really wanted to transport supplies here, then he would immediately send a message to Zhao Hai. At the same time, he would send the coordinates to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai would immediately attack the enemy. Naturally, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to only send Lu Hong to scout. As far as Lu Hong knew, there were more than 100 people who were sent out to scout. They were distributed along the two roads. If necessary, they would be able to send out a warning to the surrounding people to support them. Lu Hong carefully moved forward. The last time he came out to scout, he encountered an enemy observation post. This time, he was even more careful. This was because Lu Hong was very clear that after Zhao Hai attacked the enemy's supply route, the enemy would certainly strengthen their defenses. It was also possible for them to add more observation posts. It was even possible that they would set up some aerial-level observation posts on both sides of the supply route. Naturally, these weren't Lu Hong's thoughts. It was Zhao Hai who told them. Lu Hong was very obedient to Zhao Hai. Before long, Lu Hong arrived at his designated location. Because someone had already scouted the third road, Lu Hong and the others used a portable transmission formation to directly reach the third road. Then they went to their designated location and waited. Because of this, their speed was very fast. Lu Hong also observed the official road. Recently, there were indeed no traces of caravans passing by on this official road. This also proved that the enemy had yet to transport grain to their territory. After arriving at his designated location, Lu Hong directly found a place not far from the road and sat down. He took out some dry food and ate it to replenish his strength. He was a careful person, he wanted to be in his best state at all times. However, he didn't activate the illusion formation on the shield because it required energy. With his current position, whether it was from the sky or from the ground, it would be difficult to find him. Naturally, he didn't rush to activate the shield. It wouldn't be too late to activate it when the enemy is discovered. Lu Hong wasn't in a hurry. His previous scouting experience made him understand that being anxious was useless. Scouting required patience. Without patience, you wouldn't be able to see anything. With patience, you would be able to see things that others couldn't see. After waiting for a day or so, Lu Hong saw a cloud of dust floating in the distance. He knew that the enemy would arrive soon. He immediately activated the illusion formation and then sat there quietly. They had already tested this illusion formation. Once it was activated, it would immediately merge with the surrounding scenery, making it impossible to see anyone. Moreover, as long as they didn't walk past them or bump into them, they wouldn't be discovered. Because of this, Lu Hong was very relieved. After waiting for about half an hour, an army appeared in front of Lu Hong's eyes. This convoy was much bigger than the one Lu Hong had seen before. There were a total of more than 200 carriages. Moreover, the number of guards had also increased. There were 10,000 Prussian soldiers and 100 Sky Dance class experts. This kind of strength was very powerful. Moreover, the defense of the convoy was much stronger than the previous one. From time to time, there would be Sky Dance realm experts investigating in the sky. Some Sky Dance realm experts would also fly to the forest to check. A Sky Dance realm expert flew past 10 meters behind Lu Hong, causing Lu Hong to break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, that person didn't discover him. As the convoy left, Lu Hong let out a long breath. However, he didn't immediately send a letter to Zhao Hai. Instead, he sat there quietly and looked at the convoy. Lu Hong was sure that the convoy was filled with food. This was because he could see the traces left behind by the carriages. However, the convoy wasn't too far away. Although the small shield didn't have any light or energy fluctuations, Lu Hong was still very careful. He waited for the convoy to leave before sending a message. When the convoy was a few miles away, Lu Hong decided to send the information he received to Zhao Hai. Then he waited quietly. He knew that if Zhao Hai wanted to appear, he would appear in front of him. Therefore, he didn't need to worry. Sure enough, Lu Hong didn't wait for long. After about 20 minutes, Zhao Hai and the others appeared in the forest. When Lu Hong saw Zhao Hai appear, he immediately received the small shield and walked over. Then he gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "Alliance Lord." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Is it over?" Lu Hong nodded and said, "It's been less than half an hour. There should be about 100 Sky Dance experts. Moreover, they're very careful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Lead the way. Everyone, prepare for battle. After we catch up, divide half of our people and block their path. Then we'll attack them from two sides." Everyone nodded and immediately rushed forward. They were flying at full speed, so their speed was naturally very fast. However, they were also flying at a low altitude. They were flying in the forest and didn't fly in the sky. That would be tantamount to telling the enemy that they had arrived. They weren't that stupid. Before long, they caught up with the convoy. Because the convoy was loaded with food, their speed wasn't very fast. There were also Sky Dance experts in the sky. If the Sky Dance experts were tired, they could rest inside the carriages. Zhao Hai divided half of his people and led them to the front of the convoy. It didn't take long for them to reach the front of the convoy. Then he turned his head to look at everyone. Seeing that everyone was ready, Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand. Then he led everyone to rush out. As soon as they rushed out of the forest, the lightning array immediately launched an attack. It had to be said that this lightning array was truly a powerful weapon in group battles. With just one sweep, a large number of soldiers were directly swept to death. Even a few Skydance realm experts couldn't escape. Their bodies were hit by a few rays of white light, and it looked like they wouldn't be able to survive. Then the people behind the convoy moved and launched an attack. They also used the lightning formation to sweep the area. The ordinary soldiers simply couldn't organize an effective attack and were directly swept down. When the Skydance experts saw this, their first thought was to escape. However, they didn't have the opportunity to do so. After being intercepted by Zhao Hai and the others, they wanted to resist. But in the end, what greeted them was the ferocious attack of the lightning formation. The lightning formation's attack was incomparably ferocious, especially in a place like the spirit weapon realm where formations weren't very strong. They had almost no ability to resist the lightning formation. Just like a submachine gun that appeared on the battlefield, the ferocious firepower made the enemy unable to fire. Seeing that not many of the ordinary soldiers would be able to survive, and the Skydance masters wouldn't fare much better, all that was left was to set the place on fire. The flame formation was activated, and whether it was people or vehicles, everything was set ablaze in the shortest amount of time possible. At this time, there were still more than 10 Skydance experts left on the Holy Quartz side. They knew that they were finished. Seeing that Zhao Hai had already burned the carriages, they knew that they had no way to resist. Therefore, one of them turned to Zhao Hai and loudly said, "Is this city Lord Zhao Hai? We are willing to surrender, can you spare our lives?" When Zhao Hai heard this, he stared. Then Zhao Hai looked at him with excitement and said, "All right, put down your weapons and seal your cultivation. Then I'll spare your life." The reason why Zhao Hai found this person interesting was because he was the first Skydance expert to surrender since the start of the war with the Holy Court. That person was also very fast. When he heard Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything and immediately threw away his weapon. Then he directly fell to the ground and sealed his cultivation. He looked as if he was really surrendering. This made the Skydance experts who followed Zhao Hai not know what to do. They all turned to look at Zhao Hai. Because of that person's example, the other Skydance experts also put down their weapons and sealed their cultivation. Tang Zhong's complexion was ashen. In front of him was the convoy that was being attacked. However, the location had changed, and the scale of the convoy had also increased. Tang Zhong's complexion was even more ugly compared to the last time. Last time, Tang Zhong already knew that Zhao Hai was eyeing their supply route. Because of this, he activated the backup route. He didn't allow people to transport food to this route. He always thought that once Zhao Hai saw that there was no food here, he wouldn't care about this route. Instead, he would focus on the 3 routes that were attacked. But now, it seems like he still underestimated Zhao Hai. Although only 2 of the routes were attacked, the result was almost the same as the last time. The amount of food they lost was almost the same, but the number of people they lost was even more than the last time. After 2 attacks, there were no survivors. More than 35,000 people died, and more than 350 Skydance realm experts died. To be honest, this number of casualties was something that even they couldn't bear. 350 Skydance realm experts died just like that. Tang Zhong couldn't help but be angry. At this time, a person came to Tang Zhong's side and said, "General, I found a mark. It seems like it was left by one of our people. He should still be alive, but he surrendered." When Tang Zhong heard this, his complexion became better. He said, "Confirm it, then find a way to get in touch with him." The person nodded and said, "General, rest assured." Although Zhao Hai destroyed the alliance, there were still some disciples who managed to escape. They now want to destroy Zhao Hai in order to take revenge. We've already contacted them, they can pass on information. Moreover, our people took the initiative to surrender. From the traces, it seems like Zhao Hai sealed their cultivation. This means that they won't be in any danger for the time being, which gives us an opportunity. Tang Zhong nodded and said, "After contacting our people, tell them not to worry. First, they need to gain Zhao Hai's trust. Then they can pass on information to us. Since they just surrendered, Zhao Hai will certainly be on guard against them. Tell them to be careful and not make any mistakes." The person nodded. Tang Zhong looked at the burnt carriages and thought for a moment before he said, "Let's return to the camp." Then his figure moved as he flew towards the camp. Before long, Tang Zhong and the others returned to the camp. After returning to the camp, Tang Zhong called all the generals to the central tent. The generals' faces were somewhat ugly as they arrived at the central tent. After everyone sat down, Tang Zhong said, 2 batches of food have been burned, and now the camp is somewhat unstable. We can't wait here any longer, so we will withdraw tomorrow. If we continue to wait here, we will die. It would be better to retreat and shorten our supply line. Zhao will not let go of this opportunity. They will definitely chase after us, and when the time comes, their supply line will be stretched out. Our disadvantage will become our advantage, and their advantage will become our disadvantage. What do you think? What do you think? Everyone nodded. After 2 batches of provisions were burnt, the camp was indeed unstable. Retreating at this time was indeed the best choice. Tang Zhong looked at everyone and said, all right, pass down the order. Tomorrow, we'll retreat. General Wu. You'll take 50,000 people as the rear guard. Remember, maintain the formation and retreat slowly. If Zhao Hai dares to chase after us, then defend. We'll immediately return to support you. The person Tang Zhong called out was someone from the Wu clan of the Sacred Academy. However, the Wu clan had already taken control of a city-state. General Wu was a disciple of the Wu clan, he was very talented in commanding. Because of this, Tang Zhong decided to let him stay behind. At this time, Tang Zhong was more willing to trust the people of the Sacred Academy. This was because compared to others, the people of the Sacred Academy didn't want to lose this war. General Wu didn't say anything, he directly stood up and cupped his fist towards Tang Zhong. Yes, General. Please rest assured. Tang Zhong nodded, then he said, all right, everyone go and prepare. If we're going to retreat tomorrow, then we'll need to prepare a lot of things. Right, remember, if we can't take the camp, then we'll burn it down. We'll also learn from the Sacred Academy Alliance. The generals nodded, then they turned around and left. With such a big movement in the Sacred Academy's camp, how could Zhao Hai and the others not know about it? Zhao Hai led all the generals to the city wall and looked at the camp. A general said with uncertainty, they're retreating? They're retreating just like that? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, they have no choice but to retreat. We've burned their provisions twice, it's impossible for the ordinary soldiers in the camp to not know about it. Naturally, they would panic. After all, without provisions, they wouldn't have anything to eat. I think that the soldiers in the camp must be very nervous. When the Sacred Academy's commander saw this, he knew that waiting wouldn't do them any good. Therefore, they simply retreated. Once they retreated, our people would advance. This way, our supply line would be lengthened while their supply line would be shortened. We wouldn't be able to threaten their supplies and they would be able to face us head-on. Everyone nodded, then a general said, from the looks of it, they should have left yesterday. Alliance Lord, why don't we chase them tomorrow? Even if they have people covering their backs, as long as we're careful, we won't be ambushed. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, there's no need for that. They'll certainly have people covering their backs. Moreover, their camp will certainly be burned down. We don't need to be in a hurry to chase after them. If they leave tomorrow, then we'll leave the city and fill up the trenches and pits outside first. Then we'll slowly advance. Everyone nodded, naturally they wouldn't oppose Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai looked for a moment before he said, there's nothing to see, it's just a group of people packing their things. Let's go back, everyone. Everyone nodded, then they followed Zhao Hai back to the city lord's mansion. After everyone sat down inside the city lord's mansion, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, we've already planned this. After they retreat, our army will slowly press forward. If they give up on the defensive line, then we'll ambush them halfway. There's no problem with this plan. Alright, let's go back and take a rest. Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, let's go back and rest. Zhao Hai left Shi Chui behind, then he turned to Shi Chui and said, where are the surrendered sky dance experts locked up? Shi Chui replied, they're locked up in the city's prison. Young master, I think we should just kill them. What's the point of keeping them alive? I feel that these guys aren't sincere in surrendering. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, if they aren't sincere in surrendering, then let them be. Go, bring them to the city lord's mansion, I want to see them alone. Xianxia nodded, then he turned around and left. Before long, all the surrendered sky dance experts were brought to the city lord's mansion. Zhao Hai emptied a courtyard in the city lord's mansion, then he brought all the people inside. The courtyard was guarded by Xianxia as Zhao Hai entered the courtyard alone. This courtyard wasn't very big, it had a bit of a dilapidated feeling. At this time, there were more than a dozen sky dance experts standing in the courtyard. These people were all brought back by Zhao Hai's team. The other team didn't leave any captives behind, they just directly slaughtered them. When Zhao Hai entered the courtyard, the people immediately became well-behaved. Each and every one of them lowered their heads and stood there obediently. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "Since you've surrendered, then you're one of us. But now, you have to take a final test. As long as you pass this test, then you'll be one of us. How about it? Do you dare to take the test?" When the surrendered sky dance experts heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but look at each other. Then they nodded and said, "We're willing to take the test." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to the crowd and said, "All right, now close your eyes and relax your body. This test might be a bit painful, but it'll be fine after a while. Relax." Zhao Hai's voice seemed to have some kind of magical power, these people unconsciously relaxed their bodies. At this time, Zhao Hai's hand moved, then more than a dozen slave formations were thrown out and imprinted on the bodies of these people. These people immediately issued miserable screams. When Xianxia heard these screams, he couldn't help but sneer as he muttered, "Reckless fellows, you still want to deceive the young master, you deserve to suffer." Before long, the miserable screams in the courtyard disappeared. Then Zhao Hai's voice was heard, "All right, Xianxia, you can come in. Take them away and teach them some rules. Also, make them explain why they came and who they contacted. This time, we'll be fishing properly." Xianxia nodded, then he walked into the courtyard and took the pale-faced people to the courtyard. Then he removed the restrictions on their bodies, allowing them to regain their freedom. Xianxia was very clear that these people were now his own people. Looking at Xianxia leading these people away, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and muttered, "This guy is quite interesting. Haha, good. I'll dig out all these vermin and catch them all in one fell swoop. This way, they won't come out and cause trouble in the future." After he said that, Zhao Hai slowly walked out of the courtyard and returned to his tent to deal with the alliance's matters. Before long, Stonemer arrived at the tent and said, "Young master, I've asked them about it. Someone did contact them, but they don't know who it is. However, they do know that the person who contacted them was someone from the alliance. It seems like they managed to slip through the net. What do we do now?" Stonemer nodded and said, "Young master, I've asked them about it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let them go. Have them be honest for a while. After a while, have them think of a way to send back information. You can control what information they send. Some unimportant information can be true, but some important information must be false. Remember, they can only send false information once, and it can only be used at the most critical moment. After that, they will be exposed." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry." Xianxia nodded, then he kept his fist towards Zhao Hai before he turned around and left. Tang Zhong stood on his carriage and looked at the camp that was engulfed in a sea of fire. His face didn't show any emotions. In fact, his heart wasn't as calm as he looked on the surface. He didn't want to lose, but the situation had developed to this point. Even if he didn't want to withdraw, he had no choice but to do so. Previously, he had witnessed the hundreds of thousands of troops of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance crumble in front of him. At that time, his heart was filled with pride. But now, he had no choice but to burn down the camp he had built and leave this place. This feeling was really complicated. There were all kinds of feelings in his heart. However, Tang Zhong believed that sooner or later, he would be able to get back at them. The reason why he lost this time was because they were on the offensive side. Moreover, they didn't have enough troops this time. Next time, as long as he was given the opportunity, he would be able to defeat Zhao Hai's group. At this time, a person came to Tang Zhong's side and said, "General, news came from the front. Zhao Hai's group didn't chase after us. They seem to be filling the pits." Tang Zhong nodded and said, "Sure enough, it's Zhao Hai's style. He knows that it's useless to chase after us. Tell General Wu to retreat slowly. Pay attention to Zhao Hai's movements. Zhao Hai is very cunning. We can't give him any chance. The person nodded before he turned around and left. At this time, just as the man said, Zhao Hai and the others were filling up the hole that they had dug before. Now, they had to fill it back up. However, the soldiers didn't complain. These pits helped them block the enemy's attack. This allowed them to maintain a very low casualty rate. The soldiers were very happy when they thought about this. Being able to repel the enemy without suffering too many casualties naturally made people happy. For those ordinary soldiers, any meritorious service was fake. After a great battle, how many ordinary soldiers could actually perform well and make meritorious service? Most of the ordinary soldiers still cared about whether they could survive or not. Now, not only did they survive, but they also defeated the enemy. Of course, they were happy. Speaking of which, ordinary soldiers like them might be more willing to do this kind of work than to risk their lives on the battlefield. In fact, such a situation was very common in the spirit weapon world. After so many years of war, the people in the spirit weapon world had already developed a very serious war weariness. However, those who had war weariness were, after all, ordinary people or ordinary soldiers. The upper echelons would not be war-weary because they were ambitious. Zhao Hai stood on the city wall and looked at the soldiers below. Then he said to Stonehammer, "Have you arranged for everyone to go out? We must get them to the predetermined location as soon as possible and set up the teleportation array." Stonehammer replied, "Young master, you can rest assured. We've already sent people out. They will arrive at the designated time. We just need to attract the attention of the Holy Academy's army." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Don't worry. The Holy Academy's army is currently focused on us. As long as we act recklessly, they will feel anxious. As long as they stay in the small cities for a while, we will have more time to prepare." Chui nodded and said in a deep voice, "Young master, the people who came into contact with those who surrendered have been monitored. Those people don't seem to be suspicious of those people." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, it's good that they aren't suspicious. Let's go down. Tell everyone not to worry. As long as we can fill up the trenches and pits, we'll put out the fire tomorrow. I'm afraid that the fire in the camp won't be extinguished in one day." "Right, send people to control the fire, don't burn the surrounding mountains." Stonehammer smiled and said, "Young master, you can rest assured. I'll arrange everything." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Stonehammer back to the city lord's mansion. Then he summoned the generals of the various city-states to the mansion. The generals were very excited. Although they still haven't eliminated the Holy Academy's army, the Holy Academy's army was still retreating. This was a small victory for them. Naturally, they were very happy. The morale of the Holy Academy's army had also been restored. Looking at everyone's happy expression, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, I can see that everyone is very happy. However, we still have to do things. Today, we'll fill up the trenches and pits. Tomorrow, we'll put out the fire in the Holy Academy's camp. After that, we'll rest for a day before we set off. But be careful on the road, don't fall into the enemy's ambush." Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "All right, that's a lot of things to do. I won't say anything more. After you go back, rest well. But you should also pack your things. After all, we'll be leaving in a few days. Don't forget anything." Everyone nodded, then they turned around and left. In the next 2 days, Zhao Hai and the others carried out their task step by step. They filled up the trenches, put out the fire, and rested for a day. Then the army set off. As Zhao Hai's army moved forward, more people were sent out to scout. One could see Sky Dance Realm experts everywhere in the forest. They were here to ensure that the army wouldn't encounter any ambush. Not to mention, this was very useful. In the process of their advance, they had alarmed some experts of the Holy Academy. These experts were all Sky Dance Realm experts. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. It was clear that they wanted to attack the army. However, they were all scared away by the Sky Dance Realm experts that were sent out by Zhao Hai. The army slowly moved forward. Their speed wasn't very fast. Zhao Hai didn't send the scouts too far. He just needed to ensure everyone's safety. Naturally, there were also enough guards in the cities behind them. This time, Zhao Hai's army was less than 400,000. Their speed wasn't very fast. After 3 days, they arrived at the defensive line formed by the small cities. When they arrived, Zhao Hai discovered that there was a defensive line here. There were several barracks and several small cities, forming a very long defensive line. Although this defensive line looked very long as they attacked it, they would be able to break through it. However, Zhao Hai was very clear that it wouldn't be that easy. They only attacked one point. Let's not talk about whether they could break through it or not. What would happen if other people came to support them? This defensive line was very long. If you attack it, then the other side of the defensive line might send troops to attack your flank or even your rear. When that time comes, your army would have to face enemies from all sides. This wasn't a good thing. However, Zhao Hai and the others weren't in a hurry. After arriving here, Zhao Hai directly set up 5 barracks. He was in the middle of the camp. This way, both sides were in a confrontation. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to attack. First, he had people cut down trees in the surrounding mountains and make siege weapons. He didn't seem to be in a hurry. On the other hand, the Sacred Academy's army was very interesting. They also learned the method used by Zhao Hai. They also dug a lot of small pits and trenches outside their barracks. This made it impossible for Zhao Hai's army to charge forward. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile. The other side actually used this method to deal with them. This was very interesting. However, he wasn't worried about anything. In any case, he wasn't prepared to attack immediately. Moreover, to be honest, the other side's defensive line was certainly a temporary one. It looked good, but it was impossible to rely on this defensive line to block their attack. The other side was obviously aware of this point. The reason why they were confronting Zhao Hai was because they wanted to buy some time in order to prepare for a future retreat. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry either. A large number of siege weapons needed to be prepared. Therefore, there were a lot of things that they needed to do. Therefore, they weren't in a hurry. Actually, Zhao Hai was waiting for news. He was waiting for the ambushers. As long as the equipment was good, then Zhao Hai would attack. If the ambush wasn't good, then Zhao Hai wouldn't wait for a long time. Zhao Hai's slow movements made Tang Zhong puzzled. He didn't know why Zhao Hai was so slow. Their speed was too slow. This kind of slow rhythm made them very uncomfortable. In the past 10 days, Zhao Hai and the others had been making siege weapons. At this time, a lot of siege weapons had been made. Logically speaking, they should be able to attack normally. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He still told the others to not be in a hurry and to take their time making siege weapons. However, while Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry, the other generals of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance were anxious. They were here to deal with the Sacred Academy army. Now that the Sacred Academy army was in front of them, they were still making siege weapons. How could they not be anxious? Zhao Hai sat in the tent and looked at the generals. He smiled faintly and said, "It seems like everyone is in a hurry." Haha, don't worry, take it slow. We're actually waiting for time. Although the other party has retreated here, this isn't their rear. Their supply of provisions is certainly more difficult than ours. Even if we drag it out like this, it will still give them a headache. However, we don't need to drag it out for too long. The slower we are, the more confused the enemy will be. They don't know what we want to do. They don't know if we want to attack or if we want to send experts to their rear. This is good for us. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. They couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All right, let's go back and have the craftsmen make the blueprints that I gave them. If something goes wrong, then I'll hold you responsible. Go and prepare, we'll attack in a few days. Also, starting from tomorrow, all of you will go out and train. I found out that you guys are lazy when it's time to attack. Tomorrow, when I saw you guys going out for a walk with the old lady, you'll be in charge of the provisions." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they quickly complied. They were very clear that if they were sent to guard the provisions, then they wouldn't be able to get any credit. They didn't dare to be negligent. After everyone left, Zhao Hai asked Shi Chui to stay behind and said, "Is everything ready?" Shi Chui replied, "Everything is ready. Large-scale camouflage formations and all weapons are in place. We're just waiting for the attack. As long as they pass through the valley, they won't be able to hide." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, pass down the order. Prepare for 3 days. After 3 days, we'll attack with all our strength. Also, have the sky dance experts spread the word that we're preparing to send a group of experts to attack the southern flower gate from behind. We want to capture the southern flower gate and annihilate them here. Moreover, we've also invited Broken River experts, 10 of them." Shi Chui nodded, then he said, "Yes, I'll immediately go and arrange it." Then Shi Chui turned around and left. In the following 3 days, Zhao Hai's camp became lively. Everyone was rubbing their hands in preparation for the operation. At the same time, all kinds of siege weapons were prepared, waiting for the attack. At this time, Tang Zhong also received the news. When he received the news, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression couldn't help but change. He was very clear that if Zhao Hai's plan was carried out, then it would be possible for them to send Broken River experts and Sky Dance experts to attack the southern flower gate. Then they would use the transmission formation to transport the army to the southern flower gate. This would cut off the southern flower gate's retreat. At that time, the southern flower gate would have no reinforcements and no provisions. At that time, the southern flower gate would be defeated. After thinking about this, Tang Zhong couldn't sit still. He immediately sent the news back to the Divine Palace. At the same time, he was also preparing to withdraw his army. He was prepared to attack Zhao Hai several times before withdrawing. He couldn't afford to waste time with Zhao Hai here, it wouldn't be good for them. After 3 days, Zhao Hai's army finally finished their preparations. The army woke up early and ate their fill. Then they directly went out of the camp and began to line up. After lining up, Zhao Hai gave an order and the army slowly moved forward. While the army was still outside the range of the enemy's ballistas, Zhao Hai was already prepared. He pushed his own side's ballistas to the front. However, he stopped outside the range of the enemy's ballistas. Then he adjusted the angle and began to shoot at the Sacred Academy's camp. When the Sacred Academy's army saw this, they immediately used their ballistas to fight back. However, the problem was that Zhao Hai's ballistas had a longer range than their own. In other words, they couldn't hit Zhao Hai's group while Zhao Hai's group was able to hit them. This made the Sacred Academy's army very surprised. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai's ballistas to suppress the other party's ballistas. Then they began to use their catapults to attack. Zhao Hai's catapults didn't only throw stones, they also threw kerosene canisters. As long as these kerosene canisters fall into the enemy's camp, they would immediately explode, igniting everything around them. The destructive power was very huge. It didn't take long before the ballistas in the camp were all on fire, rendering them useless. Although the battle had just begun, the shortcomings of Tang Zhong's defensive line had been completely exposed. The defensive line being too long seemed to be a good thing. No matter where Zhao Hai attacked, the others would be able to provide support. They could even attack Zhao Hai's flank and rear. But at the same time, this shortcoming was too obvious. This was because at every point of the defensive line, there would be defensive equipment, such as ballistas, placed on top of the defensive line. If Tang Zhong and the others were in the rear, then this arrangement wouldn't be a problem. This was because they still had a large base to rely on. Every point could be equipped with enough defensive equipment. This way, defending the city wouldn't be a problem. But now that they were deep inside Yalong City State, their logistical supplies were very difficult to transport. Ballistas and other defensive equipment weren't easy to transport. Their ballistas weren't made by Zhao Hai's group, they were just ordinary ballistas. In this case, their defensive equipment wasn't enough. It would be easy for them to be suppressed by Zhao Hai's group. At that time, Zhao Hai's attack would be very smooth. When Zhao Hai saw that the ballistas had stopped, he immediately waved his hand and the army slowly moved forward. Each soldier carried a bag of soil on their back. As long as they saw a hole, they would fill it up. Behind these people was a type of Mengchong vehicle. This type of Mengchong vehicle wasn't small, but it was also very special. The wheels of the vehicle were very wide. Moreover, there were stones and sand inside the vehicle. There was also a cover on top of the vehicle that could block ordinary arrows. When the vehicle moved forward and the people stepped on it, the road was very solid. Behind them were all kinds of siege weapons. These siege weapons were pushed forward by the army, bringing great pressure to the enemy. At this time, the soldiers in front discovered several trench-like traps. However, the soldiers weren't in a hurry, they were still doing it in an orderly manner. They threw the bags of soil in their hands into the trenches. Those who didn't have any soil in their hands went to the Mengchong carriage to get stones and bags of soil. With so many people, it didn't take long for the trenches to be filled. Logically speaking, this was the best time to attack Zhao Hai's army. As long as there were arrows, Zhao Hai's casualties would increase. However, it was a pity that Zhao Hai's camp had almost all of the ballistas destroyed. In addition to the ballistas, the other long-range weapons were also destroyed by Zhao Hai's ballistas. At this time, besides some siege weapons that could only be used in close range, there was nothing else that could be used. At this time, Tang Zhong also discovered the weakness of his defensive line. He immediately ordered the other camps to attack in order to restrain Zhao Hai's attack. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Zhao Hai's attack this time had 300,000 people. 100,000 people stayed in the camp. Although there weren't a lot of people in each camp, there were still a lot of ballistas left in the camp. Under the protection of these ballistas, it would be difficult for the Holy Court's army to attack the camp. Besides the ballistas, Zhao Hai's camp also had trenches outside. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about the camp. Of the 300,000 people that Zhao Hai sent, aside from 200,000, there were also 50,000 people protecting the two flanks. Even if the Holy Court's army attacked the flanks, the 100,000 people would be able to block it and buy time for the main attack. Tang Zhong sending people from other camps to attack Zhao Hai's army wasn't a good choice. This was because their camps were also far and near. This would cause these reinforcements to clash with Zhao Hai's army in an orderly manner. This was a taboo for military strategists. Tang Zhong sent people from other camps in the defensive line to attack Zhao Hai's army. Additionally, when the people from the other camps went out, they would be abandoning their own camps and engaging in a field battle with Zhao Hai's army. This was tantamount to giving up their advantage and fighting against Zhao Hai's army. Since they were in a hurry to go out, it was impossible for them to bring large weapons like ballistas. However, Zhao Hai's army could provide ballistas to any side's army. This meant that Tang Zhong's army didn't have any advantage at all. In this case, it was impossible for them to have any influence on Zhao Hai's army. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's army didn't stop attacking. With an army of 200,000, even if there was a ditch in front of them, it would be quickly filled up. Because of this, Zhao Hai's army quickly advanced to a place not far from the Sacred Academy's camp. At this time, the people from the Sacred Academy's camp began to use bows and arrows to attack Zhao Hai's army. However, the effect wasn't very good. After all, Zhao Hai's army had Mengchong carriages at the front. At this time, the Mengchong carriages were being pushed by the people pushing the carriages, causing them to hit the fence. With a loud bang, the fence of the camp was broken. Then more Mengchong carriages broke through the fence. Then the army poured in and began to attack the Sacred Academy's army. When they rushed into the camp, the Sacred Academy's army basically stopped resisting. Besides a few people who stayed behind to fight, most of them ran out of the camp. When Zhao Hai's army occupied the camp, Tang Zhong led the army to counterattack. However, they were repelled by Zhao Hai's army. Although this process was short, a day had already passed. Tang Zhong and the others discovered that they couldn't capture the camp in a short time. Therefore, they could only retreat. When the sky turned dark, Tang Zhong called all the generals to the main tent. The generals' expressions weren't good, they just sat there and didn't make any noise. Tang Zhong looked at everyone and said, "Today, Zhao Hai's attack was very fierce. I didn't expect this. Now that they have taken control of the camp, tomorrow, they will use it as a base to attack us. At that time, our days will be even more difficult. This is because the defensive line we established has completely disappeared. Therefore, we don't have any terrain advantage. Moreover, I received news that Zhao Hai might send a river breaker expert to attack Nanhua Gate. If that's the case, then we will be finished. We will be trapped here by Zhao Hai's army. When that time comes, only death will await us. Because of this, I have decided to withdraw the army overnight. Everyone, go back and prepare. Aside from food, don't bring any other supplies. When everyone heard Tang Zhong, they stared. Then their expressions changed. They stood up and cupped their fists towards Tang Zhong before turning around and leaving. Tang Zhong and the others didn't make a big fuss when they retreated. Instead, they quietly packed their things and tried to make as little noise as possible. In the middle of the night, they only brought some food and then directly ran away. Naturally, Tang Zhong didn't forget to leave some people behind. This time, General Wu was the one who stayed behind. If Zhao Hai chased after them, then they would turn around and fight to the death with Zhao Hai. This time, General Wu had gathered a lot of elite soldiers. Not only could these soldiers fight, they also dared to fight. Because of this, having them cover the retreat was the best choice. If they let others cover the retreat, then they might not even wait for Zhao Hai's army to arrive before being defeated. How could Zhao Hai not know that Tang Zhong and the others ran away? However, he didn't order the army to chase after Tang Zhong and the others at night. Because of this, it would be inconvenient to command the army in the dark. At that time, the casualties would be very high. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't order the army to chase after them. In any case, he had an ambush ahead of them, so he wasn't afraid that Tang Zhong and the others would run away. Tang Zhong and the others were in a hurry this time. They didn't bring anything, only some food. Zhao Hai believed that when they reached the valley, they would be very tired. When the time comes, they would be finished. Zhao Hai and the others slept very well that night. When they woke up the next morning, Zhao Hai had the army eat their fill. Then they went to occupy the cities that Tang Zhong and the others left behind. Because they were in a hurry and didn't want to be discovered by Zhao Hai, Tang Zhong and the others left behind a large number of supplies. These things could be regarded as the spoils of war for Zhao Hai and the others. When the generals saw Tang Zhong and the others run away, they couldn't help but be happy. This time, they won a big victory and left behind a lot of spoils. They can more or less get some of the spoils. This would also reduce the pressure on the logistics. Tang Zhong and the others were very happy. This wasn't the end. After they took over the cities and barracks, Zhao Hai immediately formed an army of 150,000 cavalry. They only brought some food and set off the next morning to chase after Tang Zhong and the others. The reason why Zhao Hai waited for this day was because he wanted to take over the cities and barracks. Secondly, he wanted the Sacred Academy to leave as well. This way, the defensive line that they established would be useless. This would make it easier for them to attack. Sure enough, Zhao Hai waited for a day. When he formed the cavalry to chase after the enemy, the defensive line that General Wu and the others set up was already empty. General Wu and the others had also left. Actually, a general like General Wu should wait for the army to be safe before leaving. However, these people didn't want to die. And with the successive defeats, their morale was very low. This job was very dangerous. In the end, General Wu couldn't keep the army under control. Because of this, he could only retreat. When General Wu retreated, Zhao Hai and the others immediately chased after them. General Wu's defensive line didn't have any effect. General Wu and the others didn't expect Zhao Hai to catch up this quickly. They thought that with Zhao Hai's calm character, he would delay for a few days after taking over the cities. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai didn't delay at all. When General Wu and the others discovered that Zhao Hai's cavalry had caught up, it was already too late. General Wu stood in midair and looked at Zhao Hai, who wasn't too far away. At Zhao Hai's side was a large number of void dance experts. There were several hundred of them, but General Wu only had a few dozen behind him. However, General Wu didn't show any fear, he just calmly looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at General Wu, then he faintly smiled and said, "You should be General Wu, right?" "Hehe, the Wu clan is quite interesting." General Wu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I'm very curious about you. You can actually force our sacred institute to this point. You can be considered a character." Zhao Hai looked at General Wu and laughed, "Whether I'm a character or not, your sacred institute doesn't have the right to judge." To be honest, if your sacred institute didn't provoke me, then I wouldn't provoke you either. But since you provoked me first, then I won't be polite to you. Moreover, you think too highly of the sacred institute, as if everyone should listen to your orders. But you forgot that this world doesn't belong to your sacred institute. It's impossible for you to make everyone follow your orders. Your excessive greed has already foreshadowed today's situation. Today, even if I, Zhao Hai, didn't appear, someone else would. Your sacred institute will be finished sooner or later. Humph, it's still too early to think that our sacred institute will be finished. Zhao Hai, don't be complacent. This world doesn't belong to our sacred institute, but it doesn't belong to you either. Sooner or later, you will die in the hands of our sacred institute. Hee, there are a lot of people who want to take my life. But I'm still alive and well. You want to take my life? All right. As long as you have the ability, I, Zhao Hai, am here. You can take my life at any time. I'm just afraid that you don't have the ability. Zhao Hai, don't be complacent. Sooner or later, the people of our holy institute will tear you to shreds. Go. After saying that, General Wu rushed towards Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai just waved his hand, and the sky dance experts behind him directly rushed towards General Wu and the others, blocking their path. The battle in the sky had just started, but the battle on the ground had been going on for a long time. General Wu and the others didn't expect Zhao Hai's cavalry to suddenly arrive. They weren't prepared at all. Before they could even get into formation, Zhao Hai's cavalry had already rushed into their formation. In just a moment, heads were rolling. While the battle was going on below, Zhao Hai and the others were still talking. By the time Zhao Hai and the others made their move, the army of the Sacred Academy had already been routed. That's right, this time, the Sacred Academy's army was made up of elites. But even if they were elites, they would still retreat and run away in the face of certain death. This had nothing to do with whether they were elites or not, unless they had their own army spirit. However, the army of the Sacred Academy rarely had an army spirit. This was because their army was temporarily put together. Because the Sacred Academy didn't have its own ground infantry, these ground infantry were all gathered from various city-states. Like General Wu, the Sacred Academy forcibly drove away the city lords of the other city-states. Then, the Wu clan took control of the city-state and allowed General Wu to take command of the army. Under such circumstances, how could they establish a military spirit in this army? Wasn't there a saying that the soul of an army was closely related to the first commander of the army? It could be said that the first commander of the army injected the soul of the army into it. But in the spiritual weapon realm, the war had been going on for years. An army might exist today and be defeated tomorrow. Sometimes, the city lord would be replaced. Then, the city lord would feel that the army's existence wasn't suitable. So he would send the soldiers back to their homes to farm. How could an army like this have an army spirit, even if they were trained well, even if they had been on the battlefield, killed people, and seen blood? Their army still didn't have a soul. An army without a soul wouldn't have cohesiveness. When it comes to a battle, it would be possible for them to run away. Because they didn't have a military soul, soldiers would only think about themselves and not their comrades. They wouldn't think about the survival of the entire army. The Sacred Academy's army was routed. At the same time, General Wu's situation wasn't very good. One had to say that General Wu's group was very strong. But when General Wu's group faced Zhao Hai's group, they were finished. This was because Zhao Hai and the others had artifacts in their hands. Artifacts. Upon seeing the artifacts in the hands of the sky dance experts, General Wu's expression changed. They were already few in number, and now, the other party was using artifacts. Wasn't this just bullying them? And this was indeed the case. General Wu knew that he was in trouble as soon as he fought with these people. Sure enough, it didn't take long before his subordinates were dismembered. The remaining people surrounded General Wu's group. At the same time, General Wu's group received more and more injuries. It seems like they wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. When General Wu saw this, he knew that he couldn't go on like this. He immediately shouted, "Zhao Hai, you despicable person. If you have the guts, then fight me one-on-one. What's the meaning of having so many people besiege me?" Everyone knew that General Wu was trying to provoke him. However, this method was often more effective. This was because Zhao Hai was the commander of the army. If the other party made such a request and he didn't dare to accept, then it would affect the morale of the army. Alright. Surround him, but don't touch him. But as for the others, kill them. If he resists, then kill him as well. It's not like I didn't give him a chance. Zhao Hai's voice was heard. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, the sky dance experts immediately understood what he meant. All of the sky dance experts surrounding General Wu stopped and retreated some distance. General Wu also took this opportunity to take a few deep breaths to stabilize his breathing. At the same time, he also restored the energy in his body. But at this time, several screams were heard. General Wu turned his head and saw that his remaining subordinates had been slaughtered by Zhao Hai's sky dance experts. On the other hand, the sky dance experts under Zhao Hai didn't suffer any casualties except for some minor injuries. The injuries were caused by the desperate counterattacks of his subordinates. Otherwise, they wouldn't have suffered any minor injuries. General Wu's complexion was pale. He took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions. At this time, he felt that he had never been this calm before. At this time, Zhao Hai separated himself from the crowd and came over. He looked at General Wu and smiled faintly. General Wu, since you're in the mood, I'll play with you. How about this, since you're the one who proposed the fight, then you can make the first move. General Wu looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly smiled coldly and said, Zhao Hai, do you know that your biggest problem is that you're too arrogant? If you don't kill me today, then sooner or later, I'll take your life. After he said that, a white light flashed from his body. But in the next moment, the white light disappeared. General Wu was still standing there, but his face was pale. Zhao Hai looked at General Wu, then he smiled faintly and said, do you want to use the transmission formation to leave? But you seem to have forgotten that your current enemy is me, Zhao Hai. General Wu, you really underestimate this Zhao Hai. I, Zhao Hai, am indeed arrogant, but it depends on who I'm dealing with. I'll deal with those who are arrogant, and I'll deal with those who are despicable. I'm not a good person, but if I meet a good person, then I'm also a good person. I can't be considered a bad person, but if I meet a bad person, then I can be worse than him. What are we doing right now? This is war, do you understand? It's to eliminate your enemy at all costs. How can I not prevent you from running away? I don't have a hobby of letting my enemies run away. Alright, since you can't leave, then can we play? General Wu's face was pale. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, good, you're worthy of being Zhao Hai. You're really astute. But since you don't want me to leave, then you should think about the price you'll have to pay. You can't afford it. Accept your death. Then General Wu raised his scimitar and slashed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at General Wu and smiled coldly. He just stood quietly in the air, his feet not moving at all. He looked very casual, only his two eyes were staring at General Wu. General Wu's strength wasn't weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long under the siege of so many people. However, he really chose the wrong opponent this time. Zhao Hai's strength was far beyond his imagination. So when General Wu attacked, Zhao Hai didn't immediately move. Instead, he waited until General Wu's scimitar was about to cut his neck before he punched out. His punch seemed slow, but it was actually fast. When General Wu's scimitar was still a distance away from his neck, Zhao Hai's fist had already landed on General Wu's chest. A creaking sound was heard as General Wu's body froze. He raised his scimitar and looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of his internal organs. Obviously, his internal organs were destroyed by Zhao Hai's punch. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to survive. General Wu looked at Zhao Hai and spat out another mouthful of blood. Then he said, Zhao Hai, you're really strong. After saying that, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Then, his body fell straight down. Clearly, he was dead. Zhao Hai looked at General Wu's dead body and said, go down and help. Kill all the enemies as soon as possible. After that, we'll rest for 2 hours. Eat something and feed the horses. Then we'll continue our journey. The Sky Dance Realm experts all nodded. Then they went straight to the Sacred Academy's army that was still resisting. These Sky Dance realm experts now admired Zhao Hai even more. Many of them haven't seen Zhao Hai fight before. This was the first time they saw General Wu fight. They were very clear about General Wu's strength. However, they didn't expect General Wu to be defeated by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's strength was really beyond their imagination. Tang Zhong was sitting on his carriage as he looked at the valley in the distance. After passing through this valley, it would only take a few days for them to return to Nanhua Gate. However, Tang Zhong was still very anxious. He wanted to return to Nanhua Gate as soon as possible because of Zhao Hai's army, and also because he was afraid that Zhao Hai would attack Nanhua Gate. Their army left in a hurry this time, so they didn't bring a lot of food. It was only enough for them to reach Nanhua Gate. If they couldn't reach Nanhua Gate in time, then they would be in trouble. As for the valley ahead, Tang Zhong wasn't worried at all. This was because the valley ahead was too big. It could no longer be called a valley, but rather an open space between two mountains. It was quite spacious. A place like this wasn't suitable for an ambush, and no one would ambush in such a place. Naturally, Tang Zhong didn't think that Zhao Hai had the ability to ambush them here. In Tang Zhong's opinion, the best way to attack them was to use an army. However, Zhao Hai's army was right behind them, so it was impossible for them to ambush them here. Because of this, Tang Zhong wasn't worried at all. The army slowly entered the valley. In order to pass through the valley as quickly as possible, the army walked in a dense formation. This made the originally wide valley narrow. When the army reached the middle of the valley, a dense rain of arrows was suddenly shot from both sides of the mountain. This rain of arrows was clearly shot from ballistas. The rain of arrows directly hit the middle of the army, causing a lot of casualties and causing the army to fall into chaos. However, this wasn't the end. Another rain of arrows was shot. There was nothing to block the arrows in the valley. Moreover, Tang Zhong and the others were in a hurry, so they didn't bring any defensive equipment. Even the soldiers were only wearing armor, they didn't have any shields in their hands. In this case, the casualties caused by the arrows were huge. After several rounds of arrows, battle cries could be heard from the mountain. Two armies rushed down from the mountain. At this time, Tang Zhong's face was pale as he issued an order for the army to form a formation as soon as possible in order to block the enemy's attack. But now, it was very difficult for them to form a formation. This was because the casualties caused by the rain of arrows were very high. Moreover, they were already defeated. So when they encountered such an attack, they were even more surprised. At this time, the sound of horse hooves was heard. The sound was very loud, even the ground was trembling. Tang Zhong stared when he heard the sound. Then he turned his head and saw an army coming from behind. Upon seeing this army, Tang Zhong's expression completely changed. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to catch up this quickly. When he saw the army coming from both sides, Tang Zhong finally understood that he had fallen into Zhao Hai's trap. Tang Zhong's face was pale. He didn't think that he would fall into Zhao Hai's trap. It seems like the sky dance experts who gave him the information were also deceived by Zhao Hai's false information. However, Tang Zhong didn't lose his calm. Instead, he said, "Have the rear army form a formation. We must block Zhao Hai's attack. If they can't block it, then we're all finished." The person nodded before he turned around and left. Tang Zhong was no longer interested in the ambush. He wanted to see how strong Zhao Hai's attack was. This was the first time that Zhao Hai's army had a direct confrontation with them. When he thought of this, Tang Zhong couldn't help but fly up. He looked at Zhao Hai's army that was getting closer and closer. At the front of the army, there was a tall man sitting on a horse. Tang Zhong was sure that this was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's body was huge. This wasn't a secret realm in the spirit weapon world. As long as one saw his figure, they would know that he was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was at the front of the army. His speed was very fast, but he didn't seem to have any weapons in his hands. This made Tang Zhong curious. He wanted to know how Zhao Hai would attack them. Before long, Zhao Hai was less than a li away from the rear army. At this time, Zhao Hai's horse sped up. Then he raised his hand as a white light shot towards the rear army. Wherever the white light passed, the army would fall down like wheat being cut. No one could stand, and no one could block the white light. As Zhao Hai made his move, the people around Zhao Hai also made their move. They all raised their hands as white light shot towards the crowd. This time, more people fell down. Tang Zhong's complexion turned pale. He looked at Zhao Hai's hand in disbelief. He didn't understand what Zhao Hai was holding. How could that thing detect the white light? Moreover, the white light was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, mercilessly harvesting the lives of his soldiers. The soldiers in the rear army recovered from their initial shock. At this time, only fear was left in their hearts. They didn't want to face such an enemy. It was too terrifying. Wherever the light in their hands went, the people there would die in large numbers. In their opinion, the light wasn't ordinary, it was the light of the Grim Reaper. The fear of the unknown was completely displayed at this time. The soldiers cried and ran around. Some of them even went completely crazy. They ran around and used the weapons in their hands to cut down the people in front of them. This caused the rear army to be in chaos. Upon seeing this situation, Tang Zhong couldn't help but close his eyes as his body shook. He knew that he was done for, his army was done for. He was afraid that no army would be able to resist such a pincer attack from three sides. However, he was unwilling to admit his defeat just like that. After thinking about this, Tang Zhong immediately shouted, "All sky dance experts, gather here. River-breaking ancestors, please make your move. If you don't, then our army will be finished." Along with Tang Zhong's words, all the sky dance experts flew up. Then several incomparably powerful auras came from the sky. It was clear that the Sacred Academy's army was going all out. Ha ha ha, good. Then we'll play with them. The people below will continue to attack. Leave those above to us. Zhao Hai's voice was heard. Along with Zhao Hai's voice, a large number of sky dance experts flew up from Zhao Hai's army. At the same time, more than 20 river-breaking experts' auras directly entered the battlefield. Tang Zhong's expression changed once again when he felt this aura. This time, they only had 15 river-breaking realm experts with them, while the other side had 20. In comparison, they were still at a disadvantage in terms of the number of river-breaking realm experts. In addition to river-breaking experts, Tang Zhong didn't have any advantage in terms of sky dance experts. This made Tang Zhong understand that Zhao Hai really wanted to destroy them this time. And at this time, Zhao Hai was already standing not far from Tang Zhong. Zhao Hai already knew about Tang Zhong's existence from the mouths of the sky dance experts that he turned into slaves. He was very curious about Tang Zhong. This Tang Zhong's commanding ability was very good. If he didn't have the formation to cheat, then it wouldn't be easy to deal with Tang Zhong. Tang Zhong also looked at Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai had a huge stature, he didn't give people the feeling that he was an idiot. On the contrary, Zhao Hai's aura was like a mountain. He gave people a calm and reliable feeling. Tang Zhong looked at Zhao Hai and didn't say any nonsense. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "Kill." Following his movement, the sky dance experts of the Sacred Academy rushed towards Zhao Hai's group. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Zhong with a smile in his eyes. He didn't feel any disgust towards Tang Zhong's straightforward attack. In fact, he didn't like to talk so much nonsense before attacking. The reason why he said those words to the enemy was because he didn't have enough time to make arrangements. Sometimes, he wanted to use words to attack the enemy. If it wasn't necessary, then he didn't want to talk too much before fighting. Now that Tang Zhong didn't want to say any useless words, it's fine. Let's fight. Zhao Hai also moved his hand as a white light shot towards the sky dance experts. The people behind Zhao Hai did the same. They also took out their lightning artifacts and shot white light towards the sky dance experts. Seeing the white light shot out from Zhao Hai's hand, Tang Zhong's face twitched twice. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would use this method to deal with the sky dance experts. He thought that the white light in Zhao Hai's hand was only effective against ordinary soldiers. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case. Tang Zhong's guess was right. The white light shot out from Zhao Hai's hand wasn't only effective against ordinary soldiers, it was also very lethal against sky dance experts. A large number of sky dance experts from the Sacred Academy were directly killed by Zhao Hai's group. This caused Tang Zhong and the others to panic. One must know that sky dance experts were much more afraid of death compared to ordinary soldiers. When they saw Zhao Hai using the white light to deal with the ordinary soldiers, they didn't feel anything. But now that they saw that the white light in Zhao Hai's hand was able to deal with them, they couldn't help but panic. They saw that the ordinary soldiers simply didn't have any ability to resist the white light. They died very quickly. At this time, an even more violent energy collision came from a higher place. Upon sensing the energy collision, Zhao Hai knew that the river-breaking experts were fighting. The formation in Zhao Hai's hand attacked even faster. Even Zhao Hai didn't use that kind of attack. The white light in his hand turned into a white line. This white line was like a huge sword that kept attacking the sky dance experts of the Sacred Academy. A large number of sky dance experts were killed or injured. Tang Zhong also thought that it might be Zhao Hai, but he didn't have any way to deal with it. However, he didn't clamor like other people, saying how shameless Zhao Hai was to deal with them in this way. This was because Tang Zhong was a soldier. Tang Zhong was very clear that a soldier's ultimate goal on the battlefield was to deal with the enemy. There was no such thing as shamelessness, there was only victory and defeat. And the victory and defeat of a soldier were often related to life and death. Because of this, soldiers can be shameless. As long as they can win, as long as they survive, then that was more important than anything else. Zhao Hai's side had more than 500 sky dance experts. On the other hand, the Sacred Academy had more than 400 sky dance experts. Originally, this was an evenly matched battle. But because Zhao Hai's group used the lightning formation, the scales of victory had already tilted towards Zhao Hai's side. The battle had only been going on for about an hour, but the sky dance experts of the Sacred Academy had already suffered more than 200 casualties. In this case, the sky dance experts of the Sacred Academy couldn't bear it anymore. This was because they had suffered so many casualties while Zhao Hai's side had suffered 0 casualties. This disproportionate number of casualties made the sky dance experts of the Sacred Academy lose their confidence to continue fighting. They had already thought of retreating. However, Zhao Hai's attack didn't stop, and the battle below didn't stop either. Zhao Hai's army had a lot of lightning formations. This was the first time that Zhao Hai had used them in a battle. To be honest, this machine gun-like weapon had a huge effect on the battlefield. Especially in a place like the valley. Although the valley was huge, it was still very narrow compared to other places. Using a weapon like the lightning formation to attack would cause huge casualties to the enemy. The attack speed of the lightning formation was faster than a machine gun. Therefore, the casualties were also huge. At this time, the Sacred Academy's army had completely collapsed. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's army attacking from 3 sides, then they would have already run away. Those who weren't surrounded by Zhao Hai's army had already run away. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary escape, it was a complete rout. The army below had been routed. Zhao Hai's battle was also going smoothly. The sky dance experts of the Sacred Academy had already started to retreat. However, Zhao Hai was still using the lightning formation to chase after them. In the battle between the higher levels of the river-breaking experts, Zhao Hai's side seemed to have the upper hand. However, both sides had casualties. On Zhao Hai's side, the number of river-breaking experts had reached 5. On the other hand, the Sacred Academy's side had 7 casualties. After all, the advantage of numbers was very useful in such a battle. The river-breaking experts of the Sacred Academy couldn't hold on much longer. They had 15 people in total, and 7 of them had died. Half of them were injured. On the other hand, although Zhao Hai's side had 5 casualties, they still had 15. In this case, if the river-breaking experts of the Sacred Academy wanted to retreat, then the best way was to immediately retreat. Therefore, the river-breaking experts of the Sacred Academy were also thinking about how to leave. These breaking river experts weren't like Tang Zhong and the others. The reason why Tang Zhong and the others didn't run away was because they were afraid that they would be punished. However, these breaking river experts weren't afraid. If they wanted to leave, then they would immediately leave. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others could feel that the battle between the breaking river experts had ended. The breaking river experts of the Sacred Academy had been defeated and fled. Tang Zhong also felt the aura of the breaking river experts leaving. His face turned ashen. He was very clear that the departure of the breaking river experts meant that they were finished. Tang Zhong's thoughts weren't wrong. With the departure of the Breaking River experts, Zhao Hai's last bit of worry disappeared. He immediately strengthened his attack. He even put away the lightning formation and took out weapons to kill Tang Zhong and the others. All of the weapons used by the Sky Dance Realm experts were simple artifacts. Such weapons were already very powerful in the world of spirit weapons. Tang Zhong and the others died one by one. Besides the 50 Sky Dance Realm experts who fled in advance, the other Sky Dance Realm experts were all killed by Zhao Hai. Tang Zhong also died in the end. He didn't run away from the beginning. He fought until the very end. In the end, Zhao Hai personally dealt with him. When Tang Zhong died, he looked at Zhao Hai without any hatred. On the contrary, there was a trace of a smile in his eyes. Zhao Hai was very clear about the meaning in Tang Zhong's eyes. Tang Zhong was thanking Zhao Hai for helping him. Tang Zhong was a proud person, and this defeat had completely shattered his pride. He didn't want to go back and look at those people's faces. Therefore, he would rather die in battle. For a person like him, if he were to die in the hands of others, they wouldn't be reconciled. Therefore, Zhao Hai personally took action. When he saw Zhao Hai personally take action, Tang Zhong's face finally had a trace of relief. This was because he died in the hands of the enemy he admired. For a general, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. As for the others, Zhao Hai didn't care about them. Only for Tang Zhong, Zhao Hai had people bury him. Although it couldn't be said to be a grand burial, at least Tang Zhong had a coffin and a tombstone. Tang Zhong's death also represented the end of the battle. In fact, the battle below had already ended. Many soldiers of the Sacred Academy found out that they couldn't escape, so they chose to surrender. This was also the norm in the spiritual weapon realm. This was because there were too many battles here. If all the soldiers fought to the last moment, then there would be no one left in the spiritual weapon realm. Because of this, after every battle, there would always be a lot of soldiers who would surrender. And these soldiers who surrendered might be ransomed by their city-states with money. They might be treated as prisoners of war for a few years, or they might become soldiers of a new city-state. Therefore, it wasn't strange for these soldiers to surrender. Zhao Hai calmly took control of these soldiers. These soldiers didn't think about resisting or running away. This was because there was no need to do so. In the spiritual weapon realm, it was impossible to kill prisoners of war. This was because these soldiers could be turned into money. However, one must know that only living soldiers could be turned into money. Nobody would want dead soldiers. Because of this, no one would kill prisoners of war. After dealing with all the prisoners, Zhao Hai and the others set off towards Nanhua Gate. Behind them was an army that had already taken over the cities. They were also here to provide support. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the foot of Zhuhua Mountain. They set up camp at the place where 19 and the others had set up camp. They were waiting for the army to arrive. At this time, the prisoners of war were also useful. Naturally, the work of building the camp was handed over to them. The garrison of Nanhua Gate had already received the news of their army's defeat. Therefore, when Zhao Hai and the others arrived at Zhuhua Mountain, the garrison of Nanhua Gate immediately panicked. They didn't have the calmness that they had when 19 and the others arrived. Zhao Hai stood outside the camp and looked at Nanhua Gate. Then he said, "It's really a good place. As long as there's water and food, an army of several tens of thousands can stop an army of several 100,000. It's really good." The generals beside Zhao Hai had complicated expressions on their faces as they looked at South Flower Gate. The last time they came to South Flower Gate, they were also in high spirits. But in the end, they escaped because they failed. This time, they came here again, and in such a short time. They didn't know what would happen to them this time. Zhao Hai looked at the others and smiled faintly. "Everyone, what do you want to do? How can we take Nanhua Gate?" When they heard Zhao Hai, the other generals looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what to say. This was because Year 19 had been asking this question the entire time. They had thought of countless ways to solve this problem, but in the end, all of them failed. Now that they were asked how to attack Nanhua Gate, they really didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai looked at them and laughed. "What's wrong? After failing at Nanhua Gate, you think that it's invincible? Let's go back to the camp and discuss." When the reinforcements arrive, we can attack. Then he turned his horse around and led the others back to the camp. When they arrived at the camp, Zhao Hai had all the generals stay behind. Then he sent someone to look for the person in charge of reconnaissance. This person was Lu Hong. At this time, Zhao Hai had a sky dance expert squad, and this squad was under the command of Lu Hong. In the past, Lu Hong was just an ordinary sky dance realm expert. He came from a small family. For his family to have a sky dance realm expert like him was already a blessing. Moreover, Lu Hong's strength could only be said to be average. There was nothing too outstanding about him. He was just a bit faster and was a bit more attentive. In the end, he was chosen for them to scout. But unexpectedly, Lu Hong was very talented in this aspect. Because of this, Zhao Hai made him the captain of this scouting squad. 4. This reason, Lu Hong was very grateful to Zhao Hai. After Lu Hong came in, Zhao Hai had him sit down. After everyone was seated, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Nanhua City-State is our target. It's not because it's special that we have to take it, but because we failed last time. Because of this, we have to take it. If we can't take Nanhua City-State, then everyone will have a knot in their hearts. If we don't get rid of this knot, then we won't be able to make any progress in our cultivation in the future. Moreover, this will also have a huge impact on everyone's ability to command. Because of this, Nanhua City-State must be taken." Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, then they nodded. At the same time, they were even more grateful to Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai did this for them. One must know that the failure last time had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai could have just attacked Nanhua City-State in another place. But in the end, he still did it. This made them feel very grateful. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't attack Nanhua City-State for them. Instead, it was because this was the best time to attack Nanhua City-State. Tang Zhong's defeat had a huge impact on Nanhua City-State's morale. Attacking Nanhua City-State at this time would be twice the result with half the effort. Zhao Hai didn't need to waste time attacking other city-states. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Next, I'll talk about how to attack Nanhua Gate. This is because we don't understand the layout of Nanhua Gate. If we attack like this, it would be like playing with the lives of our soldiers." The reason why Year 19 was defeated was because he didn't take war seriously. He thought that because he had an army of several 100,000, he could ignore the enemy. Maybe he thought that he could easily crush the enemy with his army, but in fact, that was impossible. So in the end, he lost. What we need to do now is to do reconnaissance. Once we do that and understand the enemy, then we can eliminate them. Therefore, everyone's main task is to build siege weapons, train the soldiers, and reinforce the camp. There's no need to rush the attack, we have plenty of time to do that. Everyone nodded, then Zhao turned to Lu Hong and said, "Lu Hong, I'll leave the scouting to you. I have 2 requirements for you. First, you have to scout at night. It's best not to let the enemy find you, the more hidden the better. Second, you have to focus on a few areas. First, where the enemy's provisions are, second, where the enemy's water source is, and third, where the enemy's bedding is. You must pay attention to these 3 days, and the rest is how many troops there are in the city. Understood?" Lu Hong stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, Alliance Lord can rest assured. I'll definitely find out the details of the enemy." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, but don't just pay attention to Nanhua Gate. Pay attention to the terrain around Nanhua Gate. It would be best if you can make a sand table for me. Moreover, the finer the sand table, the better. Understood?" Lu Hong replied, "Alliance Lord can rest assured. I'll make sure it's done well." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the others and said, "All right, let's go back. Reinforce the camp, expand it, and don't stop the ground reconnaissance. We need to use ground reconnaissance to provide cover for Lu Hong and the others. We need to make Jida think that we are always on the ground. Of course, this reconnaissance isn't just for show. We need to draw a map and verify it with Lu Hong's sand table. After all, they usually do their reconnaissance at night. At night, aside from Nanhua Gate, there isn't much light in other places. I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to find anything. Therefore, We still need to rely on ground reconnaissance to cover the situation around Nanhua Gate, understood? Do you understand? Everyone responded in unison. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, you can go back. Remember, the defense of the camp must be done well. Don't let the enemy take advantage of any loopholes. I know that we've just defeated an army of hundreds of thousands, so there's some pride in the army. But while soldiers can be proud, you generals can't be. If you're proud, then we won't be far from defeat. Go back." The generals responded, then they turned around and left. Lu Hong quietly floated in the air under the night sky. He could clearly sense that there were a few Sky Dance Realm experts in the city of Nanhua Gate. They were all focused on the sky. If he didn't pay attention, he might be discovered. However, Lu Hong was very experienced in this aspect. His movement speed was very slow, and he also activated his camouflage formation. Because of this, even if the people below were focused on the sky, they wouldn't be able to notice him. However, Lu Hong was still very careful. Although they had a lot of formations on their bodies, Lu Hong was very clear that even if the formations were good, if they didn't pay attention, then they might be discovered by the enemy. If they were to ruin Zhao Hai's plan, then they would be very sorry to Zhao Hai. South Flower Gate City was still brightly lit, but the situation inside the city made Lu Hong feel apprehensive. This South Flower Gate City was worthy of being a military fortress. There were no civilian facilities here, only things used for military purposes. Food and fodder were stored in special warehouses. Even if one wanted to break through these warehouses, it would be very difficult. Beds and mattresses were placed in the houses. These houses were made of stone and looked very sturdy. Even if a stone was thrown from a catapult and hit the roof of the house, it wouldn't be able to do much damage to the house. Of course, if the stone was thrown from the front of the house, it would still be able to do some damage. It can be said that in the entire South Flower Gate City, except for some passageways, the other places were covered with a layer of stone. If it weren't for the passageways and open spaces, then they wouldn't be able to tell which one was which. While Lu Hong was looking at the South Flower Gate City, he was constantly making notes in his notebook. At the same time, he was also drawing some simple diagrams. Drawing simple diagrams was something that he learned later on. It was for the sake of better scouting. He liked scouting, this was something that he discovered recently. Lu Hong paid special attention to the city's granaries and water sources. There were a lot of wells in the city as well as a small lake. This lake seemed to be spring water from the ground. The lake didn't have any protection, it seems like the wells and the small lake were the main sources of water for the city lord. Because the mountain here wasn't very high, there were naturally no other water sources. Wells and spring water were already the best water sources here. Seeing this, Lu Hong's heart sank. If there was a water source in the city, then they wouldn't have to worry about food and water. This would make it even harder to break through the city. Lu Hong stayed in the sky all the way until morning, watching the people in the city fetch water to cook. Only then did he confirm the location of the water source and the granary. Then, he returned to the camp. However, he didn't report the situation to Zhao Hai. He planned to make a sand table and show it to Zhao Hai. So when he returned to the camp, he immediately called the other members of the scouting team to his tent. Then he gathered everyone's harvest and slowly drew it on a map. Afterwards, Lu Hong rested for a while. In the afternoon, some scouts on the ground sent some maps to Lu Hong. Lu Hong then summarized them. Lu Hong found that he liked this job very much. This was because Zhao said that information was very important in war. Lu Hong felt that doing this job would be more helpful to the army than simply using his identity as an expert to fight the enemy. So Lu Hong became more and more interested in his job. While Lu Hong was busy with these matters, the army behind them had also arrived at the camp. This time, Zhao Hai had set up a total of 3 camps. He was in the middle of the army while the other 2 camps were on the left and right. By the time the entire army arrived at the camp, Lu Hong's discard was almost done. 3 days after the rear army arrived, Lu Hong's discard was officially completed. After making the sand table, Lu Hong immediately sent it to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the sand table carefully and then asked some questions. After Lu Hong answered them, Zhao Hai ordered the generals to come to the main tent. Before long, the generals arrived at the main tent. When they entered the tent, they saw the sand table. However, they didn't say anything and just looked for a place to sit down. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, Lu Hong has finished making the sand table. Everyone, come and take a look. Let's discuss it. Everyone nodded, then they arrived in front of the sand table and carefully looked at it. The area shown on the sand table wasn't very big, it only showed South Flower Gate City and some of its surrounding terrain. However, it was very detailed, even the trees on the mountain were meticulously made, allowing people to see the surrounding terrain with a single glance. Zhao Hai stood in front of the sand table and carefully looked at South Flower Gate City. Then he smiled and said, South Flower Gate City is really like a turtle shell. It wouldn't be easy to deal with them. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, let's go. Everyone looked at South Flower Gate City. When they saw the situation, they couldn't help but frown. Although South Flower Gate City didn't have many ballistas, it wouldn't be easy to destroy them. In other words, they could suppress the ballistas, but it would be impossible to destroy them. Additionally, there were a lot of granaries in the city. If the granaries were filled with food, then it would be enough for the army to use for a year. Additionally, the city had its own water source. Just like what Zhao Hai said, South Flower Gate City was like a turtle shell. It would be very difficult to break through. In the past, when they attacked South Flower Gate City, there were a lot of trenches dug outside the city. It was clear that they had learned the trench tactic. This made it even more difficult to attack South Flower Gate City. They didn't have any good methods to deal with it. Zhao Hai looked at everyone's expression and said, if we want to attack a city, we don't necessarily have to do it by force. We can also attack from other aspects. For example, we can dig a tunnel into the city and then attack from there. Or we can cut off their water supply. Without water, they wouldn't be able to last for more than a few days. South Flower Gate City is indeed very difficult to break through, but we can also think of other ways. Everyone, look at this place. This place isn't very far from South Flower Gate City, but the terrain here is very steep, making it unsuitable for an attack. However, this place is the closest to South Flower Gate City, about 100 meters away. Naturally, South Flower Gate City also has defenses here, but if we want to break through South Flower Gate City, this place is the key. However, this place is also very important. As he spoke, Zhao Hai pointed to a place on the left side of South Flower Gate City. There was a cliff there that was about 100 meters high. It was very steep. Just like Zhao Hai said, this place wasn't suitable for attacking. But now, he said that this place was the key to attacking South Flower Gate City. This made everyone puzzled. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression, they didn't know why Zhao Hai said this. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, I'll be frank with everyone. This time, if we want to attack South Flower Gate City, we need to start from the city's water source. If we attack from the front, then with the current strength of the city, it would take us a few months to capture South Flower Gate City. We would also have to pay more than half of our casualties. I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to take South Flower Gate City. Water source? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone couldn't help but whisper. Then they began to look for the water source of South Flower Gate City. They wanted to know why Zhao Hai said that they needed to deal with South Flower Gate City this time. Zhao Hai pointed at the small lake and some wells on the sand table and said, everyone should see that the city doesn't lack water. There are wells as well as a small lake. This small lake should have a spring, so the people in the city don't need to worry about drinking water. Because of this, they wouldn't pay too much attention to the water source, they wouldn't even store it. This is what we need. I have some understanding of water veins, so I can tell everyone that there are 2 water veins in the city. One is the spring in the small lake, while the other is the well. While speaking, Zhao Hai pointed at the small lake and the well. Zhao Hai said, these wells should be an underground river. Because of this, the amount of water in the water shouldn't be small. However, if you want to dig water from the mountain, the well must be very deep. Lu Hong has already seen this. The enemy rarely uses wells, and even if they do, it would take a lot of time to get water. Because of this, the most commonly used water source in the city is the small lake. And the small lake is the other water vein. This water vein's pressure is very high, but it can still produce water. Moreover, it formed this small lake, which is very rare. What we need to do is very simple, we just need to destroy these two water veins. When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but stare blankly. They were all experienced in the battlefield, they didn't know how many times they had fought sieges. However, this was the first time they heard about destroying water veins. Because of this, they couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai, hoping that Zhao Hai could explain it in detail. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. Then he pointed to the cliff and said, if we want to carry out our plan, then this place is very crucial. We need to dig a hole here and then go straight to South Flower Gate. Once we find the two water veins, then we can destroy them. This way, the city will slowly run out of water. At this time, there are 100,000 soldiers in the city, as well as a lot of livestock. The amount of water they need every day is not a small amount. As long as we destroy the water veins, then they will be finished. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Everyone stared at the sand table, they had never done this before. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai's plan, they were very curious. But at the same time, they were also worried that Zhao Hai's plan would succeed. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, actually, destroying the water veins isn't that difficult, because sometimes the water veins will change their course. But this isn't an easy matter, it's very hard to encounter it. However, destroying the water veins is possible. The cliff isn't very far from the South Flower Gate, so if we dig a hole here, we can dig a hole that leads directly to South Flower City. Since we have a lot of people, I believe that it wouldn't take long for us to reach the South Flower Gate. These two water veins, according to my conjecture, should be half of a line. Therefore, as long as we choose the right direction and dig directly, we can destroy these two water veins. When the time comes, South Flower Gate would have no water to drink. Even if they wanted to defend, they wouldn't be able to do so. After all, an army of 100,000 can only rely on water for a living. That's impossible. Qilinda looked at the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance's army below. He couldn't understand why the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance's army would go to the bottom of the cliff. From the looks of it, there's already an army camp there. Could it be that they want to build a ladder there? And then use that ladder to attack the South Hua Gate? How could this be possible? Qilinda was the general of the South Hua Gate's garrison. He was very confident in the South Hua Gate. Moreover, he had been guarding the South Hua Gate for quite some time. Because of this, his prestige in the South Hua Gate was very high. Although Tang Zhong was in command during the last battle, Qilinda wasn't satisfied with Tang Zhong's command. One must know that Tang Zhong's command was very risky. In Qilinda's opinion, Tang Zhong deliberately allowed the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance's army to climb up the city walls. Then he would push them down in order to cause more casualties to the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance's army. But if Qilinda was the one defending the city, he wouldn't do this. Letting the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance's army climb up the city walls was very dangerous. If he didn't control it well, then the enemy might break through the city walls. But Tang Zhong's command didn't let the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance's army gain any advantage. Therefore, Qilinda couldn't say anything. But now that he was in charge of the South Hua Gate city, he naturally wouldn't do what Tang Zhong did. He was now fully prepared. As long as Zhao Hai and the others attack, Qilinda was sure that he wouldn't let Zhao Hai and the others reach the city walls. However, Zhao Hai's current situation made Qilinda somewhat puzzled. The position of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance's army was very puzzling. Qilinda knew about the cliff. It was almost impossible to enter the city from that cliff. This was because the cliff wasn't straight up. The higher you go, the more inclined it was. It looked like a slope with a special angle. In fact, the cliff was completely different. The slope was slanted outwards. Naturally, one could also use skydance experts to attack. However, the city walls facing the cliff had already been prepared. Not only were there ballistas, but there were also other arrangements. If one wanted to attack the South Hua Gate city from there, then only death would await them. Even skydance experts would be the same. Of course, this also created a barrier that made it difficult for the people of South Flower Gate City to attack the bottom of the cliff. It was precisely because of this that Qilinda felt very strange. He didn't understand why the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance occupied the area below the cliff. What were they trying to do? Since he couldn't figure it out, he could only give up. However, he also believed that the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance wouldn't do something useless. They must be plotting something. However, Zhao Hai decided to deal with the situation by remaining unchanged. He just made the soldiers facing the cliff increase their vigilance. As for what Zhao Hai was doing, Zhao Hai didn't care. He was afraid that this was Zhao Hai's plot. Zhao Hai deliberately sent his army to the ground to make them think that he was plotting something. This way, they would be able to focus their attention there. Then they would be able to launch a surprise attack from the front and take the South Hua Gate city in one fell swoop. Chai Lingda always believed that defending the front was the right thing to do. There was nothing else to worry about. Because of this, he made the people on the other side of the wall increase their vigilance. At this time, Zhao Hai was actually in the barracks below the cliff. The barracks didn't look very big, it could only house about 1,000 people. In fact, there weren't many people inside. Moreover, they were currently excavating the cliff. The cave had already reached a certain size. It looked very big, about 5 meters high and 10 meters wide. It could allow 2 or 3 carriages to travel side by side. The reason why the cave was excavated so quickly was thanks to the lightning formation. Using the lightning formation to excavate the cave was naturally very fast. Naturally, the ones using the lightning formation this time weren't Void Realm experts, but ordinary soldiers. Although ordinary soldiers couldn't use the formation for a long time, one shouldn't forget that they had a lot of people. Because of this, they could take turns using the formation. Once one person's energy was exhausted, they could immediately rest while the others took over. This way, the excavation speed of the cave would naturally be faster. The reason why Zhao Hai stayed in the barracks was because excavating the cave wasn't that simple. If you don't make a good support inside, then the cave might collapse, which could lead to death. Under Zhao Hai's command and the lightning formation, the speed of the cave entering the palace was very fast. But even so, it would still take a few days for the cave to reach the bottom of South Hua Gate City. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let the people in South Hua Gate City be idle. Otherwise, the people in South Hua Gate City would have time to watch them. For Zhao Hai, this wasn't a good thing. Because of this, while Zhao Hai and the others were digging the cave, the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance's army also began to move. Every day, they would drill outside the barracks and make siege weapons. Moreover, they would also make several feints. This made the people in South Hua Gate City nervous. Naturally, they wouldn't have time to pay attention to Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai and the others' excavation work went very smoothly. After 5 days, they had already reached the bottom of South Hua Gate City. But at this time, Zhao Hai became even more careful. This was because he knew that this was the key to finding the water veins. He needed to determine the direction of the water veins based on the surrounding soil. He needed to find the 2 water veins in one fell swoop and destroy them as soon as possible. This way, South Hua Gate City would be finished. Finding the water veins wasn't easy. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's spiritual force was much stronger than the others. Moreover, he was also proficient in various formations. Therefore, finding the water veins wasn't very difficult for him. Zhao Hai led everyone into the cave. The inside of the cave was bigger than the outside. However, there were some supporting pillars in some places, so there was no need to worry about the cave collapsing. After Zhao Hai entered the cave, he carefully looked around. Then he slowly walked to the innermost part of the cave. He reached out his hand and touched the walls. Then he used his spiritual force to explore the walls. At the same time, he felt the changes in the surrounding water elements. Before long, Zhao Hai felt that there were 2 places where the water elements were particularly active. He guessed that these were the 2 water veins. Zhao Hai withdrew his hand and then turned to the people around him and said, "Dig from here and here. Make sure to pay attention to your safety. If you find that the soil is wet, then immediately stop. Go." Everyone nodded. Then they immediately commanded the soldiers to dig in those 2 directions. After digging for more than 10 meters, they discovered that the soil was very wet. They even managed to squeeze out water from the soil. They immediately stopped and reported this to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at those two places and then used his spiritual force to feel it. Then he nodded and said, "Alright, let's stop here for today. Everyone, go back to the camp and rest." Although everyone didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, they still followed Zhao Hai out of the cave and returned to the camp. After arriving at the camp, Zhao Hai had everyone rest. He also rested for a while. It wasn't until night time that Zhao Hai had everyone wake up. Then they ordered some things before returning to the cave. The cave was now lit with torches, making it very bright. Zhao Hai went to one of the water veins and discovered that a lot of water was seeping out. It seems like there was water here. Zhao Hai turned to the people around him and said, "Dig a trench on the ground here. Try to dig as deep as possible, all the way to the outside of the cave. Go." Although everyone didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, they still immediately started digging. The more people there were, the more strength there was. And since they were already used to doing this kind of work, they were able to do it very quickly. Zhao Hai went to the barracks outside and had the people inside tidy up everything. Then they dismantled the barracks and returned to the main camp. Naturally, everyone didn't ask any questions and immediately got to work. Before long, they had completely dismantled the barracks. Then they returned to the main camp. Their movements naturally attracted the attention of the garrison in Nanhua Gate City. However, when the garrison saw that they had returned to the main camp, they were too lazy to care about them. In the eyes of the garrison, Zhao Hai and the others might have wanted to climb up the cliff. But in the end, they couldn't do it, so they directly retreated. They were still laughing at Zhao Hai and the others in their hearts. Zhao Hai didn't care about these things. He commanded the soldiers to dig a trench while observing the situation of the two water veins. From time to time, he would also go outside the barracks to take a look. When the barracks were built, Zhao Hai had people dig a trench inside the barracks. This trench could be used as a defensive trench. But actually, this trench had other uses. Under Zhao Hai's command, the trench was quickly dug and connected to the trench outside the barracks. At this time, the sky was already bright. Zhao Hai directly led the people back to the main camp to rest. After resting for a day, when the sky turned dark, Zhao Hai led the sky dance experts into the cave. Then he went to a water vein and carefully sensed it. He knew that this water vein was the underground river, the Nanhua Gate's water vein. Zhao Hai felt the position and then punched. A huge amount of energy was transmitted from his fist to the wall. The people who came with Zhao Hai felt the cave shake. Then Zhao Hai retreated to the side and said, "Everyone, pay attention. Don't get splashed by the water." Everyone nodded. They looked at the place where Zhao Hai punched and saw more and more water seeping out. At the same time, the soil there seemed to be completely soft, unable to block the water. Then more and more water flowed out, and more soil was flushed out. In the end, the place seemed to have turned into a small spring. Water was constantly gushing out, and the flow rate was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, the trench was completely filled with water. Zhao Hai looked at this result with satisfaction. Then he led the people to the other side of the cave. When they arrived at the cave, Zhao Hai could feel a very rich water element. Moreover, water was seeping out of the walls of the cave. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Alright, you guys can go out. Leave this place to me." The group nodded and flew out of the cave. Then they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai stopped 10 meters away from the wall. Then he moved his hand and a white light hit the wall. After that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and directly rushed out of the cave. Just as Zhao Hai flew out of the cave, he saw the wall that was hit by the white light slowly crack. Then with a bang, a water arrow flew out along with sand. It flew for 10 meters and almost hit Zhao Hai and the others. This made the people beside Zhao Hai dumbfounded. They didn't think that there would be such a big movement in the cave. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction. Then he said, "Alright, let's go back. I believe that in a few days, South Flower Gate City will run out of water. Let's go." The group nodded and then followed Zhao Hai back to the camp. Upon arriving at the camp, Zhao Hai immediately called Lu Hong to the tent. At the same time, he also called the generals of the other cities. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai turned to Lu Hong and said, Lu Hong, your scouting team will have to work hard these days. Pay attention to the changes in South Flower Gate City. You might not be able to see the well, but you should be able to see the lake. See if there are any changes in the water level of the lake. Also, pay attention to the changes in the city. Lu Hong nodded and then directly walked out. Zhao Hai looked at the others in the tent and said, in a few days, South Flower Gate will run out of water. But starting tomorrow, send people to dig a drainage ditch on the side of the road where we attack. Don't let the water flow into our path and block our advance. Alright, go and prepare. As long as we can confirm that there is no water in South Flower Gate, we can directly attack. Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. They didn't doubt Zhao Hai because they believed in Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai was in battle, he would never joke about this kind of thing. Therefore, they just needed to go back and wait for the news. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and couldn't help but smile. Today, he didn't just destroy the 2 water veins, he also changed their course. Zhao Hai was sure that in less than 3 days, South Flower Gate City would run out of water. At that time, the city would be in chaos. However, he wasn't prepared to attack at that time. He was prepared to wait. People can live for 7 days if they don't have water. But if they don't drink for 7 days, then they would certainly die. Because of this, Zhao Hai was prepared to wait until the other party couldn't take it anymore. Then he would retreat or go out of the city to fight. If the other party didn't do so, then they would certainly die. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. End of chapter 38:57. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.